Upon his rebirth, Xiao Ming encounters his former girlfriend, who tragically passed away due to illness in his previous life. At this moment, she remains an innocent and naive young girl. Xiao Ming resolves to wholeheartedly make amends in this lifetime. On one occasion, Xiao Ming posed a question to her. Yitian, how is this word pronounced? Su Yitian replied, let me see, it should be Alawiyo. Xiao Ming responded. Chapter 80, Xuan Tian's Betrayal. On stage, as Su Yitian and I Chengqing took their places, the previously boisterous lecture hall gradually fell silent. The student council representative brought the microphone to his lips, stating, have our two contestants prepared? We shall now commence the second round of this competition. Competition rules. Respond to questions in sequential order. The difficulty of today's questions is quite high, and each contestant has 3 opportunities for assistance, with a total of 20 questions. If a question cannot be answered, you may seek help from a fellow student you know, but if the answer is incorrect, no points will be awarded. Are both contestants clear on the rules? Yes. Su Yitian and I Chengqing nodded simultaneously. At the same time, I Chengqing directed a cold smirk toward Su Yitian, casually remarking, I may have lost the first round to you, but the second round is not guaranteed. Su Yitian merely inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The competition swiftly commenced. The student council representative held a screen, glancing at the projection. First question, I Chengqing will respond. Given the vector a, cosine, 2/3, x, sine, 3/2, determine the range of values for x. The students present turned their attention to the projection. Most of the spectators were academically gifted individuals. Students who struggled academically typically did not waste time here, and some of those with pens had already begun to calculate. On the stage, I Chengqing's expression grew serious upon seeing the question. The difficulty level was indeed considerable. Even Xuan Tian, seated beside Xiao Ming, couldn't resist pulling out a notebook and jotting down notes. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow and couldn't help but inquire, Xuan Tian, the sun must have risen from the west today for you to be taking notes. Xuan Tian, without looking up and continuing to write, replied, what if I Chengqing can't solve it and seeks my assistance later? Hee. At this, Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but remark, if memory serves, I Chengqing doesn't even know you. Even if she does, she wouldn't ask for your help. Xuan Tian's expression stiffened, looking as though he had just swallowed 3 flies. Meanwhile, Wang Qibei patted Xiao Ming's shoulder, saying, Xiao Ming, you're not performing as well as Xuan Tian. This question is challenging. It would be wise for you to attempt a calculation as well. Wouldn't it be better? Xiao Ming turned his head in curiosity. Is this question really difficult? Isn't the answer simply T4? Xuan Tian responded. Wang Qibei exclaimed, you've already solved this question? Of course, Xiao Ming shrugged. Is this question difficult? Surely no one finds it challenging. Dude, Xuan Tian rolled his eyes. Minggu, I feel like you're indulging in some humble bragging, but I have no proof. Xiao Ming replied, go play elsewhere. It's clearly your own foolishness. Xuan Tian refrained from further comments, as Teacher Wang was present and he could not speak out of turn. Meanwhile, on stage, I Chengqing had not managed to solve the question even after considerable time. With only 5 minutes allotted to solve the problem, she turned her gaze towards a boy seated not far from her, but he also shook his head. I Chengqing's expression soured slightly, but she still addressed the student council representative, stating, I need to seek assistance. All right. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of confidence regarding her reputation at school. After all, her appearance was quite remarkable. She was also a well-known figure within the school. You may choose any person from the audience to answer for you. A correct response will earn points, while an incorrect one will not. As the student council representative concluded, I Chengqing scanned the auditorium for a willing participant. However, at that moment, no student seemed inclined to raise their hand to assist her. The question posed considerable difficulty, and while many boys were eager to seize the opportunity to become acquainted with her, they were at a loss for the answer. I Chengqing slowly shifted her gaze, soon landing on Xiao Ming's position. Just then, Xuan Tian unexpectedly raised his hand. I Chengqing's eyes brightened. Looking at this chubby boy, she felt somewhat conflicted, primarily due to his rather lewd expression. Nevertheless, given her current predicament, she had no other options. After careful consideration, she nodded and addressed the student council representative. There is a chubby boy willing to help me. As she spoke, the student council leader's attention shifted to Xuan Tian. This student, please stand and assist I Chengqing in answering. Xuan Tian was momentarily taken aback. How had he truly been selected? At the same time, both Xiao Ming and Wang Qibei were astonished. What was happening? Was this betrayal for the sake of attraction? It must be noted that I Chengqing's opponent was none other than Su Yitian from their class. What madness was it for Xuan Tian to assist her? A traitor. Xuan Tian slowly stood, his mind a blank slate, and inadvertently blurted out the correct answer. T4. Correct answer. The student council representative announced, thanks to this chubby boy for assisting I Chengqing. Upon hearing the correct answer, I Chengqing was momentarily stunned. This was rather absurd. She had not anticipated that her answer would be correct. Across from her, Yitian looked bewildered at Xuantian. What? Did Xuantian betray them? She resolved to ensure Xiao Ming dealt with him properly afterward. I swear, you lunatic! Xiao Ming had already raised his arm, ready to strike him. Xuantian hastily recoiled. Minggu, let me explain. I didn't expect no one would help her, and then I was chosen. You wouldn't deliberately give the wrong answer. I just had a moment of heat. Xuantian leaned in closer. Go ahead and hit me. Get lost. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. If Yitian loses this match, you can expect to be beaten. Simultaneously, Wang Qibei, with a look of disdain, remarked, Xuantian, you'd better write a 3,000-word reflection when you get back. If you don't finish it today, you can forget about going home. Wang Qibei's blood pressure surged. For him, this was akin to money flying out of his hands. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 in their final year erupted in laughter. Haha, oh my, I know that chubby fellow. He from Class 3. His classmates Yitian and AI Changsheng are rivals. Yet he actually assisted AI Changsheng. How amusing. Perhaps he has taken a liking to AI Changsheng. That might be true. After all, with measurements of 30-60, who wouldn't be enamored? The second question swiftly appeared on the large screen. Question 2, given the vector. Determine the intervals of monotonic increase for fx. Yitian gazed at the large screen, her pen swiftly calculating the answers. Similarly, Xian Tiansheng beside, Xiao Ming was engrossed in his work. Noticing Xian Tiansheng was hard at work, Xiao Ming remarked, Xian Tiansheng, you are calculating again, aren't you? I was mistaken, Brother Ming, Xian Tiansheng replied. If sister-in-law cannot solve it, I shall do my utmost to assist her. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. No need to calculate further. The answer to this problem is that the interval of monotonic increase is pi/24, pi/8. Chapter 81. This is a mistaken question. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's answer, Xian Tian abruptly raised his head. Have you already calculated it? It's only been a few seconds. Do you think I have a pig's brain like you? Xiao Ming cast a disdainful glance, shifting his focus to Yitian. Simultaneously, to his right, Wang Qibei's eyes flickered momentarily. He covered his face, cursing under his breath, wishing he had persuaded Xiao Ming to participate in the competition. Had he done so, the prize money would have flowed in abundantly. After approximately 3 minutes, Yitian lifted her head. She placed her mouth near the microphone and declared, the answer to this question is the monotonically increasing interval 24, 8. As she uttered these words, an air of confidence enveloped her. Upon hearing her answer, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction. The difficulty of this question was no less than the first. Her ability to solve it indicated that her skills surpassed those of AI Changcheng. Correct. The student representative, aiming to save time, promptly announced the third question. The third question was somewhat easier, and AI Changcheng managed to answer it in about 4 minutes. The next question was posed to Yitian. Given the sequence say, find the general term formula for the sequencing. Upon hearing this question, Yitian's expression shifted to one of anxiety, as sequences were her weakest area. Moreover, this particular question was rather challenging, prompting her to abandon any thoughts of answering it herself. I need assistance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming stood up decisively. The answer to this question is in 232 in 1, 1 in 1. His response was remarkably swift, flowing seamlessly from his lips. Correct. Thank you for your answer, the student representative acknowledged. He was familiar with Xiao Ming and often exchanged a few words with him. The representatives were also aware of the relationship between him and Yitian. After hearing Xiao Ming's response, Yitian smiled, unable to restrain herself from giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Wang Qibei, somewhat perplexed, wondered how Xiao Ming was so impressive. It was impossible for him to know the answers to the competition questions, and he couldn't help but inquire, Xiao Ming, don't you think your response speed is a bit too rapid? Xiao Ming paused slightly. I'll pay attention next time and answer more slowly. What kind of statement was that? Never mind. Wang Qibei didn't dwell on it. Indeed, Xiao Ming had changed considerably. But this was a good thing. Once Xiao Ming gained admission to a prestigious university, the prize money would certainly be in his hands. As for everything else, that was up to fate. As the competition progressed normally, Yitian did not seek further assistance, while AI Changcheng exhausted her 3 opportunities. Ultimately, both students answered all questions correctly, with the current score standing at 21-19. If Yitian maintained her composure in the 3rd round, her advancement was highly probable. During the halftime break, Yitian approached with a stern expression, her demeanor fierce. Clenching her small fists, she shot a glare at Xian Tian. Xian Tian, aren't you going to explain anything? Xian Tian hesitated. Do as you wish. Yitian. Xiao Ming looked up at Yitian. All right, Yitian. This guy's lost his mind. Don't pay him any mind. Oomph. Su Yitian shot him a glare and chose not to comment further. She was simply irritated. Wang Qibei remarked, I've already made him write a 3,000-word reflection. You performed well. Keep it up in the final round. Su Yitian nodded. Wang Qibei continued to advise. The final question will be quite challenging. You must exert your utmost effort. Rest assured, Teacher Wang. Su Yitian glanced at AI Chung in the distance. I can sense that her mathematics skills aren't particularly strong. The final round shouldn't pose much of a problem. Confidence is key. Wang Qibei turned his gaze toward Xian Tian. Stop dawdling and hurry back to the classroom to write your reflection. Otherwise, you won't finish it by dismissal. Oh, he pouted, standing up and exiting through the back door of a lecture hall. Su Yitian chuckled, taking a seat beside the school gate. Feeling somewhat wronged, she said, Xian Tian is simply too annoying. You must teach him a lesson later. Sure, I'll definitely give him a kick or two. Su Yitian simulated, well aware that Xiao Ming was joking. After chatting with Xiao Ming for a while, 10 minutes later, the final round of the competition commenced. At this moment, both Su Yitian and AI Chung felt their hearts racing noticeably. After all, it was the last competition, and to say they felt no pressure would be a lie. Next, the final contest began. The student representative announced, in this round, you must solve the problems on the blackboard and provide detailed explanations. The judging teachers will score based on the steps of your solution and your oral presentation, with a perfect score of 10 points. The first question would be tackled by AI Chung. Please welcome AI Chung to the stage. As the student representative finished speaking, AI Chung walked up with a confident stride. Simultaneously, a challenging question reappeared on the big screen. Xiao Ming glanced at it briefly, and the difficulty seemed moderate, fairly standard. Upon seeing the question, AI Chung smiled, clearly confident in her ability to solve it. Su Yitian and the audience watched her with serious expressions. In just 10 minutes, AI Chung produced her answer. Xiao Ming took a deep breath, noting that it was indeed well done. Then, she took an additional 5 minutes to articulate her problem-solving approach. Ultimately, the judges awarded her a score of 88. An 88 in the third round was considered a commendable achievement. Next, it was Su Yitian's turn to answer. Taking a deep breath, she approached the stage. When the question appeared, she froze. This question pertained to sequences, and Su Yitian's expression clouded over. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and began to work through it. However, halfway through, she suddenly realized that something seemed amiss with this question. No matter how she applied the formulas, they simply did not fit. Wang Qibei also noticed the abnormality. His mathematical skills were not on par with Xiao Ming's, so he quickly asked, Xiao Ming, what is going on? Why has Su Yitian stopped? How challenging is this question? Let me take a look. Xiao Ming scrutinized each step Su Yitian had taken. Finally, he pinpointed the issue. This question was indeed a mistaken question. Chapter 82. This question seems odd. A mistaken question? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Wang Qibei fell into deep contemplation. The mathematics competition questions were crafted by teachers. While the likelihood of errors was minimal, it was not impossible. Similar incidents had occurred in past competitions. Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded in affirmation. There is an error in the wording of this question. The numbers in that sequence are incorrect. He pointed at the problem, and Wang Qibei, deep in thought, nodded and said, should I inform the organizing committee to allow Su Yitian to change to a different question? No need. Xiao Ming shook his head as he observed Su Yitian, who was deep in thought on the stage. He had an intuition that she would undoubtedly solve the problem at hand. Surely, she must have already discerned the flaw in the question. I believe in Yitian. She will certainly recognize that there's an issue with this problem. Wang Qibei nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, several teachers serving as judges were closely watching Su Yitian from below the stage. Among the 5 judges, one mathematics teacher had already identified the problem with the question, but refrained from revealing it immediately. He was aware of Su Yitian's capabilities and was eager to see if she would uncover the flaw herself. As time ticked away, with only 20 minutes allotted to solve the problem and 15 minutes already elapsed, Wang Qibei felt an urge to intervene. He did not wish to see the prize he had anticipated slip away. At the same time, AI Chung regarded Su Yitian with a faint smile, pondering that with only 5 minutes remaining, it was unlikely she would arrive at a solution. Su Yitian, you have 5 minutes left to respond. The student council representative announced resignedly. However, Su Yitian remained undeterred, her focus unbroken by his words. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Qibei prepared to speak up, but at that moment, Su Yitian suddenly turned her gaze towards the student council representative. Excuse me, but there is an error in this question. Excuse me? The student council representative responded, somewhat puzzled. Are you suggesting that there is a mistake in the question? Yes. Su Yitian affirmed, nodding as she directed her attention to the big screen. The term 2-in-1 should actually be 2-in-1, and it should equal NM. Upon hearing her words, the other 4 teachers, who had not previously noticed the issue, now appeared enlightened, realizing the error only after Su Yitian pointed it out. The student council representative, unsure whether there truly was an error, looked to the 5 judging teachers for confirmation. The head judge spoke up. Su Yitian is correct. There is indeed an issue with this question. Su Yitian, we will grant you an additional 5 minutes. Please complete your solution within 10 minutes. Understood. She replied with a slight nod, turning back to the blackboard to continue her work with chalk in hand. Xiao Ming, observing her performance, turned to Wang Laoshi. See? I told you I had faith in her. Wang Qibei gently patted his chest, relieved. You gave me quite a scare, but she truly is performing admirably. At that moment, he felt grateful, believing that this prize was now secure. In just 5 minutes, Su Yitian completed the remaining steps of the problem and, with a confident demeanor, presented her solution. Xiao Ming noted that her explanation bore a striking resemblance to his own teaching style. Yet, he refrained from interjecting, as Su Yitian's performance was impressively satisfactory to the 5 teachers present. Judges, please score Su Yitian, the announcement echoed. Her performance leaving a lasting impression on many attendees, not only for her solution, but also for her rare charisma. Ultimately, Su Yitian achieved a score of 96, a testament to her identification of the flawed question. Upon receiving her score, she felt a wave of excitement and instinctively covered her mouth, realizing that this was a validation from the esteemed judges. In the end, Su Yitian scored a total of 306 points, successfully advancing in the competition. Congratulations. Su Yitian. Xiao Ming could not help but applaud, and the auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. Her popularity was evident, with many classmates being her ardent admirers. Wang Laoshi, you must be feeling relieved now, Xiao Ming remarked, observing Wang Qibei's reaction. Indeed, Wang Qibei nodded. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Ming interjected. Your prize is safe now, isn't it? What are you implying? Wang Qibei was momentarily taken aback, realizing Xiao Ming's playful nature. Are you hoping to write a 3,000-word reflection like Xian Tian Sheng? Absolutely not. Xiao Ming shook his head fervently. Just then, Su Yitian descended from the stage and approached him. Wang Laoshi, I am not particularly interested in the upcoming matches, so I think I'll take my leave now. You continue watching the competition. Goodbye. With that, she dashed away. Wang Qibei chuckled at her antics. That child. He shook his head, recognizing that now was not the time for such thoughts. He should be contemplating how to spend this month's prize money, perhaps a toy car for his daughter, a handbag for his wife, and maybe a PS5 for himself. After exiting the auditorium, Su Yitian straightened her posture and placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, Hey, how did I do? Did I exceed your expectations? Quite impressive, Xiao Ming replied, ruffling her hair playfully. Clearly, my teaching has paid off, without my guidance. Would you have noticed the error in that question? Are you underestimating me? Su Yitian shot him a glare. Xiao Ming shook his head. Not at all. However, I have a question I can't solve. Why don't we find a time to discuss it privately? Huh? Su Yitian srach herhid, perpliet. What question? I'll show you, Xiao Ming said, leading her to a quiet corner of the hallway. He leaned against the window and pulled out his phone. As he searched for the question, he added, This one is quite challenging and requires a significant amount of time. Moreover, we must not be disturbed while working on it. Xiao Ming's words piqued her curiosity. Hurry up and find it. I might be able to help. All right. Soon, Xiao Ming located the problem, which involved solving a coordinate system x3y log y 136, exp 36y 36e. The question also included an image. Su Yitian looked at the content on the phone, feeling somewhat bewildered. Noticing her confused expression, Xiao Ming was taken aback. Could it be that she has reached a level of comprehension that surpasses understanding? How about it? Yitian, are you interested in finding a quiet place to discuss this question? At that moment, Su Yitian realized Xiao Ming's ulterior motive. She rolled her eyes. I see through your intentions. I'm not interested in this question. I need to return to the classroom to study. With that, she playfully raised her fist in front of him, as if to say, if you bother me again, I might just hit you. Pouting, she walked away in the direction of the classroom. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, realizing she truly had seen through him. Wow. He quickly followed her back to class. As the school was conducting activities, there were no classes from 3 o'clock onwards. Students in the classroom were chatting in groups, while some were sneaking around, hiding their heads behind desks to evade supervision while playing games. Of course, there were also diligent students engrossed in their studies. As for Xuantian Sheng, He was engrossed in writing a reflection, his expression one of utter despair. Upon seeing Xiao Ming return, he immediately seized Xiao Ming's arm. Wow, Brother Ming. You and your sister-in-law are back. How did it go? I bet you got promoted. She did get promoted, but you still need to finish your reflection, Xiao Ming replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the reflection on Zhuantiansheng's desk. After a quick glance, he noticed that Zhuantiansheng had indeed written about the mistakes he made while assisting AI Changxing. However, the content was rather superficial, resembling a poorly crafted novel. This was to be expected, considering that for such a trivial matter, writing a 3,000-word reflection would be a daunting task for anyone. He chuckled. As long as she got promoted, that's what matters. If it were because of me that she didn't, I would kick your head off. Xiao Ming shot him a knowing glance. Clearly, he had developed a fondness for a girl, and even went so far as to help her. Such behavior was quite unbecoming. I won't do it again next time, Zhuantiansheng replied, raising an eyebrow at him. But Brother Ming, I don't believe you don't like 36DS. I secretly want to be a scoundrel too. With that, Xiao Ming returned to his seat. At that moment, Yitian had already opened a set of exam papers and was diligently working through them, her focus unwavering. Xiao Ming chose not to disturb her, but suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. The system's voice, which rarely made its presence known, rang out, ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated a task. Before the start of university, establish your own company with a market value of 5 million. Currently, you have accumulated a substantial number of wish points, which can be used to acquire items from the wish marketplace to aid in increasing your company's market value. Hearing the system's announcement left Xiao Ming utterly bewildered. Start a company? While he was now of age, one would think that his current task should be to study diligently and gain admission into a reputable university. To be honest, the sudden demand to start a company without any preparation was overwhelmingly daunting. Yet, given the system's directive, Xiao Ming had no reason to refuse. But what kind of company should he establish? He pondered deeply, recalling if there had been any companies that had suddenly risen to prominence in his past life. It seemed there were none. After all, his reincarnation had only occurred 4 years ago, and in that time, there appeared to be no particularly promising entrepreneurial ventures. The primary concern was startup capital. At this moment, he found himself quite perplexed. It would be wiser to check what the system had prepared for him. Xiao Ming promptly opened the system panel and accessed the points marketplace. Suddenly, the marketplace displayed a subtle transformation, perhaps due to the task announcement. A plethora of items appeared before him, each offering potential benefits for starting a company. Premium clothing design plan, 5,000 points, exchange to obtain a premium clothing design plan. Exquisité cooking tutorial 5,000 points. Acquire chef-level cooking technique. Semiconductor research and development, 10,000 points, gain access to chip development plans. Controlled nuclear fusion, 50,000 points. Receive research and partial technology on controlled nuclear fusion. Beyond these, there were numerous other items spanning various industries, leaving Xiao Ming dazzled by the options available for entrepreneurship. His eyes darted around as he absorbed the information when suddenly, Yitian waved her hand in front of him, breaking his trance. She had been observing him for quite some time. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Xiao Ming, what is wrong? Are you deep in thought? Yes, indeed, Xiao Ming replied. By the way, Yitian, have you ever thought about your future career or what you want to do? Yitian was taken aback by Xiao Ming's unexpected question. But since the topic had arisen, she began to elaborate. Having grown up in a hospital, I've always aspired to be a white-coated angel, saving lives. However, I've recently developed an interest in fashion magazines and have been contemplating a career as a model. I enjoy folk music and, influenced by the melancholic tunes, I sometimes imagine opening a quaint inn to share poetry and dreams. Moreover, I find the images captured through the lens to be stunning, and I wish to write rich narratives that could be adapted into films. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback by the depth of her aspirations. Yitian then realized her own musings. I was merely sharing my thoughts. I haven't truly decided what I want to do in the future. Perhaps I should wait until after the college entrance examination to see my results before making any decisions. She looked at Xiao Ming with curiosity. By the way, why did you suddenly ask about this? Nothing in particular, Xiao Ming shrugged. He gently pinched her cheek, just a bit bored, contemplating some matters. After all, you are my little treasure, and I was thinking about what kind of work I could pursue to support our family. She responded. Isn't that a bit premature to think about now? Silly girl, Xiao Ming replied. A man embodies responsibility, and it is essential to plan for the future. Yitian felt warmth in her heart. She straightened her posture and lightly patted her chest. Don't worry, I'm here too. We will manage this little family together. For now, I believe we should focus on our studies. Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded. What kind of company should he start? Chapter 84. Dad won the lottery. After careful consideration, Xiao Ming was quite inclined towards the option of controlled nuclear fusion. After all, this technology had yet to materialize in this world. In a society reliant on coal-fired power generation, the advent of controlled nuclear fusion could indeed revolutionize the world. It wouldn't be far-fetched to envision a company valued at 500 million, let alone 5 million. However, his points were woefully insufficient. Recently, the points awarded during his daily check-ins had dwindled significantly, with some days yielding a mere 10 points. This was quite absurd. Moreover, the system had not clarified what the rewards for completing the task would be. Rewards will be revealed upon task completion. Alright then. Currently, Xiao Ming had over 30,000 points, which was still a considerable sum. However, considering he would need to exchange points for medication for Su Yitian in the future, it was prudent to conserve some points. Ultimately, he decided to opt for semiconductor research and development. In today's society, China, as semiconductor technology, remained relatively underdeveloped. The technological sector required a multitude of chips, as nearly every smart device depended on chip applications. Computers, cars, mobile phones, and even washing machines all necessitated chips. If he could achieve a measure of success in this field, well, it would undoubtedly lead to the day when he could drive luxury cars worth millions. Yet, he was not in a rush to exchange points. The system had stipulated that he had until the start of university, which left him with 10 months, a considerable amount of time. To be honest, Xiao Ming didn't feel pressed. After all, he had no experience in this area. Establishing a company was not something that could be done hastily. The next hour passed swiftly, and at 6 in the evening, the melodious school bell rang. The sound of the bell echoed through the classroom as a few students departed in small groups, while Yitian Sheng, upon hearing the dismissal bell, set down his pen. At this moment, his hand trembled from exhaustion, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, I can't finish this. Teacher Wang surely won't check it word for word. Forget it, I'll just hand it in. With that, he clutched the written reflection and dashed out of the classroom. Upon hearing the school bell, Su Yitian did not immediately pack her bag. She was still engrossed in her exam paper. Xiao Ming stuffed the homework assigned by the teacher into his backpack and remarked, Stop working on that. School is over. You can finish it at home. She did not lift her head, diligently writing on her exam paper. I'll complete tonight's homework right away. There's just one problem left. Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll be done shortly. So fast. Xiao Ming was taken aback, observing her earnest demeanor, and felt reluctant to interrupt her. After approximately 3 minutes, Su Yitian, with a beaming smile, stretched and exclaimed, Ah, I'm done. I won't have to do any homework tonight. Thank you. Xiao Ming folded her exam paper and placed it in his own backpack. Su Yitian turned her head sharply, her expression one of disdain. What are you doing? Of course. I'm copying the homework, Xiao Ming replied smugly. These problems are no longer a challenge for me. Why not copy the homework? This way, I can spend more time with you, right? Oof. She rolled her eyes. Excuses. I don't need your company. Oh, really? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow at her. Who is it that calls me every evening for a video chat? Is it a puppy? I dislike that. She pouted. Xiao Ming said, All right. I won't tease you anymore. Let us head back. She nodded, and together they left the classroom. As winter approached, the days had grown significantly shorter. By 6 o'clock, the sky was completely dark. Due to the nighttime chill, the temperature was unusually low. How's the cold? After leaving the campus, Xiao Ming took her small hand in his. Girls are often cold-blooded creatures, and at that moment, her hand felt as frigid as a stone egg. He then tucked her hand into his own pocket. Su Yitian merely smiled. In truth, she relished the daily routine of going to and from school. Being with Xiao Ming brought her a profound sense of comfort. The path to school seemed long, but with the two of them together, it felt as though they arrived at their destination in no time. As they walked, Su Yitian's small hand became warm in Xiao Ming's grasp. It's quite chilly outside. Let us hurry home for dinner. You too. Be careful on your way back. Don't forget to video chat with me tonight. Got it. Xiao Ming nodded, watching Su Yitian enter her community before he left. Upon exiting the elevator, Xiao Ming hadn't even opened the door when he heard his father, Xiao Guosheng, laughing maniacally inside. What on earth? Hearing his father's laughter, Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. He quickly opened the door, finding Xiao Guosheng holding a piece of paper, presumably a lottery ticket, his face flushed with joy. Where's Mom? Xiao Ming asked, Dad, have you lost your mind? Do you want me to take you to the Third People's Hospital for a checkup? Go away. Xiao Guosheng shot him a glare. Son, I got good news. Your dad won the lottery this time. What? Xiao Ming suddenly recalled that his father had a penchant for buying lottery tickets. Although he didn't buy them often, he would purchase one on his way home from work every day. Of course, he had won before, but the amounts were never substantial. Xiao Ming was somewhat bewildered and asked, You won? How much, Dad? Xiao Guosheng wore a mysterious expression. Guess. Xiao Ming was taken aback. 100,000. Xiao Guosheng shook his head. A million? Where would that much come from? Xiao Guosheng shook his head again. All right, son, I'm not joking this time. I won 660. 000. 660, 000. Xiao Ming exclaimed in delight. Dad, you're not pulling my leg, are you? How could I? Here, take a look. He handed the ticket to Xiao Ming. Check it on your phone. By the way, I'll call your mom and ask her to buy some groceries. We need to celebrate properly tonight. After saying that, Xiao Guosheng plopped down on the sofa and dialed Xiao Ming's mother. Xiao Ming also took out his phone, opened the lottery official app, and confirmed that the number indeed won 660, 000. Wow, with that much money, it's as if our ancestors' graves are smoking with prosperity. Xiao Guosheng sat on the sofa, his tone quite assertive. Honey, don't work overtime. Come home quickly and cook for me. Buy some more groceries, and by the way, there's a tavern on Furong Street. Bring me back 2 bottles of Maodai. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yinwen hesitated, sensing something was off about Xiao Guosheng's tone today. He knew she disliked his drinking, yet he still wanted her to bring alcohol. Bringing alcohol is one thing, but Maodai? Xiao Guosheng, are you trying to court disaster? She thought. Cough, cough. Xiao Guosheng coughed lightly. Remember that bag you liked? I've already ordered it on my phone. When you come back, I'll tell you some good news. Forget the Maodai. Bring me back 2 bottles of Dream Blue instead. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Yinwen was taken aback. The bag? Did he really buy the 20,000 yuan bag? My goodness, Xiao Guosheng is really splurging this time. Chapter 85. I hope you can become a great boss yourself. With a skeptical attitude, Zhou Yinwen still brought Xiao Guosheng 2 bottles of alcohol. However, she knew nothing about liquor and mistakenly bought Sea Blue instead of Dream Blue. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yinwen opened the door with a click. Xiao Guosheng and Xiao Ming jumped up from the sofa, and even Wang Kai wagged his tail, running towards Zhou Yinwen. Home again, dear wife, Xiao Guosheng said, looking at the bottles of alcohol in her hands with a hint of a smile. But when he saw the label, his expression froze. No, dude, I asked you to buy Dream Blue. Why'd you get Sea Blue? Huh? Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes. It's all the same. Aren't they all blue? Buying it for you is already generous. Puffed. Xiao Ming let out a chuckle. His mother was not wrong. But there was indeed a significant difference between Dream Blue and Sea Blue. At that moment, Xiao Guosheng's expression was as if he had just swallowed a fly. Primarily, he couldn't argue with the fierce matriarch. Sea Blue will have to do. After placing the alcohol down, Zhou Yinwen entered the kitchen with the vegetables. Xiao Ming glanced at his father's darkened face and asked, Dad, why didn't you tell Mom this good news? I was contemplating whether or not to tell her. Hearing this, Xiao Ming recalled the incident where his father hid his stash of money under the insole of his shoe. Unable to resist, Xiao Ming asked, Dad, are you thinking of keeping it to yourself? He patted his chest and whispered, Don't worry, Dad. I'll certainly keep your secret. But Xiao Ming rubbed his hands together, making a gesture for a little reward. Xiao Guosheng frowned, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. How much do you want? Xiao Ming grinned mischievously, a little brazen half. What? Xiao Guosheng waved his hand, and though he hadn't spoken yet, Xiao Ming understood that his father's meaning was that everything was off the table. Mom, Xiao Ming called out directly, and Xiao Guosheng quickly covered his mouth. Don't say it. I'll give you 10,000. Xiao Ming struggled free. Mom, my dad, 20,000. Mom, 30,000, no more. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming pondered carefully. It seemed that 30,000 yuan for starting a business was insufficient. He murmured, Dad, actually, I've been thinking about starting a business lately. Starting a business? Xiao Guosheng was momentarily taken aback, but Xiao Ming nodded affirmatively. Yes, similar to the micro-entrepreneurship last time. This time I want to aim higher, so how much do you need? In a good mood, and noticing the significant changes in Xiao Ming lately, Xiao Guosheng did not express any suspicion, but instead inquired how much Xiao Ming desired. Xiao Ming did not respond verbally, but held up 3 fingers. 300,000? Xiao Guosheng's heart skipped a beat. 300,000 was no small sum. While he could afford it, Xiao Ming was still a student, and his current focus should be on his studies rather than entrepreneurship. Let us discuss this later. Xiao Guosheng refrained from a direct refusal, wanting to hear Xiao Ming's thoughts on the matter. Seeing his father's lack of rejection, Xiao Ming sensed there was hope. After all, his father knew him quite well. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yinwen had already served the dishes on the dining table. Once the family of 3 was seated, Xiao Guosheng revealed, Dear, I have good news. I won the lottery today. Huh? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Hadn't his father previously withheld this information from his mother? Zhou Yinwen appeared indifferent. Oh. How much did you win? A few bucks or tens? Xiao Guosheng's expression darkened. 660,000. 66 would be more believable. Zhou Yinwen was utterly skeptical of Xiao Guosheng's claim. Eat your meal, Xiao Ming. After dinner, get to your homework. I know. Xiao Guosheng promptly displayed his phone. placing the lottery ticket alongside it in front of Zhou Yinwen. Initially, she did not direct her gaze at it, but moments later, the bun in her hand fell to the floor. Wang Kai, their dog, immediately seized the opportunity to devour it. Is this real? Zhou Yinwen suddenly comprehended, realizing the reason behind Xiao Guosheng's extravagant gift of a bag and his request for her to purchase Mao Dai. So that's it. I wouldn't deceive you. Xiao Guosheng sighed. I won't take a single cent. You two can split it equally. Huh? Zhou Yinwen looked puzzled, and Xiao Guosheng continued just now. Xiao Ming mentioned wanting to start business. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Ming. Son, although I'm unsure of your plans, I support your entrepreneurial endeavors. I can see your potential. I will provide you with 300,000 yuan, hoping you won't end up working for others like your father, but instead become a great boss yourself. Thank you, Dad. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming felt a rush of emotion. At his young age, receiving such support from his father was indeed rare. Although he could start a business without the 300,000, having the funds would alleviate many difficulties. Xiao Ming was uncertain if large corporations would collaborate with him, but one must try to know. No need to thank me, Xiao Guosheng chuckled. Once you establish a successful company, it will bring honor to your old man. Rest assured, Dad. Xiao Ming nodded confidently. I will undoubtedly become your pride. Ha ha. I await that day. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. After the meal, Xiao Ming returned to his room to copy Su Yitian as homework. Once he finished, it was time to call her. During this period, Xiao Ming always sought to drive with her, as flirting while driving could enhance their relationship. Each time, Su Yitian would blush and scold him for being improper. Do men need to be serious? He would think clearly not. As for starting a business, Xiao Ming only had a preliminary idea. Although China's semiconductor technology was somewhat lagging, many enterprises were striving to innovate. The Kirin processor technology existed, but was not yet mature in 2018. The country's most pressing need was for lithography technology. The system would provide him with some chip research and development schemes, and Xiao Ming contemplated whether he could collaborate with major firms to gain some benefits. Yet, as a high school student, he doubted anyone would take him seriously unless he presented some core technology. At that moment, Xiao Ming opened the system panel and used 10,000 points to exchange for semiconductor research and development. Chapter 86. You should say, hurry up, I can still endure. Ding, exchange successful. As the system's voice faded, a virtual book appeared on the screen. Indeed, it was a book. At that moment, Xiao Ming was lying on his bed, and he lifted his hand, attempting to grasp the virtual book, which then materialized in his hands. Naturally, such an occurrence did not astonish him. Wang Kai, sprawled in its dog bed, perked up its ears and barked, as if asking, how did you do that? Can you conjure up some dog food for me? Xiao Ming glanced at Wang Kai, but thought little of it. After all, it was just a little corgi that couldn't speak. He began to flip through the book, which contained several sections covering processor introductions, lithography machine research, and how to develop lithography machines. It resembled a textbook, since he had yet to delve into these fields. Much of the content was incomprehensible to him at that moment. As he carefully studied the book, the system's voice resonated again. Detected that the host has selected an entrepreneurial project. Given the host's lack of experience, the system can assist in advancing the entrepreneurial process. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming sat up in bed. Wow, the system can help me with my entrepreneurial progress? Just as this question formed in his mind, the system responded. Because the host has a wish related to his career on the wish list, the system will assist the host. Assist? How will you assist? Analyzing. A progress bar appeared on the system panel, and upon completion, a status was displayed. Entrepreneurial project, semiconductor, chip development. Entrepreneurial progress. 1. Current assets. 3. 857,401 yuan. System guidance. Find a suitable location, lease a property, and establish a small studio. Seeing the guidance from the system, Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, following the system's instructions could allow him to complete his entrepreneurship and achieve a company valuation of 5 million before the start of university? Not quite. The system merely assists the host based on market algorithms and cannot guarantee profit. Xiao Ming was rendered speechless. Reflecting on this, he concluded that following the system's suggestion to rent a place and set up a studio should not pose a problem. After all, a business license and other documentation would require a specified location. He decided to discuss the location once his father provided him with the entrepreneurial funds. Not thinking much further, he glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already past midnight. He quickly turned off his bedside lamp and closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Xiao Ming awoke and proceeded with his usual routine of signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning 10 points. Such a meager amount. He thought little of it, donned his clothes, and proceeded to the living room. As usual, Breakfast was laid out on the dining table. He casually nibbled a couple of bites before shouldering his backpack and rushing out. Every morning at 6:50, Su Yitian would be waiting for him at the entrance of the community. Today was no exception. There she stood, shivering in the cold wind, bundled up like a ball due to the chill, though her long legs made her lower half appear somewhat scantily clad. Xiao Ming gently tapped her shoulder and offered her a hand warmer. The hand warmer had been plugged in after he got up and was still quite hot when he took it before leaving. Upon seeing the hand warmer, her eyes sparkled. It was a charming little pink pig, fluffy and utterly adorable. "Quick, put your hands in. Look how red they've turned," she urged. Su Yitian bit her lip and nodded. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming noticed that her outfit lacked a hood and that the neckline gaped a bit too much. He promptly removed his black and white scarf and wrapped it around her neck. Such small gestures often earn extra points. "Xiao Ming, thank you," she exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. He chuckled. "What is there to thank for? Doing these things for my wife is only natural." Hee hee. Su Yitian tucked one hand into her pocket, clutching the hand warmer with the other. "Let us warm each other. If you get too cold, I'll be heartbroken." "All right." With laughter and chatter, the two made their way toward the school. Along the way, Xiao Ming also shared the delightful news of his father's lottery win. Su Yitian, unabashed, insisted that he take her to the amusement park on Saturday. Naturally, Xiao Ming readily agreed to her modest request. As they approached the school gate, they released each other's hands, for they were keen on avoiding any embarrassment before Director Pan. At 7:05, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian entered the classroom, one after the other. This was the usual time for the class monitor to collect assignments. Fortunately, the students were quite conscientious prior to their arrival. Some had already neatly placed their worksheets on Su Yitian's desk. However, there were always a few students who arrived in the morning just to copy, which was quite normal. After all, what student hasn't copied homework at some point? For instance, Xian Tiansheng was one such individual. Standing beside him, Su Yitian was still a little miffed about the previous day's events. She glared at Xian Tiansheng. "Xian Tiansheng, you had all that time last night and chose not to write. Coming in just to copy. What on earth were you doing?" "Sister-in-law, I was writing. Just give me 5 more minutes." Xian Tiansheng replied with a pained expression. He had been exhausted after writing a self-reflection last night, and coupled with frequent dates with his girlfriend, he was feeling rather depleted. Unbelievable. Su Yitian sighed as she returned to her seat, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Xiao Ming, you haven't given me your homework yet." "All right, I forgot." Xiao Ming quickly rummaged through his backpack, retrieving his books until he located both his and Su Yitian's worksheets. At that moment, Su Yitian's gaze fell upon a green-covered book. "Research and Development of Semiconductors? What is that?" she inquired with curiosity. "That's for money." Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian frowned. "Money?" "Yes. This is for our future child's formula milk." Xiao Ming spoke with an air of mystery, leaving Su Yitian puzzled, her forehead adorned with 3 question marks. "Are you planning to major in that in college?" she asked, incredulous. "Well, not necessarily. Primarily, I wish to delve into semiconductor research. Perhaps I could contribute something great to our country in the future," Xiao Ming replied. Su Yitian, unsure of his intentions, maintained a calm demeanor. "Then good luck," she said, before collecting the worksheets from her desk and sternly approaching Xian Tiansheng. "Xian Tiansheng, I'll give you 2 more minutes. If you don't finish, I'll hand in the worksheet to the teacher." Right away, right away. "Sister-in-law, don't be anxious." Xian Tiansheng chuckled. "You can't do this to me. When Mingo is working with you, if he doesn't submit his homework, you shouldn't rush him either. You should say, 'Hurry up, I can still wait.'" Su Yitian was left speechless. Chapter 87. You wouldn't be hiding from your sister-in-law that you're being supported by a wealthy lady, would you? What? Su Yitian seemed to grasp Xian Tiansheng's words, yet also didn't quite understand. What did he mean? Was there a hidden message? Never mind, never mind. Xian Tiansheng looked at Su Yitian with a lewd grin. Realizing he had locked himself into a corner, she rolled her eyes. "You handle it yourself. Morning reading is about to start. I'm leaving." With that, she turned on her heel and exited the classroom. Xian Tiansheng hurried after her. "Sister-in-law, I'm done." At 5 p.m., after work, Xiao Guosheng drove to the lottery headquarters, humming a little tune. Due to the substantial winnings, he needed to claim the lottery in person at the headquarters. He felt there was no need to don a disguise for online claims, as nowadays winnings were transferred via checks rather than cash, eliminating the fear of being robbed. With a determined stride, he entered the lottery headquarters. Half an hour later, he emerged with a transfer check of 528,000. Lottery winnings were subject to a 20% personal income tax, which was now handled by the lottery shop, leaving him with a net amount of 528,000. For him, this was no small fortune, It was enough to open another business selling large intestine wrapped in small intestine. Rounded off, the store on Furong Street could be considered free to set up. Contemplating this, Xiao Guisheng felt the urge to celebrate with Su Onjing. He muttered, "It's time for a drink with old Su." Meanwhile, the mathematics competition organized by the school continued, and there were no classes in the afternoon. At this moment, Xiao Ming was huddled in a corner of the classroom with several boys, avoiding monitoring while playing Honor of Kings. Xiao Ming skillfully maneuvered his character, easily defeating the opposing player. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone. As he was busy navigating the map, he accidentally clicked on the message. Your account ending in 6391 received 300,000 yuan from another bank on November 13th at 1745 with a balance of 32,123,436 yuan. The sender's account ending in 8001. Xiao Guisheng, ICBC. Xiao Ming was taken aback upon reading the message. Wow, my dad is efficient. He had expected his father would take his time, but here he was, swift as lightning, sending him 300,000 without delay. The most astonished, however, were Xian Tiansheng and the surrounding classmates. Holy cow, Xian Tiansheng exclaimed, pointing at the screen. 1,10,100,000 dad, grandpa. Huh? Xiao Ming chuckled. What else would calling me grandpa? I'm not that old. Xian Tiansheng paid no heed to Xiao Ming's words. Not like that, Minggu. I don't even have $1,000 on my phone, and you've got over 320,000. Damn, I suddenly feel like a failure. Me too. Same here. Surrounded by his classmates, he was the object of their envious glances. TSK. Xiao Ming took a deep breath and coughed lightly. I'll treat you all to a meal sometime. He chuckled. Xian Tiansheng, with a mischievous grin, teased Brother Ming with suddenly so much money. You're not hiding from your sister-in-law that you've been pampered by a wealthy woman, are you? If she finds out. He made a gesture across his throat. Xiao Ming. He rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting, you beast? Do I look like that kind of person? Indeed. Xian Tiansheng licked his lips. Brother Ming, with your exquisite looks and handsome features, you certainly have the potential to be spoiled by a rich woman. Right, guys? Oh yes, absolutely. The two classmates nodded in agreement. Xian Tiansheng continued. If I were a girl, I would definitely pursue you. Me too, me too. All right. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes again. Enough with the flattery, you lot. School's almost over. Tidy up and get ready to head home. Got it. The classmates dispersed, and Xiao Ming returned to his seat. Today, Su Yitian was not studying. Instead, she was engrossed in a comic book. The comic she was reading was titled The Shy, a humorous series, and she was stifling giggles behind her hand. On her desk lay a bag of cursing potato chips and a bottle of AD calcium milk he had given her. Occasionally, she flipped a page or popped a chip into her mouth, sipping her drink, appearing quite content. TSK. Xiao Ming glanced at her. She was truly enjoying her little life. Most notably, she was sitting with one leg crossed, completely devoid of any ladylike demeanor. Yitian. Xiao Ming pinched her cheek, glancing at her legs. Could you be a bit more refined in the classroom? There are so many classmates around. She playfully stuck her tongue out at him, her gaze returning to the comic book. I know. While she verbally acknowledged his request, her actions remained unchanged as she continued to indulge in her comic. Xiao Ming observed Su Yitian's profile. Ever since she discovered her biological parents, she had become increasingly optimistic, even letting her true self shine during relaxed moments. Like now. In this state, she was quite carefree and somewhat indifferent to her image. But this was her most authentic state, and it was rather delightful. Taking advantage of the time before school ended, Xiao Ming opened Anjuk, intending to search for nearby office spaces. The system had already issued tasks, so it was best to complete them swiftly. He was situated in the city center, surrounded by numerous buildings. The nearby economic development zone housed 5 or 6 office towers, a hub for many white-collar workers. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and decided against renting in the economic development zone due to the exorbitant rent, which he could not afford. Although 300,000 was not a small sum, a 70 square meter office space would cost 30,000 a month. Such prices were beyond Xiao Ming's consideration. After some searching, he finally set his sights on an apartment building. The monthly rent was 3,500 for a 77 square meter loft, suitable for both office and residence. Xiao Ming reflected on the loft apartment. It seemed quite fitting. Chapter 88. Is my son studying himself into stupidity? The location was decent. Although the apartment building was not as grand as an office building, at least the price was relatively affordable. He could manage it. Just then, Su Yitian suddenly leaned over, scrutinizing Xiao Ming's phone screen. Are you looking for a house again? An apartment? Yes. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow at her. It's near the school. With the college entrance exams approaching, I think we need to live together to supervise each other's studies. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian's big eyes widened in disbelief. Live together? Indeed. Xiao Ming wore a playful expression. Could it be that Yitian is unwilling? I. Su Yitian's cheeks flushed, her mind swirling with complexity. She had no objections to living with Xiao Ming, but how would she explain it to her parents? Moreover, after cohabiting, she couldn't guarantee that Xiao Ming wouldn't act impulsively. With a worried tone, she said, I think living at school would be better for mutual study supervision. Noticing Su Yitian's troubled expression, Xiao Ming chuckled. All right, I'm just teasing you. It's not about living together. I'm looking for a place to register a company. Starting a company? Su Yitian was even more bewildered. Xiao Ming nodded. Yes, just a registration for now. I have a small project in mind to earn some money. After the exams, I'll take you on a trip, right? He grinned. She gave a slight smile, but cautioned, just don't let it affect your grades. But you can start a company now. Su Yitian's expression was somewhat complicated. In that moment, she suddenly felt the gap between her and Xiao Ming widening. Xiao Ming noticed Su Yitian's hesitance. What is it? She shook her head. At that moment, the melodious school bell rang. Su Yitian packed her things, and after organizing her backpack, the two of them left the campus together. Upon returning home, Xiao Guosheng was seated on the sofa watching television. He glanced at Xiao Ming and remarked, Son, you're back. I've transferred the 300,000 to you. You should have received it by now. Received it, Dad? Xiao Ming chuckled. Xiao Guosheng patted the sofa. Come sit here. Xiao Ming dropped his backpack and sat on the sofa. Xiao Guosheng looked at him. Dad is quite efficient. ISNT? Can you let me in on what you plan to do? Xiao Ming could see that Xiao Guosheng was still concerned about him. After all, with the prevalence of online scams and the recent incidents in northern Myanmar, Xiao Ming, despite being slightly more capable than his peers, was still just a child. And his father genuinely worried about him being deceived. Top secret, Xiao Ming chuckled. In truth, he was unsure how to explain it to his father. He couldn't just say he wanted to research photolithography machines and manufacture chips, as that would surely raise eyebrows. Seeing Xiao Ming's reluctance to speak, Xiao Guosheng's expression darkened. Xiao Ming quickly added, Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. I want to spend recklessly. He trusted his son. At that moment, Zhou Yinwen had not yet returned, and Xiao Ming stood up, clutching his backpack. Then I'll head to my room to do my homework. Go ahead. He waved his hand, and Xiao Ming returned to his bedroom. Not to do homework, but to take out the book provided by the system. During the break earlier, Xiao Ming had skimmed through the book's contents, which, though somewhat challenging, were not entirely incomprehensible. As long as he took his time, it was manageable. Given that it involved entrepreneurship, Xiao Ming approached this matter with utmost seriousness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yinwen knocked on his room door. Xiao Ming. Dinner's ready. After eating, you can study. Coming. After closing the book, Xiao Ming washed his hands and sat at the dining table. At that moment, he was pondering a question regarding CPU manufacturing. It is well known that, currently, manufacturing CPUs remains quite challenging for our country. While Huaxia has developed photolithography machines, the technology is still lacking. Just now, he had read about the technological issues in the book, and, upon checking the system, he was astonished to find that there were materials for building photolithography machines available in the Points Mall. This was quite outrageous. Xiao Ming pondered whether it would be feasible to market this craft material to other industries. However, this seemed to contradict the original intent, almost akin to venturing into hardware sales. Beside him, Zhou Yinwen and Xiao Guosheng observed Xiao Ming, who sat in a daze with chopsticks untouched, looking rather perplexed. Zhou Yinwen whispered, Old Xiao, what is wrong with our son? Has he become foolish from studying? Hiss. Xiao Guosheng inhaled sharply, reflecting on how, with the evolution of the times, it was indeed possible for one to become foolish through excessive learning. He lightly tapped the table in front of Xiao Ming, saying, Son. So, Xiao Ming snapped back to reality, startled by the expressions on Zhou Yinwen and Xiao Guosheng's faces. What is the matter, Mom and Dad? He shrank his neck, questioning, Why are you looking at me like that? Are you all right? Zhou Yinwen's tone was somewhat peculiar. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. What do you mean, am I all right? I was lost in thought. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. Mom and Dad, you don't think I've become foolish from studying, do you? Xiao Guosheng replied, Son, while learning is essential, don't let it become a burden. This weekend, why not take your girlfriend out for a bit of fun instead of cooping yourself up indoors? Dad, I'm really fine. Xiao Ming felt somewhat exasperated. His parents' concern seemed a tad excessive. Let us eat, he suggested, casting aside thoughts of his entrepreneurial endeavors. The three of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. After dinner, Xiao Ming hurriedly retreated to his bedroom, adhering to his usual routine of video chatting with Su Yitian to tackle their homework. Zhou Yinwen, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on Xiao Ming, occasionally bringing him fruits or a cup of milk, anxious about his well-being. On Saturday, bright and early, Su Yitian knocked on Xiao Ming's door. Zhou Yinwen opened it to find Su Yitian beaming as she chirped, "Annie, it's a little sweet. Coming quickly." Zhou Yinwen ushered her into the room. Today, Xiao Ming had made plans to take Su Yitian to the amusement park. Since he had yet to take her there, she was bubbling with excitement, hence her early arrival. "Auntie, hasn't Xiao Ming woken up yet?" "Yes, already up." Xiao Ming emerged from his room, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Su Yitian. Today, her style was markedly different from before. A short skirt, a blue plush jacket featuring a cartoon dog, bare legs accentuated by black shoes, and, most notably, over-the-knee white stockings. She looked adorably feminine, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but express his admiration. "Yitian, your outfit is quite a transformation today. Isn't it lovely?" She rolled her eyes playfully. "I saw all these fashionable girls on TikTok, so I decided to give it a try. Who do you think looks better, them or me?" "Without a doubt, you look better, Yitian." Xiao Ming stepped closer, noting that she had even applied a light makeup and donned sparkling blue contact lenses reminiscent of countless stars. It was evident that Yitian was becoming more adept at presenting herself. At that moment, Xiao Ming recalled something. "By the way, did you look at my TikTok on my phone? You're a bit clueless, aren't you? So your TikTok ID is pure Xiao Ming. And your likes are public, duh." Hee. Xiao Ming scratched his head, not overly concerned about the details. After all, what was there to hide? TikTok was all about enjoying the company of charming girls. Once he was ready, he shouldered his bag and called out, "Mom, Yitian and I are heading out to have some fun. We'll be back in the evening." Go on, Zhou Yinwen replied, already preparing to open her shop, anticipating a busy weekend. "Mhm." Xiao Ming naturally took Su Yitian's hand as they descended the stairs. Upon stepping outside, he felt the chill in the air and promptly pulled out a pink pig face mask from his bag, placing it on Su Yitian. "It's cold outside. Better wear this mask." Once everything was settled, Xiao Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. Strolling through the streets with such a stunning companion gave him a sense of pride. Su Yitian inquired, "Didn't you say you wanted to check out the apartment and sign the lease first? Let us hurry, or we won't have time to enjoy the amusement park." "Little girl, all you think about is playtime." They swiftly left the community, as the apartment building was not far, and opted to walk. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the base of the apartment building. The structure boasted 37 stories, towering impressively. Xiao Ming had arranged an appointment with a real estate agent, who guided him to the 18th floor. Since this was an apartment, there were several units sharing the 2 elevators, which was quite typical. Upon entering, they were greeted by a loft-style room devoid of furniture or a bed, a choice Xiao Ming had deliberately made as he did not intend to live there. However, the space was well decorated, with ample room on both levels, making it suitable as an office for a small company of 5 or 6 people. "Xiao Ming, what do you think of this place?" Having expressed a strong interest in his discussions with the agent previously, Xiao Ming had even prepared the lease documents for today. "Not bad." He nodded, shifting his gaze to Su Yitian. "Yitian, what is your impression?" "Quite nice," she replied, leaning against the window, affording a view of the entire Xinhai Cheng, including the distant sea. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, "Then let us sign the contract. By the way, the utilities are commercial, right?" "Yes," the real estate agent affirmed. "Due to the location, only commercial utilities are available here." "That is fine." Xiao Ming nodded. "Let us proceed with the contract. I'm quite satisfied with this place." "Absolutely." The agent quickly retrieved the contract, and after Xiao Ming signed and paid 42,000 yuan, the lease was secured. The rental period was mandated for 12 months, and Xiao Ming was uncertain about how long he would require it, but he was unconcerned about the time frame, as he could sublet it later if necessary. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. "Ding! Entrepreneurial progress has been updated. Entrepreneurial project, semiconductor, chip development. Entrepreneurial progress, 2, current assets, 29,657, 401 yuan. System guidance, proceed to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain a business license and create a corporate bank account." Upon reading the system's guidance, Xiao Ming found himself momentarily stunned. He had assumed that the system would provide the business license, similar to selling sausages. He expected to have to handle it himself. "Let us just do it," he resolved, not wanting to linger any longer. After receiving the keys, Xiao Ming departed with Su Yitian. They hailed a taxi from the roadside, heading towards Ulebao. Ulebao was a particularly popular amusement park in the area. While its attractions didn't quite measure up to Disneyland, it was still classified as a large amusement park. Like Disneyland, Ulebao featured a castle and hosted fireworks displays on special occasions, making it an enchanting venue that every girl adored. After all, which girl did not harbor a princess dream? Ulebao was situated quite a distance away, on the outskirts of Xinhai Cheng, over 40 kilometers from the city center. Throughout the journey, Su Yitian exhibited an exuberant demeanor. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed out of the window, taking in the scenic landscape. After an hour, the vehicle finally came to a halt outside the Europa Park amusement park. Due to the weekend, the area was bustling with visitors, predominantly students, but also parents accompanying their children. Upon disembarking, Su Yitian dashed ahead, resembling a child who had long been deprived of such sights. Indeed, owing to her upbringing, she had never been brought to a place like this before. She turned her head and called out to Xiao Ming. "Hurry up, Xiao Ming. There are so many people in line over here. We must be quick." Xiao Ming quickened his pace to catch up, and Su Yitian instinctively took hold of his hand. Let us be the first to ride the blue fire battle. Then the drop tower, the giant swing, and the starry roller coaster. Su Yitian rambled on enthusiastically, primarily about the thrilling attractions. The blue fire battle is a renowned roller coaster at Europa Park, known to instill fear in many girls. Unable to resist, Xiao Ming inquired, "Yitian, with all these exhilarating rides you mentioned, I can't help but question your courage." "I possess ample courage," she retorted defiantly. "Today, I intend to conquer all the thrilling attractions." "Haha, I fear you will scream quite loudly on the roller coaster and the giant swing." "Not at all." Su Yitian shook her head. "Let us make a bet. If I scream, you must treat me to Burger King for lunch, all right?" "Deal." Xiao Ming nodded. "But if you scream, you must agree to one condition of mine." "Sure." She readily consented, and Xiao Ming chuckled, anticipating Su Yitian's inevitable embarrassment, for in his previous life, he had brought her here. During their thrilling escapades, her screams had been quite resounding. The pair first obtained their tickets before entering the park. Upon entry, Su Yitian was captivated by the castle within. She pointed excitedly, "Wow, Xiao Ming, look at that beautiful castle." Xiao Ming surveyed the scene, noting that the castle was indeed quite striking, with numerous visitors below taking photos. Su Yitian, embodying sheer excitement, had never encountered such a spectacle and was filled with curiosity. She grasped Xiao Ming's hand and raced towards the castle. "Let us take pictures under the castle. I wonder if we can go inside." Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao Ming smiled. "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Upon reaching the castle, Su Yitian began searching for the perfect angle to capture a photograph. However, due to the throngs of people, she was somewhat dissatisfied with every perspective available. Her expression clouded with disappointment. She lamented, "There are too many people here. I can't find a good angle." Xiao Ming chuckled at her plight. "Have you forgotten about your versatile boyfriend?" "Huh?" She looked up, and Xiao Ming continued. "Did you know there is a magical tool called Photoshop? You can edit photos?" "Of course." Xiao Ming nodded. "The noisy environment is no issue. I'll edit the pictures for you when we return, and I promise you'll be satisfied." "All right." Su Yitian gleefully scampered to the side of the castle, forming a peace sign with her fingers. Xiao Ming transformed into her personal photographer, capturing numerous photos and even advising her on various poses. After taking some stunning pictures, he showed her the results, and she was immensely pleased. Xiao Ming then asked, "What do you think of my photography skills? Now, shall we try the blue fire?" "Sure." Unbeknownst to her, the blue fire was not your conventional roller coaster. It launched riders at an astonishing speed of 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds, faster than some sports cars, offering a visceral experience of speed and exhilaration. Su Yitian turned her gaze towards the distant blue fire roller coaster. "I wonder how long the queue is now. Let us hurry over and check." "Let us go." Hand in hand, they made their way towards the blue fire battle. Given that it was the weekend and a particularly popular attraction, the line was quite lengthy. Su Yitian leaned over the railing, just as a group of riders boarded the roller coaster. Moments later, the gates slowly opened, reminiscent of a spaceship about to launch. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the coaster shot down the track, accompanied by a chorus of screams. Su Yitian furrowed her brow. For some reason, she felt more apprehensive now than before witnessing the coaster in action. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Noticing her dazed expression, Xiao Ming chuckled. "Yitian, you're not scared, are you?" "Huh?" At his words, she shook her head defiantly. "Of course not. I could never be afraid. Don't forget our wager." Xiao Ming grinned, and Su Yitian felt a wave of unease wash over her. "You better not be too harsh with the conditions," she warned. Indeed, her confidence had waned, and she was now filled with trepidation. As they edged forward in the line, it took merely 20 minutes before it was their turn. The blue fire ride lasts only 130 seconds, making it exceptionally swift. A staff member instructed, "Please place your bags and belongings in the designated area, and avoid wearing contact lenses." Su Yitian paused, taken aback. "We can't wear contact lenses." At that moment, Xiao Ming retrieved his contact lens case from his bag. "Take them out. We can put them back on later. After all, if they fly out during the ride, it'll be a disaster." "All right," she nodded. After removing her lenses, they both took their seats. The blue fire features 10 rows, with 2 seats per row, accommodating 20 riders in total. They found themselves in the front row, which was undeniably intimidating. The staff secured the safety harnesses across their chests, rendering Xiao Ming unable to move. With the ride yet to commence, Yitian gripped the armrests, her anxiety palpable. Xiao Ming, do you think we'll be thrown off? Don't say such things. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Silly girl, if we were to be thrown off, we'd be playing mahjong with the Grim Reapers tonight. She managed a faint smile, and soon, the roller coaster began to move. After a brief moment, darkness enveloped them. A door swung open ahead. Hold on tight. The coaster is about to launch. Xiao Ming began, but before he could finish, a tremendous force propelled them forward. He felt a fierce wind rush past his ears as his mouth filled with air. Beside him, Yitian emitted sharp screams, her voice piercing through the wind. She was too frightened to open her eyes, maintaining that posture throughout the ride. Xiao Ming dared to glance at the scene below, his expression particularly grim. Truly, it was as if the body soared ahead while the soul lagged behind in pursuit. Fortunately, the roller coaster ride was of short duration. After navigating several turns and loops, the roller coaster gradually slowed to a halt. As the speed diminished, Yitian cautiously opened her eyes. At that moment, her heart raced with fervor. She took a deep breath, her inner turmoil refusing to subside. The staff began to assist them in unfastening the safety harnesses, and upon disembarking, they retrieved their belongings. Yitian felt a bit wobbly in her legs. Her gait somewhat peculiar, as if she were a marionette. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. What's the matter, Yitian? Are your legs trembling? I'm fine, she replied, though the experience had left an indelible mark on her psyche. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ming teased, So are you afraid now? I'm not. Yitian huffed. And Xiao Ming continued, Then shall we take another ride? Another ride? Yitian vehemently shook her head. I think not. I can't endure it again. Coughing lightly, Xiao Ming steadied her. If I recall correctly, your screams were rather loud just now. Thus, Yitian, our wager stands. You've lost. Yitian shook her head. What are you talking about? I clearly didn't scream. Xiao Ming was taken aback. Yitian stuck her tongue out at him. In any case, I remember not screaming. And you owe me a hamburger at noon. Otherwise, you must produce evidence. Chapter 91. Yitian, can you not handle the game? You little rascal. You have no sense of honor. I do not. Yitian replied, her demeanor playful. In any case, evidence must be presented. You've shown yours. So you owe me a hamburger. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. All right then, let us go ride the swinging pendulum. Upon hearing this, Yitian's expression changed drastically. Noticing her unease, Xiao Ming jested. What's wrong? Are you perhaps afraid? Yitian? TSK. I'm not. She felt a compulsion to maintain her composure in Xiao Ming's presence. Puffing out her chest and placing her hands on her hips, absolutely not. Then let us proceed. With that, Xiao Ming pulled Yitian towards the direction of the pendulum ride. Though reluctant, she felt powerless to resist. In her heart, she fervently wished. The pendulum must be closed. It must malfunction and cease operations. However, just after turning a corner, they spotted the pendulum in the distance, whirling rapidly. The pendulum at Olabeo was far more terrifying than the ordinary, featuring a full 360-degree rotation that many could not endure. Consequently, there were not many patrons present, and even an elderly gentleman nearby was lamenting, Good heavens, these youngsters have such audacity. For any amount of money, I wouldn't dare ride. Xiao Ming and the old man brushed past each other as he led Yitian to the base of the pendulum. From below, the screams of riders rang out clearly. The girl's hair whipped about like a tempest, and even Xiao Ming felt a twinge of fear. Yitian, with a mixed expression, looked up at the ride, subtly retreating a few steps, when suddenly, Xiao Ming grasped her wrist with a swift motion. Dear Yitian, where do you think you're going? Nowhere. Yitian resembled a forlorn little lamb, her big eyes blinking as she tried to charm her way out of it. Xiao Ming was not swayed by her antics. He gently caressed her small hand. Come now, we've already spent the money. It's really not that frightening. Let's just enjoy it. Yitian took a deep breath. All right. Before long, the pendulum's swings grew smaller, eventually coming to a halt. Xiao Ming and Yitian joined the queue, securing themselves in place with the ride's safety mechanisms. The pressure on her shoulders was somewhat painful, and positioned beside Xiao Ming, her heart began to race once more. Not long after, the pendulum began to sway again. Initially, the movement was mild and manageable. Yitian stretched her legs, swinging them in the air. A smile blossoming on her face. Xiao Ming, I don't think the pendulum is so terrifying after all. Perhaps you should hold on tightly, he advised. Having experienced such rides before. At first, the swaying was tolerable, but as time progressed, the intensity escalated. giving one the sensation of being flung into the abyss, a feeling Xiao Ming was all too familiar with. Gradually, the pendulum's amplitude increased. Su Yitian clutched the handrails tightly, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming her, as if her very insides were trembling. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself, eyes squeezed shut, a shrill scream escaping her lips. Upon hearing Su Yitian's voice, Xiao Ming chuckled. Luckily, before boarding the pendulum, he had activated his phone as recording function. With a zippered pocket, his phone remained secure. If he could capture her scream, it would be proof that this little girl could not deny her fear. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. The dizzying scene caught him off guard, prompting him to close them again. It felt marginally better. After a minute or so, the swaying began to lessen, and only then did Xiao Ming slowly open his eyes. When he turned to look at Su Yitian, he nearly burst into laughter. Her hair was a wild mess, resembling a disheveled lunatic. Oofed, he chuckled, the pendulum's wild swings having dislodged her hair tie. At that moment, Su Yitian became aware of her unruly hair, pouting and huffing as she began to tidy it up. Though she had felt a surge of panic during the ride, she was no longer as terrified after it ended. Once they disembarked, Xiao Ming hurriedly assisted her in fixing her hair, inquiring, "So, how was that?" "While I was up there, I did not scream." Su Yitian retorted, sticking her tongue out defiantly, refusing to admit otherwise. Xiao Ming grinned, "But I distinctly heard you scream." "Then produce your evidence." "Very well." Xiao Ming retrieved 2 small hair ties from his bag, fashioning her hair into twin ponytails, then took out his phone. The recording was still active. He pressed stop and played it back, fast-forwarding to the 2-minute mark and holding the speaker to Su Yitian's ear. Though the sound was chaotic, her scream was unmistakably clear. Su Yitian stared at Xiao Ming, bewildered that he had recorded her scream. After listening to the audio, Xiao Ming remarked, "Yitian, do you have anything to say now?" Su Yitian hesitated. That scream might not necessarily be mine, and besides, Xiao Ming interrupted. "But the 2 people on my left are both male, and if memory serves, the person on your right is also a boy, correct?" "You are mistaken." Xiao Ming leaned in closer, fixing his gaze intently upon her. "Yitian, are you unable to handle the game?" Su Yitian pouted, her expression reluctant, yet she conceded, all right. You've won this wager. What do you want me to do?" As she spoke, Su Yitian suddenly extended her hand with caution. "Let us be clear. Don't go too far." "Rest assured," Xiao Ming replied, contemplating for a moment. "Tonight at 8, there will be a romantic fireworks display at the amusement park. Would you accompany me to watch it?" Upon hearing this, Su Yitian found it hard to believe her ears. Accompanying him to watch the fireworks. What a peculiar request. Yet, it seemed she wouldn't be at a loss either. Therefore, with decisive affirmation, she nodded. "All right, I agree. I thought you might ask something outrageous. Now that I've said it, I can't back out." "No backing out." Xiao Ming grinned mischievously. The fireworks display would last for 15 minutes, and by the time it concluded, it would be quite late. Naturally, you would have to take her to a hotel after such a late hour. Chapter 92. It appears that the effects of drinking AD calcium milk are remarkably evident. Observing Xiao Ming smile, Su Yitian felt a bit dazed. There was something peculiar about his grin. Had he gained some advantage? Surely not. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, her gaze fixed on the carousel not far ahead. "Xiao Ming, look. The carousel, such an exhilarating ride, is certainly not suited for us. Let us try that instead." "All right, I'll take your picture," he replied. "Okay." Hand in hand, they made their way toward the carousel. She sat atop a pink unicorn, extending her fingers in a peace sign, sporting a silly grin as Xiao Ming captured the moment. For the rest of the evening, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian enjoyed their time at the amusement park. Although Xiao Ming wished to experience the blue fire ride and the swinging pendulum again, Su Yitian resolutely declined. In fact, she refused to partake in any particularly thrilling attractions, such as the free fall or the pirate ship. Indeed, she had become timid. Xiao Ming didn't press her. If she was frightened, so be it. At 7:50 in the evening, night had fully descended, yet the crowd at the amusement park did not diminish. Upon hearing of the fireworks display, most visitors chose to remain, gathering not far from the castle, eagerly awaiting the splendid spectacle. At that moment, Xiao Ming's phone rang unexpectedly. It was his father, Xiao Guosheng. Knowing that Xiao Ming had taken Su Yitian to the amusement park, he was undoubtedly concerned that they had not yet returned. Upon answering, Xiao Ming heard his father's voice, "Son, it's almost 8. Where are you? Are you on your way back?" Casting a glance at Su Yitian beside him, he whispered, "Dad, we're still at the amusement park. It seems we won't be returning tonight." On the other end, Xiao Guosheng, seated on the couch, couldn't help but pat his thigh in approval. "Well done, son. Just keep an eye on your safety while you're out with Yitian. Spend more time with her, understood?" "Understood." Xiao Ming replied, stealing a glance at Su Yitian. Dad, we're watching the fireworks now. I'll call you once we're back at the hotel. All right, take care. I'm not ready to be a grandfather just yet. Xiao Ming was momentarily speechless. Did his father mean he did want to be a grandfather or not? How perplexing. At that moment, Su Yitian had turned her head, somewhat confused. She had overheard Xiao Ming's words. Did you just say we're not going back tonight? Xiao Ming nodded. It's getting late, and it's hard to find a taxi here. To ensure we can rest well, I've booked a room. Okay then. After a day full of activities, Su Yitian felt a bit weary. She yawned and rested her head on Xiao Ming's shoulder. Xiao Ming felt a surge of joy. Surprisingly, she did not resist. 10 minutes later, vibrant fireworks suddenly illuminated the castle in the distance. Boom! Bang! The fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors. Su Yitian's eyes reflected the dazzling display, and a smile slowly crept onto her lips. She took out her phone to capture the moment, then excitedly pointed to the sky. Xiao Ming, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. Gazing up at the colorful spectacle, Xiao Ming turned to admire her cheek. No matter how beautiful they pale in comparison to you. Su Yitian turned her head, flatterer. After a while, the fireworks display concluded. Xiao Ming took her hand with a playful smile. All right, Yitian, it's time for us to head back. Rolling her eyes, Su Yitian replied. Let me call my dad to inform him. She abruptly turned her head. By the way, the room you booked today, is it a standard room? Huh? Xiao Ming shook his head. Of course, it's a king-sized room. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian's face flushed slightly. She softly uttered an O before dialing her father's number. Although Su felt a twinge of discomfort upon receiving this news, he could do nothing about it. However, after some contemplation, he concluded that Xiao Ming was likely not that kind of person. He trusted Xiao Ming's character. Seeing Su Yitian hang up the call, he inquired, So what did your dad say? Nothing much, she shook her head. He just wanted us to be safe and to return early tomorrow. All right, before long. They departed from the amusement park. Nearby, there were plenty of attractions, including an aquarium and the animal kingdom. As for the hotel he had booked, it was a night-south resort located close by. The price was rather steep, over 700 yuan for a night, but Xiao Ming could certainly afford it. Shortly after leaving the amusement park, they arrived at the hotel. Due to the recent crowd dispersal, many people were entering the hotel. Su Yitian gazed at the whimsical decor and couldn't help but ask, the environment here is absolutely splendid. The hotel must be very expensive, right? Not overly so. Xiao Ming replied with a shake of his head, but Su Yitian was unconvinced. The hotel corridor resembled a fairy tale realm, adorned with kingdom crests, towering walls, and themes inspired by the seven dwarfs, complete with enchanting lighting. There was a dedicated dining hall where they could enjoy breakfast together in the morning. They arrived at the bar area, collected their room key, and ascended to the third floor. Room 302. Xiao Ming swiped the keycard, and as he pushed open the door, the lights illuminated the room. He had booked a night-themed room, with walls crafted from uneven marble and a floor made of assorted tiles. Above the headboard hung a shield, as if one had stepped into a knight's chamber. As the warm yellow light flickered on, Su Yitian flopped onto the bed, turning to face Xiao Ming, her breath suddenly shy. After all, this was her first time sharing a hotel room with him, particularly on the same bed. Xiao Ming surveyed the room. Despite his strong desire to be intimate with Su Yitian, he knew that tonight was not the right time. Su Yitian's cheeks flashed. Soft pink. Why don't you go take a shower first? After you're done, I'll go. Let us turn in early tonight. Their breakfast is quite delightful. We'll head back after we eat. Okay. Xiao Ming's tone was exceptionally calm, and at that moment, Su Yitian realized she had perhaps been overthinking things. Noticing Xiao Ming staring at her, she remarked, Why are you still looking? Quickly turn around. I need to change. Hee hee. Xiao Ming chuckled as he approached the doorway, saying, I won't look, just hurry up and change. At that moment, his gaze shifted to the nearby coat rack where a bathrobe hung. He promptly walked over to retrieve it, intending to hand it to Su Yitian. However, upon turning around, he caught sight of her removing her inner garment. Xiao Ming paused for a moment, taken aback, and thought, Well, it seems the effect of the AD calcium milk is quite remarkable. Chapter 93. The Strategy of Su Yitian. What are you doing? Turn around quickly. Su Yitian exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her collarbone, presenting a pitiful appearance. Xiao Ming extended his hand with a mischievous grin, stepping closer to Su Yitian. I got the bathrobe here, and you needn't be so sensitive. You're wearing a camisole. After all, I can't see anything. But indeed, Yitian, that AD calcium milk seems to have worked wonders. With that, Xiao Ming made his way to the bathroom. I'll run the bathwater for you, so make sure you wash up quickly. As Xiao Ming entered the bathroom, he noticed that the wall adjacent to the bathtub was made of glass, perfectly aligned with the side of the bed. Regrettably, There was a shower curtain that could be drawn across it. How he wished it weren't there. Sighing, he began to fill the tub with water. Before long, Yitian emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe. Having removed her makeup, she looked as pure as ever. Upon seeing her, Xiao Ming stood up, saying, "The water isn't ready yet. The left side is hot water, the right side is cold. I'll step out for now." "Okay," she replied obediently, nodding as she watched Xiao Ming's retreating figure, feeling a warmth in her heart. For Yitian, what he was doing at that moment felt just right. After Xiao Ming left, he lay down on the bed, occasionally glancing at the glass wall, only to find that Yitian had drawn the curtain. Despite its translucence, all he could discern was her vague silhouette. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let his imagination wander. After all, the girl had a commendable figure. To marry someone like her would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Approximately half an hour later, Yitian, still clad in her bathrobe with a towel wrapped around her hair, stepped out. She moved with some difficulty, clutching the bathrobe to her chest with one hand while the other held her hair in place. Noticing her struggle, Xiao Ming hurried over. "Let me help you dry your hair." No, it's fine," she shook her head. "I've already run the bathwater for you. You should wash up first. Produce. It'll all be more convenient for me if you go in." Xiao Ming was momentarily speechless. Was she worried he might try to touch her? He waved his hand dismissively. "All right then, I'll go wash up first." Xiao Ming entered the bathroom, where the tub was already full. After testing the water temperature, he found it just right. This little girl managed the temperature quite well. However, Xiao Ming wasn't in the habit of soaking in the tub. He merely needed to clean himself. After about 10 minutes, he dried off and donned his underwear. It was then that he realized he had forgotten to grab the bathrobe. Xiao Ming opened the bathroom door and poked his head out. "Yitian, could you please bring me the bathrobe?" "Okay." Yitian, who had been lying on the bed, got up to fetch the robe. As she approached him, she couldn't help but glance at his abdomen. Indeed, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Xiao Ming's well-defined 8-pack abs, but only for a second. This moment did not escape Xiao Ming's notice. Closing the door, he murmured, "This girl, peeking at my abs again. If she wants to see, she should just say so, no need for sneaking." After putting on the bathrobe, he stepped out to find Yitian lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Xiao Ming casually walked over and asked, "Wife, when you brought me the bathrobe just now, did you happen to catch a glimpse of my abs?" "Huh?" Yitian, unable to meet his gaze, was surprised he had noticed. She nodded, somewhat defiantly. "I didn't think you'd pick up on that." "Hee." Xiao Ming chuckled. "If you want to see, you could just ask, Would you like to touch them?" At this, Yitian turned to him, feeling a bit shy. "Is that really okay?" "What kind of question is that?" Xiao Ming replied. "You're my future wife, and I'm your future husband. If my wife wants to touch her husband's abs, how could I possibly refuse?" Hearing his words, Yitian felt quite pleased. "Then I want to," she declared, shifting to make space for him. Xiao Ming lay on the bed, loosening the top of his bathrobe to reveal his abs. Yitian curiously examined them, and when Xiao Ming flexed slightly, they appeared even more defined. Yitian raised her head. "I'm going to touch now, okay? You're not ticklish, right?" "No problem," Xiao Ming nodded. As Yitian placed her small hand on his abdomen, she remarked, "It's still so firm." Curiously, she asked, "Why can boys develop abs? I want them too." But alas, she touched her own abdomen, which felt quite soft. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. "Yitian, it's a wonder you could grow abs with that lifestyle of eating and sleeping all day. Once we finish our college entrance exams, let us hit the gym together. While the chances of you developing abs are slim, at least you can work on getting a flat stomach." "Sounds good," Yitian agreed eagerly, continuing to explore his abs. "But getting a flat stomach must be pretty tough, right?" "As long as you're committed, it's entirely achievable." Yitian nodded. "So, how long did it take you to get your abs?" "About 2 to 3 years." At that moment, Xiao Ming fixed his gaze on the area just below Yitian's collarbone, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Yitian, is it fun to touch abs?" "It's fun," she giggled, nodding her head. Coughing lightly, Xiao Ming added, "Then shouldn't you give me a little reward?" "Huh?" Yitian immediately sensed something amiss. What did he mean by that? Xiao Ming leaned close up to Yitian. "As we discussed earlier, you're my wife. So a kiss wouldn't be too much to ask, would it?" Allicht. She felt generous enough to give her boyfriend a kiss. At that moment, Yitian's cheeks began to redden as Xiao Ming leaned in, pressing his lips against hers. It could be said that this kiss sealed their fate, significantly deepening their relationship. After being kissed by Xiao Ming, Yitian felt a bit uncomfortable, primarily due to his long stubble. She noticed the prickly sensation of his beard and reluctantly complained, "Oh dear, Xiao Ming, can't you shave before kissing me? It's quite uncomfortable." Chapter 94. This is all you're doing. Uncomfortable, you say? Xiao Ming rubbed his stubble, realizing he had forgotten to shave that morning. But this prickliness is a bit strange. If my tiny stubble can cause discomfort, then what about my... Suddenly recalling his past life, Xiao Ming grinned. You see, this is what defines a man. Without facial hair, we wouldn't have little babies. Su Yitian huffed. It's still quite uncomfortable. Xiao Ming glanced at the box on the table. The amenities at the night's hotel should be quite comprehensive. How about you help me shave? Su Yitian pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I shall take a look. Xiao Ming rose from his seat and approached the small box where items were stored. Upon inspection, he indeed found a razor, albeit a manual one rather than an electric variant. There were also several packages of shaving cream within. Turning to glance at Su Yitian, he remarked, There's a razor, but I believe I should handle this blade myself. What? Su Yitian quickly descended from the bed, bringing her face closer to examine the razor. Upon realizing it was a manual blade, she exclaimed, Let me assist you. I happen to know how to use this. You can use it? Xiao Ming was taken aback, recalling how, in their previous life, she had drawn blood while attempting to shave his beard. Indeed, Su Yitian replied, lifting her gaze thoughtfully. During my time at the hospital, I often played with scalpels. Though the nurses discouraged me, I was rather disobedient. My skills with a knife are exceptional. Xiao Ming took a couple of steps back. Are you certain you want to help me? Are you sure your hands, tremble? Oh, I want tea. Su Yitian appeared particularly excited as she grasped Xiao Ming's hand and led him into the bathroom, positioning themselves before the mirror at the sink. Standing significantly taller than her, Xiao Ming watched as she applied shaving cream to his beard, which served to soften the hair. With a serious demeanor, she raised her chin to look at Xiao Ming's jawline. Please don't move. If you do, you might cut yourself. As she cradled his chin with her left hand and wielded the razor with her right, she carefully began to shave him. The cold blade glided near his mouth, and Xiao Ming remained utterly still, fearful of being cut by Su Yitian. Noticing his tension, Su Yitian chuckled lightly. You needn't be so anxious. My hand is quite steady. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden sneeze erupted from her. Achoo! In that instant, her hand slipped dramatically, and Xiao Ming felt a slight sting. Just as he had feared, he had drawn blood. Instinctively, he recoiled, while Su Yitian, bewildered, waved the razor in her hand. I didn't mean to. Are you all right? It's fine. Yitian, could you please set down the razor? Xiao Ming's gaze remained fixed on the blade in her grasp, aware that it was a single-edged razor without safety features, thus rather inexpensive. He feared further injury from her. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian hastily placed the razor on the sink. Come here quickly, she urged, her voice laced with concern as she pulled him closer to rinse the foam from his face and assess the wound. The cut measured only about a centimeter in length, exceedingly fine and superficial. Just a trickle of blood emerged, which was hardly significant to Xiao Ming. Yet in that moment, Su Yitian felt overwhelming guilt. She scrutinized the rapidly healing wound and remorsefully stated, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being overconfident. I should not have attempted to shave your beard. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. It's all right. It's just a minor injury. But there was blood. Su Yitian protested, and then Xiao Ming suddenly suggested, if you feel truly remorseful, perhaps you could compensate me. At this, Su Yitian gazed at him with wide eyes, stepping back 2 paces. How would you suggest I compensate? I could give you a gentle poke, which might also draw blood. Thus we'd be even woe. Su Yitian's expression darkened. Oof. I don't want to deal with you anymore. With that, she pouted and, blushing, exited the bathroom. Xiao Ming shrugged, amused by her antics. Did she really understand that? This girl is anything but innocent. He dismissed further thoughts, picked up the razor, and continued shaving, only to draw blood once more. This contraption was exceedingly difficult to manage. After some time, he finally managed a passable shave. Upon returning to bed, he found Su Yitian blushing, appearing quite vexed. She turned away, and Xiao Ming wrapped his arms around her waist. Su Yitian froze, herbidet quickening. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Ming said, All right, Yitian, stop overthinking and let us get some rest. Humph. Su Yitian huffed, expressing her disdain. Just get your pig trotter away from me. I want tea. Do it now. I want tea. Suddenly, Su Yitian spun around, frowning fiercely at him. In response, Xiao Ming grasped the back of her neck and pulled her towards him, their lips meeting in a kiss. After a moment, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, You look so adorable when you're angry. You should get mad more often. That way, I can take advantage of you. You're insufferable. Xiao Ming laughed heartily, gripping her shoulders and gently pushing her to lie atop him. He relished this position. However, he teased, Wife, shall we plant a strawberry? Absolutely not, she exclaimed, turning her head away. Observing her reaction, Xiao Ming positioned his hands at her ribs. Are you certain? Feeling uneasy. What do you intend to do? Why? Tickle you, of course. With that, he began his playful assault. Su Yitian jolted with laughter, struggling against him. Haha, that tickles. Xiao Ming, you're so naughty. I can't stand you. She attempted to break free, but her strength was no match for his, and as she struggled more wildly, her foot inadvertently struck Xiao Ming's face. Due to the momentum, his head collided with the bed's headboard with a thud. Ow! Xiao Ming felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. Yitian shot him a disapproving glare. Humph, this is all your fault. But are you alright? Chapter 95. Could something happen to Yitian? Xiao Ming feigned distress. I can't take it anymore. I think I have a concussion. At this moment, I require a sweet kiss to revive me. Yitian looked at him with disdain. You can continue lying there. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she turned off the light. Muttering to herself, she added, a concussion and a sweet kiss? How ridiculous. Seeing that Yitian had no intention of kissing him, Xiao Ming obediently nestled under the covers. He continued to hold her waist, finding solace in her presence. Indeed, even boys require a sense of security. The following morning, at 6:30, Yitian roused him from sleep. Pighead, wake up! Is your concussion better yet? As Xiao Ming opened his eyes, he found Yitian very close to him, their faces almost touching. He yawned casually, what time is it? Why are you awake so early? It's 6:30. Didn't we agree on breakfast? Hurry and get ready so we can eat. Yitian was already dressed and prepared. As Xiao Ming threw off the covers, Yitian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head away. Internally, she marveled at his physique. While it's quite impressive, I wonder what's inside. Noticing her reaction, Xiao Ming lowered his gaze. Did she see? It matters not. Xiao Ming took it lightly. For one day, he would be undressed by Yitian's gentle hands. And then, after dressing, Xiao Ming briefly attended to his hygiene before departing the room alongside Yitian, heading towards the night's restaurant. This establishment featured an exceptionally large table surrounded by numerous soldier sculptures, creating an ambience reminiscent of a castle constructed from stone. Many patrons awaited their meals, predominantly couples. At that moment, several girls approached, each exhibiting an awkward gait, their legs turned outward, perhaps a result of some peculiar activity the night prior. Xiao Ming and Yitian sat silently on a single chair, awaiting their meal. At 7 o'clock, the hotel staff brought forth breakfast. The meal was rather simple, contained within a wooden box divided into 6 compartments, which held eggs, sushi, red dates, some rice, and a few pastries. Additionally, each was served a bowl of pumpkin porridge. Although the portion was modest, it sufficed for breakfast. After finishing their meal, Xiao Ming and Yitian checked out of the hotel and left together. The weather was less than ideal, with a relentless drizzle casting a somber atmosphere. Europa Park had yet to open, and the rain naturally deterred crowds. Nearby, a convenience store beckoned, and Xiao Ming said, please wait here a moment. I shall fetch an umbrella. All right, she nodded. Xiao Ming hurriedly shielded his head with his backpack and dashed towards the store. He purchased a transparent umbrella, and together they stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi. After a considerable while, they finally boarded a cab. In the back seat, Yitian rested her head on Xiao Ming's shoulder. The relentless raindrops pelted the car windows, while Yitian gazed vacantly out the window, lost in thought. An hour later, the vehicle halted outside the residential complex where Yitian resided. Xiao Ming pinched her cheek gently, saying, all right, you still have homework to complete. Go home and get to it. She nodded slightly, waving her hand at him. Once Yitian exited the car, Xiao Ming instructed the driver, to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, please. Certainly. Xiao Ming was aware of the procedures for obtaining a business license. As he watched the car recede into the distance, Yitian suddenly clutched her chest. Since waking that morning, she had felt a peculiar discomfort in her heart. Sharp, needle-like pains, accompanied by labored breathing and shortness of breath. Initially, she had brushed it off, but after eating, the sensation intensified. Slowly, she moved toward her home, opening the door to find it empty. Su Anjing was diligently working, as was Xiao Lingju. Despite the dreary weekend weather, she had returned to the shop. Struggling to breathe, Yitian took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and called her father. Suan Sengan said promptly. Yitian, what is wrong? He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Dad, I'm not feeling well. Could you come home and take me to the hospital for a checkup? Huh? Su Anjing was taken aback. Where are you? I just got home. All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. He hung up, and Yitian glanced at the clock on the wall, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over her. This feeling stirred an unsettling anxiety within her. After about 10 minutes, Su Anjing burst through the door. What is wrong, my dear? At that moment, Yitian's lips had turned pale, and her complexion lacked color. He quickly scooped her up, rushing into the elevator before it descended. Su Anjing had arrived by taxi and instructed the driver to wait at the complex entrance. Once inside the cab, he was bewildered. His daughter had seemed perfectly fine just yesterday. What is wrong, my daughter? Dad, I'm fine, Su Yitian gasped, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Driver, to the nearest hospital, quickly. The driver, sensing the urgency, pressed the accelerator. By 5:30 in the afternoon, after a day of patient waiting, Xiao Ming finally obtained the business license. Post-departure from the bureau, he rested on a chair, pondering why Su Yitian had not sought him out throughout the day. Just then, his phone rang. It was his mother. Hello, Mom. Xiao Ming. Your Aunt Ju hasn't returned since lunch. She mentioned she had something to attend to, and her tone was rather rushed. Do you know what is going on? Huh? Xiao Ming was taken aback. I'm not sure. I returned with Yitian around 8 this morning, and I've been at the bureau all day. Perhaps you should call Yitian. All right. He hastily ended the call and attempted to reach Su Yitian, but her phone was unreachable. Confusion swirled within him. He tried several more times, yet no one answered. What could be happening? He opened WeChat and attempted a video call, but still, there was no response. Could something have happened to Yitian? Chapter 96, 2 treatment options. As his thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming felt a void in his mind. This shouldn't be. She had seemed well when she left. He recalled that her face had appeared somewhat pale when she exited the vehicle. Knowing she had a tendency to feel nauseous while traveling, he hadn't thought much of it. However, the sudden inability to contact her filled him with dread. He quickly packed his belongings, hailed a cab, and set off for Su Yitian's home. Throughout the journey, he attempted to reach her, but the phone remained stubbornly silent. Meanwhile, in the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Su Yitian lay on a hospital bed, her heart monitored by a machine. Nurse Ren Xiaowan watched her with a calm demeanor. She had already fallen asleep. Outside the room, a doctor perused Su Yitian's medical records, sighing heavily. Her heart has undergone changes. The thrilling activities at the amusement park yesterday may have triggered this due to excessive stress. According to the medical report, she is experiencing heart failure. Heart failure? Su Onjing's expression darkened. What does that mean? The doctor removed his mask, his expression grave. He had watched Su Yitian grow up. The little girl who once brought joy to this hospital was now facing a dire situation. Seeing the concern etched on Su Onjing's face pained the doctor. Let her stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Her condition is subtle. If she maintains a regular lifestyle and avoids undue stress, the situation should not be dire. However, it would be best for her to undergo surgery for her future well-being. Upon hearing the mention of surgery, Su Onjing inhaled deeply. How much will that cost? It depends on the patient's recovery status, the doctor replied with a sigh. The surgical expenses will roughly be between 150,000 to 200,000 yuan. If recovery is not satisfactory, subsequent surgeries may be necessary. However, many patients recover well after the procedure. He could discern Su Onjing's concerns. And Su Onjing nodded. Yes, thank you, doctor. It's nothing, the doctor replied. Su Yitian is a child we've watched grow up since she was little. Rest assured, she will be fine. Su nodded and returned to the ward. Xiao Lingju cast a curious glance, but Su Onjing lowered his head, remaining silent. For Su Yitian was currently asleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was hastening to the hospital. He had visited Su Yitian's home, but found it empty. He then slipped a pack of cigarettes to the security guard and checked the surveillance footage from that day. The last footage showed Su Onjing carrying her into a car, heading directly toward the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, prompting Xiao Ming to rush over. Upon arriving at the front desk, he inquired and learned that Su Yitian was on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. In a flurry, he made his way there. The entire corridor was suffused with the scent of disinfectant. After a brief search, he fixed his gaze on Ren Xiaowan. Although she wore a nurse's uniform and a mask, the blue stripes on her cap identified her unmistakably. Nurse, Xiao Ming called, blocking her path. Ren Xiaowan recognized him instantly. Xiao Ming, it's me. Xiao Ming, filled with urgency, could not help but ask, I heard Yitian is in the hospital. Which room is she in? Hesitated. Recalling how Su Yitian had expressed a desire to keep her hospitalization from Xiao Ming, fearing it would cause him worry. However, recognizing that Xiao Ming was already here, she knew she could not keep it from him. Room 416. She's asleep, so keep your voice down. Thank you. With that, Xiao Ming dashed out. He soon arrived at room 416. The door was firmly shut, but through the glass, he could see Su Onjing and Xiao Lingju accompanying Su Yitian. Unable to restrain himself, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Su Onjing glanced over and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ming. How did he find out so quickly? With questions swirling in his mind, he approached the door and opened it as Xiao Ming called out, Uncle. Gumin. Suan Sing Saif. Xiao Ming said little more as he entered the room, his gaze fixated on Su Yitian, who was being monitored by various machines. He was momentarily stunned, silently wondering what is happening. Xiao Ming shifted his gaze to Su Onjing, and their eyes met. He understood that Xiao Ming was inquiring about Su Yitian's condition. Let's step outside. The two exited the ward, and Su Onjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. They had only been reunited for a little over a month, and now this had happened. He fought back tears in front of Xiao Ming and sighed. The doctor just said she has heart failure. Xiao Ming murmured, heart failure? Didn't Su Yitian have that in her sophomore year? Noticing the unusual expression on Xiao Ming's face, Su Onjing quickly added, but there's no need to panic. She's fine for now and is just being observed in the hospital. Xiao Ming then inquired about further details, and Su Onjing patiently provided answers, including information about the surgery and the cause of Su Yitian's condition. Upon learning that it was due to engaging in some thrilling activities, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of guilt. However, Su Onjing did not blame him. It was precisely because of that outing that her condition was discovered. If it had gone unchecked, it could have become far more serious. After hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded. Today, he had just registered a business and acquired a bank card. He took it out and said, "Uncle, I have some money in my card, not much, just 50,000. You can take it for now." This money was intended for Xiao Ming's company, and indeed, this card was the business account. What? The sudden turn of events left Su Onjing momentarily bewildered, and he waved his hand. "Xiao Ming, I cannot accept this money." "It's fine, uncle," Xiao Ming insisted, pressing the card into Su Onjing's hand. "You've only just started working, and my family can help with Yitian's treatment. Don't worry, we'll figure something out." Feeling the warmth of Xiao Ming's palm, Su Onjing's heart ached deeply. He did not push back and accepted the card, while Xiao Ming also provided him with the card's password. By now, twilight was approaching. Xiao Ming said, "Uncle, you should go in and keep Yitian company for a while. You and Auntie probably haven't eaten yet. I'll go downstairs and get you something." After saying this, Xiao Ming turned and headed towards the staircase. Watching his retreating figure, Su Onjing felt uncertain about how to proceed. He did not wish to burden Xiao Ming, yet it was clear that he would involve himself in this matter. Upon reaching the stairwell, Xiao Ming activated the system. "System, what is Su Yitian's condition now?" As the transparent virtual screen appeared, a series of texts materialized. There were two treatment options. Option 1, perform heart surgery, 180,000 surgery fee, and 2 bottles of heart failure special medication, 40,000 points. Option 2, use 10 bottles of heart failure special medication, 200,000 points. Both options could lead to Su Yitian's recovery. Please choose one. Chapter 97. I'll settle the score with you once you recover. Upon seeing these two options, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. 220,000 points? Oh no, not to mention 200,000 points. He didn't even have 40,000 points at present. Xiao Ming inquired, "System, can a medication be interrupted midway?" No. The system's response was unequivocal, leaving Xiao Ming no alternative. Clearly, option 2 was not feasible. Xiao Ming had already seen that 1 bottle of heart failure special medication contained only 10 pills. If taken one a day, he would need to gather 60,000 points within a month if opting for option 2. The frequency of tasks issued by the system was not high, making it exceedingly challenging to accumulate that many points in such a short span. Although option 2 would spare Su Yitian from surgery, he was uncertain whether he could amass enough points in time. Therefore, he had no choice but to resort to option 1. As he contemplated this, Xiao Ming felt a pang of sorrow. After all, surgery would require opening her chest, and he worried about potential side effects or scarring. Yet, he had no other options. Xiao Ming used his remaining points to exchange for 1 bottle of heart failure special medication. This bottle of medicine was similar to that used for treating Grandma Lu. The pills were relatively large and intended for daily use. After obtaining the medication, Xiao Ming went downstairs and purchased 4 boxes of takeout. Upon returning to the ward, he found that Su Yitian had already awakened. Seeing Xiao Ming suddenly enter, Su Yitian appeared somewhat dazed, disbelief etched across her face. "Xiao Ming, what are you doing here? Why? Can't I come?" Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. "You go through such a big ordeal and don't even tell me, ignore my calls. You got quite the nerve." Xiao Ming acted nonchalantly, as he knew this issue would soon be resolved. The 180,000 surgery fee was not a significant sum for his family at present. Moreover, while he still needed over 10,000 points, he did not dwell on it. Su Yitian's countenance fell at his words. "I'm sorry, I just didn't want to worry you." Forget it. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You're currently a patient. Once you recover, I shall settle the score with you." He handed the meal to Su Yitian and Xiaolingju, saying, "Uncle, Annie, please eat first. Yitian, allow me to feed you." No. She fervently shook her head. "I can eat by myself. I'm perfectly capable." "All right then." Xiao Ming passed her the food, but noticing that Su Yitian was still unaware of her condition, she could not help but inquire, "By the way, what about my illness?" "Mom and Dad? It's nothing serious." Xiaolingju forced a somewhat unnatural smile. Your heart has encountered a minor issue, but it's nothing to worry about. You just need to stay in a hospital for a few days, and you'll be fine soon. Su Yitian's expression suddenly turned grave as she gazed at her mother. Is that true? Mom, please don't lie to me. Indeed. Su Yitian glanced at her father, who, at that moment, also managed to muster a pained smile and nodded in affirmation. However, the astute Su Yitian quickly discerned the underlying tension. It seemed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. She looked at Xiao Ming with hope and whispered, Xiao Ming, you must know something. If it's too expensive, then I want to undergo treatment. What nonsense are you speaking? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. It's truly nothing to fret over. Don't overthink it. In the future, I'll take you to Disneyland, Juzhegu, and we will travel to countless beautiful places. You must promise me to bear 2 lovely children, so don't say such things. Xiao Ming's words rekindled Su Yitian's aspirations for a bright future. She nodded silently, choosing not to delve further, and began to eat earnestly. After the meal, Xiao Ming stepped into the hospital corridor and called his mother. Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to inform her. Zhou Yinwen answered promptly, her voice inquiring, How is it, Xiao Ming? Have you found Su Yitian? Yes. Xiao Ming inhaled deeply. I found her, Mom. Yitian's health is not well. She is currently hospitalized at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. What? Zhou Yinwen's voice escalated in concern. What happened? Please tell me. The doctor mentioned there is some heart issue. Yesterday, I took her to the amusement park, and after engaging in some thrilling activities, her excessive anxiety led to heart failure. Heart failure? Zhou Yinwen's temper flared upon hearing Xiao Ming's words. What were you thinking, Xiao Ming, taking her to do such things? Do you understand the implications? Suddenly realizing her outburst was unwarranted, she softened her tone and asked, What is her current condition? She needs to undergo surgery. Xiao Ming replied candidly. The estimated cost is around 200,000 yuan. Unsure if her parents could bear the medical expenses, he voiced the amount. 200,000? I understand. Stay by Su Yitian's side. Your father and I will head over shortly. With that, Zhou Yinwen ended the call. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. After such a lengthy period of interaction, his parents had entirely accepted Su Yitian. Yet, he pondered why her heart failure had manifested so much earlier in this life compared to his previous one when she had been a sophomore. Reflecting on the matter, he recalled that prior to her heart discomfort, she had participated in a campus sports event, the 3,000-meter women's long-distance run. Since then, her health had deteriorated. Could it truly be that the activities she engaged in were overly stimulating? With this thought, Xiao Ming hurried back to the ward and sat beside Su Yitian's bed. How are you feeling, Yitian? Are you better? I'm fine. She shook her head. The sensation from the morning had dissipated. Perhaps due to the drip she was receiving? Xiao Ming advised, for now, to stay here in the hospital. Let your parents inform Teacher Wang of your absence. Hearing this, Su Yitian nodded. You don't need to stay in the hospital with me. You must attend your classes. Don't let your studies suffer. Rest assured. Xiao Ming nodded. After school, I will return to help you catch up on your lessons and bring your assignments. She replied with a smile and a nod. At that moment, Su Yitian appeared mature and strong, embodying the essence of a formidable woman. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming's phone rang again. It was his mother. Uncle and Auntie, take Xiao Ming along too, he informed Su Yitian before stepping outside the ward. Upon answering, Zhou Yinwen's voice resonated on the line. Hello, Xiao Ming. Your father and I have arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Where are you? I'm on the 4th floor, room 416. On my way. Zhou Yinwen promptly ended the call. Xiao Ming waited in the corridor for a few minutes, and soon enough, Zhou Yinwen and Xiao Guosheng turned the corner, each carrying an assortment of items, a fruit basket, milk, and some snacks for Su Yitian. Seeing them, Xiao Ming rushed forward to greet them. Xiao Guosheng wore a complex expression as he entered the ward alongside Xiao Ming. Yitian, quickly see who has come, Xiao Ming announced, leading his parents into the room. Su Yitian, upon hearing, turned her curious gaze towards them and appeared momentarily stunned. It's Uncle and Auntie. Yitian, how is your health? Upon entering the ward, Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen immediately focused their attention on Su Yitian. Su Yitian smiled and shook her head. I'm fine now. Uncle and Auntie, you needn't worry. Good. Xiao Guosheng chuckled. Usually, just let Xiao Ming accompany you here. He directed his gaze towards Su Anjing. Lao Su, let us step outside for a moment. Su Anjing nodded in response and followed Xiao Guosheng out. Xia Lingju, seeing this, also exited. The room was left with Zhou Yinwen, Xiao Ming, and Su Yitian. Zhou Yinwen glanced at Xiao Ming, intending to give him a moment of privacy. Xiao Ming, stay here with Yitian. I'll step outside for a bit. Okay, Mom. Go ahead, Xiao Ming nodded. Once Zhou Yinwen left, Su Yitian couldn't hold back her curiosity. Xiao Ming, you should tell me about this matter. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow. What matter? Stop pretending. Su Yitian took a deep breath. I can see it. My illness is particularly serious, so please tell me. She grasped Xiao Ming's arm and began to act cute. Xiao Ming pinched her cheek playfully. There's truly nothing to worry about. Don't overthink it. I don't believe you, she insisted. Tell me, how much will the subsequent treatments cost? Not much, Xiao Ming sighed softly. Your heart has encountered a minor issue, requiring a small surgery, but you'll fully recover afterward. Huh? Upon hearing surgery, Su Yitian's first thought was not of pain or recovery, but rather the cost of the procedure. Is it very expensive? Not at all, Xiao Ming shook his head. We can make up for it by selling more grilled sausages. This Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Ming continued, by the way, Yitian, I applied for the business license today. He then opened his bag, retrieved the business license, and displayed it before Su Yitian. She gazed at the document, reading aloud. Shanghai Tian Semiconductor Technology Company, Limited? Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this name. Xiao Ming nodded. Indeed, it is Shanghai Tian Semiconductor Technology Company, Limited Tian, it is your name. Su Yitian did not dwell on the name. She remarked, no wonder you were reading about semiconductors the other day. It seems you had already planned this. Yes. Xiao Ming scratched his head. After all, this area presents some challenges, and I wish to delve deeper into it. That's splendid. Su Yitian regarded him with admiration. Then you must put in your best effort. I shall support you. Absolutely. Outside the hospital room, Xiao Guosheng produced a bank card and patted Su Onjing on the shoulder. Xiao Ming has already informed me of the specifics. I prepared the funds for the surgery. Upon hearing this, Su Onjing glanced at Xiao Guosheng, his expression somewhat troubled. Xiao Guosheng discerned his thoughts and said, it is imperative to see to the child's medical needs. This sum is not excessive. First, let us complete the surgery and assess the recovery. Should further expenses arise, do not hesitate to approach me. Hearing his words, Su Onjing refrained from declining this time, for he could not bear the costs of Su Yitian's treatment. I will repay this gradually, deducting it from the betrothal gifts. Xiao Guosheng added, a statement he had heard from Xiao Ming. Xiao Guosheng handed the bank card to Zhou Yanwen. Dear, please proceed to pay the surgical deposit. By the way, has the doctor confirmed when the surgery will take place? Su Onjing shook his head. Not yet. It may require a few days of examinations before a plan can be determined. Xiao Guosheng replied. There's no need to rush. Modern medicine is remarkably advanced, and the child will surely be all right. I shall go pay now. Xiao Jun, come with me, Zhou Yanwen said, her expression considerably more relaxed. Initially, she had feared Xiao Guosheng would object to her withdrawing 200,000 yuan, only to realize that his affection for Su Yitian surpassed her own. She genuinely regarded Su Yitian as her future daughter-in-law, and the sentiment was mutual. On the way, Zhou Yanwen also comforted Xia Lingju. Inside the hospital room, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were engrossed in conversation. Su Yitian had momentarily forgotten her illness, engaging in light banter with Xiao Ming. Suddenly, she recalled something and asked, you mentioned you were at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau all day. Have you not completed your homework? Xiao Ming nodded. I indeed have not started. Whether I do the homework or not is inconsequential. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Teacher Wang? Su Jitian Guayif. What is there to fear? Xiao Ming chuckled. As long as my grades are good, Teacher Wang will not say much. After all, I am second in the class. She will surely grant me some leniency. You are rather self-absorbed. Su Yitian rolled her eyes. But as a diligent student, you ought to fulfill the assignments given by the teacher. Xiao Ming shook his head. Then I must be a bad student. Su Yitian pouted. You must heed my advice and complete your homework. I am on the mend and will soon return to school. Until then, you cannot fall behind in your studies. I won't. Xiao Ming shook his head. Just then, Xiao Guosheng, Zhou Yanwen, Su Onjing, and Xia Lingju entered, their expressions markedly more relaxed than before. Xiao Ming promptly stood, knowing that his father had likely arranged the funds for Su Yitian's surgery. After a brief chat, Xiao Guosheng stood up. Well, Xiao Ming, your mother and I will take our leave. You should stay here and keep Tian company. All right. Xiao Ming understood their presence was not particularly beneficial. At that moment, Su Yitian spoke up. Uncle and Auntie, please take Xiao Ming with you. Chapter 99. You're not breaking up with Su Yitian, are you? Huh. Xiao Ming abruptly turned to look at Su Yitian, drawing the attention of those around them. Su Yitian continued. He has classes tomorrow and hasn't finished his homework yet. It is sufficient for my parents to keep me company here, so please take him with you. Xiao Ming, wait a moment. At this, Xia Lingju nodded. Yes, Xiao Ming. You have us here to keep her company. Homework is crucial. If you don't complete it, the teacher will scold you tomorrow. Indeed, Xiao Ming, you should hurry back. They urged. Xiao Ming exchanged a glance with Su Yitian. Did she really want me to leave? He shrugged, nodding. All right then. I will return to complete my homework and come back after school tomorrow. He waved goodbye. Yitian waved back. Take good care of yourself, Yitian. I know. Soon, Xiao Ming departed with his parents from the hospital. Once outside the ward, he turned his gaze to his father. So, Dad, you have provided Yitian's surgery fee to her father, right? The payment has been made, Xiao Guosheng replied, reassuring him with a knowing look. The surgical costs are covered, but the doctor mentioned we should monitor her recovery. If her condition does not improve, she may require additional surgeries. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded slowly. Rest assured, Dad. She will recover after just one surgery. Xiao Guosheng merely nodded in response. Upon returning home, Xiao Ming, as was his custom, initiated a video call with Yitian, chatting while completing his homework. At the hospital, Xiao Lingju suggested that Su Onjing return home to rest, stating that she would continue to care for Yitian. After all, they were now burdened with a debt of 200,000 yuan, and the family needed Su Onjing to earn money. The following day, Xiao Ming went to school alone. To be honest, since developing feelings for Yitian, he found it quite difficult to attend school by himself. Upon arriving at the classroom, Xian Tiansheng was already present. Ming Yi. He rushed over and slapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder, causing Xiao Ming to roll his eyes. What the hell? You nearly scared me to death. Go away. He glanced at the corridor outside, momentarily taken aback. Wait, this isn't right. You usually come with your sister-in-law. Where is she today? He raised an eyebrow at Xiao Ming. You're not breaking up with Yitian, are you? What? Xiao Ming was taken aback. This fool was spouting nonsense. He shot a disdainful glare at him. Get lost, don't talk rubbish. She is unwell today and has taken a leave of absence. Is she pregnant? Xian Tiansheng continued. Didn't you take her to Ulabeo on Saturday? You must have spent the night together. Is she pregnant? Get out of here. Xiao Ming was growing increasingly impatient. This guy was full of nonsense. Rumors like these often originated for people like him. Haha, Ming Yi, I'm used kidding. Xian Tiansheng chuckled and returned to his seat. Just then, Wang Qibei entered the classroom. By this time, most of the students had arrived, preparing for the morning reading session. Wang Qibei said, Xiao Ming, your deskmate is absent today. Please collect her assignments and deliver them to your respective teachers after the morning reading. No problem. Xiao Ming made an okay gesture, then approached Xian Tiansheng, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. You beast, where's your homework? How come your name is on the note for those who didn't turn it in? Xian Tiansheng scratched his head and muttered softly. Just because you can ask girls out on weekends, does that mean I can't? I went on a date with Xiao Yalu last weekend and didn't get my homework done. Seriously, you have the audacity to be so brazen about not doing your homework? However, it was indeed true that Xian Tiansheng had managed to go out with Xiao Yalu. Xiao Ming cast a glance at Xiao Yalu, who was engrossed in her book. Look at that, Xian Tiansheng can even get a date. Not too shabby. He returned to his seat and casually pulled out someone else's exam paper, shoving it towards Xian Tiansheng. Hurry up and copy it. Give it back to me after morning reading. Thank you, Mingo. Xian Tiansheng beamed and quickly began transcribing the homework. During the 30 minutes of morning reading, Wang Qibei did not come over, allowing Xian Tiansheng ample time to finish copying. Finally, as morning reading concluded, he completed his assignment. Xiao Ming, clutching the homework from various subjects, headed toward the teacher's office. In truth, he harbored a slight trepidation towards the office. Before his rebirth, his academic performance had been dismal, and in his eyes, the office was a realm frequented by diligent students. If a delinquent ventured there, it typically signaled trouble. Teacher, here is the math homework from the weekend. Teacher, this is the geography homework from the weekend. Teacher, this. After placing the assignment on the teacher's desk and preparing to leave, he was suddenly called back by Wang Qibei. Xiao Ming, wait a moment. Xiao Ming turned around and approached Wang Laosher's desk, where she furrowed her brow and inquired, what is the matter with Yitian? Her parents requested a month of leave for her. Do you know anything? At that moment, Wang Qibei was filled with confusion. Such an unexpected and prolonged absence raised concerns about potential issues. After all, there was a mathematics competition this week that Yitian would miss, which meant the prize would slip away. Of course, the prize was secondary. Her health was his primary concern. Xiao Ming replied, her health is not good. She is currently hospitalized. If she is to recuperate, a month or even longer is indeed necessary. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Wang Qibei slowly nodded. He asked, are you able to share what illness she has? If it's serious, I can rally the class to help in any way we can. Wang Qibei was already aware that Yitian had found her biological parents, and he had even gathered information about her family situation. He knew that her family was not affluent. Hearing this, Xiao Ming reassured him, it's nothing serious, Teacher Wang. She will be back soon. All right, Wang Qibei acknowledged, sensing that Xiao Ming did not wish to elaborate further. You may head back now, and if there is anything you need, feel free to approach me. Thank you. Teacher Wang. Xiao Ming smiled slightly and exited the office. Chapter 100. How is my daughter doing? After Xiao Ming left, Wang Qibei's expression shifted. Wait a minute, he thought. Xiao Ming just said that Su Yitian would return soon. Yet earlier he mentioned it could take over a month or even longer. Wang Qibei shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He covered his face, realizing that if Su Yitian couldn't make it, his own chances of winning the prize were also dashed. Xiao Ming hummed a tune as he returned to the classroom, preparing for the lesson. Without Su Yitian, the classroom indeed felt devoid of much joy. He often teased her, and her absence left him feeling out of sorts. Perhaps he had become accustomed to her presence. That afternoon, after school, Xiao Ming took the test handed out by the teacher to find Su Yitian. She had emphasized repeatedly that he should deliver the test papers to her after school. Currently, the senior year was in the review stage, and since her fundamentals were solid, her absence from class would not significantly impact her grades. However, she still needed to complete her assignments. Su Yitian was a diligent student. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. Xiao Ming arrived at the hospital early to keep Su Yitian company. After several days of examinations, the doctors had finalized the surgical plan, scheduling the operation for 3 hours later. Su Yitian's condition had improved recently, and the doctors mentioned that her illness had been caught early. Had it been discovered 2 years later, it could have been much more severe. This was indeed the optimal time for surgery. Xiao Ming held her hand gently. So, Yitian, you're about to undergo surgery. You're not nervous, are you? Not really, she replied with a smile, shaking her head. It's general anesthesia. I'll just sleep through it, and being nervous won't help. You have a point, Xiao Ming chuckled. I'll be waiting right outside the operating room for you. Okay. As they chatted, Su Anjing was also busy preparing for Su Yitian's surgery. After all, it was her first operation, and he was particularly concerned. The preparations mandated by the doctors were being handled meticulously by him. In an office, the doctors were completing the final preparations for the surgery, with Su Anjing and Xia Lingju. Su Anjing looked at the surgical documents in his hands, his heart racing. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Excuse me, doctor, will there be any risks associated with the surgery?" The doctor, familiar with such inquiries from patients' families, replied, "Every surgery carries risks. However, with the current advancements in medical technology, you can rest assured that this operation will proceed without incident." You see, Su Anjing nodded, then signed his name in the patient's family signature section. Once everything was confirmed, the doctor collected the document. "All right, we'll prepare the operating room now. You may go and spend some time with the patient." "Thank you, doctor. It's no trouble at all." The three of them left the office together, and Su Anjing and Xia Lingji returned to the ward. "Sweetie, it's almost time for your surgery. Are you feeling all right?" "Me fine," Su Yitian replied, shaking her head. "I feel great, Dad. You don't need to worry. It's me having surgery, not you. Just stay outside. I'll be perfectly fine." "Okay." Su Anjing looked at Su Yitian's playful smile. Truth be told, he wished he could be the one undergoing the surgery instead. If he could, he would gladly take on the burden for his daughter. For the time being, Xiao Ming chose not to intrude, allowing her to converse with Su Anjing and Xia Lingju for a while. More than 2 hours later, Run Xiaowan entered with a group of nurses. "Xiao Tian, the operating room is ready. It's time to go." "Okay." Su Yitian nodded, and the nurses approached to unfasten the safety locks on the hospital bed's wheels. They then wheeled her away from the ward, with Su Anjing and Xia Lingju wearing concerned expressions. As Su Yitian lay on the bed, she looked at them and Xiao Ming. "Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I'll be back out soon. Just wait for me." Rin Xiaowan smiled softly, recognizing Su Yitian's strength beyond their expectations. "Yes, we know," Su Anjing nodded. "Sweetie, listen to the doctors inside." "Dad, you're a bit silly. I'll be under anesthesia. It'll be hard for me to misbehave." Before long, the nurses pushed Su Yitian's bed to the entrance of the operating room. The doctors at the hospital were well acquainted with Su Yitian, and for this surgery, they had enlisted the expertise of a specialist to personally perform the procedure. After a thorough briefing, several doctors wheeled Su Yitian into the operating room, and moments later, the surgical lights above the door illuminated, signaling the commencement of the operation. Once the nurses departed, the corridor was left with only Xiao Ming, Su Anjing, and Xia Lingju, all of whom bore heavy hearts. Inside the operating room, Su Yitian lay upon the surgical table, a particularly cool LED light hovering above her. As she gazed at the doctors clad in green surgical attire, her heart rate began to quicken. It was time to administer anesthesia. A female doctor she recognized gently placed the anesthesia mask over her nose, and within mere seconds, Su Yitian succumbed to slumber. The doctor then retrieved the scalpel. Having a personal connection with the girl, he was acutely aware of how young women are often sensitive about scars, and thus he was committed to minimizing the incision size. The operating room was steeped in an unusual silence, as the delicate nature of the heart surgery required the surgeon's utmost precision. His assistant was persistently at his side, wiping his brow while he deftly utilized clamps and gauze, all the while several doctors monitored Su Yitian's condition. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching into eternity for Su Onjing and Xiao Lingjiu as they waited anxiously in the corridor, their eyes darting between the clock above and the operating room door. At noon, Xiao Ming ventured downstairs to procure meals for them, but they lacked the appetite to eat, simply placing the food onto a nearby chair. Their daughter was their entire world. After 15 arduous years of searching for her, any misstep now felt insufferable. As the minutes dragged on, Su Onjing would stroll to the end of the corridor for a cigarette, yet mindful of the ticking clock, he smoked hastily. Before long, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and Su Yitian had been in the operating room for 5 hours. Finally, at precisely 3:01, the lights above the operating room extinguished. Noticing this, Xiao Ming sprang to his feet. The door to the operating room opened slowly, and several doctors emerged. Bushing sununtai Yitian non algarni. Xiao Guoshang could not restrain himself and hurried forward, inquiring, "How did it go, doctor? What is my daughter's condition?" Chapter 101. This system is quite charming. Revised. The surgery was remarkably successful. The doctor replied, removing his mask. Rest assured, her condition is not as dire as we feared. If she recovers well post-surgery, she should be able to leave the hospital soon and resume a normal life. Upon hearing this, Su Onjing expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." "There's no need for thanks. As medical professionals, it is our duty," the doctor reassured him. "The patient has not yet regained consciousness, and she is currently quite weak, so it is best not to disturb her. She should awaken in about 3 hours. She needs to rest well and avoid any emotional upheaval." With that, the doctor departed, and the bed was wheeled into the patient room. Xiao Ming, Suan Sing, and Xiao Lingjiu hurried to the ward, where they found Su Yitian's complexion pale and an oxygen tube inserted in her nose. Upon hearing the doctor confirm that Su Yitian was safe, the tension in Su Onjing and Xiao Lingjiu's hearts began to ease. Xiao Ming quietly remarked, "Uncle and aunt, Yitian's surgery was very successful. I'll inform my parents to alleviate their worries." Good, good, Su Onjing nodded. "Please call him quickly." "All right," Xiao Ming replied, stepping out of the ward and making his way to the end of the corridor, where he gazed out at the street below and retrieved his phone. After locating Zhou Yinwen's number, he dialed without hesitation. "Hello," she answered promptly, having been anxiously awaiting Xiao Ming's call, especially considering it was the day of Su Yitian's surgery. "Mom, Yitian's surgery is over, and it was very successful. You don't need to worry." "Good, as long as it was successful," Zhou Yinwen sighed in relief before asking, "Is Yitian awake now?" "Not yet. It should be in about 3 hours." "Okay, I'm quite busy over here, so you can call your dad. I'll visit Yitian at the hospital later. I'll hang up now." It was the weekend, and without Xiao Lingjiu's assistance, the situation at the large intestine and small intestine station was indeed hectic, prompting Zhou Yinwen to quickly end the call. Xiao Ming did not dwell on it. He proceeded to call his father, briefly updating him on Su Yitian's condition before taking a deep breath. While the surgery was successful, another concern loomed, the issue of points. The system had previously indicated that to cure Su Yitian's ailment, 2 vials of heart failure remedy were required. Now that the operation had concluded, it was time for Su Yitian to begin her medication. However, each vial would only last 10 days, meaning he needed to accumulate 20,000 points within that time frame to exchange for another vial from the point shop. Unfortunately, his current points were far from sufficient. Xiao Ming promptly accessed the system interface, mentally querying, "System, could you possibly issue another task? My points are still insufficient. Please address me with more courtesy." "Host," the system retorted. Taken aback, Xiao Ming realized that the system could exhibit emotions. How intriguing. It seemed that it was not merely a cold, unfeeling machine. "Apologies, esteemed system. I was merely jesting. You see, in novels, systems frequently issue tasks. Could you be so kind as to provide me with a few more?" "Host, your current entrepreneurial task is underway." The system replied. "Is there any chance I could acquire some points for free?" Xiao Ming inquired, believing the system would decline. To his surprise, the system acquiesced. "Indeed, it is possible." Stunned, Xiao Ming exclaimed, "Really? You can do that?" The system continued. "Because Su Yitian's condition falls within your wishes, the system will unconditionally fulfill your request. Congratulations, host. You have received 20,000 points, as well as a vial of scar removal ointment. Scar removal ointment can eliminate any scar, including surgical scars, burn scars, and various other blemishes." Seeing the system so readily grant him points and provide a vial of scar removal ointment was an unexpected stroke of luck. Scars can profoundly impact a person's life, especially for women. Xiao Ming was pleasantly surprised by the system's thoughtful consideration. Having this ointment would prevent Su Yitian from experiencing any emotional distress due to scars. Xiao Ming then queried, "So, esteemed system, if Yitian consumes 2 vials of the heart failure remedy and subsequently applies this scar removal ointment, will she be completely healed?" Affirmative, host. The system replied succinctly, a quality Xiao Ming appreciated. He pressed on. Will the heart failure have any lingering effects on Su Yitian? For instance, will she be able to engage in vigorous exercise or partake in thrilling activities afterward? There will be no repercussions, host. Once your girlfriend recovers, she will be just like any ordinary person. That is excellent news, Xiao Ming exclaimed, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. For in the future, should they find themselves in intimate moments, he mused, it would be crucial that Su Yitian remain calm to avoid any adverse reactions. It was well known that many young women tend to be particularly anxious during such encounters, especially their first time. Xiao Ming vividly recalled the first time blood was shed. Su Yitian's face was as pale as death. At that moment, her heart rate must have soared to 120. Naturally, with the subsequent occurrences, she gradually acclimated to the experience. After all, every girl encounters such unique moments in life. One simply grows accustomed to it. Without delay, Xiao Ming accessed the point store and redeemed 20,000 points for a bottle of heart failure medicine. He already possessed 2 such bottles. When Su Yitian awoke today, he would be able to administer it to her. In 20 days, her body should be mostly restored, and she would be able to return to campus. As for the scar cream, it would have to wait until her stitches were removed. In any case, the ordeal of Su Yitian's illness was now behind them. Although it had incurred some expenses, they were inconsequential. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, dear system. His tone was particularly sincere, prompting the system to emit a series of electric sounds. To his astonishment, a bashful emoji appeared on the virtual screen before him. The system was shy. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the endearing nature of this system. Shaking his head, he felt a sense of peace as this matter was resolved. He headed towards the hospital room. It was important to spend more time with Su Yitian. Though her parents were by her side, Xiao Ming yearned to see her more. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found Su Yitian still deep in slumber. Her complexion had improved significantly, but the effects of the anesthesia had yet to wear off, keeping her in a state of unconsciousness. 2 hours later, Su Yitian's hand suddenly moved. Gradually, she opened her eyes. Uncle and Auntie, Yitian is awake, Xiao Ming said softly, quickly directing his gaze towards her. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Anjing and Xia Lingju leaned in closer. Given that she had just undergone surgery, everyone spoke in hushed tones. Xiao Ming hurriedly poured her a glass of water, bringing it to her lips for a sip, and inquired, "How do you feel?" Su Yitian shook her head slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. I in heaven? What nonsense, this is a hospital. She surveyed the people around her. The surgery went well, right? Rest assured. The operation was a resounding success. Just focus on resting now and look forward to your recovery. She nodded faintly, attempting to shift her body, but as she did, a wave of pain surged through her chest. Her arm trembled. This was entirely normal and a result of the surgery. Yitian, don't move around too much. The wound has just been stitched. It's best to remain still. Xia Lingju and Su Anjing observed Xiao Ming and their daughter in silence, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Noticing this, Xiao Ming made space for Su Yitian's parents. Uncle and Auntie, why don't you chat with Su Yitian for a bit? I ran into a doctor earlier who mentioned a medication that could aid in her recovery. I'll go fetch it. All right. Xiao Ming swiftly fabricated an excuse to leave the hospital, knowing that Su Anjing and Xia Lingju wouldn't have much opportunity to speak otherwise. The hospital corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, which made his head spin after a while, prompting him to seek refuge in the hospital's back garden. Although the weather had turned quite chilly on sunny days, some long-term patients still came here to bask in the sun and engage in conversation. After settling onto a bench, Xiao Ming opened the system panel. Having devoted so much time to caring for Su Yitian, he had temporarily set aside his entrepreneurial pursuits. At that moment, the task progress had shifted. Entrepreneurial project, semiconductor. Chip development. Entrepreneurial progress. 3. Current assets, 22,657, 401 yuan. System guidance. You currently possess a company and a business license. Please, in the near future, focus on acquiring more knowledge about semiconductors and aim to increase your assets to 1 million yuan. What? Xiao Ming was taken aback. He had previously given Su Anjing 50,000 yuan, and after some various expenditures, he was left with only 220,000. Increasing that to 1 million seemed daunting. The system was more inclined towards assistance rather than showering him with riches. unlike some novels where characters were gifted millions or luxurious cars. In truth, Xiao Ming wouldn't mind such a windfall. It would be blissful to simply lounge about. As he pondered how to generate income, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Xiao Ming, is that you?" Huh? Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find Grandma Xiao. It had been quite a while since he had seen her. Perhaps due to the medicinal effects, her previously frail frame had been replaced with a healthier figure. She appeared significantly more vibrant, seated in a wheelchair, clad in a black coat with a blanket draped over her lap. Behind her stood her husband, Wang Baohua. "Grandma Lu, is that really you?" Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Lu Xiang beamed as if she had encountered a beloved grandson. Xiao Ming was equally astonished, not expecting to see her here. "Grandma, it's been a while. I didn't realize you had recovered so well." "That's thanks to your kindness." Lu Xiang's face radiated warmth. "Ever since I took the medicine you provided, my health has been improving day by day. By the way, what brings you here today?" "I'm here for a physical examination. I'm just waiting for the results." Xiao Ming refrained from revealing the truth, knowing that if she discovered Su Yitian had undergone surgery, she would undoubtedly worry excessively. "I see." Lu Xiang continued. "I noticed you seemed deep in thought earlier. Is there something troubling you?" No. Xiao Ming chuckled and shook his head. "Physical exams can be quite time-consuming. I was just contemplating a math problem." At the mention of math, Lu Xiang perked up with interest. "I used to be a high school teacher and a university professor. Feel free to ask me any questions. Despite my age, my mind is still sharp." "Huh?" Xiao Ming was slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm. Lu Xiang, who had a habit of keeping a diary, quickly produced her notebook and pen, handing them to Xiao Ming. "Just write down the problem. Let Grandma see if I can solve it." "All right." Faced with Lu Xiang's eagerness, Xiao Ming felt it would be rude to decline, so he accepted her notebook and pen. Recalling a challenging math problem, he wrote it down. After examining it, Lu Xiang furrowed her brow. "This problem is indeed quite tricky. Old man, take a look at this." Lu Xiang conversed with Wang Baohua for a while before beginning to guide Xiao Ming through the problem. Watching their interactions, Xiao Ming felt an inexplicable sense of envy. In old age, one often battles various ailments. The only companions one has are family. Wang Baohua's constant presence beside Grandma Lu was something that genuinely stirred admiration within him. An hour and a half later, the sun began its slow descent in the sky. The ambient temperature had noticeably dropped. "Xiao Ming, it's time for Grandma to head back." Lu Xiang suddenly recalled something. "Ah, the medicine you gave me last time, Grandma asked the doctors at the hospital about it, and they said they don't have it. Did you acquire this medicine from the hospital?" "Oh, this medicine wasn't obtained from there. After all, it is provided by the system," Xiao Ming replied. "You should still have some left over there. I'll bring you more tomorrow." "All right, thank you, Xiao Ming." "No need for thanks, Grandma." Xiao Ming continued. "By the way, Grandma, you should take back the property deed you gave to Yitian and me last time." He had yet to touch the property deed. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Lu Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. I've already said it was a gift for you both. I won't be around for long, and the two kids are just the same. Be good. You and Yitian keep it. Just come visit me now and then." After speaking, she turned to Wang Baohua. "All right, dear, it's getting late. We should head back." "Xiao Ming, goodbye." She waved at Xiao Ming. Watching her profile, Xiao Ming also waved back. "Goodbye, Grandma." Chapter 103, Methods of Earning Money. Xiao Ming continued to watch Lu Xiang and Wang Baohua depart before realizing something. Grandma Lu Xiang must not have finished her medication yet. Thus, he reopened the system panel. And indeed, the cancer painkillers he had given to Grandma Lu were still available. However, the price had increased to 100 wish points per bottle. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ming opted to exchange for 6 boxes, which would suffice for nearly half a year. Of course, he merely completed the exchange without retrieving them. He resolved to deliver them tomorrow at a convenient time. Noticing that it was late, Xiao Ming rose and made his way toward the inpatient department. To avoid running into Lu Xiang, he deliberately took a detour to the west gate and then rode the elevator to the 4th floor. The corridor still reeked of disinfectant, and holding the heart failure medication provided by the system, he entered the ward. Inside, Su Yitian was reclining on the bed, watching television, which was currently broadcasting Bunny Bears, evoking memories of her childhood. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingju and Su Anjing were tending to their daughter. Various dishes were spread across the table, as is customary for every hospitalized patient. "Xiao Ming, you're back." Upon seeing him, Xiao Lingju immediately stood up. Xiao Ming nodded. "Yes, I brought the medicine." "How is Yitian?" "She is fine now." At that moment, the anesthetic had completely worn off, and the pain in her chest was gradually intensifying, though it was manageable. As for the scar, no one dared to mention it, as both Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju understood the significance of scars to a girl. "Xiao Ming, feel free to eat anything from the table. By the way, it's getting late. I'll go buy some dinner. What would you like to eat?" Xiao Ming thought for a moment, I'm indifferent, but Yitian just had surgery and shouldn't eat anything oily or spicy. I know, Xiao Ming nodded. I'll keep an eye on that. All right, I'll step outside for a smoke. Su Anjing seemed to want to give them some space. And after both of them left, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a smile. At the same time, Xiao Ming took out 2 boxes of medicine. This is the medication I brought for you today, along with the scar ointment. You need to start taking the medication tonight. 1 tablet after dinner, which will aid in your hard-S recovery. As for the scar ointment, it should be applied once the stitches are removed and the wound has healed. Do you understand, young lady? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian smiled. So the scar ointment is all prepared, but honestly, it doesn't matter whether there are scars or not. Really? Xiao Ming scrutinized her gaze. Su Yitian nodded. Yes. Of course it's true. Do you think I'd stop liking you just because of a scar? Of course not. Xiao Ming quickly shook his head. But since I bought it, you must use it when the time comes. For now, let us put off your homework. Your recovery is the priority. If you fall behind in class after school starts, I can tutor you. Okay. Su Yitian obediente nadie. Xiao Ming's eyes darted around. By the way, the doctor told me that when applying the scar ointment, it should be done by the person who loves you the most. That way, the medication can be absorbed fully for the best results. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian rolled her eyes. You naughty Xiao Ming. I see right through your intentions. You're just itching to be a pervert, aren't you? Xiao Ming was taken aback. This girl had seen through his inner thoughts. Su Yitian added, during my recovery, you don't have to come see me all the time. You can't let your grades suffer. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I bet you haven't done your homework. You need to listen to me and focus on your studies. I know. Xiao Ming patted his chest. I'm a model student. Why would I not do my homework? You would. She emphatically nodded. Xiao Ming's expression darkened momentarily. Truth be told, ever since teacher Wang appointed him as the acting class representative, he hadn't written a single assignment. Mainly, the assignments given by teachers weren't checked. The tests handed to him were barely glanced at. They were simply distributed during class. This was the case with all the teachers. Observing Xiao Ming's expression, Su Yitian rolled her eyes. I bet you've been slacking off at school these past few days. Before long, Xiao Lingju and Su Anjing returned to the ward. She brought Xiao Ming a portion of braised pork, having heard that he liked it from Su Yitian. As for Su Yitian's meal, it was much lighter, consisting entirely of vegetarian dishes. After finishing dinner, Xiao Ming chatted with Su Yitian for a while longer. At 8 in the evening, he prepared to leave the hospital. Rather than saying he left, it was more accurate to say he was urged to leave by Su Yitian. This little girl had insisted that Xiao Ming return home to complete his homework, and Su Anjing and Xiao Lingju joined her in this effort. Ultimately, with no other option, Xiao Ming chose to depart. However, since Su Yitian was now stable, he felt there was no longer a need to stay by her side. Upon returning home, he found his parents were not there. A quick phone call revealed that they had gone to visit Su Yitian at the hospital, perfectly timing their absence. Meanwhile, the family dog, Wang Kai, had been hungry all day. Xiao Ming quickly poured dog food into his bowl before retreating to his bedroom. Collapsing onto the bed in a sprawled position, he rubbed his head, contemplating how he could turn 200,000 into 1,000,000. For him at present, earning an additional 800,000 seemed quite challenging. Although he was a reborn individual, he had not deliberately memorized any lottery numbers, nor did he harbor any aspirations of becoming a ghostwriter. After all, some online novels ran into the millions of words, and he knew he could never produce that much. It was destined to fail. Earning money indeed posed a challenge. After much contemplation, Xiao Ming found himself at a loss. Primarily, by 2018, the current financial system had already taken shape. Speculating on Bitcoin was out of the question, and opening an online store on Pinduoduo would also prove futile. Just then, Xiao Ming suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, how could I forget? He suddenly sat up in bed, recalling that around this time, in 2018, a bustling commercial district was about to be demolished. This area had once thrived, primarily due to the proximity of a major hospital and several schools. However, as the hospital and schools relocated, foot traffic dwindled significantly. With 200,000 yuan in his possession, he pondered whether purchasing a shop there might yield considerable profit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ming felt invigorated. If memory served him right, a new Wanda Plaza was slated for construction in that location. He resolved to explore it the following day. Chapter 104. This boss truly knows how to conduct business. The next day, Xiao Ming performed a somersault from his bed. Sitting up with a start, glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 10 in the morning. The sun was high in the sky. By this hour, his parents had already left for work. Since his father's promotion, their company had become increasingly busy, with frequent overtime despite weekends off. As for his mother, she was undoubtedly up early, selling large intestine wrapped in small intestine at the market, capitalizing on the weekend's higher foot traffic. Xiao Ming rummaged through his wardrobe, donning a white sweater, black trousers, and a down jacket from a certain brand, before hastily exiting his bedroom. After a quick wash, he felt no inclination to eat, as he was too lazy to prepare a meal, and it was only a couple of hours until lunch. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he replenished his dog, Want's size food bowl, then grabbed the keys to the basement and left his home. He had owned a mountain bike since returning from out of town, which he had purchased before entering high school. In his first year, he rode it to school, but later the school implemented a ridiculous rule forbidding students from cycling if they lived nearby. Consequently, his bike had been left to gather dust in the basement. Today, however, he decided against taking the bus or a taxi, opting instead to ride his bicycle in search of lucrative opportunities. Taking the elevator down to the basement, he searched until he found a space corresponding to his apartment number. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a jumble of miscellaneous items and an array of toys from his childhood, rocking horses, Ultraman figurines, and the like. At the back, he discovered a dusty bicycle. He promptly wheeled it out. Its tires were still in good condition. Once at the entrance of the community, he had it washed briefly before riding away. Xiao Ming contemplated his destination, heading straight for the old commercial district he had visited the previous night. Although it was a considerable distance of approximately 15 kilometers, he felt leisurely today with no pressing commitments. After all, Su Yitian was recuperating in the hospital, and he could easily tell her he was diligently studying. If that little girl knew he was studying, it would surely delight her. He had assured her the day before that he would dedicate the entire day to learning. The mountain bike offered a swift ride, and within less than an hour, he arrived at the dilapidated commercial street in the high-tech district. This street was somewhat secluded, with aging roads, resulting in a lack of pedestrians. Previously, it boasted a large hospital and high school, but due to the government's focus on commercial development, both institutions have been relocated. The old hospital and school sites were now occupied by office buildings, and several small shopping centers and fast food outlets had sprung up nearby. These establishments siphoned off the only clientele, leaving the commercial street largely neglected. The area consisted of two-story buildings, with numerous single-story homes, most structures dating back over a decade, evoking a rural ambience. Most shops had closed down, displaying signs indicating they were for lease, complete with contact numbers. Xiao Ming observed that the shops were relatively small, with the largest barely exceeding 40 square meters, while many were under 10 square meters. Being a weekend, a few tricycles ridden by elderly folk occasionally passed by, but the shops remained largely devoid of business. Hardware stores, dumpling shops, and those selling rat poison. As he strolled, he noted that some shop owners seemed indifferent to leasing their premises. Many were elderly farmers, with their children working elsewhere. Money was not a pressing concern for them. For them, the shop was merely a source of income, and if it didn't earn, it was of little consequence. He spotted a shop of about 20 square meters with a for lease sign outside, and promptly called the listed number. However, the owner was only interested in renting, not selling. Xiao Ming checked the market prices for shops in the area on his phone, discovering they were approximately 11,000 yuan per square meter. With 200,000 yuan, he could acquire a shop of around 20 square meters. If his memory served him correctly, the area was set for demolition shortly after the new year, in February 2019. Since Wanda was investing in the project, the compensation for demolition would be substantially higher. Some shop owners had already sold their properties, and many regretted their decisions after the demolitions commenced. This realization fueled Xiao Ming's determination as he continued to explore the vicinity, visiting numerous shops and making countless calls without success. Either the prices were exorbitant, the spaces too large, or those willing to sell at shops that were too small. After wandering for quite some time, he began to feel disheartened. It was evident that earning money was no simple task. Around noon, his stomach growled audibly, and he noticed a dumpling shop nearby that was still open. He stepped inside. "Hello, welcome." A chef wearing a white hat emerged, appearing to be in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and a somewhat dirty apron. The shop contained a few tables and chairs, with the kitchen occupying approximately 30 square meters. Once inside, Xiao Ming inquired, "Hello, do you have dumplings?" "Yes." The chef nodded. "We have egg and radish, pork and scallion, and vegetarian dumplings. What would you like?" "I'll have 3 pork and scallion dumplings, and also a bowl of spicy soup, please." "Coming right up." As he spoke, Xiao Ming took a seat and surveyed his surroundings. To be frank, the shop's ambience left much to be desired. Cobwebs adorned the ceiling, and the white walls, evidently neglected for some time, were coated in dust. Portions of the wall plaster had peeled away. Xiao Ming remarked, "Boss, the environment here seems a bit lacking. This could deter many customers. Why not consider renovation?" The shop owner shook his head, responding, "What's the point of renovating? Just look at how few people come by." Ever since the hospital and school moved, this place has gone downhill. Xiao Ming frowned slightly, sensing the owner was quite talkative. The man continued, during lunchtime, hardly anyone comes to eat. Only the occasional elderly passerby buys a few dumplings. We might sell a few during the day and a few more in the evening, but overall, we barely make any sales. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Ming replied, indeed, business seems quite poor. By the way, do you live around here? It must be challenging to manage this shop under such circumstances. Don't even get me started. He found himself in a state of ennui, with the buns still steaming away. So he casually struck up a conversation with Xiao Ming. As for me, I ventured into this business over a decade ago, acquiring this establishment to sell buns. Before the hospital and school relocated, the business thrived, allowing me in just a few years to purchase a 120 square meter apartment in the city center, where my wife and children now reside. At this point, memories stirred within him, for he had embarked on this entrepreneurial journey. And to have acquired a home in the provincial capital within just a few years was indeed a remarkable feat upon hearing the shopkeeper's words. Xiao Ming nodded. So you commute here every day? Indeed, he replied. My home is over 40 kilometers away, and to be honest, it feels quite distant. With the rising fuel prices, the daily earnings from selling buns barely cover the cost of gas. Why not consider a different job? Xiao Ming suggested, his brow furrowing slightly. His pallor hinted at the toll of early mornings and late nights. The pressures he faced were evidently substantial. At his age, he likely had children of his own, who were probably in school. It seemed that this shop alone could scarcely sustain a family. There's a sentiment attached, the shopkeeper sighed deeply. This shop has witnessed my most glorious moments. Without it, my current life would not exist. Although business is lacking, I still wish to persevere. As he spoke, a bittersweet smile crossed his face. However, I fear I can't hold on much longer. I now have 3 children, and my wife earns only 500 yuan a month, which hardly allows us to save anything. Just then, the buns were ready. The proprietor skillfully retrieved 3 buns from the steamer, placing them on a plate before Xiao Ming. Famished, Xiao Ming took a bite, and he couldn't help but commend the delightful flavor of the buns. The shop may have been modest, but the buns were truly delectable. Boss, your buns are absolutely delicious, Xiao Ming praised. Of course, the shopkeeper chuckled. I've been making buns for over a decade, and I dare say mine are the best in this area. It's a pity that such exquisite buns struggle to find buyers. Boss, I believe you could relocate. Such tasty buns would surely find a warm reception anywhere. Xiao Ming mused, already contemplating the prospect of acquiring the shop. I have considered it, the shopkeeper replied. But look at how remote this location is. Who would want to rent a place here? We're out of funds. And you know how exorbitant rental prices are in the city. We simply cannot afford it. Have you thought about selling the shop? Xiao Ming inquired. Sell it? The shopkeeper laughed heartily. Who in their right mind would want to buy this shop? I would, Xiao Ming declared, his tone earnest. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. Frowning as he asked, you wish to buy this shop? Yes, Xiao Ming confirmed. I genuinely have that intention. I've inquired around, and no one seems willing to sell. But based on your situation, it seems you might be considering selling. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, realizing that he indeed harbored thoughts of selling the shop. Initially, he had wanted to sell it at a price lower than a market rate, yet it had not garnered any interest. Eventually, he had abandoned that idea, choosing to hold on a little longer. The shopkeeper appraised Xiao Ming, then asked, young man, you look to be about 18 or 19 years old. What would you do with my shop? I plan to convert it into a small warehouse, Xiao Ming replied. My father runs a modest business nearby and needs a place to stock goods. I believe the shop would be quite suitable. Xiao Ming spoke confidently, and the shopkeeper began to believe his words. With the funds from selling the shop, he could rent a better location in the city and open a new bun shop. This was his current thought. Observing the shopkeeper's reaction, Xiao Ming detected a glimmer of interest. So what do you say, boss? If it's feasible, let us discuss the price. If we can agree, I'll call my dad shortly and arrange to transfer the funds today. All right. The shopkeeper nodded, bringing over a bowl of hot and sour soup, then seated himself next to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming surveyed the premises again, inquiring, this shop must have a decent size, around 30 square meters, I presume? No. The shopkeeper shook his head. It's a total of 25 square meters. It may seem larger, but do you have a price in mind? Xiao Ming hesitated. He only had a little over 220,000 yuan, and the average price for properties here hovered around 10,000 yuan per square meter, though that was merely an online estimate. Clearly, such a subpar shop would not reach that valuation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming resolved to aim for a maximum of 200,000 yuan to secure the property. How about 6,000 per square meter? He proposed, offering a particularly low price to gauge the shopkeeper's expectations. The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly at Xiao Ming's words. Young brother, that price is rather low. What do you suggest, then? Xiao Ming countered. I've done my research. While this place may be dilapidated, the price should be above 8,000. Your 6,000 is simply not feasible. 8,000. Hearing that figure, Xiao Ming realized he could consider it. For the 25 square meter space, that would total 200,000 yuan. However, the shopkeeper's 8,000 clearly had some padding. We can negotiate, he said. 8,000 is a bit steep. I could offer you 6,500 at most. No, 6,500 is too low. Xiao Ming fell silent, sensing that the shopkeeper feared he might withdraw from a deal. After all this time, having someone express genuine interest in buying was a prospect he could hardly dismiss. Even a loss. Taking a bite of the meat bun, Xiao Ming declared, "Boss, I sincerely wish to purchase. Let us settle on 6,800. That's my final offer. Otherwise, I'll continue browsing." The shopkeeper hesitated, then bit the bullet. Would 180,000 work? Add a little. And if we can settle on that, I'll treat you to your lunch. Xiao Ming paused, calculating. A bun cost 2 yuan. 3 buns and a bowl of soup would amount to 8 yuan. He was paying 1,000 more, but saving 8 yuan on lunch. A clever business move on the shopkeeper's part. Yet, he realized that after the new year, the value of the shop would soar to 700,000 or 800,000, if not more. All right, I agree. But you must treat me to 2 extra buns. I'm still hungry. No problem. I'll fetch them right away. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Ming and the shopkeeper proceeded to finalize the necessary paperwork for the sale. This area had once been a village, which had evolved into a commercial street over time. Consequently, the property held land use rights. Once the formalities were completed, the shopkeeper called a vehicle to transport the steaming equipment and furniture, leaving Xiao Ming with an empty shell of a shop. As the cleaning neared completion, the shopkeeper joyfully shook his hand. Young brother, I owe you a great deal. Here's wishing your father's business flourishes. Thank you, boss. The shopkeeper felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had struck an incredible bargain. In reality, however, he was in for quite a loss. He could hardly anticipate that in just a few months, property prices in the area would soar by 5 to 6 times. At that juncture, he would certainly have cause to lament. Yet, this was of little consequence. Xiao Ming glanced at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock. He remarked, "Boss, it has been a pleasure collaborating this time. The hour is getting late, and I must take my leave. You should also explore the area and consider where to open your shop." Inda. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "Once I find a suitable location, I will either call or send you the coordinates. If you have time, do come by the shop for a complimentary bun." "Absolutely." Xiao Ming nodded affirmatively. "I will certainly visit when the time comes." "Very well," the shopkeeper continued. "Since it is getting late, I shall take my leave. By the way, would you like me to give you a ride?" Xiao Ming glanced at his Mercedes-Benz A-Class and shook his head. "Your trunk cannot accommodate my bicycle. It's best I ride back myself." "All right then." The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "Take care on your way back. I shall be off." "All right, goodbye." After the shopkeeper climbed into his car, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Immediately, Xiao Ming took out his phone, blocked the shopkeeper on WeChat, and restricted his calls. After all, if the shopkeeper were to learn about the impending demolition in the future and attempt to backtrack or harass him, it would create complications. It was far better to sever ties completely, ensuring no future contact. As for the offer of free buns, who cared for such a triviality? Though they were indeed quite delectable. Once the shopkeeper departed, Xiao Ming purchased a new door lock from a nearby hardware store before leaving the area. On his way back, he happened to pass by the hospital, decided to buy a few items for Su Yitian, and engaged in some light conversation before returning home at 8 in the evening. In the following days, life gradually settled into a routine. The system required him to save up 1 million yuan, and since he had purchased a shop, he awaited the demolition without pursuing any entrepreneurial ventures. After all, he still had to attend school. Although his grades were commendable and he faced no issues with the college entrance examination, skipping classes was out of the question. Every afternoon after school, Xiao Ming would visit the hospital to check on Su Yitian, reminding her to take her medication. When the ward was empty, he would secretly apply scar cream to her chest. The surgical scar was not long, measuring only 4 centimeters, and, after a month of application, it had completely faded away, leaving no trace. Su Yitian was pleasantly surprised by this outcome. By December, Su Yitian had made a remarkable recovery. Following a checkup at the hospital, the doctors declared it a medical miracle. The anomaly in her heart had entirely vanished, rendering her indistinguishable from a healthy individual. However, her overly protective parents, Suin and Xiaolingju, did not permit her to return to school immediately, insisting she rest at home for a while. During this period, Su Yitian gained several pounds, indulging in an abundance of food and drink. Yet, the more she enjoyed, the more discontent she felt, yearning to return to her studies, despite her parents' objections. Consequently, she spent her nights on the phone with Xiao Ming, venting her frustrations. On January 25, 2019, in the classroom of Class 3, senior year, the first semester was nearing its conclusion. Tomorrow marked the final examination. The atmosphere of diligence among the students intensified. "Excuse me, everyone," the homeroom teacher, Wang Qibei, entered the classroom as morning reading commenced. He clapped his hands and directed his gaze towards the door. Why the hesitation after months apart? "Come." Then, Su Yitian, bundled up like a ball, slowly walked in. "Look who has arrived." The classmates gasped upon seeing Su Yitian. Recently, the school had been in the process of selecting students for scholarships. Upon learning of this, Su Yitian's parents had come to the school to assist her application. Consequently, the school learned about her surgery, which was communicated to Wang Qibei, who subsequently informed the class. Given Su Yitian's popularity among her classmates, many had willingly contributed money to support her recovery. Upon seeing his girlfriend enter the classroom, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. She never mentioned returning to school. With the final exams imminent, her return seemed like a self-imposed trial. After Su Yitian settled in, Wang Qibei announced, "Now that Su Yitian has fully recovered, our class representative for studies has returned. Xiao Ming, I shall relieve you of your temporary duties as representative." Let us welcome her back with a round of applause. The classroom erupted in thunderous applause. Su Yitian could not help but bow to express her gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, for your support. If you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to ask me or Xiao Ming. We'll gladly assist." The classmates responded with murmurs of surprise, as their relationship had become common knowledge, and she was brazenly expressing affection even in front of the homeroom teacher. Such boldness was remarkable. "Guang Yve interjected, Oldait, Su Yitian. Please return to your seat. Today, there are no classes, so everyone should focus on reviewing for tomorrow's final examination. With a solid performance, you can enjoy a wonderful new year." With that, he exited the classroom, and Su Yitian hurried back to her desk. Observing Su Yitian, who was bundled up, Xiao Ming inquired, "Little girl, you didn't mention you were coming back to school." "It was my parents," she sighed deeply. "I insisted on returning for the final exams, but they were reluctant. After much persuasion, they finally agreed. Today, my parents personally brought me back and spoke extensively with the homeroom teacher. It was quite exasperating. They only want what's best for you." "Ugh." Su Yitian glanced at her desk. "But it seems you've been tidying up my desk frequently and organizing my books so neatly." "Thank you." "Not at all. Just call me Dad and we'll be even." Chapter 106, The Winter Break Plan. Su Yitian rolled her eyes. Calling you Dad is utterly out of the question." Xiao Ming chuckled. "I was just kidding. Anyway, with the final exams tomorrow, make sure to review well." After Su Yitian returned, Xiao Ming felt an irresistible urge to tease her. However, considering the imminent exams, he refrained from doing anything inappropriate. Throughout the day, Xiao Ming assisted Su Yitian with her studies, and by 4 in the afternoon, they began to affix their examination numbers. With the final examinations approaching, it was nearly a countdown of 100 days until the college entrance exam after the new semester commenced. The final examination would still follow the previous ranking based on exam scores, and since Su Yitian had not taken any tests for 2 months, her examination number was determined by her performance in the monthly exam at the end of October. Thus, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian would be in the same examination room. The first examination room was known as the gathering place for top students. Even Xian Tiansheng had moved to the 5th examination room. During this period, Xian Tiansheng had established a relationship with Zhao Yalu, yet they maintained a certain distance in school. This was because Zhao Yalu was concealing her relationship from her parents. If they discovered it, her life would be over. Naturally, Xian Tiansheng respected her wishes, and their academic performances were closely matched. They had both agreed to aim for the same university, which fueled Xian Tiansheng's determination to study with renewed vigor. The following day, after the morning reading session, the students began to leave their classrooms in droves, making their way to their respective examination halls. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian ascended together to the classroom on the far left of the 4th floor. A month prior, Xiao Ming had exchanged some items through the system to enhance his academic performance, and, at this moment, he had achieved the remarkable distinction of being the top student in his grade. Consequently, his examination number was 16030101, signifying grade 16, senior year 3, examination room 01. And seat 01, positioned in the front row, alarmingly close to the invigilating teacher. Su Yitian held the number 16030115, sitting in a central position within the classroom. "Xiao Ming, do well on the exam. You've managed to sit in the top position," she exclaimed, astonished at his accomplishments. "Isn't this thanks to you? Without your assistance in English tutoring, how could I have possibly reached the top?" He replied modestly, Alright, su Yitian similet genti. This achievement is a result of your own hard work. I had little to do with it. Shortly thereafter, the bell signaling the entrance to the examination hall rang. The students hurried back to their seats. Xiao Ming's desk partner was a quiet girl from the second year, possessing a rather unremarkable appearance. Adorned with a pair of glasses, exuding an aura of studiousness. She was entirely devoid of makeup and sported a typical student hairstyle, blending seamlessly into the background. Yet, it is often those who appear the most unassuming that possess the greatest potential. She did not spare a glance at Xiao Ming. Her sole focus was on her studies. Before long, two invigilators entered the room, teachers from the first year whom Xiao Ming did not recognize. They felt particularly at ease with the candidates in the first examination room, knowing that diligent students rarely resort to cheating or other frivolous antics. The Chinese exam papers were soon distributed, and Xiao Ming glanced at his, finding it to be remarkably straightforward. Chinese, after all, primarily comprised multiple choice questions, memorization of poetry, translation of classical texts, reading comprehension, and, of course, an essay. The reading comprehension section followed a standardized answering template, making it easy to achieve full marks if one simply remembered it. As for the essay, that was even simpler. As the command to begin rang out, Xiao Ming swiftly set to work. Observing his diligent efforts from the back row, Su Yitian felt a swell of pride and also began her examination with haste. 2 days later, upon completion of the exams, the students were instructed to stand. Once the invigilators had collected the papers, they would be free to leave the hall. After the exams, the students returned to their classroom, where their homeroom teacher would assign the final winter vacation homework before the school officially commenced the holiday. As Xiao Ming stood and stretched, he lamented the physical toll of the 3-day testing period. Moments later, the invigilator approached him playfully and gave his shoulder a light tap. Exams are over. Let us hurry back to the classroom. All right. Xiao Ming nodded slightly before inquiring, how did you find the final comprehensive exam questions? Were they manageable? Not too bad, she smiled and nodded. I believe I can score over 260. How about you? I did well too. The pair returned to their classroom, where their classmates had already rearranged the desks. Having just completed their exams, and with no teacher present, many students had taken out their phones to play, including Xian Tiansheng, who was secretly sitting beside Zhao Yilu. They were ostensibly comparing their exam papers, but Xian Tiansheng's gaze was fixated on Zhao Yilu's chest. Once back at his seat, Xiao Ming stretched and turned his attention to Su Yitian. Wife, winter vacation begins tomorrow. Any plans? Well, Su Yitian pondered before responding, my mother has already made arrangements. Since the new year is approaching, my parents will take me back to our hometown for the celebrations. Back to your hometown? At that moment, Xiao Ming recalled that Su Yitian's hometown was in the neighboring Jinghai city. Yes, she nodded slightly. With just 7 days until New Year's Eve, I'll be leaving in about 4 days, but I should return on the second day of the new year. My dad mentioned he wants to come to your house to celebrate as well. That's wonderful. Xiao Ming grinned mischievously. You probably haven't seen your grandparents in a while. Make sure to spend time with them and your relatives. I know, she replied. Xiao Ming then realized he too had not visited his grandparents in quite some time. They lived in the countryside, and he rarely found the opportunity to see them. In his past life, he hadn't been able to say goodbye to his grandmother before she passed away, a lingering regret in his heart. His grandmother had been in poor health and, fearing the costs, rarely went for medical checkups. Consequently, by the time her illness was discovered, it was too late for treatment. Thus, this time, he was determined to take her for a medical examination. After all, he hoped she could help him and Su Yitian care for their future children. And, at over 70 years of age, she still worked hard in the fields, maintaining good health. At that moment, Su Yitian asked, by the way, do you remember we participated in that competition together? The super mathematician? Xiao Ming nodded in response. What about it? I received a call saying there will be a final competition after the 15th. If we participate, we might secure a recommendation for a key university. All right. Xiao Ming nodded thoughtfully. I have some matters to attend to after the 15th, but I'll assess the situation. If time permits, we should definitely go. Chapter 107. Returning to the countryside. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Su Yitian displayed a look of surprise. Is there something more important than the competition? It was evident from her tone that she was eager to participate, and rightly so, as the opportunity for a recommendation to a prestigious university was at stake. Only 2 such slots were available per province. Tsinghua and Peking University were the dreams of every student. Injudink, Su Yitian. Xiao Ming contemplated the situation. For him, whether or not to secure a recommendation was of little consequence. His primary objective was to obtain the compensation from the demolition. However, participating in the competition should not conflict with the other matters at hand. At this moment, His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of money. While money could not buy everything, a lack of it could lead to insurmountable difficulties. His main desire was to complete the tasks set forth by the system as soon as possible. Once in university, he would have more time to pursue entrepreneurial endeavors. Yes, there is indeed something. Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. All right then, I'll accompany you. We should cherish the opportunity for a recommendation. Yay! Su Yitian beamed with delight upon hearing Xiao Ming's agreement. She began to gather her books. The winter vacation would last over 20 days, a considerable break for them. During this time, it was essential to review diligently. Xiao Ming lost himself in thought for a moment before teacher Wang entered the classroom with a jovial stride. Clearly elated at the impending holiday. Students, he announced with a smile, the final exams have concluded. How do you all feel about your performance? Pretty good, came a chorus of responses. Absolutely the top of the class. Forget about that, Huang Xiao Ming. Stop playing Honor of Kings and put your phone away. Teacher Wang's face darkened. The principal has stated that we can start the holiday after the final class meeting. If you continue talking, I'll skip the meeting. We will only proceed once the class is quiet. If need be, we can stretch this until 9 o'clock. I have all the time in the world. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, Xiao Ming was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. Truly, as the homeroom teacher, his catchphrases remained unchanged. The students in the class, upon hearing this, promptly closed their mouths, for they too wished to return home as soon as possible. Not going to say anything? If you don't, I shall commence. Teacher Wang Qi remarked, surveying the classroom. This holiday extends until the 16th day of the first lunar month, totaling 23 days. I hope everyone will manage their time wisely and refrain from indulging in excessive play, particularly with the impending college entrance examination. The Chinese homework is not extensive, comprising only 20 test papers. One a day will still leave us with 3 extra days. Chinese class representative, please take a few individuals to the office to collect the papers. With that, several students exited the classroom together. Teacher Wang distributed the holiday notice and then addressed matters concerning fire safety during the winter break, advising caution with fireworks, before allowing the other subject teachers to assign their homework. The mathematics teacher announced, students, there are 23 test papers for mathematics over the winter break. The English teacher added, this semester's winter holiday homework is not too burdensome, just 1 paper a day. The geography teacher chimed in. As you all know, geography assignments have always been minimal. Just 1 test paper per day, which I will check upon your return. Each of the 6 subjects assigned merely 1 test paper, despite the assignments being manageable. Dissatisfaction was etched on the faces of class 3 students, yet they found themselves unable to voice any objections. Indeed, completing 6 test papers in a single day was not entirely unfeasible, but would anyone genuinely adhere to this schedule? It was improbable. Most students would defer their assignments until the final days of the holiday, or even until the very last day. After all, having finally secured a break, who would want to commence their holiday by tackling homework? Once all the teachers departed, Xian Tiansheng approached Xiao Ming with an ingratiating demeanor. Ming Yi, could I trouble you with a favor? What is it? Observing Xian Tiansheng's expression, Xiao Ming could discern that he was certainly up to no good. In the days leading up to the new school term, could you send me the answers to your test papers, and then? Xiao Ming interrupted. And then let you copy them? Exactly. Xian Tiansheng nodded emphatically. Xiao Ming scoffed. Get lost, and don't come back until you're far away. Can't you manage to write it yourself? Shouldn't you rather ask Zhao Yalu to help you with your assignments during the winter break? It could even nurture your relationship, right? Of course. Xian Tiansheng clapped his hands. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, Minggu. Off you go. Xiao Ming waved his hand. After a while, Teacher Wang returned to utter a few final words, officially declaring the start of the holiday. At that moment, many parents had gathered on campus. After all, it was quite normal for students residing in the dormitory to be picked up. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, burdened with hefty backpacks, finally arrived at the school gate. I'm so exhausted. Wearing thick clothing, coupled with the weight of revision books and numerous test papers, the burden was one only the senior class could truly understand. Just then, they heard the honking of a car nearby. Beep beep. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Ming instinctively wanted to utter, "The king covers the tiger." He looked up to see that the honking came from none other than his father, Xiao Guosheng. Given the substantial load of books, he had specifically asked his father to pick them up. Yitian, my dad's here. Hurry up and get in the car. Huh? When did uncle arrive? Su Yitian seemed perplexed, as Xiao Guosheng had already exited the vehicle and taken Su Yitian's bulging backpack from her. He did not forget to inquire about the 2 students' academic performance. So, Yitian, Xiao Ming, how did you feel about your final exams? Xiao Ming patted his chest. Dad, you needn't worry about my grades. Remember, I am the top of the grade. Even being first in the grade doesn't mean you should be complacent. He turned to Su Yitian. And you Xiao Tian sweet? I did all right, uncle. As long as you have confidence. He nodded, ushering the two children into the back seat of the car. However, an issue arose. As he had parked right at the school gate, the surrounding cars were tightly packed, rendering it impossible to drive away. Thus, they waited for quite a long time before the vehicle could finally inch forward. Xiao Guosheng first dropped Su Yitian off at her residential complex, and Xiao Ming assisted her in carrying her books upstairs before returning home. On the way, Xiao Ming asked Dad, seeing as the new year is approaching, "Should we pick up Grandpa and Grandma to celebrate with us?" "Yes." Xiao Guosheng nodded. "Tomorrow we will head to the countryside to retrieve your grandparents. Make sure not to sleep in, wake up early, and we can return by evening." "All right." The thought of his grandparents prompted Xiao Ming to reminisce about his childhood. He had been rather mischievous, fond of spicy snacks, and often begged his grandmother for pocket money. When she refused, he'd throw a tantrum, being utterly disobedient. In response to his antics, his grandmother had always shown him immense patience. At that moment, Xiao Ming truly missed her dearly. The primary goal was to bring her back and ensure her health was in check. Chapter 108. The veteran driver of Xiao Mountain is ready to roll. The following day. "Son, are you up yet? If not, hurry up. We must be on our way." Outside the door, the familiar nagging voice of Xiao Guosheng echoed. At that moment, Xiao Ming was engaged in a video call with Su Yitian. Indeed, after waking, he had begun a casual conversation with her. "Yitian, my dad's calling. I need to go. MHM, make sure to spend quality time with Grandpa and Grandma." She was already aware that Xiao Ming was to pick up his grandparents today, and naturally, she had no part to play in such matters. "I'll let you meet my grandparents tonight. Bye-bye, Yitian. Bye." Gazing at Su Yitian on the screen, Xiao Ming ended the call. He then sprang out of bed, wearing his slippers, and made his way to the living room. At that moment, his father, Xiao Guosheng, was already dressed in new clothes. Due to the holiday, his mother had left for the store early in the morning. "Dad, let me brush my teeth, and we'll head out." "All right." Xiao Ming swiftly dashed into the bathroom, and after freshening up, he changed into a proper outfit before departing with Xiao Guosheng. Since they were going to fetch his grandparents from the countryside, they had no purchases to make. His grandparents resided in a small village in Shoguang City, approximately over 200 kilometers from their current location. They cultivated vegetables in greenhouses, which was indeed laborious, yet the financial rewards were substantial. Xiao Ming vividly recalled that his grandparents owned over 30 acres of land, growing a variety of vegetables that were shipped worldwide during harvest season. Not only did his grandparents farm, but the entire village and indeed the whole of Shoguang City thrived on agriculture. Shoguang is renowned as the largest vegetable wholesale market in the nation. Xiao Guosheng soon merged onto the expressway. With the new year approaching, the traffic was quite heavy. For safety's sake, he refrained from driving too fast, maintaining a speed of 100 km/h. Long hours of driving took a toll on him, and he would always take short breaks at service areas. "Dad, why don't I take a turn at driving?" "Not a chance. What do you know about driving?" Xiao Guosheng stretched his wrists, while Xiao Ming produced a driving license from his pocket. Indeed, it was a driving license. He had obtained it during the period when Su Yitian was on a break from school, having secretly taken the test. In his previous life, he had been a veteran driver on Xiao Mountain, hence he hadn't needed any practice. He merely registered and scheduled the exam, passing all 4 subjects on the first attempt. Upon seeing the driving license in Xiao Ming's hand, Xiao Guosheng was momentarily taken aback. "When did you pass your driving test?" 2 weeks ago. "So, Dad, can I drive now?" No. Xiao Guosheng shook his head. "You're still in the probationary period. You can't drive on the highway." "I'll take the wheel." "Dad, you just don't get it." Xiao Ming was eager to take the car for a spin. For a man, a car is akin to a grand toy, especially a manual transmission, which indeed offers a delightful driving experience. Ever since childhood, Xiao Ming had a profound passion for cars, even dreaming of becoming an F1 driver. He countered, while it's true that probationary drivers can't go on highways if there's a passenger with 3 years of driving experience, it's permissible. "Dad, I still want to take Yitian out for some fun. You must let me practice properly. Besides, isn't your spine bothering you lately? It would be a good opportunity for you to rest." Fine. Xiao Guosheng, in a moment of impulsiveness, relented. "Hurry, Dad, let's switch seats." With that, Xiao Ming hopped into the driver's seat. "Buckle up, Dad. The seasoned driver of Xiao Mountain is about to hit the road," Xiao Ming shouted, slamming down on the accelerator. Vroom. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car ambled forward. After all, it was just a 1.5T engine, not a sports car. The engine was loud, yet the car hardly picked up speed. Xiao Guosheng gripped the overhead handle tightly. "Xiao Ming, slow down. You're going 124, then 130. You're speeding." "Dad, are you unaware of the new traffic regulations? On highways, exceeding the speed limit by 20 is neither penalized nor fined, meaning you could drive up to 140. "Don't worry." In just an hour and a half, they arrived in Shoguang City. Unlike Xinhai City, which was bustling with high-rises. This place lacked the grandeur of a provincial capital. Relying on his memory, Xiao Ming navigated the car slowly towards Guyong Town. On both sides of the provincial road lay endless fields. It was winter, and the fields were covered with greenhouses. While appreciating the scenic route, Xiao Ming eagerly anticipated reuniting with his grandparents. After another 20 minutes, the car entered Guyong Town. His grandmother lived in a nearby village called Huya Village. Despite its name, there were no cliffs here. Dad, if I recall correctly, this is the village, right? The car rolled into the entrance of Huya Village, where under an old locust tree, 5 or 6 elderly men and women were gathered, chatting amiably. Xiao Ming knew better than to engage with them, for they were the village's primary source of information. Anything could be learned from their lips. If he offended them, his reputation would spread through the village like a highly contagious plague. Not familiar with them, Xiao Ming chose to bypass greetings and drove straight into the village. After navigating several turns, the car finally halted outside a yard enclosed by a wooden fence. Inside the yard, a few roosters wandered about, and in a corner, a large yellow dog was tied up to guard the premises. Upon exiting the car, Xiao Ming called out loudly, "Grandpa! Grandma!" However, it seemed his grandparents did not hear him. Xiao Guosheng remarked, "All right. Your grandparents are getting old and a bit hard of hearing. They probably can't hear us. Let's head inside quickly." Sure. The wooden fence was unlocked, and as they stepped inside, they made their way directly to the main room. Creak. Upon pushing the door open, a scent of coal filled the air. The furniture in the old house was rather shabby, as the house had some leaks, causing much of the wooden furniture to rot. From within, the sound of a television was clearly audible. Xiao Ming pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Grandpa! Grandma! Look who's here!" Oh! On hearing Xiao Ming's voice, both grandparents were momentarily stunned. His grandmother was the first to speak. "Oh, it's Xiao Ming. Why didn't you let us know you were coming?" Behind him, Xiao Guosheng said, "Mom, we come at this time every year, and you always say the same thing." Chapter 109. Is this what it means to be set up by Grandma for a match? Aha, indeed. Grandma Wang Yinju immediately beckoned Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng inside, then inquired, "So, Xiao Ming, how have your grades been lately? Let me tell you, Wang area from next door has brought home several awards this time. Would you like to meet her?" Xiao Ming paused slightly, pondering the significance of awards. He had never been short of accolades throughout his life. Just when he finally achieved good grades, Jinhua suddenly stopped issuing awards. Of course, accolades held little value for him now. He recalled how his father used to encourage him to study by offering pocket money for awards. However, what did Grandma mean by wanting him to meet her? Grandma. Why do you want to meet Wang area? Xiao Ming had a vague recollection of her. They attended kindergarten together in this town. Wang area was of the same age, and they lived in the same village, often being escorted to and from school by their parents. Over time, they became acquainted. Later, during primary school, every New Year, he would spend time at his grandmother's house and would go with Wang area to the small shop on the eastern side of the village to buy firecrackers and blow up cow dung. However, starting from middle school, they stopped spending New Year's here and naturally lost contact with Wang area. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Wang Yinji responded, "Aren't you about to graduate from university? It's time to find a girlfriend and give Grandma a great-grandchild." Xiao Guosheng, who was drinking water, suddenly choked. How could his own mother be more anxious than him? She was already thinking about great-grandchildren. Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Xiao Ming was taken aback. This was a bit absurd. Before he could respond, his grandmother continued, "Don't think she was unattractive as a child. That girl has blossomed beautifully now. You needn't worry about this matter. Grandma has already spoken to Wang area's parents, and they agreed. When you arrive, you should have a good chat with her." Xiao Ming was utterly bewildered. Was this what it meant to be set up for a match by his grandmother? About my return home during my senior year, being taken to meet a potential match by my grandmother. Xiao Ming quickly interjected, "Grandma, that's unnecessary. I must confess, I actually already have a girlfriend." His grandmother looked at him with confusion. "Have you already gotten in touch with Wang area? That girl is indeed quite nice." No. At this moment, Xiao Ming felt a bit lost. He continued, "It's not Wang area. It's my classmate from high school. Here, Grandma, look at this photo." With that, Xiao Ming opened his phone's gallery and displayed it to his grandmother. His phone was filled with pictures of him and Su Yitian. Grandma squinted, holding the phone far away, and eventually donned her reading glasses, saying, "Oh, this girl is quite pretty." The moment Grandma laid eyes on Su Yitian, she was smitten, praising, "So fair and beautiful." "Haha, she is your classmate. Very good, very good. By the way, what's her name?" "Her name is Su Yitian. Yitian is lovely." At that moment, Grandmother handed the phone to grandfather Xiao Daosheng, exclaiming, "Old man, take a look at our grandson's little girlfriend. Do take a look." During lunchtime, Xiao Ming and Xiao Guosheng shared a meal, and around 3 in the afternoon, They prepared to take their grandparents back to Shanghai for the New Year festivities. Xiao Ming opened the trunk and placed a pig inside. When he turned around, he was taken aback to find grandmother cradling a piglet in her arms. Are we really bringing a pig home for the New Year? He thought, bewildered. Meanwhile, grandfather was chasing chickens around the yard. And Xiao Guosheng emerged from the kitchen with some pig intestines, 2 fish, and an assortment of vegetables. But Grandma, do we really need to bring a pig? He questioned. It's not necessary, is it? Grandmother responded. This year, we had a bountiful harvest of vegetables, and with the help of some internet celebrities, our village has made quite a profit. This little pig has tender meat. You've never tasted such pork before. Just take it with us. With that, she insisted that Xiao Ming open the car's trunk. He found it impossible to refuse her request. Before long, grandfather caught 2 more chickens, tied them up securely, and tossed them into the trunk. Grandfather and grandmother continued to stuff the trunk with various fruits and vegetables until it was completely full. Only then did they relent. Just as they were about to leave, grandmother clapped her hands. Oh, wait. I forgot the chives, and I need to grab some change of clothes. You all wait a moment. Enough, mother. Xiao Guosheng's expression stiffened. We've already bought the chives and clothes for you and father at home. You don't need to bring anything else. Just coming along is sufficient. But I've already purchased the chives. They must come. After some back and forth, grandmother ultimately decided against bringing the chives. Xiao Ming leisurely made his way to the driver's seat when suddenly his father pulled him back. His expression turned serious. Sit in the passenger seat. With me here, you won't be driving again. Is it really necessary? Xiao Ming grumbled as he took his place in the passenger seat. It's just driving at 140. What's the big deal? I'm a seasoned driver. How could I possibly have an accident? Once all 4 of them were in the car, they gradually drove out of the village. Just then, grandmother suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, my coal." Xiao Wusheng, with a blank expression, replied, "I checked the gas. It's turned off. The stove is fine. I also took the coal balls out." "Don't worry, mother. You always do this. Are you going to ask if the TV is off next?" "How did you know?" Xiao Guosheng sighed. "That time was different. I locked the door, turned off the gas, stove, and TV, and even shut off the circuit breaker. Just rest easy." Xiao Ming chuckled softly. It was indeed true that grandmother always worried about the house when they left. A few years back, grandmother had asked his father to drive back to check, and they found everything perfectly fine. Over time, Xiao Guosheng developed a habit of thoroughly checking the house before leaving. As the car journeyed further, by 5 o'clock, they had exited the highway and arrived in Shanghai City. After another 20 minutes, they finally parked in the underground garage. Upon exiting the vehicle, grandmother could not contain her excitement. "Xiao Ming, didn't you say I could meet my granddaughter-in-law today? Hurry up and call her out for me to see." "Grandmother, please don't rush," Xiao Ming replied, slightly taken aback at how fixated grandmother was on meeting his girlfriend. "First, let us get everything upstairs. After dinner, I'll bring her out for you to meet." "Haha, all right." At that moment, Xiao Guosheng interjected, "Xiao Ming, you take the things upstairs with grandfather and grandmother while I go and prepare the pig and the 2 chickens. I'll be back shortly." "All right." Xiao Ming replied as Xiao Guosheng opened the trunk, took out 2 chickens, and carried the pig outside. The remaining vegetables were manageable for the 3 of them, and Xiao Ming quickly led grandfather and grandmother into the elevator and up to their apartment. His mother, Zhou Yanwan, warmly welcomed grandfather and grandmother into the house, beginning preparations for dinner. Half an hour later, Xiao Guosheng returned with the freshly plucked and gutted chickens and pig. He carried a distinct odor that, to be honest, made Xiao Ming feel nauseous. "Son, there's quite a bit of pork. Make sure to take some to Uncle Sue later. I've packed the pig's face and ears together, so remember to mention that," he instructed. "Got it," Xiao Ming replied as he received a bag from his father. After another 10 minutes, dinner was ready. Given that his grandparents were visiting, the meal was quite sumptuous. After finishing dinner, Xiao Ming hurried downstairs with the bag to deliver the pork to Su Yitian. Before leaving, he informed grandmother that he would call her shortly and bring Su Yitian to the community. Xiao Ming had already asked Su Yitian in advance, mentioning that grandmother wished to see her, and there was no reason for Su Yitian to decline. By 7 in the evening, Xiao Ming arrived at Mingkong Wenxin Garden, where Su Yitian lived, on the 6th floor. He knocked gently on the door, and within seconds, Su Yitian opened it with a surprised expression. "Oh, you got here so quickly?" At that moment, she wore a pink pajamas set, her hair cascading down, and she held chopsticks, suggesting she had been eating. "I brought you something." As the corridor was chilly, Xiao Ming quickly stepped inside, where he found Su Anjing and Xia Lingju also standing. The dining table was laden with dishes as they were having dinner. Xiao Ming spoke up, "Uncle, today I went to the countryside with my dad to pick up my grandparents, and my dad slaughtered a pig. This is some pork for you." He placed the pork on the coffee table in the living room. "All right, ha. Su Anjing showed no embarrassment and asked, "Have you eaten? Want to join us?" "No, thank you." Xiao Ming shook his head. I've already had dinner before coming over. You all enjoy your meal. At that moment, he turned to Sue. Yitian, hurry up and finish your meal. Then we can go out and let my grandmother meet you. Okay, I'll skip eating then, she said, bouncing into her bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged in a new outfit, dark blue jeans, a white thermal shirt, and a beige down jacket. Mom and Dad, I'm going out to play with Xiao Ming for a bit. I won't be eating anymore, she announced. Suddenly, she remembered something and dashed back in her bedroom to grab a set of badminton rackets, beaming as she approached Xiao Ming. Hey, isn't there a plaza in your community? Since it's cold now, let us exercise a bit, and it will be a great opportunity for me to meet your grandmother. What do you think? Sound great? Xiao Ming replied enthusiastically. She then took his hand, and they quickly dashed outside. Yitian, come back early. Got it. Su Anjun and Xia Lingju sighed, realizing their daughter was indeed swept away by Xiao Ming. But they thought nothing of it. Downstairs, Xiao Ming looked at Su Yitian, whose face radiated with a playful smile. Silly girl, it won't take long to eat. Why skip your meal? She patted her stomach. You know, I've gained so much weight while recovering, so I want to exercise today to shed some pounds. All right then, he conceded. Hand in hand, the two individuals strolled towards the community where Xiao Ming resided, arriving at the recreational area of the complex. At that moment, numerous elderly residents were already engaged in their spirited square dancing. Xiao Ming held a deep admiration for these spirited women, who, regardless of the weather, rain or shine, remained undeterred in their pursuit of dance. When it rained, they would simply take refuge in the underground garage, as their commitment to the activity was unwavering. The badminton courts were relatively unoccupied, and the lighting in the community was quite pleasant. Xiao Ming spoke up. Let me call Grandma and ask her to come down. You shouldn't feel nervous when you meet her, should you? Not at all, Su Yitian replied confidently, puffing out her chest. Your grandmother is my grandmother. There is nothing to be anxious about. Indeed, Xiao Ming acknowledged, retrieving his phone to dial his grandmother's number. The call connected almost instantaneously. Grandma, Yitian has arrived. We're at the activity area of the community, the same place where you used to dance. Please come down, and you can bring Grandpa along. All right. His grandmother's cheerful voice resonated through the phone. I'll be down shortly. Just wait for me. After hanging up, Xiao Ming chuckled softly. Su Yitian, having overheard his grandmother's voice, couldn't he help but inquire. It seems your grandmother is quite eager to meet me. I must make a good impression. Indeed, Xiao Ming replied. Today, Grandma is also trying to set me up for a blind date. I find it quite amusing. She says she wants to hold her great-grandchild soon. Su Yitian looked taken aback. A blind date? Yes, he affirmed. She has her eye on a girl named Wang, Area, whom I attended school with when we were young. She is from the same village as Grandma. Su Yitian froned slightly. What did you say? Have you met this girl? Meet her? Not at all. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. I simply showed Grandma a picture of us together, and in an instant, she took a liking to you. Really? Su Yitian felt a pang of jealousy earlier, but hearing Xiao Ming's word about his grandmother's fondness for her dispelled those feelings. After all, gaining the approval of elders is often a precursor to marriage. Before long, Xiao Ming spotted his grandmother in the distance. Due to her age, her pace was rather slow. He grasped Su Yitian's hand and said, Yitian, that is Grandma. Oh. She nodded and walked with Xiao Ming to his grandmother. With utmost respect, she greeted, Hello, Grandma. Am Su Yitian. Ah, ilo. His grandmother approached briskly, taking Su Yitian's hand and gently stroking it. How wonderful. Such a lovely girl. By the way, here is a red envelope for you. Xiao Ming was taken aback. What on earth? A red envelope on our first meeting? Seeing this, Su Yitian appeared somewhat flustered. She furrowed her brow and asked, Grandma, what is this? This is your New Year's money from me. I've heard all about you for Xiao Ming. Aren't you his girlfriend? So, this is for my granddaughter-in-law. No. Su Yitian quickly protested, shaking her head. Grandma, I cannot accept this red envelope. I'm already an adult. Only children receive red envelopes, so I must decline. Take it. His grandmother insisted, genuinely fond of Su Yitian. Earlier, during lunch, she had inquired about Su Yitian's background, and Xiao Ming had briefly elaborated on their relationship. Upon learning that Xiao Ming and Su Yitian had known each other since elementary school, his grandmother praised him profusely. After all, it is rare to find someone who is aware of the importance of seeking a partner from a young age. Xiao Ming chuckled. Yitian, since it's a gift from Grandma, you should accept it. It's her heartfelt gesture. Indeed, Su Yitian hesitated, but while she pondered, Grandma had already tucked the money into her arms. Xiao Ming then suggested, Grandma, Yitian brought her badminton racket this time. Since there is nothing else to do, why don't we play some badminton? Of course, his grandmother, accustomed to working in the fields, had no physical limitations. However, she did have some underlying health issues that wouldn't be apparent without a checkup. Xiao Ming planned to find a reason to take her to the hospital for a checkup after the new year. He then inquired, by the way, Grandma, where's Grandpa? Oh, he is playing chess with your father. At that moment, Xiao Ming recalled that his grandfather had a special fondness for chess. He had taught him to play Go and Chinese chess when he was younger, although back then, he was rather inept and couldn't grasp the game. It wasn't so much that he was inept, but rather that he lacked interest. After all, what child doesn't believe in the allure of light? Soon, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and his grandmother engaged in a spirited game of badminton. Xiao Ming had purchased a racket for merely $9.90 from a nearby convenience store. They quickly got into the game. As they moved about, sweat began to bead on their brows. His grandmother's skills were not particularly refined, and many of the shots were returned by Su Yitian. Despite her lack of finesse, her stamina was impressive. In the distance, Su Yitian gently tossed the shuttlecock into the air and struck it with a racket. Xiao Ming reciprocated with a forceful hit. In the next moment, Grandma Wang Yinju's gaze was fixed on the shuttlecock. However, Xiao Ming had hit it too high, and, as Grandma retreated, her foot slipped, causing her to accidentally fall to the ground. It appeared she hadn't fallen too hard. Su Yitian, witnessing this, immediately discarded her racket and hurried to her side. Grandma, are you all right? Given her age, a fall could be quite painful. Yet, in front of the two youngsters, Grandma refrained from expressing much discomfort. Oh, she touched her waist. I'm fine. Just a little tumble. Nothing serious. Not serious? Su Yitian's eyes were filled with concern, and at that moment, Xiao Ming rushed over as well. They carefully helped Grandma to her feet, and Xiao Ming observed her condition. Truly, it didn't seem too grave. After all, if she had injured her back in a fall, she wouldn't be able to stand at all. The badminton court was not made of hard concrete. It had a softer rubber surface, making falls less consequential. Su Yitian suggested, Grandma, why don't we go to the hospital for a checkup? Yes. Let us go to the hospital for a checkup. No, no, no. Grandma shook her head, but Xiao Ming was not to be swayed. He insisted, Grandma, some injuries may not be immediately apparent. This has happened before. We should go get an x-ray. Yitian, please put away the badminton rackets. We're going to the hospital. Oh, all right. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Grandma appeared somewhat bewildered. No, I'm really fine. I'm really fine. The two of them helped Grandma to the entrance of the community. At that moment, a vehicle happened to pull up at the entrance. Once inside, Xiao Ming instructed driver. To the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, please hurry. The driver glanced at Xiao Ming and Grandma through the rearview mirror, his expression shifting slightly. Is something wrong? Without further ado, the driver pressed the accelerator, revving the engine to 3,000 revolutions per minute and swiftly shifting into fifth gear, zooming away. Xiao Ming was left in a state of bewilderment. Not only Xiao Ming, but also Su Yitian and Grandma were taken aback. Oh my goodness, starting from fifth gear, how did this driver manage that? A seasoned driver, undoubtedly. The speed caught Xiao Ming off guard, prompting him to exclaim, Driver, there's no need to drive so fast. We're merely heading to the hospital for a checkup. If you had mentioned that earlier, the driver's expression darkened. Just now, you asked me to hurry. I thought something was amiss. No. Xiao Ming was somewhat perplexed. Are taxi drivers nowadays so socially responsible? Gradually, the driver reduced the speed, while Grandma chided Xiao Ming all the way, claiming that she merely had a minor fall and that going to the hospital was just a way for them to squander money. However, Xiao Ming harbored different thoughts. His intention was clear, to have Grandma undergo a comprehensive physical examination. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, Grandma's sudden passing was due to a cerebral hemorrhage, attributed to high blood pressure and some underlying coronary heart disease. Primarily, her negligence regarding diet was the main culprit, now that living standards had improved. Her eating habits had also taken a turn for the better. Irregular eating was the greatest instigator of such ailments. After a brief journey, the car halted at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Xiao Ming sighed. I never expected we'd return here. Su Yitian chuckled. Indeed. This is a place I've been familiar with for so long. It's nice to come back. Supporting his grandmother, Xiao Ming said, Grandma, we've arrived at the hospital. How about we go inside and take a look? Sigh. Grandma sighed. I truly do not understand you. I've said I'm fine. Why do you insist on bringing me here? Grandma, you should have regular checkups. What if there are any hidden illnesses? Yes, Su Yitian nodded, endorsing Xiao Ming's words. Grandma, regular checkups are beneficial. That way, if any ailments arise, we can detect and treat them promptly. Oh, you two are just wasting money. I am perfectly healthy. Although she protested verbally, warmth filled her heart, for she was cherished by these two children. Soon, under Su Yitian's guidance, they arrived at the designated department. Chapter 112. Why are there so many health issues? After registering, Xiao Ming immediately requested a full-body examination for Grandma. Nowadays, hospitals operate around the clock for examinations, so it would only take a little time. The examination costs amounted to over 2,000 yuan, encompassing numerous tests such as chest x-rays, CT scans, cardiac ultrasounds, and renal ultrasounds. Fortunately, Su Yitian was quite familiar with the hospital, leading the way throughout. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and Grandma navigated through the hospital. The examination rooms were not even in the same building, and with so many tests, they wasted a significant amount of time on the road. During the examinations, they encountered many doctors who recognized Su Yitian, inquiring about her recovery. One glance at her lively demeanor was enough to reveal her well-being. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were still at the hospital for the checkups. Xiao Ming's father called him, but he refrained from telling the truth. If he mentioned taking Grandma to the hospital, they would undoubtedly worry. He instead said he was out with Grandma and Su Yitian and would return shortly. At 11 o'clock, the physical examinations were finally complete. By this time, the hospital was nearly deserted. After leaving, Grandma kept grumbling, "You, Xiao Ming, have spent so much money." "All right, Grandma. We need to come back tomorrow to check your examination results." Xiao Ming hailed a cab by the roadside, first dropping Su Yitian at her apartment complex, then returning home with Grandma. The next day, at 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming's father, having taken his annual leave for the upcoming new year, was preparing to purchase ingredients for the festivities. After lunch, he drove to the market. Xiao Ming did not accompany him, as he still needed to take Grandma to the hospital. At that moment, Su Yitian initiated a video call with Xiao Ming. Upon answering, her image appeared on his screen. "So how is it? You haven't set off yet, right? Do you need me to accompany you to collect Grandma's examination results?" "No need." Xiao Ming shook his head. "I can manage on my own. You stay home and focus on your homework. Once you finish, I might need to borrow your answers." Su Yitian shot him a disdainful glance, but nodded in agreement. "All right then, I want to accompany you. My parents said they would take me back to my hometown tomorrow, so we can only meet again on the second day of the new year." "Tomorrow, huh?" Xiao Ming was taken aback, then replied, "Well, if you're going back, make sure to spend time with your grandparents and relatives." "Sure." Su Yitian slightly nodded, and after chatting a bit longer, Xiao Ming ended the call. He dressed and went to Grandma's room. "Grandma, it's time to head to the hospital. It's cold today, so we're something warm." "All right, I understand." Wang Yinju felt somewhat helpless. Having already undergone an examination yesterday, she couldn't avoid another visit today. After lingering for 10 more minutes, Xiao Ming and Grandma finally left their home. Upon arriving at the hospital, they were met with yet another flurry of activity. Since the examination and results collection locations were not the same, Xiao Ming had Grandma sit in a waiting area while he went to retrieve the results. 20 minutes later, he returned with a bag, re-registered, and entered a doctor's consultation room. The physician, appearing to be in his 30s, was currently wearing a mask and seated in a chair. Once inside, Xiao Ming had Grandma sit on the adjacent sofa and presented the examination report to the doctor. After 2 minutes, the doctor lifted his gaze to Grandma. "Wang Yinju, aged 68, correct? I've reviewed your examination report, and there are quite a few issues." Hearing this, Grandma was somewhat bewildered. Her health seemed fine. So how could there be so many problems as the doctor claimed? Noticing her astonished expression, the doctor continued, "But don't worry, they are mostly minor issues. Let me explain in detail." Grandma nodded. "Please go ahead, doctor." The doctor began, "Tell me, do you often feel thirsty? You should be drinking plenty of water." Grandma nodded. "Indeed, since I work in the greenhouses, I often toil in the fields all day. Drinking more water is perfectly normal." "I see," the doctor acknowledged, then continued. "Have you noticed a decline in your vision? Do you sometimes experience numbness in your arms or sharp pains in your nerves?" Hearing this, Grandma nodded again. "That is true, but I assumed it was just fatigue from work. I often work hard, so feeling a bit tired is normal, and I sleep soundly at night. That's not merely fatigue." The doctor continued to sift through the examination materials, while Xiao Ming remained silent, attentively listening. At that moment, Grandma could no longer restrain herself. "Doctor, if you say it's not fatigue, could it be some illness?" The doctor confirmed, "Indeed, you have diabetes." "Diabetes?" Xiao Ming furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The doctor remarked, "Let us examine how much your blood sugar has risen. It has now reached 9 mol. According to the current readings, you're already in the early stages of diabetes." Diabetes, a condition frequently encountered by the elderly, is notoriously difficult to cure, necessitating the use of insulin for management. Should blood sugar levels soar, one may experience dizziness, shock, or even sudden death. Grandmother never anticipated that she would be afflicted by diabetes. Moreover, the doctor continued, "Now, let's measure your blood pressure." As he spoke, he retrieved the blood pressure monitor, affixing the cuff around Grandmother's arm and activating the device. 2 minutes later, the apparatus announced the results. Blood pressure measurement, systolic 168, diastolic 110 millimeters of mercury, pulse 97 beats per minute. Your blood pressure is markedly elevated. Additionally, the doctor perused the examination documents. Unable to contain her gaze, grandmother's attention shifted to Xiao Ming, realizing that the examination revealed a multitude of health issues. Elevated blood sugar, high blood pressure, cataracts, and some kidney complications, though not severe. After reviewing the findings, the doctor advised, "Dear lady, while your health concerns are not grave, they warrant attention. Please refrain from consuming high-sugar foods, prioritize rest, and, at your age, it would be prudent to avoid strenuous work. I will prescribe some medication. It is advisable to return for a follow-up after completing the course. Understood?" Upon hearing the doctor's words, grandmother nodded. "Ah, do you have your health insurance card with you?" "No," Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head. The card was back at their hometown. None had anticipated a hospital visit during the new year. The doctor scribbled a series of incomprehensible lines on paper and tore it off. "You can collect the medication from the hall on the first floor." "Thank you, doctor." After leaving the consultation room, Xiao Ming accompanied grandmother to procure the medication, which totaled 596 yuan, an undeniably hefty sum. Grandmother's countenance darkened. How could her health have deteriorated so drastically? Chapter 113, a pen, a lamp, a night, and a miracle created. Observing grandmother's expression, Xiao Ming turned his attention to her. "Grandmother, there is no need for despair. Regular checkups have their benefits, and the doctor has assured us that your condition is not serious. Just take care of yourself." "Very well," grandmother nodded. After exiting the hospital, Xiao Ming hailed a car at the entrance to take them home. Upon their return, Yitian inquired briefly about grandmother's health. Xiao Ming, wishing to spare the young girl any worry, reassured her that there was nothing to fret over. When his parents returned and noticed the plethora of medications, they were taken aback. At this point, Xiao Ming could no longer conceal the truth and candidly explained that he had taken grandmother for a health checkup. Their findings surprised Xiao Guosheng as well, for grandmother's health had begun to exhibit some alarming changes. Thankfully, they had caught it in time, without prompt treatment. Future medical expenses could be exorbitant. It was not merely a financial concern, for at her age, a sudden illness might afford her no chance for rescue. In his previous life, grandmother had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, enduring a prolonged struggle in the hospital, ultimately to no avail. Xiao Guosheng believed Xiao Ming had acted wisely and commended him for his actions. The next day, Yitian accompanied her parents back home. Xiao Ming made a special effort to see her off at the train station. Since October, much had transpired during her time with her family. On his way back, a message arrived on his phone. It was from Yitian. "I've boarded the train. I should be back by the afternoon of the second day of the new year. Over the next few days, I will be visiting relatives with my parents to get acquainted." Xiao Ming replied, "All right, enjoy your time with your relatives, but don't forget to do some homework so that I may borrow it later." Yitian responded, "Disdainful of you, lazy pig." Xiao Ming replied with a playful sigh. In the following days, Xiao Ming occasionally played chess with his grandfather or took his grandparents shopping in Xinhai City, neglecting his homework. After all, there's a saying, a pen, a lamp, a night, create a miracle. February 4th, 2019. Today marks the eve of the Lunar New Year. The property management has adorned the community with lanterns, and children are setting off firecrackers. Compared to his previous life, 2019 still held some festive spirit. At least fireworks were permitted. In the future, due to severe environmental pollution, the entire city would prohibit them. At Xiao Ming's home, his mother, Zhou Yanwen, was making dumplings with grandmother while his father, Xiao Guosheng, played chess with grandfather. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was engaged in a video call with Yitian. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Ming paused, suspecting it was his uncle. Grandfather had two children, his father, Xiao Guosheng, and his younger brother, Xiao Guoli. Indeed, the combination of their names signifies victory. Although Xiao Guoli resided in Xinhai, he spent most of his time traveling for business, and Xiao Ming was unaware of his profession. They only met during the new year, once a year. Xiao Guoli had a penchant for comparison and boasted excessively when inebriated. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was his son, Xiao Tianyang, a peer of Xiao Ming. He had been sent to an elite school from a young age, receiving an education markedly different from that of children from ordinary families. Consequently, Xiao Tianyang looked down upon him, particularly since academic performance was the sole measure of worth during their school years, and Xiao Ming's grades were abysmal. Thus, every new year, when parents inquired about their academic standings, Xiao Tianyang would invariably hold a superior position. "Ah, they have arrived," Xiao Ming thought to himself, genuinely wishing to avoid spending the new year with them. But family reunions were the essence of the holiday. With a stiff expression, he approached the door and opened it to reveal the Xiao Guoli family, who bore various gifts. Upon sighting Xiao Ming, Xiao Guoli smiled. "Well, Xiao Ming, after a year, you become quite handsome." "Oh, really? Uncle, please come in." After inviting Xiao Guoli into the house, his wife, Wang Aixia, began assisting with the dumpling preparation. Grandfather. Xiao Tianyang strutted in, not sparing a glance for Xiao Ming as he approached grandfather. Upon seeing Xiao Tianyang, Xiao Guisheng's expression darkened. Year after year, his son always fell short in comparison, and this year, the disparity would likely be more pronounced. Son, I recall that your braised pork was quite delectable today with grandfather. Grandmother, uncle, and aunt here, let them sample your culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming understood his father's intention and nodded. All right, I shall prepare the meal today. At that moment, his call with Su Yitian had not yet ended. Xiao Ming grabbed his phone. Yitian, some guests have arrived. I must go cook. Next time, I'll let you taste the dishes I prepare. Okay. Su Yitian, having heard the commotion at his home, nodded obediently. You go ahead, dear. I'll assist my mother with the dumplings. All right, goodbye. After ending the call, Xiao Ming glanced at Xiao Tianyang. The phrase uttered by Su Yitian, my dear, did not escape his ears. His expression bore a hint of astonishment. Could it be that this fellow had engaged in a premature romance? Goodness. To be brazen enough to indulge in such affairs in front of one's parents was rather audacious, indeed. Mom, Grandma, you focus on preparing your dumplings. Leave tonight's New Year's Eve dinner to me. It will be an excellent opportunity for uncle and aunt to sample my culinary skills. Upon hearing this, his mother glanced at Xiao Guisheng and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, son, you go ahead. Wang Aixia, slightly bewildered, remarked, Oh my, has Xiao Ming taken to cooking now? Xiaoyang, lend your brother a hand and learn a thing or two. Xiao Tianyang hesitated, but I'm playing chess with Grandpa. Never mind. No waities. Xiao Ming shook his head. I can manage on my own. With that, he dashed into the kitchen. Given the festive occasion, the household had procured an abundance of ingredients. A veritable cornucopia. Today, he intended to prepare several of his signature dishes, all of which were Su Yitian's favorites. Braised pork, roasted fish, beef tongue, ants climbing a tree, sweet and sour pork, and so forth. By 7 o'clock, Xiao Ming had artfully arranged a multitude of dishes on the dining table, and the aroma of the cuisine permeated the entire house. Xiao Ming, the dumplings are ready. Hurry and bring the bowls. Coming. Xiao Ming promptly rose to assist his mother in serving the bowls. Meanwhile, Xiao Guoli and Wang Aixia gazed at the steaming array of dishes. With Xiao Guoli unable to suppress his admiration, I must say, Xiao Ming's cooking is quite impressive. At the very least, it surpasses that of Xiao Tianyang. He shot a glance at Xiao Tianyang, who was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. Tianyang, still on your phone? Get over here and help with the bowls. Chapter 114, Comparisons. Oh, Xiao Tianyang reluctantly stepped into the kitchen, wearing a sullen expression. Simultaneously, Xiao Guisheng felt a surge of joy with this sumptuous spread. Xiao Ming had certainly brought him pride. After all, the essence of a New Year celebration often revolved around comparisons. Who excelled academically, who earned more, or whether one brought a partner home. Soon, all 8 family members were seated at the table. Xiao Ming enthusiastically poured juice for everyone, while Xiao Guisheng retrieved a bottle of dream blue liquor, pouring for Xiao Guoli and their grandfather, Xiao Daosheng. At this juncture, Xiao Ming encouraged Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, please do savor my culinary creations. Very well. Xiao Guoli nodded first, taking a piece of roasted fish, and, after a few delicate chews, his eyes lit up in surprise. He couldn't help but exclaim, not bad at all. I never expected that after just a year, Xiao Ming would have honed his culinary skills to this level. Hee hee. Xiao Ming scratched his head modestly. In truth, cooking isn't particularly difficult. I learned from online tutorials. Haha. Xiao Guoli turned to his son, Tianyang. Did you hear that? You should take some time to learn how to cook online as well, and next year, we can all enjoy your dishes. Xiao Tianyang, feeling a twinge of rivalry towards Xiao Ming, could only nod. Understood, Dad. By the way, Xiao Guoli shifted his gaze to Xiao Guisheng. How about you, brother? Are you still with that company? Yes, Xiao Guisheng replied, but the business has been quite hectic lately, and the pressure is mounting. That's still commendable, he continued. But I heard you open a shop. Is that true? Open a shop? Xiao Guisheng nodded. Yes, it was thanks to Xiao Ming, during the October holiday. He sold grilled sausages. Xiao Ming, how much did we make in those 5 days? Several tens of thousands, Xiao Ming blurted out, as if that sum were trivial to him. Yes, Xiao Guisheng added, we made quite a profit, mainly because he has a Douyin account. How many followers do you have now? I currently have 100,000, Xiao Ming replied. Indeed, Xiao Guisheng chuckled, his heart swelling with pride. He vividly recalled how Xiao Tianyang had once compared grades with Xiao Ming, and the look on Xiao Ming's face back then was rather dismal. Now, Xiao Tianyang's expression mirrored that of Xiao Ming's at that time. 100,000 followers. Xiao Guoli was taken aback. While he wasn't particularly savvy in this area, that number was indeed impressive. He recognized that Tianyang could not compete with Xiao Ming in this regard, and thus changed the subject. Let's not dwell on that. Xiao Ming, as the college entrance examination approaches, if you have any questions, just ask your brother for guidance. Let him tutor you properly. All right, I understand, Xiao Ming replied, sipping his porridge, treating the matter lightly. The current New Year's gathering had devolved into a mere competition of sorts. Xiao Ming had long grown accustomed to this. Xiao Guoli continued, by the way, what score did Tianyang achieve in his recent exams? 568, he replied nonchalantly. Yes, indeed, 568. At this point, Xiao Guoli's tone had become noticeably deliberate. Xiao Ming paused, sensing the familiar competitive atmosphere rising. He quickly devoured a few dumplings from his bowl and stood up. Dad, Mom, I'm going to fetch some dog food for Wonkai. You all continue chatting. I'll give my girlfriend a call shortly. With that, Xiao Ming set down his chopsticks and exited to the bedroom. Given the number of people present, he had opted not to let Wonkai out. Once inside the bedroom, Xiao Guoli could no longer contain his curiosity. What? A girlfriend? Has Xiao Ming started dating early? Xiao Guosheng was taken aback. It's free love. We mustn't allow him to start dating too soon. Xiao Guoli cautioned sternly. I must emphasize, he is in his final year of high school. There are just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination. This is the critical final push, and if his grades suffer because of this, he will have ample reason to regret. Xiao Guosheng fell into a thoughtful silence. Meanwhile, Grandma interjected, Oh, don't worry, I've inquired about Xiao Ming's grades. He is currently ranked first in his class. I've even met his girlfriend, and she is quite lovely. She turned her gaze towards Xiao Tianyang. Tianyang, you should learn from your brother and find a girlfriend soon. I'd like to hold a great-grandchild sooner rather than later. Xiao Tianyang shook his head. Grandma, I believe studies should come first. Early romance is just early romance. How many love stories transition from school uniforms to wedding gowns? Furthermore, I suspect there is some exaggeration regarding Xiao Ming's grades. Let us eat. Let us eat. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly strained, while Xiao Ming in the bedroom overheard their conversation. This was an annual occurrence, and he found it quite exasperating. Year after year, it was the same. First, comparisons of grades. Then once in college, it became comparisons of whether one had a girlfriend, and later in the workforce, it shifted to salary comparisons. In essence, aside from parents and one's spouse, even close relatives harbor no desire for you to surpass them. This, unfortunately, is the harsh reality. Xiao Ming cradled his corgi, Wonkai. Ah, but you, my dear Wonkai, have it easy. Only eating, drinking, and sleeping, don't you? Wonkai responded with an enthusiastic bark. Woof. After ensuring Wonkai had ample food, Xiao Ming chatted with Su Yitian, who sent him a photograph of her grandparents and family gathered together. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the invitation for the Super Mathematician Annual Finals resting on the table. This had been sent to him by the Super Mathematician program 2 days prior, inviting Xiao Ming and Su Yitian to participate in the competition, scheduled for the 16th, precisely when school would commence. Naturally, if he informed teacher Wang of his intent to participate, she would undoubtedly support him. This was something he had yet to disclose to his parents. With Xiao Tianyang present, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Ming's mouth. He departed from the bedroom, clutching the invitation letter, and approached the dining table. By the way, Mom and Dad, a few days ago, I received an invitation from the Super Mathematician program. What? Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen furrowed their brows. And only after a moment's reflection did they recall that Xiao Ming had previously participated in the Super Mathematician show. At that moment, Xiao Tianyang also lifted his head. Xiao Ming continued, Dad, I just asked Yitian for her opinion, and she expressed her desire to participate, considering that winning could secure her a spot in a prestigious university. Is that true? Xiao Guosheng exclaimed in surprise. So, son, you intend to go? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded. However, the competition is scheduled for the 16th day of the first month, which coincides with the start of school, so it might delay my return for a few days. No worries. I will inform your teacher to grant you leave. You can go without concern. Chapter 115. Did you buy a fairy wand? This exchange left Xiao Tianyang momentarily stunned. No student is unaware of the super mathematician. The possibilities are either Xiao Ming is merely showing off in front of him, or it is indeed true. Even Xiao Guoli appeared somewhat bewildered. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Xiao Guosheng chuckled. Oh, Xiao Ming and his classmates are participating in a competition. It's a trivial matter. Let us continue eating. He chose not to dwell further on the topic, as prolonging the discussion would seem somewhat contrived, albeit Xiao Guoli had often been rather deliberate in previous years. The atmosphere at the dining table abruptly fell silent. In previous years, the family had revolved around Xiao Tianyang, but now, Xiao Ming's transformation was undeniably significant. The ensuing conversation shifted to mundane family matters. and no one mentioned the two children again. Shortly after the meal, Xiao Guoli and Wang Aixia took Xiao Tianyang and departed, showing no inclination to linger. Once they left, Xiao Guosheng turned his attention to Xiao Ming. Son, you've done well this year. Did you see Xiao Guoli's expression? He looked as though he had swallowed a fly when he left. All right, Dad, grandparents are here. Xiao Ming and his father hurried back into the room. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Xiao Guosheng pulled Xiao Ming onto the sofa. Son, I've never given you a red envelope before. But this year you've turned 19 and have become an adult. Here's a red envelope for you. Saying this, Xiao Guosheng transferred 20,000 yuan to Xiao Ming via Ant Financial. Thank you, Dad. Xiao Ming beamed. 20,000 yuan is no small sum. It could treat Su Yitian to numerous rib dinners. At that moment, his father inquired, by the way, you asked me for 300,000 to start a business, right? I know you gave Uncle Su 50,000. How is your entrepreneurial progress now? Xiao Ming pondered. He hadn't mentioned the bun shop purchase to his father yet. Perhaps it was best to keep it to himself, considering his goal was merely to cash out. He shook his head. Dad, I'm still in the preparation stage. Rest assured, I won't squander this money. Haha, all right. Soon, the five of them settled on the sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Outside, fireworks erupted in a vibrant display. However, the Spring Festival Gala grows increasingly dull with each passing year, lacking any real appeal. Xiao Ming retreated to his bedroom to video call Su Yitian. What could be more important than one's own girlfriend? The next day, on the first day of the new year, various greetings were exchanged. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming spent the day at home engrossed in novels, feeling rather bored. The second day marked the time to visit his grandparents. Xiao Ming's grandparents resided in Xinhai City, and early in the morning, his father took the family to visit them. With age comes the absence of red envelopes, and the conversation revolved around typical inquiries. How are your grades? Which university do you plan to attend? If all else fails, consider studying culinary arts at New Oriental. Lanxiang isn't bad either. The topics often seemed peculiar, yet everyone was merely joking. On the afternoon of the second day, at 5 o'clock, Su Yitian finally returned to Xinhai City with her parents. At 6, she knocked on Xiao Ming's door. Knock, knock, knock. Cool. Su Yitian had already informed him via text that she would arrive around 6. Dining with Yitian's family was devoid of competition. Both families enjoyed a harmonious and carefree atmosphere. Click. Xiao Ming opened the door to find Su Yitian impeccably dressed for the new year, sporting light makeup. Her long hair, cascading down, and wearing a pink down jacket from Hello Kitty, paired with dark wide-legged jeans. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, she extended her hand playfully, saying here, this is a New Year gift from my mom to you. Xiao Ming was taken aback. Mom? Goodness, this little girl is trying to elevate her status. Suan lightly tapped her on the head. Yitian, what are you saying? Oh dear, she replied, feigning innocence. I was just joking. Dad, you hurt me. Uncle and Auntie, please come in. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes at Su Yitian, who stuck out her tongue in response. Mom and Dad, this is Yitian's family. Oh, Yitian, these are my grandparents. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Upon entering, she greeted them, and it was the first time Grandpa met Su Yitian. He quickly exclaimed, so this is my granddaughter-in-law, huh? Following this, Xiao Ming introduced Su Yitian's parents to his grandparents. The interaction was devoid of any awkwardness, having met once. Familiarity would naturally follow. Mom, let me cook today. Zhou Yanwen was washing vegetables in the kitchen when Xiao Ming proactively stepped inside. Zhou Yanwen glanced at him, saying, it's all right, I can handle it. Since Yitian is here, you should spend time with her. Just as she finished speaking, Su Yitian promptly followed Xiao Ming into the kitchen. No worries, Annie, I can cook too. Let Xiao Ming and me prepare dinner together. You can taste my cooking. Xiao Ming chimed in, exactly, Mom. You should go chat with Aunt Zhu. I've got this. Soon, Zhou Yanwen could not resist their persuasion and willingly vacated the kitchen. Xiao Ming chuckled. I guess my mom finds us annoying. What do you want to eat, Dad? I'll make it for you. Su Yitian pouted. You're so annoying. Why can't I elevate my status too? All right, let us get cooking. You can start by chopping the green beans on the table. Hee sure. Su Yitian picked up a knife, and seeing her diligently chopping vegetables made Xiao Ming smile again. This little girl is so earnest in her tasks. She will undoubtedly make a wonderful wife in the future. Given Su Yitian's current disposition, she probably won't turn into a domineering wife, right? An hour and a half later, the meal was nearly complete. The two quickly placed the finished dishes on the dining table. At that moment, Grandpa, Grandma, and their parents had already seated themselves at the table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Grandma, seeing how thoughtful Su Yitian was, couldn't help but smile broadly. The elderly often wish for their grandchildren to find a virtuous partner. Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, please eat. Su Yitian pointed to the dishes on the table, adding, this dish and this one, I made them. Do try and see how they taste. All right. Xiao Ming quickly picked up his chopsticks, and just then, his phone vibrated with a message from Xian Tianshang. Have you eaten yet, Mingo? Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. Where's my red envelope? Upon seeing the message from Tianshang, Xiao Ming regarded it with disdain. He replied, call me daddy, and I shall send it to you. Now scram. Tianshang swiftly typed back. There are always sons wishing to be fathers. I'll be there shortly. I'm already on the road to your neighborhood. Hurry up and eat. And treat me to some milk tea. Are you out of your mind? Coming to bother me at this hour? What is the matter, can't I? Xiao Ming responded with a hint of annoyance. All right. He continued, see you soon. But remember, you owe me milk tea. After retracting his phone, Yitian couldn't help but inquire, who sent you a message? Tianshang. He claims he wants to hang out. But I have no idea what that guy is up to. Upon hearing this, Yitian said, that sounds great. I just bought some fairy wands. Let us play together. What? Fairy wands? Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask, you bought fairy wands? In chapter 116, I have a remedy for twins. Would you care for it? Noticing Xiao Ming's peculiar expression, Yitian remained oblivious to the misunderstanding. She nodded slightly, yes, the fairy wands. At that moment, Xiao Ming finally grasped that Yitian referred to handheld fireworks. He had seen some fireworks in her bag when she entered earlier. However, his mind had wandered to a different kind of fairy wand, one that was more suggestive. Feeling somewhat naive, Xiao Ming quickly said, oh, it's nothing at all. Let us eat quickly. Tianshang will be here to play soon, and we shouldn't keep him waiting. Meanwhile, Xiao Guosheng and Sun were sharing drinks. However, Grandpa refrained from alcohol today, considering his advanced age and the toll it takes on health. After a brief interval, Tianshang messaged Xiao Ming, announcing his arrival at the neighborhood. Xiao Ming nudged Yitian with his elbow. Yitian, Tianshang has arrived. We've nearly finished eating. Let us go out and set off the fairy wands. Sounds good. They both stood up, and Xiao Ming addressed his parents, Mom and Dad. Yitian and I are about done eating. A classmate is here to hang out. We'll be back soon. All right, come back early, and don't stay out too late. Okay, he replied. Yitian grabbed her fairy wand, and they both headed downstairs, just as Tianshang arrived below. Upon seeing him, Xiao Ming was taken aback. Goodness, this guy is wearing a Canada Goose jacket worth 150,000 yuan. I've never even touched something so expensive. Simultaneously, Tianshang, spotting Xiao Ming and Yitian together, was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Minggu, are you living together with your sister-in-law now? What the heck? Xiao Ming playfully kicked him today. Your sister-in-law as parents came over for dinner to celebrate the new year. And you, flaunting that Canada Goose jacket. Did you hit the jackpot or something? No, not at all. Tianshang replied with a sheepish grin, shaking his head. This jacket was a reward from my dad. What do you think? Doesn't it look fantastic on me? I think it looks better on me. Xiao Ming retorted. Go on, you wish your dad would buy you one too. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. I can't afford such an extravagant jacket, but your dad is quite generous. In fact, my dad bought this for me after our final grades came out. Yitian, intrigue leaned in him. Have our final grades already been released? Sister-in-law, you didn't know? Tianshang proudly thumped his chest. They've been posted. Teacher Wang shared the grade sheet in the QQ group. Minga, guess what rank I got this time? First, perhaps. At that moment, Yitian pulled out her phone. They had both been too busy to check their devices in recent days. No, I came in 5th in the class, 5th. As he spoke, Tianshang's face lit up with delight. Yitian, now beaming, chimed in, Xiao Ming, you've once again topped the charts, and even for the entire grade. That's just standard procedure, Xiao Ming casually remarked while gently ruffling Yitian's hair. What about you? I came in 2nd, but I scored over 20 points lower than you. You had 670 points, while I had 650. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded. That's still impressive. With these scores, if we push ourselves a little more, getting into Peking University shouldn't be out of reach. By the way, aren't we also participating in the super mathematician program? Getting a direct admission is not impossible for us either. She nodded slightly. Tianshang added, Minggu, I won't bother thinking about your scores. But I should have a shot at Kyoto Normal University. Indeed, Xiao Ming mused as he observed Tianshang's demeanor. This guy might actually make a suitable teacher. Once established, it's a secure job with stable income and a respectable reputation. Good job, buddy. Xiao Ming clapped him on the shoulder, acknowledging that his own achievements were largely due to the system. Tianshang, on the other hand, had started at the bottom of the class. To elevate his scores to 5th place within a single semester was commendable, and Xiao Ming felt somewhat inferior in comparison. Still smiling broadly, Tianshang spoke up, all right, Minggu. Sister-in-law, just now when I came over, I noticed the Shui Big Cup Tea shop was still open. Let us go. I'll treat you both to some milk tea. With that, he cheerfully led Xiao Ming and Su Yitian out of the neighborhood, with free milk tea on the table. Neither Xiao Ming nor Su Yitian hesitated, considering their close friendship. As they reached the entrance of the community, Xiao Ming continued, "By the way, buddy, how are things going with your Xiao Yalu lately?" "We're doing quite well." Zuantian Sheng scratched his head and replied, "It's just that her parents don't allow her to date, so we're keeping our relationship a secret. She mentioned she wants to be a teacher in the future, which is why I'm considering Kyoto Normal University." "That's great," Xiao Ming nodded. "If both you and Zhao Yalu become teachers, you could directly teach at Jinhua, and the issue of educating the kids would be settled." "Exactly." Zentian Sheng glanced at Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, then added, "Once I become a teacher at Jinhua, you could send your kids there. I'd be their teacher. And if they misbehave, I'd have the authority to discipline them." Hearing this, Xiao Ming was momentarily bewildered. Discipline their children? This guy has quite the audacity. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. "Then I certainly want to let my kids go to Jinhua." "Haha, I was just joking." Zuantian Sheng then inquired, "Ming, go. Have you thought about how many children you want to have? I happen to have a remedy for twins. Would you be interested?" In chapter 117, and thus a good student fell from grace. A remedy for twins? Xiao Ming looked at him in confusion. To be honest, Xiao Ming did wish for a pair of twins. After all, having 2 children at once would alleviate some burdens for his future wife. Indeed, Zuantian Sheng grinned mischievously. Glancing at Su Yitian, "There's a spring in Nanyuan that S said to help conceive twins if you drink from it." "What?" Xiao Ming gazed at Xiantian Shang with an expression of bewilderment. "A spring? Can one truly believe in such a thing?" Xiantian Shang wore a mischievous grin. "I discovered it on a travel app. If you're interested, why not take your wife there for a visit?" Just then, Su Yitian interjected, "Xiantian Shang, you actually believe in this? I sense something amiss with you." As she spoke, Su Yitian pointed her own head. Hearing this, Xiantian Shang instantly grew displeased, retorting, "Why would my mind be in question, especially when I'm merely considering the future of your children?" Su Yitian rolled her eyes in response. "You found this on a travel app. It's clearly a marketing ploy. The goal is to lure fools like you to that place. And who knows? They might even take your kidney." Xiantian Sheng gasped, "What? Kidney theft? That's unacceptable. Without a kidney, how could I ever care for my wife?" Upon hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Ming couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. "Wife, you make a valid point." "Indeed," Su Yitian replied, turning to Xiantian Sheng. "Only a simpleton like you would believe it. As for children in the future, perhaps you should focus on your health instead." Xiao Ming flashed a playful smile. Had it not been for Xiantian Shang's presence, he would have already kissed her. Soon, the trio arrived at a Shui de Beicha. Nowadays, milk tea shops are highly competitive, especially during the new year when crowds are plentiful, ensuring normal operations. Xiantian Sheng treated both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian to cups of mango sago, and they lit sparklers on the roadside. Su Yitian, holding two sparklers, dashed down the empty street, while Xiantian Sheng, seemingly unaware, produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Xiao Ming. "Brother Ming, care for a smoke?" "No, no." Xiao Ming shook his head. "Smoking is detrimental. Your lungs will eventually turn black. I want to see it anyway, so it's fine." Xiantian Sheng waved dismissively, squatting by the roadside to light up. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming joined Su Yitian in igniting their sparklers. Although it was the second day of the new year, many were still setting off fireworks in the evening. Watching the sky filled with colorful bursts, Xiao Ming inhaled deeply, reflecting that such beautiful fireworks would be a rare sight in the coming years. Moments later, Xiao Ming and Xiantian Sheng squatted on the curb. After finishing one sparkler, Su Yitian approached them to ask for a light, then resumed her playful running around. She waved her sparkler joyfully, resembling a carefree child. Xiantian Sheng took a deep drag from his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke, and remarked, "Brother Ming, I've realized how swiftly time flies." "Huh?" Xiao Ming turned to him. "What are you rambling about? One of my close friends just got engaged right after the winter break. We were in the same class before I repeated a year." Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, while Xiantian Sheng continued. "Look at you. You and Yitian are so close. Your parents have met. Isn't it time for you to get engaged too?" From a distance, Su Yitian overheard Xiantian Sheng's words and slowly walked over, eagerly anticipating Xiao Ming's response. Xiao Ming glanced at Yitian and nodded slowly. "I feel we could get engaged any time, but marriage still seems a bit premature." "What do you mean premature?" Xiantian Sheng countered, "Given your relationship, the latest could be after graduation." He added, "Actually, getting married and having kids during university can earn you credits. Just imagine having a baby while in college. Wouldn't that be thrilling?" Xiao Ming was momentarily speechless. It seemed they had strayed quite far from the original topic. Discussing children while still in high school felt rather premature. Yet the idea of having a child in college did have its appeal. He turned his gaze to Su Yitian. Yitian, once we reach university, why not consider having a child for fun? What? Su Yitian shot him a disdainful look. Having a child for fun? What are you thinking? Is that a joke? Xiao Ming laughed, realizing he was merely jesting. He still had aspirations to start a business. Now that he had found love, his ultimate goal was to provide Yitian with a home, earning money for their future. After chatting with Xian Tiansheng for a while longer, Xiao Ming announced he needed to call Zhao Yalu and excused himself from the gathering. At this point, Su Yitian's sparkler had nearly fizzled out. The chill in the air had caused her to shiver, prompting Xiao Ming to gently grasp her icy little hand, urging, "Your hands are freezing. Let us hurry back." Okay, she nodded slightly, walking back to the community with Xiao Ming, while asking, "By the way, have you discussed the invitation for the Super Mathematician Finals with your parents?" "We have," Xiao Ming confirmed. "My dad said he'd excuse me from school. Attending the competition is definitely more important than returning to classes." "Exactly," Su Yitian agreed, then had a sudden thought, if that is the case. "We want to have to do our winter break homework." Xiao Ming furrowed his brow at her, and she continued, "If we return late, the competition might delay us for several days. Teachers probably won't check for attendance then, and these assignments will likely go unaddressed." Xiao Ming nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. "You got a point there. Perhaps we can skip it." Su Yitian chuckled. "Anyway, I haven't completed a single assignment. Isn't the holiday meant for enjoyment?" Thus, a diligent student began to stray from the path of virtue. The two ascended the stairs together, and upon opening the door, they found their parents and grandparents still seated at the dining table. The table was in disarray, evidently. The dishes prepared by Xiao Ming and Su Yitian had been quite to their liking. Xiao Guosheng and Su were still clinking glasses. And due to the festive occasion, Zhou Yanwen and Xiao Lingji refrained from making any comments. Zhou Yanwen noticed their return. "Xiao Ming, Yitian, you're back. Care for some more food?" "No, thank you. Yitian and I are going to the bedroom to play for a bit," Xiao Ming replied with a grin. Turning to Su Yitian, "Yitian, it's still early. Let's go to my room for a while." Su Yitian suddenly recalled the last time's embarrassing moment. Xiao Ming inviting her to his room certainly didn't bode well. Chapter 118, A Massage for Yitian. Yet, nothing escapes the allure of temptation. "All right." Xiao Ming was taken aback by how readily she agreed, but he nodded and led her into his room, locking the door behind them. At that moment, Wang Kai, seeing someone enter, leaped up joyfully. Su Yitian, unable to resist, squatted down to embrace Wang Kai, who eagerly licked her cheek, occasionally attempting to nibble at her face. Truly a devoted little creature. Of course, Su Yitian wouldn't allow him that indulgence. Nevertheless, she genuinely adored such animals, especially puppies and kittens. Beside them, Xiao Ming observed the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, Yitian, let him go. This dog hasn't had a bath in 2 weeks. Woof, woof." After Xiao Ming's remark, the dog barked twice at him, as if expressing its reluctance. Upon hearing that the dog had not been washed for 2 weeks, Su Yitian quickly set it down, looking somewhat bewildered as she turned to Xiao Ming. "So, what shall we do next?" For some reason, Su Yitian felt an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Perhaps it was the small size of the room and the cluttered arrangement of items that contributed to this sensation, leaving her feeling a bit tingly. "How about I take you out for some chicken?" "Chicken?" Su Yitian paused, her mind racing to unknown thoughts, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With a bashful expression, she pouted slightly, a hint of annoyance visible. Xiao Ming frowned. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Why is she acting so strange? Su Yitian huffed. "Xiao Ming, you're so innocent. I never expected you to be this kind of person, especially with our parents and grandparents around." "What?" Xiao Ming looked utterly confused. At that moment, she raised an eyebrow at him. TSK, my dear Yitian, have you perhaps misconstrued my words?" Xiao Ming glanced down. After Su Yitian's comment, he felt a slight reaction. He hastily clarified, "What I meant was, let's play a game, PUBG, winner chicken dinner, understand?" "Huh?" Su Yitian was taken aback, realizing she had misinterpreted his intention. This was undoubtedly a side effect of spending too much time with Xiao Ming. Observing her flushed face, Xiao Ming chuckled. "Yitian, you call me innocent, yet you are also quite pure, aren't you? Your thoughts race even faster than mine." Su Yitian shot him an indignant glare, then playfully jabbed him in the chest with her tiny fist. "You're so annoying." All right, Xiao Ming soothed. "Quickly open your app store and download PUBG. I recently learned a new massage technique. Would you like to try it?" Massage? Su Yitian replied without hesitation. "Sure. Let me see your technique. I've been having some neck issues lately." "Then take off your down jacket." Xiao Ming promptly assisted her in unzipping her jacket. revealing a fitted white top underneath. He had to admit, Su Yitian's sense of style was commendable. Afterward, Xiao Ming settled onto the bed while Su Yitian sat, and he positioned himself behind her, crossing his legs as he began to massage her shoulders. With her delicate frame, Xiao Ming felt her fragility beneath his hands, causing him to be gentle with his touch. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he skillfully worked on her shoulders. Su Yitian appeared to be enjoying the experience, emitting soft sighs of pleasure. She could not help but remark, Xiao Ming, your massage is surprisingly pleasant, isn't it? Xiao Ming smiled lightly. During their cohabitation in his previous life, he had frequently helped her with massages, and his hands had developed a muscle memory for it. Oh yes, right there. A bit more pressure, please. So soothing. Su Yitian's expression became increasingly euphoric, and her sound spurred Xiao Ming's heart to race. However, he remained focused solely on the massage, allowing everything else to fade into the background. Meanwhile, the dog, Wang Kai, lay on the mat, tilting its head curiously at its young owner, seemingly unable to comprehend their activities. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian began playing PUBG. It was Su Yitian's first time playing this game, and her skills were worse than the AI. Xiao Ming was slightly better, having some prior experience. However, having Su Yitian serve as a moving supply crate was quite amusing. She wasn't too invested in the game, and after just 2 rounds, she tossed her phone onto the bed. Stretching her neck, she remarked, my neck feels a bit sore. With a flirtatious glance, she directed her gaze toward Xiao Ming. He paused. What? Do you want another massage? Uh-huh. She nodded eagerly, clearly delighted by the comfort of his massage. Xiao Ming replied, I can give you a massage, but what? With a mischievous smirk, he suggested, when summer comes around, you should wear more black stockings, or white ones as well. Okay. Without a second thought, Su Yitian agreed, as it was still winter and summer was far off. It was entirely possible that Xiao Ming would forget by then. All right, you've already agreed. No backing out now. With that, Su Yitian turned her back to him. Since she had consented to his request, Xiao Ming felt compelled to uphold his promise. Is this the spot? MHM. He resumed his massage with newfound confidence, having mastered the pressure, while Su Yitian bit her lower lip, unable to suppress her sounds. In that moment, she remarked, Xiao Ming, have you ever considered opening a massage parlor? Your technique is exceptional. I have no doubt the business would thrive. Hearing this, Xiao Ming lightly tapped her forehead. Silly girl. Would you not be jealous if I massaged other girls? Ah well. Su Yitian quickly retorted, I was wrong. Darling, please continue. I haven't experienced a massage like this before. It's genuinely delightful. Alright. Then, Xiao Ming applied a little more pressure once again. Meanwhile outside, Zhou Yinwen approached Xiao Ming's bedroom door, just as she was about to knock. Suddenly, she overheard Su Yitian exclaiming, so comfortable. Chapter 119, A Drunken Man is Terrifying. Zhou Yinwen stood there bewildered. Though she wished to have a grandchild, this was happening rather swiftly, unsure if she had misheard due to the muffled sounds. She knocked tentatively on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Xiao Ming's voice responded, coming. Just a few seconds later, he opened the door, while Su Yitian ambled over, stretching her shoulders. Wow, Xiao Ming, after you massage my shoulders, I feel incredible. Upon hearing Su Yitian's words, Zhou Yinwen finally grasped the situation. Were you just giving Su Yitian a shoulder massage? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded, realizing his mother must have misunderstood. Su Yitian's voice had indeed been a tad loud, which had attracted his mother's attention. Well, if she heard. I haven't done anything shameful. So that's how it is. Zhou Yinwen took a deep breath and continued. Yitian, your father has had too much to drink. Your mother is calling you back. Xiao Ming, please drive your father's car to take Uncle Su home. Saying this, Zhou Yinwen returned to the bedroom to retrieve the keys to Xiao Ming's father's car. Sure, Xiao Ming nodded, and at that moment, Su Yitian had already joined Xiaolingju in helping Su Anjing to his feet. Compared to previous occasions, Su Anjing had drunk even more this time, unable to stand straight and his thoughts completely muddled. Xiao Ming had already put on his coat and was ready to go. When Xiaolingju interjected, oh, it's so close. There's no need to trouble Xiao Ming. It's just a short walk. Xiao Ming glanced at the dazed Su Anjing. It's fine. I'll drive you back. It only takes a minute, and besides, it's cold outside. No. The two families engaged in mutual courtesy, exchanging pleasantries, until Xiao Ming finally persuaded Xiaolingju to descend to the basement and enter the car. Naturally, mindful of previous experiences on the highway, Xiao Ming was cautious, opting for a notably steady pace this time, deliberately reducing the speed. Even so, they reached Su Yitian's residential complex in under 2 minutes. Aunt, let me assist Uncle upstairs. Xiao Ming offered as he hurriedly approached after exiting the vehicle. Xiaolingju shook her head. Oh, that's unnecessary. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Onjing, who was slightly inebriated, suddenly turned his head and slurred, "Xiao Ming, if you're calling her aunt, you should be calling her mom. Do you understand?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Su Onjing's remark. Xiao Lingju shot Su Onjing a disapproving glance. "Old Su, you shouldn't speak when you're drunk." Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, unabashedly, continued, "All right, Dad, is it okay if I help you upstairs?" "Sure," Su Onjing remarked, shaking off the arms of Xiao Lingju and Su Yitian. Swaying toward Xiao Ming, he slowly raised his arm, somewhat dazed, and said, "Truly, my son, you're so considerate. The meal you prepared today was quite delicious. We should have a drink together later." "Dad, the food was tasty, not drinkable." At this point, Xiao Ming had firmly grasped Su Onjing's arm, guiding him into the community. Su Yitian and Xiao Lingju exchanged glances, finding the intoxicated man rather intimidating. After the 7th day of the new year, life gradually returned to normal. Grandma and Grandpa returned to their hometown, Xiao Guosheng resumed work, and Mom continued her business with large intestine wrapped in small intestine. After several days of leisure, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian began to feel a bit bored. They decided to visit Furong Street to assist Mom, or Xiao Ming would drive his grandparents around Xinhai City. Xiao Ming was eagerly awaiting news about the shop's demolition, but before that could happen, it was time to participate in the program. On the afternoon of the 14th, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were set to attend the finals of Super Mathematician. Therefore, he informed Teacher Wang that he would be late to school for a few days. "Thank you, Teacher Wang," he expressed. Shortly thereafter, his father, Xiao Guosheng, hung up the phone. Curiously, Xiao Ming asked, "So, Dad, did Teacher Wang agree to my leave?" "Of course he did," Xiao Guosheng replied with a slight smile. He said to cherish this opportunity, as it pertains to the recommendation quota for prestigious universities. If you manage to secure a spot, you may not need to attend school next semester. "Hey, Dad, if I really get that recommendation, can I skip school next semester?" "Absolutely," Xiao Guosheng agreed readily. "I just inquired about your situation with Teacher Wang, and guess what he said about you?" "What did he say?" Xiao Ming asked, eyes wide with curiosity. "He mentioned that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should have no problem getting into Peking University. He even mentioned that it's fine if you don't come next semester. Many students self-study at home during their last semester, and some are even more efficient than in school." Xiao Ming's eyelids twitched. "Self-study? Me?" He shook his head. The idea of studying at home was unfathomable. Daily study was impossible. It felt more plausible to go on dates with a five-fingered lady. All right, Xiao Guosheng waved his hand. "You should pack your things. Didn't you say you wanted us to accompany you? Hurry up." "Got it." Today, the 14th, Xiao Ming was prepared to set off. The competition was in Kyoto, and the organizers instructed them to arrive before 8 p.m. on the 15th for some brief training and preparations. This competition allowed family members to accompany them, marking Xiao Ming and Su Yitian's first trip away from home. And they were a bit anxious about being away for several days. After discussion, Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen decided to join them as spectators. Su Yitian's parents, however, were preoccupied with work and business and chose not to attend. At this point, Xiao Ming had packed most of his belongings, bringing only a few cotton outfits. So he didn't have much to carry. At 2 p.m., he and his parents descended to the underground garage, tossed their luggage into the trunk, and his father drove out of the community. In the car, Xiao Ming messaged Su Yitian, "We'll arrive at your community in 2 minutes. Are you ready, my wife?" Su Yitian promptly replied, I'm already waiting at the entrance of the community. You'll see me when you arrive." "All right." The car crawled along the road, and a few minutes later, they reached the entrance of Mingkong Wenxin Garden. There, Su Yitian stood on the curb, dragging a pink suitcase. She wore a pink down jacket and a short skirt paired with thick knee-high boots, but the length of her jacket concealed the skirt, creating an alluring sight. Xiao Ming quickly exited the vehicle. "Honk honk, my wife, hop in, and I'll help you with your suitcase." "Thank you, dear," Su Yitian replied, her face beaming with happiness as she unhesitatingly climbed into the back seat of the car. After placing her suitcase in the trunk, Xiao Ming swiftly joined her. "Is it cold?" Xiao Ming grasped her hand tightly. It felt icy. Su Yitian shook her head. "It's bearable. It was cold earlier, but now you're warming me up." Hee. Xiao Ming tightened his grip a little more, and at that moment his father, who was driving, said, "It'll take about 2 hours to get to Kyoto. We're hitting the highway now. If you two are tired, you can rest for a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive." "Dad, we're not tired." Xiao Guosheng steered onto the highway, and Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian. "So, how prepared are you for this competition?" "Should be fine." Every night recently, Xiao Ming dedicated 4 hours to reviewing problems with Su Yitian. He felt indifferent about it. As with the system's assistance, he had reached a godlike level in every subject. However, for Su Yitian, the stakes were higher with the recommendation quota at play, so she was particularly invested in the preparation, having reviewed numerous key high school math problems in the past few days. That is good to hear. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Ming added, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just let it unfold naturally." "I understand." Xiao Guosheng glanced at Su Yitian through the rearview mirror and continued. "Xiao Ming, Yitian will soon be in Kyoto. You both haven't visited our capital before, have you?" In response, both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian shook their heads. Although Xiao Ming's family was reasonably well off, his father had never taken them on trips. As for Su Yitian, she had been quite frugal even when it came to meals, let alone traveling. Xiao Guosheng remarked, "I've been there, but it's been nearly 20 years. He looked at Zhou Yinwen in the passenger seat. "I remember we went to Kyoto for our honeymoon when your mother wanted everything she saw, nearly emptying my pockets." "Really?" Xiao Ming asked, curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Zhou Yinwen confirmed. Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes and remarked, "You have no idea how miserly your father was when he married me." The trio of essentials for weddings at the turn of the 20th century comprised a color television, a bicycle, and either a watch or a sewing machine. Your father, however, only gifted me a bicycle. Hence, during our travels, I had to indulge a bit more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian couldn't help but chuckle. They were pleasantly surprised to discover such an endearing side of their mother from her youth. At that moment, Xiao Ming turned his attention to Su Yitian and inquired, "By the way, Yitian, what do you expect as the essentials when we tie the knot?" The mention of this topic brought a sudden hush to the vehicle. Even the song Ordinary Road, playing in the background, was paused by Xiao Guosheng. Su Yitian felt somewhat perplexed, as the current societal norms surrounding marriage starkly contrasted those of the previous century. In the time of their grandparents, a bag of flour sufficed as a bride price. For their parents' generation, the essentials consisted of a bicycle, a color television, and a sewing machine, whereas today's couples were expected to present cars, houses, gold, silver jewelry, and more. Yet there seemed to be no standardized expectations. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yitian boldly stated, "I would rather pay for it myself." "Really?" Xiao Ming laughed heartily at her suggestion. Given how solid the relationship between their families had become, it was unlikely that Su Onjing would object to a modest wedding. It was even conceivable that a substantial dowry could be returned. At this juncture, Xiao Ming turned to his father and asked, "Dad, how much do you plan to give as a bride price when Yitian and I get married?" Xiao Guosheng took a deep breath and replied, "In our local customs in Xinhai City, it's typically 31,800, but in neighboring Jinghai, it appears to be 88,000. Xiao Ming muttered, "That's not too much." "Huh." Xiao Guosheng chuckled. "Rest assured, son, there's no need for you to feel any pressure. We can afford the bride price, and moreover, I have already saved enough to buy you a house and a car." "Thanks, Dad." Xiao Ming then leaned closer to Su Yitian and whispered, "Did you hear that? Dad is already planning to buy a house for us, so we won't have to worry about paying a mortgage together." As the car sped along, they exited the highway and entered the urban area of Kyoto at around 4 in the afternoon. Unfortunately, they soon found themselves ensnared in the evening rush hour traffic. This was simply the way of Kyoto. The competition was located in Yitian district, just beyond the Third Ring Road, where numerous companies had established their presence. Thus, traffic jams were a common occurrence. After an hour of tedious crawling, they finally arrived at the underground parking garage of the hotel Xiao Ming had booked online. The hotel, named Akata Grand Hotel, was a 5-star establishment. Once they parked the car, they grabbed their luggage and headed for the elevator. "By the way, son, how many rooms did you book this time?" "Huh?" Xiao Ming frowned slightly. 2 rooms, 1 standard room, and 1 suite. "You and Mom can take the suite, while Yitian and I will share the standard room." "All right." Xiao Guosheng nodded in agreement. The last time the 2 kids visited Olabeo, they shared a room, so this arrangement should pose no issues. Besides, it was merely a standard room. In truth, had their parents not accompanied them, Xiao Ming would have undoubtedly opted for a suite with Su Yitian. Who wouldn't he want to cuddle with their beloved wife? Yet, with his parents present, he felt somewhat shy about it. Of course, it was still possible to discreetly push the beds together at night. Who would know? After checking in at the front desk, the 4 of them made their way upstairs. Given the hotel's luxurious nature, the cost for a night was steep, at least 900 yuan for the most basic room. Xiao Ming's room was priced at 1,200, while his parents' room cost 1,400. They would be staying for 3 nights. But Xiao Ming didn't mind the expense too much. His and Yitian's room was on the 19th floor, while his parents' room was on the 15th. "So, you 2 should drop off your things and tidy up a bit. Once you're ready, give me a call, and we can head out for dinner." "Sure." They quickly parted ways. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian took the elevator to the 19th floor and soon located room 1906. "This is it," they declared. After swiping the key card, the lights in the room illuminated instantly. The decor was impressive, with marble flooring and walls exuding opulence. As soon as they entered, Xiao Ming dashed to the bed, ready to push it. Su Yitian, observing this, scratched her head and asked, Xiao Ming, what are you doing? Just pushing the beds together so I can hold you while we sleep tonight, he replied. Chapter 121. Su Yitian calls him dad, and this is how he reacts? With a screech, the bed legs scraped against the floor, producing an unbearable sound that sent shivers down Su Yitian's spine, making her feel uncomfortable. Unable to contain herself, she questioned, if you want to hold me while we sleep, why didn't you book a suite? Because I didn't want you to feel awkward, especially with my parents around. This bed is quite heavy. Come on, Yitian, lend me a hand. Oh, Su Yitian rolled her eyes. With their combined strength, they quickly pushed the two beds together. Xiao Ming clapped his hands and said that should do it. Now, let us arrange the bedding, and it will be just like a king-size bed. Oomph, I scoff at you. Su Yitian shot him a look. Xiao Ming teased, what? Don't you want me to give you a shoulder massage? Ugh. Su Yitian suddenly smiled. To be honest, I really want that. All right then. Xiao Ming grinned mischievously. I can also roll out the dough. How about we give it a try after dinner? And cough, cough. I have a third type of massage technique. Su Yitian looked a bit bewildered. What is the third type? Why are you saying that? It's so strange. Unable to help herself, she asked, what is this third type of massage? Cough, cough. Xiao Ming cleared his throat. Oh, it's nothing at all. You'll understand later. As Xiao Ming stretched, he urged, hurry up and get ready. I'm starving. Let's go eat. Seeing that Xiao Ming was unwilling to elaborate, Su Yitian pouted. What is the secret? Come on, tell me. As long as it makes me feel comfortable, I'm all in. Hee, it's a secret, and I can't tell you right now. After washing their faces in the bathroom, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian made their way downstairs to the 15th floor. Room 1515 was the one they were looking for. They paused in front of the door, and Xiao Ming gently knocked. The door swung open almost immediately. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, Zhou Yinwen was slightly taken aback. Did you finish tidying up so quickly? Mom, what do you mean quickly? My stomach has been growling for ages. Let's hurry and grab a bite. All right, Zhou Yinwen nodded. There wasn't too much to tidy up anyway. Xiao Guosheng had been driving for 2 hours and was now resting on the bed. Old Xiao, Zhou Yinwen called. The kids are here. Let us go out for dinner. Coming. He quickly stood up, grabbed the room key, and hurried over. After closing the door, Xiao Guosheng turned his attention to Su Yitian, asking, Yitian, what would you like to eat? Tell uncle, and I'll take you there. Su Yitian blinked her large eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, Dad, I want to eat hot pot. Let us go for hot pot. Su Yitian vividly recalled that there was a Haidaleo hot pot restaurant right outside the hotel. Xiao Ming had taken her there before. Aside from the slightly high prices, everything else was quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Su Yitian's words, Xiao Guosheng was taken aback. Goodness. She called him Dad. Everyone present, including Xiao Ming, was momentarily stunned. Xiao Guosheng, filled with joy, gazed at Su Yitian with a doting expression. All right, let's go have hot pot. Come along. At this moment, Xiao Ming hastily interjected, Dad, why don't you ask for my opinion? You didn't even inquire if I wanted to eat hot pot. Without turning around, Xiao Guosheng replied, your opinion holds no merit. We shall have hot pot. Xiao Ming's face darkened. Was this the consequence of Su Yitian calling him Dad? Beside them, Su Yitian playfully stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ming. That'll teach you for not telling me what the third type of massage is. He. The four descended the stairs, and, as they stepped out of the hotel, their eyes were immediately drawn to a Haidaleo hot pot restaurant. At present, Haidaleo was still quite popular, primarily due to its exceptional service. In the industry, Haidaleo's reputation for hot pot was among the very best. As the four ascended the Guamao building and entered Haidaleo, a waiter approached them with great respect. Once seated, noticing that Xiao Guosheng wore glasses and Su Yitian had her long hair down, the waiter thoughtfully prepared damp wipes to prevent fogging and provided a small hair tie. It must be said, this was indeed very considerate. Xiao Guosheng generously handed the iPad to Su Yitian. Dear daughter, order whatever you wish. Let Xiao Ming settle the bill. Xiao Ming, taken aback, stared blankly at his father. To which Xiao Guosheng added, don't look at me. I gave you a red envelope for the new year. I know you have money. All right. At this moment, Xiao Guosheng's gaze towards Su Yitian was markedly different from before. His eyes softened significantly, a change that made Xiao Ming feel somewhat uneasy. Was the power of calling him Dad truly so great? He had addressed him as such for 18 years without such an effect. As Su Yitian perused the dishes on the tablet, she exhibited not the slightest hint of restraint. For portions of fatty beef, for portions of fatty lamb, for servings of shrimp paste, and 4 lamb meatballs, she ordered copiously. Xiao Ming glanced at the price on the iPad and exclaimed, Whoa, it's already over 800 yuan. Are you sure you can finish all this? All right, Xiao Ming, just mind your own business, Su Yitian retorted. Before she could respond, Xiao Guosheng interjected disapprovingly. What is the harm in ordering more? If you can finish it, then so be it. Observing his father's demeanor, Xiao Ming chose to remain silent. Whatever he said would only result in rebuttal. Just then, Xiao Guosheng commanded, "Xiao Ming, why are you standing there? Go fetch the condiments." "Oh," Xiao Ming replied. His face filled with resignation, and he obediently went to get the condiments. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yitian, stroking her round belly, exited the Heideleo restaurant. Burp. She let out a satisfied belch, her face beaming with contentment. This girl had devoured 4 plates of meat along with many side dishes. It must be said, she could truly eat. "Dear, you've eaten quite a lot today," she was playfully admonished. In response, Su Yitian retorted, "What do you know? Being able to eat is a blessing, you know? For me, nothing in the world should be wasted except for delicious food." Indeed, whatever Yitian says is correct. Compared to when they first met, she had certainly gained quite a bit of weight. Previously, she had a somewhat gaunt appearance. Now, she had a bit more flesh, particularly in her bosom, which was quite pleasant. After indulging in their meal, they had no intention of lingering. 2 hours of travel had left them weary. They simply returned to the hotel. Once Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen exited the elevator, Su Yitian suddenly leaned in closer to Xiao Ming, gazing at him with wide eyes. "Darling, when we get back, could you massage my shoulders and roll out the dough along with the third type of massage you mentioned?" As she spoke, she rubbed her face against Xiao Ming's, resembling a clingy little kitten. Xiao Ming was momentarily stunned, then broke into a mischievous grin. "Sure thing." Chapter 122. The mischievous Xiao Ming, truly incorrigible. Su Yitian's head was enveloped in a cloud of confusion at Xiao Ming's expression, sensing something was off. But she didn't dwell on it. Ding. The elevator arrived at the 19th floor, and Xiao Ming and Su Yitian quickly reached the door of room 1906. After swiping the keycard, they entered the room and locked the door behind them. Su Yitian skipped over to the bed, leaping onto it. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was quite lively. Su Yitian lifted her head, directing her gaze at Xiao Ming. She removed her down jacket and patted the space beside her. "Come over here. What are you dawdling for?" Coming, Xiao Ming replied, scratching his head, while Su Yitian prepared herself for the massage. Noticing her positioning herself with her back to him, Xiao Ming inquired, "Hey Yitian, what are you doing?" She turned her head. "Didn't you say you'd help me with a massage? I have to cooperate fully." Xiao Ming looked at Su Yitian. Realizing that giving her a massage at this moment wouldn't be appropriate for taking advantage of her, he decided to put such thoughts aside. Thus, he suggested, "You've just eaten, and you're already sweating. Go take a shower first. After that, I'll give you something different." "Really? Great." Su Yitian eagerly removed her inner layer, revealing a small camisole and her ample chest. Her waist was particularly slender, nearly resembling the trending A4 waist online, and her skin was quite smooth. Seeing this, Xiao Ming felt an irresistible urge to touch her. Su Yitian turned to look at the startled Xiao Ming. Suddenly becoming cautious, "Xiao Ming, don't stare. Quickly turn your head to the wall." All right. Xiao Ming quickly turned away, while Su Yitian continued, "I'm changing into a dress, so don't look back. If you do, you'll be in big trouble." Her tone was playfully fierce, causing Xiao Ming to chuckle at her fierceness. Of course, out of respect for his girlfriend, he wouldn't dare to peek, though he was tempted. Before long, Su Yitian emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, while Xiao Ming also disrobed and donned a bathrobe. Shortly after, sounds of Su Yitian showering filled the bathroom, and Xiao Ming opened the NetEase cloud music app to listen to some music. Approximately 20 minutes later, she stepped out of the bathroom. "The water temperature is just right. You should go wash up now. I'll dry my hair while waiting for you to massage my shoulders and roll out the dough. I want to try each one." Xiao Ming shook his head slightly, thinking this little girl was rather naive. Had she forgotten everything learned from the biology textbook back in middle school? Truly, she was a sweet but simple-minded girl. After stepping into the bathroom, he casually rinsed off, dried his hair, and emerged. At this point, Su Yitian was already lying obediently on the bed, engrossed in her phone, waiting for Xiao Ming to finish a shower and give her a massage. Upon seeing him, Su Yitian's eyes brightened. "Oh, you're done showering. Can you give me a massage now?" "Come on," she urged, unable to contain her excitement. Xiao Ming stretched his wrists. "Should we start with the massage or rolling out the dough first?" "Massage first. Give my back a good thump," she instructed, already seated on the bed, shedding her upper bathrobe, revealing her fair back adorned in her camisole, which was now laid bare before Xiao Ming. As he drew near, the scent of her fragrance enveloped him. The scent of shampoo is mixed with Su Yitian's body fragrance, which is particularly pleasant and hormonal. He placed his hands on Su Yitian's shoulders and gently massaged her. Like last time, Su Yitian also made a hissing sound. "I really enjoy it. Yes, that's right here. Your technique is also excellent." 20 minutes later, Xiao Ming's hands are already a bit sore. He said, "Come girl, lie flat on the bed and roll your skin." "Okay." Su Yitian cooperated very well and lay on the bed. Seeing her so accommodating, Xiao Ming said, "Girl, rolling the skin is very painful and requires squeezing the flesh on your back. The first time, the pain is very strong." She didn't show any particular fear. Seeing this, Xiao Ming had already started rolling the skin. His thumb and index finger are together, his hands are aligned. And then he presses both thumbs parallel on his back, squeezing the lifted flesh with his thumb, slowly pushing it up with his fingers, and climbing it up with his index finger. Her skin has good elasticity, so it's not difficult to do it. But just at the beginning, Su Yitian couldn't help but let out a mournful cry from her mouth. "Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much." She has already started begging for mercy. "Xiao Ming, is this rolling leather? It's not comfortable at all, okay?" Xiao Ming glanced at Su Yitian and didn't stop his hand movements. "But this is rolling skin. Endure it a bit, and regular massage can improve immunity and eliminate fatigue." "Woo, don't." Su Yitian has already started begging for mercy. She couldn't help but say, "It's really painful. You can continue to press my shoulder or move on to the next task." Punishment. Upon hearing Su Yitian say the next item, Xiao Ming immediately stopped his movements. Su Yitian couldn't help but rub her back, her expression somewhat aggrieved. "It really hurts me, stinky Xiao Ming. Aren't you gentle? Sorry, rolling leather is like this. But it's just a habit." Su Yitian snorted and said, "I forgive you. Hee, is it time to proceed with the third project you mentioned?" Ahem. Xiao Ming's blush. First lie on the bed and then cover it with quilt. Su Yitian was a bit confused, lying in bed and covering herself with a blanket. "How do you need it?" Although I had doubts in my heart, I obediently crawled into bed. Xiao Ming saw the situation and also crawled in. She looked eagerly at Xiao Ming and said, "You can start now. Are you ready, Yitian?" Xiao Ming smiled slightly, and Su Yitian nodded and said, Then, Xiao Ming reached into the bed and leaned down. A moment later, Su Yitian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. My body trembled for a moment. At the same time, her face suddenly turned red, right up to her ears, staring at Xiao Ming with a bewildered expression. At this moment, she finally came to her senses and understood what Xiao Ming's third project was. "Xiao Ming, you." Without saying a word, Su Yitian picked up the pillow and slapped Xiao Ming's face. "Stinky Xiao Ming. Stinky Xiao Ming. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. You are so bad." Snap. Snap. Xiao Ming quickly blocked it with his elbow. "Ah, sweet. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You made me wrong. Stop fighting." Finally, Su Yitian pressed the pillow directly onto his face. She blushed and said, "Stinky Xiao Ming, it's really necrotic." Chapter 123, Arriving at the Site of the Super Mathematician. Okay. At this moment, Su Yitian was like an exploding kitten, with an expression as if Xiao Ming owed her 2 million yuan. His expression was full of contempt. "Are you going to try this special massage? How about a sweet and comfortable one?" Do you still feel comfortable?" "I'm ignoring you." Su Yitian snorted and turned her head. Of course, Su Yitian won't be angry. Their relationship is already stable, but they just feel contempt for Xiao Ming's behavior. At this point, Xiao Ming dared not continue to hide, mainly because of his tricks on her. She is indeed a silly and naive person who can be tricked. "All right, little one, don't be angry anymore." Xiao Ming directly hugged her waist and said, "It's already past 10 o'clock. Go to bed quickly. We'll be there tomorrow afternoon. So rest well." Su Yitian pinched Xiao Ming fiercely before turning her head and lips, her expression still filled with contempt. Then, I covered myself with a blanket and closed my eyes to sleep. Seeing this, Xiao Ming lightly flicked her little face, turned off the light, and closed his eyes. Not long after, Xiao Ming placed his hand on her waist. Su Yitian hasn't fallen asleep yet. She took a deep breath, her heart itching, but she didn't resist. Instead, she leaned closer to Xiao Ming and closed her eyes with peace of mind. The next morning, Xiao Ming made a move and found that his hand was empty. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that there was no one in the room at this moment. Su Yitian's clothes have also disappeared without a trace. "Hey, where's that girl Su Yitian?" Just as Xiao Ming was a little puzzled, the door suddenly opened. Click. Su Yitian walked in wearing yesterday's clothes and carrying breakfast in her hand. After seeing Xiao Ming, she rolled her eyes again and said, "Pig's head has woken up. Look at the time. It's already past 9 o'clock. You actually slept for 11 hours. What a pig." "Hey." Xiao Ming chuckled and realized that he had gone to buy breakfast. She is truly his wife. She thinks very thoughtfully. Xiao Ming spoke up. "I'm sleeping too soundly. Do you need me to hug you and sleep for a while longer? I don't want to sleep with pigs." Su Yitian placed the breakfast she had bought on the table and said, "Get up quickly and have breakfast. By the way, look outside the window. It's snowing outside now. This is the first snow of 2019. After we finish our meal, let's go outside and make a snowman." "Is it snowing?" Xiao Ming was taken aback and quickly stood up, gazing out from the window. At this moment, snowflakes as big as goose feathers were drifting in the air, and in the distance, the ground was already covered with white snow. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. The Yuan Xiao, filled round balls made of glutinous rice flour for Lantern Festival. It snows on this day, which really means something. He quickly put on his clothes. After washing, he looked at the breakfast Su Yitian bought. The breakfast was very simple, with 2 baskets of Xilong Bao, 2 cups of soybean milk, and several fried dishes. It seems to have been bought in a store. Daughter-in-law, come and eat too. Xiao Ming puts a Xilong Bao into his mouth. It's stuffed with pork and scallions. It's delicious. Coming. After finishing their meal, the two of them found a square and built a snowman together. Su Yitian got into a fight with a group of children, while Xiao Ming's parents took photos beside him. Time passed quickly, a day passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. They finished their meal early, and Xiao Ming contacted the previous head of the competition, Zhang Yu. Last time, it was Zhang Yu who chose them to compete. So Xiao Ming and Su Yitian are also under the responsibility of Zhang Yu. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and their 2 parents arrived outside the headquarters of the super mathematician program, which was only a few hundred meters away from the hotel where they were staying, very close. This is a particularly large theater building with a grand architectural style, and there's also a large studio inside. Soon, Zhang Yu arrived at the company wearing a white cotton jacket and saw Xiao Ming and Su Yitian from afar. You guys are here. She walked over with a warm smile, and of course, Xiao Ming recognized her as well. Xiao Ming introduced. Mom and Dad. This is Zhang Yu, the head of super mathematician, Zhang Jia. This is my parents. Hello. Zhang Yu said respectfully, shaking hands with Xiao Guosheng. It's cold outside. Let's go in and talk. The 4 of them followed Zhang Yu's lead into the building. As a variety show, the company was bustling with many employees. Upon entering, they could see information about some outstanding contestants from previous years, along with the honors they had received or the universities that had accepted them directly. After traversing a series of corridors, Zhang Yu led them into a small office. The office was particularly minimalist, furnished with a few sofas, a coffee table, a milk tea machine, a water dispenser, and a coffee machine. Please take a seat and wait a moment. Xiao Ming, would you like something to drink? Zhang Yu's politeness surprised Xiao Ming slightly as she smiled gently. This is what I ought to do. It's 7:10 now. Please wait a moment while I step out for a bit. I'll return at 7:30 to explain the rules for tomorrow's competition. By the way, I need to check your invitation letters. You both brought them, right? Yes. All right, please hand them to me. Feel free to help yourselves to some drinks. I'll be back shortly. After handing over the invitation letters, Zhang Yu hurriedly left, and Xiao Ming and Su Yitian exchanged glances, patiently waiting. 20 minutes later, she returned to the office. Thank you for waiting. Here are your contestant badges for tomorrow's competition, along with VIP tickets for your parents in the audience. As she spoke, she handed Xiao Ming 2 badges to wear around his neck and 2 seated tickets. Xiao Ming glanced briefly at them. The badges displayed his name, photo, and number. He read aloud, Super Mathematician 3rd Finals. Exactly. Zhang Yu nodded. Now, let me briefly introduce the rules for this competition. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, Xiao Wuseng, and Zhou Yinwen all closed their mouths, listening intently to Zhang Yu. The competition will begin tomorrow evening at 6:30 and will be broadcast live, with the champion crowned that night. There are a total of 16 contestants, divided into 8 groups, with 3 rounds of competition. In the first round, 8 groups will be narrowed down to 4. In the second round, 4 groups will be reduced to 2. In the third round, the final winner will be determined. Do you all understand? Xiao Ming and Su Yitian nodded. Zhang Yu continued. The 8 groups consist of champions from various cities in Jiangbei province. You and Su Yitian represent Xinhai City in this competition. She affirmed. This time, we have invited 4 universities and 8 majors for direct admission. A specialist will explain the specific majors to you, and someone will also elaborate on the competition rules. At 8 o'clock, when all contestants have arrived, you can proceed. That is all I have to say for now. Chapter 124. Prepare well for tomorrow's competition. Zhang Yu didn't say much. At 8 o'clock, she led the 2 into a larger conference room, while Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen had to wait in the original meeting room. The conference room had a large circular table at its center, with a projector set up, and several people were already seated. They appear to be of similar age to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, both male and female, paired off as if they were fellow contestants. As soon as Xiao Ming and Su Yitian entered, they attracted the attention of many. Xiao Ming took a brief look at them, noting their scholarly demeanor. It was evident they were high achievers. Su Yitian whispered, "Let us sit closer to the front so we can hear better." "That works," Xiao Ming nodded. In this public setting, they chose not to hold hands and settled into seats in the front row. The entire conference room was exceptionally quiet. As time passed, more people trickled in until all 16 contestants were present. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a round belly, balding, and dressed in a suit entered. He had a kind expression and stood at the head of the conference table. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Huang Chuanyo, the General Director of Super Mathematician. Upon hearing this, the attendees slightly furrowed their brows. The name seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Ming almost burst out laughing, but managed to restrain himself. Huang Chuanyo continued, first of all, congratulations to everyone for participating in the finals of Super Mathematician. I have secured 4 direct admission spots for you at prestigious universities: Tsinghua University and Peking University in Mathematics and Applied Mathematics, Information and Computing Science, as well as Kyoto University in Statistics and Mathematics Curriculum Teaching Theory. Additionally, there are spots for all majors at Magic City University and Harvard University. Hearing Huang Chuanyo's words, everyone in attendance gasped. Why? Because these direct admission spots were all from top-tier universities. Tsinghua and Peking University need no introduction, being the leaders among national institutions. However, the direct admissions from Magic City University and Harvard University were equally significant. Both are key projects of the 985 and 211 initiatives, offering admission across all majors. Of course, this was contingent upon securing first place. Standing out among the 8 groups would be quite a challenge. As the students processed the information about full admission, they began to stir with excitement. Observing their expressions, Huang Chuanyo remarked, of course, there are prerequisites. Only 2 individuals will be granted direct admission, namely, the champion. The winning student will have the opportunity to choose which university to attend, and the admissions mentors from the 4 universities will provide you with reasonable advice for your consideration. Therefore, I hope everyone gives their all in tomorrow's competition. At that moment, a bespectacled chubby boy suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Huang, may I ask what the competition events are? Huang Chuanyo smiled upon hearing this. All right, I will now introduce the rules and events of the competition. You all are likely familiar with the competition rules, so I will simply outline the events. The first round of competition will be a buzzer round, and the specific rules will be detailed by the host when the competition officially begins. The second round will require you and your partner to answer questions in turn, which should be straightforward for you to understand. As for the final round, I'll keep that under wraps for now. The students were left somewhat speechless. Why was he withholding information? Of course, there was no way to compel him to share. Knowing too much about the competition rules could indeed be detrimental. Huang Chuanyo continued. Next, we will proceed to the matching and grouping segment of our competition. There are a total of 8 groups of contestants, so we need to divide you into groups and then draw lots to determine the opponents for the first round. Upon hearing Huang Chuanyo's words, everyone nodded. Now let me announce the temporary groupings. Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan, Group 1. Liang Xiao and Wang Zhouyu, Group 2. Sun Bin and LV Xiaobu, Group 3. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, Group 4. Once the group numbers were confirmed, it was time for the drawing. Only the first 4 groups would draw, which meant groups 1, 2, 3, and 4 would draw against groups 5, 6, 7, and 8. Whoever they drew would be their opponent. A young lady clad in a resplendent red cheongsam, her figure accentuated by her curvaceous silhouette, approached with a draw box and placed it upon the conference table. Huang Chuanyo spoke up. In the interest of fairness, let contestant number 4 draw first. He had familiarized himself with the photos of the competitors, and, as he spoke, his gaze fell upon Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, in turn, directed his attention to Su Yitian. Say, my dear, why don't you draw? Huh? Su Yitian paused for a moment, then softly replied, all right. She quickly made her way to the draw box, and, with a swift motion, retrieved an orange slip of paper. Upon unfolding it, she discovered it was number 6. Huang Chuanyo announced, contestant number 4. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian's opponents are number 6, Shang Mingjia and Fan Siki. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's gaze shifted to the faces of his 6 contestants. Shang Mingjia and Fan Siki. Though their appearances were rather ordinary, their attire was quite trendy. Shang Mingjia adorned himself with an array of flashy accessories and wore a somewhat haughty expression. Upon noticing Xiao Ming's scrutiny, he brazenly raised a middle finger in defiance. Xiao Ming was taken aback by this unexpected provocation, but chose not to dwell on it. Huang Chuanyo proceeded to allow the others to draw, and soon the meeting came to a close. After exiting, Su Yitian remarked, Xiao Ming, did you notice that our opponent, number 6, just gave you the finger? I saw it, he replied. At that moment, Shang Mingjia and Fan Siki were walking hand in hand not far from them. Xiao Ming found himself bewildered. After all, this was a competition, and shouldn't they be fostering a spirit of camaraderie? Yitian, let us not concern ourselves with them. There are plenty of individuals lacking in decorum nowadays. We should focus on our own performance. In the first round, we will certainly outshine them. Indeed, Su Yitian nodded emphatically. Soon, they returned to the small office where Zhang Yu was still accompanying Xiao Guisheng and Zhou Yanwen. Upon seeing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian return, Zhang Yu inquired, so, do you both now understand the details of the competition process? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded. Zhang Yu continued. Then prepare well for tomorrow's contest. We will prepare diligently. Xiao Ming affirmed, having already heard from Huang Chuanyo that they needed to arrive by 5 o'clock the following afternoon. The order of appearances would be arranged by the production team. At that moment, Huang Chuanyo had already added them to a WeChat group chat, where they would be notified of the order of appearances later that evening. Zhang Yu, observing Xiao Ming's resolute demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ming was preoccupied with wondering why the head of the relocation office had yet to contact him. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, notifications about the relocation were made just before the Lantern Festival. Could he have misremembered? Regaining his composure, he turned to his parents, Mom, Dad, since that's the case. Let us head back for now and return tomorrow afternoon. Very well. Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yinwen stood up, expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yu before departing with Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Outside, the snowfall had ceased, leaving the ground blanketed in thick snow. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and sanitation workers were still clearing the snow from the roadside. Once outside, Su Yitian couldn't resist wrapping her coat more tightly around herself, while Xiao Guosheng advised, Xiao Ming, make sure you and Xiao Tian get a good rest tonight. Just give your best in tomorrow as competition. We must give our utmost effort, Xiao Ming replied, unable to contain his excitement. Dad, this time there are 4 universities in line for guaranteed admission, including Peking University and the University of Hong Kong, all of which are top-tier institutions. If I can secure this opportunity, it would be a tremendous blessing. Is that so? Xiao Guosheng nodded. But do not put too much pressure on yourself. If you can secure the admission, that would be wonderful. If not, then focus on the college entrance examination. Understood. The 4 of them proceeded towards the hotel. As it was getting late, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian went directly to the 19th floor. Once inside their room, he turned his attention back to Su Yitian. Yitian. Haha. Xiao Ming grinned mischievously. Do you require the 3-piece massage set tonight? Su Yitian shot him a disapproving glare. You silly Xiao Ming. Why do you always think of such inappropriate things? She resolutely shook her head. No way. I refuse to let you massage me ever again. You're incorrigible. With a stomp of her foot, she added, I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to sleep. Please, please, Xiao Ming leaned closer, extending 3 fingers. I swear upon the heavens, aside from wanting to kiss, hug, or give you a massage, I would never lay a finger on you. Su Yitian huffed, shedding her down jacket as she sat on the bed. No need, giving me a massage would tire you out. You should use this time to learn how to play the piano. As she spoke, Su Yitian retrieved a tablet from her suitcase, a gift from her father for her studies during her hospital stay, which she frequently used for practice. Noticing Su Yitian studying, Xiao Ming decided not to interrupt and opened Douyin instead. However, before he had even scrolled for 3 minutes, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID began with 400, and upon seeing this number, Xiao Ming's heart leaped with joy. It must be the relocation office. Excited, he jumped out of bed, startling Su Yitian, who looked at him as if he were a fool. Have you lost your mind? He stood up and approached the window, answering the call. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Ming? Came a soft, sweet voice from the other end, likely belonging to a charming young woman. Yes, it is. Hello, Mr. Xiao Ming. I am a representative from Wanda Group, employee number 14250. You own a 25-square-meter storefront on Tomato Commercial Street, correct? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's spirit soared. This was undoubtedly about the relocation. He quickly responded, Yes, I do have a 25-square-meter storefront. What can I do for you? Mr. Xiao Ming, we at Wanda Group are planning to construct Wanda Building B on Tomato Commercial Street, and your store is within our designated area for this project. Therefore, we will need to proceed with the relocation. Of course, we will offer you compensation. I see. Xiao Ming feigned calmness. How is the compensation calculated? The compensation price exceeds the market rate at 20,000 per square meter. Would you find that acceptable, sir? 20,000? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. For a 25-square-meter store that amounted to only 500,000. He distinctly remembered the compensation in his previous life being much higher. This representative was clearly underquoting. Typically, when people hear a price of 20,000, they would be tempted to agree. Xiao Ming replied, That price seems a bit low. Could it be increased? Please name your price, Mr. Xiao Ming. Realizing that the representative was open to negotiation, Xiao Ming boldly stated, How about 50,000 per square meter? What? The representative gasped in disbelief. 50,000? Are you joking with me? Cough, cough. Mr. Xiao Ming, you the operator appeared somewhat perplexed, stating, 20,000 is already more than double the market price. Mr. Xiao Ming, if your asking price is excessively high, we can bypass your area. Very well, Xiao Ming, fully aware of the underlying circumstances, understood that the government had already granted this plot to Wanda Group to initiate construction in this region. It was imperative to acquire all properties and obtain the contracts. Her suggestion to bypass was utterly unfounded. Xiao Ming's simple affirmation left the operator momentarily stunned. Mr. Xiao Ming, everything can indeed be negotiated. We can offer a maximum of 30,000. If that is insufficient, please consult our leadership. All right, have your leader give me a call. With that, Xiao Ming hung up the phone without a second thought. He was certain he would receive a call shortly. At that moment, Yitian, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, What is this about several tens of thousands? Who called you? People from Wanda Group. I previously purchased a small storefront. And now, with the impending demolition, we are discussing the price. Huh? Yitian was taken aback. You bought a small store? And it's being demolished? I'll tell you more later. Xiao Ming's attention returned to his phone. Shortly after, another call came in, the number beginning with 132. He brought the phone to his ear. Hello, good day. Hello, Mr. Xiao Ming. The voice was male, sounding to be about 30. Greetings. I am Huang, the new head of the Xinhai district for Wanda Group. You have a storefront on Tomato Commercial Street, correct? We can offer you 35,000 per square meter. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, I am well aware of your pricing. I've already done my research. Let us say 40,000. No, mister. Xiao Ming, your price. Xiao Ming interrupted. The government must have already approved it, since you have reached out to me. I presume you're also aware of my store's location. Moreover, 40,000 per square meter is not exorbitant. It is merely your highest budget. This was information Xiao Ming had gleaned from his past life. Ultimately, Mr. Huang conceded, all right, let us arrange a time tomorrow for you to sign a contract. Tomorrow won't work. Let us do the day after. Chapter 126. My goodness, just look at his demeanor. Quite impressive. Mr. Huang was somewhat bewildered. Was Mr. Xiao Ming truly this assertive? However, since the contract had yet to be signed, he had no choice but to respond. Very well, I will call you the day after schedule a time for the contract signing. Thank you. After ending the call, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. After much anticipation, he had finally secured the 1 million he had longed for. With this capital, he could continue his entrepreneurial endeavors. He approached Yitian with a triumphant gait, pursing his lips. Come here, Yitian, give me a kiss. She looked at him with a bemused expression. What has gotten into you after just one phone call? I refuse to kiss a lunatic. You little rascal. How can you say your husband is a lunatic? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Here's the thing. A while back, I secured a location for 18,025 square meters in size. Can you guess what the demolition compensation is per square meter? 40,000? Yitian nodded, recalling Xiao Ming's earlier conversation. Exactly, Yitian, it's 40,000. Her expression turned to one of astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, so for 25 square meters, the compensation will be 1 million? Indeed. Hurry. Give me a kiss. Without shame, Xiao Ming leaned in for a quick kiss with Yitian, then tossed his hair back. So how about it? Isn't your husband incredibly impressive? This business deal is truly exhilarating, haha. Yitian pouted, slightly nodding, yes. How are you so remarkable? Suddenly, she remembered something. But what do you plan to do with that 1 million? Start a business. Xiao Ming grinned. This money will serve as my initial capital, and it should be ample for that purpose. Your semiconductor company? Yes. Xiao Ming nodded affirmatively. Yitian, while the semiconductor industry may be challenging, you must trust your husband. This is just the beginning. I'm confident I will go far in this field. I believe in you. Yitian smiled gently, and Xiao Ming continued, all right, it's getting late. You should stop studying for now. What do you know? Yitian turned her attention back to her iPad. You know what they say? Practice makes perfect. Hurry and take a shower. After that, it's bedtime. Okay. With that, Xiao Ming disregarded whether Yitian was watching and began to undress down to his boxers, wrapping himself in a bathrobe before heading into the bathroom. The next day, Xiao Ming awoke at 10 in the morning, roused by Yitian. Xiao Ming, I'm quite curious. How do you manage to sleep for 12 hours straight? You're such a pig. Xiao Ming rubbed his eyes. Resting well is essential for performing at tonight's competition. Isn't it? Excuse. Yitian rolled her eyes. I left breakfast on the table. Hurry and get dressed. I'm going out to buy some things. All right. After Yitian closed the door, Xiao Ming scratched his head. Damn, I dreamt about Lead King Hashimoto Kana last night. What a bizarre dream. He quickly opened a suitcase and changed into a stylish outfit. After all, he was going to appear on a television program, and he figured Teacher Wang would have the entire class watch the live stream. He couldn't afford to look anything less than dapper. The studio was quite warm, so wearing a down jacket was unnecessary. He opted for a white shirt, dashed into the bathroom to wash his hair, styled it, and even applied some hair gel for hold. Remembering that today was a special occasion, he retrieved a ginger candy pack from his suitcase and prepared a cup of ginger tea for Yitian. Indeed, today was the day her relatives would be visiting. After about 20 minutes, Yitian returned to the hotel, and, as expected, she had brought a pack of giant butterflies. Upon seeing the ginger tea Xiao Ming had prepared, Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback. "You're so considerate, making me ginger tea. Of course, drink up." "Thank you, darling." At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrive at the studio with Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian donned white shirts, with Xiao Ming in black trousers while Su Yitian wore a navy blue short skirt. They both exuded a youthful vibe. The order of the first round of the competition had already been announced, and indeed, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were set to be the first to appear. Backstage, the makeup artist had already touched up their appearance, while their parents had taken their seats in the audience. The 16 contestants were scattered on the sofas, awaiting the commencement of the program. Meanwhile, a sizable audience had gathered in front of the stage, consisting of enthusiastic fans of Super Mathematician. In the front row of the audience sat representatives from 4 universities, along with several judges. As the clock struck 6:30, the male and female hosts made their way to the front of the stage. The cameras began recording and, simultaneously, the grand finale of the Super Mathematician program commenced its live broadcast. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the live finale of the Super Mathematician's 3rd championship. I am your host, Bing Bing, and I am your co-host, Yin Yan." After a rather convoluted introduction from the two hosts, they finally signaled for the first group of contestants to take the stage. Approaching us now are Shangpanjia and Fan Siki from Jinghai City. Shangpanjia, aged 18, is currently studying at the prestigious Bridge College in the United States and has previously secured the 3rd place in the National Mathematics Genius Award. Fan Siki, also 18, is a student at Jinghai First High School and has earned the 6th place in the same esteemed competition. The two competitors arrived on stage with a commendable seriousness, their strides confident and purposeful. Behind the scenes, Xiao Ming could not help but exclaim, "Wow, just look at their demeanor. They are truly impressive." Indeed, Shangpanjia's brisk pace, combined with the swaying of his overcoat, radiated an air of pride, especially when the hosts mentioned his attendance at Bridge College, which undoubtedly flattered his vanity. At this moment, Shangpanjia and Fan Siki stood beside the hosts. Host Yitian welcomed them by saying, "Good, welcome to our program. Please introduce yourselves briefly." Shangpanjia, already holding the microphone, spoke. "Hello everyone. I am Shangpanjia from Jinghai, currently studying at Bridge College in America. I was the 3rd place winner of the National Mathematics Genius Award and the champion of the Jiangbei Province Mathematics King competition." "Very impressive," remarked Fan Siki, who then introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am Fan Siki from Jinghai, a student at Jinghai First High School. I secured the 6th place in the National Mathematics Genius Award and was the 3rd place winner in the Jiangbei Province Mathematics King competition." Both contestants shared their accolades, which served 2 purposes. First, to impress the audience at home, and second, to ensure the judges, as well as professors from 4 universities, would remember them. "Please take your seats on the right," the host instructed, "and now let us welcome Xiao Ming and Su Yitian from Jinghai City." Upon hearing these names, the audience across the stage, including Xiao Guosheng and Zhou Yanwen, quickly focused their attention on the center of the stage. They had never witnessed such a scene before and felt an exhilarating thrill. "Yitian, go for it." Zhang Yu encouraged them with a supportive gesture. The two nodded in acknowledgement as Xiao Ming led the way, ascending the stage alongside Su Yitian. As the spotlight illuminated his face, Xiao Ming faced hundreds of audience members, exuding a relaxed demeanor, entirely unperturbed by the situation. Su Yitian mirrored his ease. Once they reached the hosts, they stood close together, and host Bing Bing said, "Welcome to you both. Please introduce yourselves, starting with the young lady." Upon seeing Su Yitian, Bing Bing's eyes sparkled, captivated by her pure and innocent appearance. With her clear eyes reflecting youthful exuberance, clad in a white shirt, she resembled a heroine from a television drama. When prompted by Bing Bing, Su Yitian nodded shyly, revealing a bashful smile as she introduced herself. "Hello everyone. I am Su Yitian from Jinhua No. 1 High School." The host anticipated further remarks, but Su Yitian hesitated. Sensing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Xiao Ming interjected, "Hello everyone. I am Xiao Ming, also from Jinhua No. 1 High School. Although I haven't received any accolades, I can confidently say that I am well versed in both astronomy and geography. Feel free to quiz me." His audacious declaration raised eyebrows among the audience, the judges, and even the hosts. "Wow, this newcomer is quite bold." One judge, balding and bespectacled, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, could not resist asking, "Oh, well versed in astronomy and geography? May I pose a few questions to you?" "Of course," Xiao Ming replied respectfully. The judge continued, "Can you tell me the next line of the poem The Bright Moon is shared among the 3 realms?" "Half is in Yangzhou," Xiao Ming answered promptly. "Correct." The judge continued, who proposed the idea that the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Gu Yanwu, Xiao Ming responded confidently. Correct. Now, which 5 types of vocal styles primarily compose Sichuan opera, including kunku, kuqin, and danci? The audience was momentarily bewildered, wondering how this question about Sichuan opera had surfaced. Just when they thought Xiao Ming might falter, he answered, it should be Gaoqiang. Correct. At this point, some audience members erupted in cheers, applauding him. Xiao Guisheng and Zhou Yinwen were equally astonished. When did our son learn such things? After all, they were from Jiangbei province, quite distant from Sichuan. Could it be that Xiao Ming had a penchant for Sichuan opera? The judge continued. Let us ask you one final question. What does the 24 histories not include? Qing history, Xiao Ming replied without hesitation. This impressive display was largely due to the skills he had exchanged for his studies earlier. To claim he was a living encyclopedia would be an understatement. Very impressive, the judge remarked. Your knowledge accumulation is remarkable. While I did not inquire about mathematical knowledge, I eagerly anticipate your upcoming performance. Thank you, Xiao Ming said with a bow. Host Bingbing added, Xiao Ming truly is a walking encyclopedia. We are all looking forward to your performance. Please take your seats, as the first round of the competition is about to commence. Let us go, Yitian. Xiao Ming said with a smile, walking leisurely alongside Su Yitian towards their seats. Along the way, Su Yitian could not help but ask Xiao Ming, how do you know so much? I couldn't answer any of those questions. In a hushed tone, Xiao Ming replied, there is a difference between pigs and humans, right? Su Yitian blinked in surprise, and once seated, she playfully pinched Xiao Ming's thigh. He quickly grasped her small hand, teasing, Yitian, you're a bit mischievous today. We're filming a show, so behave. Oh, Su Yitian feigned innocence, but then realized that it was Xiao Ming who had first compared her to a pig. I'll teach him a lesson after the show. Xiao Ming's gaze drifted towards Shang Panjia, who was visibly displeased by Xiao Ming's earlier performance, as it had overshadowed his presence. Contemplating giving him the finger, Xiao Ming merely smirked. At that moment, host Bingbing announced, all right, we will now proceed with today's program. Let me explain the rules for the first round of the competition. Due to time constraints, there will be a total of 10 questions in this round. Both teams may press the button beside them to buzz in once they know the answer. A correct answer scores points, while an incorrect one awards points to the opposing team. The team with the highest score will advance. Upon hearing the hostess words, Xiao Ming felt little ripple of emotion within him. The matter of mistakenly scoring for the opponent is inconsequential. It is impossible for oneself to err in answering. This merely serves to make the participants more cautious. Su Yitian took a deep breath, with the competition about to commence. It is only natural for the young girl to feel a bit anxious. Xiao Ming inquired, what's the matter, feeling nervous? She nodded slightly. This opportunity is incredibly significant. No need to worry, Xiao Ming chuckled. Just watch your husband perform. Chapter 128, Complete Domination. What kind of devil is this? Su Yitian nodded, for at that moment, the 113-inch screen on the table displayed the first question. It was a multiple-choice question concerning sets, not particularly challenging. Given that it was the first round, Xiao Ming discerned the answer in a mere 3 seconds, especially since he was well prepared. Meanwhile, his opponent, Shang Mingjia, was still bent over, presumably calculating. There was draft paper on the table for calculations, as such questions are rarely answered within mere seconds. Not one to concede after being given the finger. Xiao Ming resolved to expedite the process, promptly pressing the button. He then stood up decisively and declared, A. Without waiting for the host to prompt him, he took his seat again. This entire sequence transpired in less than a second. Su Yitian abruptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Xiao Ming. Though she had anticipated he might stand up suddenly, as he had done in previous rounds, his current action startled her. According to the protocol, Xiao Ming was supposed to press the button, wait for the host to instruct him to stand, and then announce his answer. Yet, Xiao Ming was deviating from the expected script. The entire venue fell into a 2-second silence, followed by the host announcing, Xiao Ming has answered A. Let's check the big screen to see if this answer is correct. Undoubtedly, the answer was correct. Meanwhile, Shang Mingjia was left in a state of bewilderment. What the hell? How could he calculate the answer in just a few seconds? This must be a trick. He must have encountered the original question. Shang Mingjia desperately consoled himself. However, as the competition progressed, despair enveloped him. Time and again, Xiao Ming pressed the buzzer almost instantaneously, with all his answers being correct. Shang Mingjia had retreated into himself, even suspecting that Xiao Ming had access to the answers. Yet, the esteemed reputation of the super mathematician program still held weight, indicating that Xiao Ming was indeed formidable. Ultimately, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian triumphed with a score of 9-1, utterly dominating Shang Mingjia and Fan Siki. Such was the consequence of the finger gesture. Behind the scenes, the other competitors gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. What kind of devil is this? To defeat an opponent with a score of 91 in Super Mathematician is certainly unprecedented. Following Xiao Ming's performance, the remaining participants felt an immense pressure. Meanwhile, the judges, comprised of 4 university professors and several guests, murmured amongst themselves regarding Xiao Ming. I sense he is a rare talent. Let's not kid ourselves. I want this student. Even if he doesn't win the championship, I would still like to recruit him to my university. At that moment, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian returned to the center of the stage. Shang Mingjie and Fan Siki had already exited. Su Yitian fed somewhat discertaineth, for she felt like a mere bystander. If she were to seize the championship in such a manner, the university professors would likely hesitate to accept her. Of course, what Su Yitian was unaware of was that the subsequent rounds would require collaboration between the participants. But that is a tale for another time. Sister Bingbing said, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, you both performed admirably. Congratulations on advancing. Please take a moment to rest while awaiting your second round. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian quickly exited the stage. Behind the scenes, Zhang Yu awaited them. Upon their return, the remaining contestants regarded Xiao Ming with expressions resembling that of a plague carrier. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Had he known they would regard him this way, he would have tempered his demeanor. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to their stares. Xiao Ming suggested, Yitian, how about we go find my parents and see the performances of the other contestants? Sounds good, Su Yitian replied, though she was uncertain if the program would permit it. Zhang Yu overheard Xiao Ming's words and interjected, you may go spend time with your parents. I will call for you when the second round begins. All right. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded as they departed, stealthily making their way through a narrow passage toward the VIP spectator area designated for the families of the contestants, which typically remains sparsely populated. The two bent low and approached Xiao Guosheng, who was currently messaging Xiao Ming on his phone. Dad, stop messaging. I'm right here. Xiao Ming chuckled, and upon hearing his voice, Xiao Guosheng looked up in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be competing? What brings you here? The other contestants still have 3 rounds to go, so I thought I'd come chat with you guys for a bit. Xiao Ming plopped down in the chair next to his father and continued, so, Dad, how did I perform just now? Quite well, Xiao Guosheng replied, clearly pleased with Xiao Ming's outstanding display, which had elicited gasps from the audience with each of his responses. Su Yitian pouted slightly, you were a bit too quick. I barely had time to react. At that moment, she gazed at Xiao Ming with a curious expression. By the way, how did you calculate so swiftly? Do you have some kind of trick? Xiao Ming scratched his head. Trick? What trick could there be? He certainly could not disclose that he had a system, and even if he did, Su Yitian would not believe him. She might even surreptitiously send him to a mental institution for a few days. Xiao Ming pointed to his head and replied, silly girl, I actually mastered the abacus. I calculated everything using that. Huh? Su Yitian responded, a bit bewildered. Seeing her astonishment, Xiao Ming chuckled. All right, Yitian, the game is already in our hands. Which university do you wish to attend? Su Yitian pondered for a moment. If it's Peking University, I don't really want to major in mathematics. Shanghai and Hong Kong are appealing, but would they be a bit lacking? To this, Xiao Ming remarked, you have quite high standards, don't you? But you're right. Let us take it one step at a time. I feel we should still participate in the college entrance examination. I agree. The college entrance examination is a pivotal moment in life, and it's the only fair competition we will encounter. Xiao Ming was eager to experience the joy of checking scores. Soon, the next round of competition commenced. Of course, the other contestants were not as prodigious as Xiao Ming. The atmosphere of the competition was intensely charged, with the audience passionately supporting their respective contestants, making for an engaging spectacle. Ultimately, the list of those advancing was announced. Chapter 129, because of Xiao Ming. The rules were changed. Among the 8 groups, the 4 advancing groups were Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan, Liang Xiao and Wang Zhouyu, and Wang Ming and Wang Shuai. Wang Ming and Wang Shuai are brothers, both plump, with dark eyes that give them an endearing, honest appearance. Soon, the phones of Xiao Ming and Su Yitian chimed simultaneously. Upon checking, Xiao Ming discovered that their opponents were Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan, while the other pair comprised Liang Xiao and Wang Ming. A brief assessment revealed that Wang Hui possessed a stronger capability compared to Ding Ruiquan, who, like Su Yitian in the previous match, was rather ineffectual. Su Yitian, are you being polite? In this round, it was not Xiao Ming who would take the stage first, but rather Liang Xiao's team along with Wang Ming and Wang Shuai. Consequently, Zhang Yu did not call them back. However, she sent Xiao Ming a message advising him to observe the match closely and familiarize himself with the rules. Xiao Ming responded with an OK emoji. Before long, Liang Xiao, Wang Zhouyu, Wang Ming, and Wang Shuai had taken their places, seated in the competition chairs. Once both teams were ready, the host, Bing Bing, announced, "All right, let me explain the second round of the competition. There's been a last-minute adjustment to the competition rules. Just now, the head of the program, Huang Kunyu, approached me to amend the rules due to Xiao Ming's exceptional prowess. His answering speed is astonishingly rapid, leading even Huang Kunyu to suspect that he might have acquired the questions through some insider means. In an effort to maintain fairness, he had no choice but to activate Rule B, which only he is privy to. He has already communicated the new rules to the two hosts via earpiece. It was indeed due to Xiao Ming that the original format of the show was altered. Bing Bing continued. In this competition, answers will be determined by a system lottery. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming perked up. A lottery for answers? The second round will involve sequential answering, with each group having 6 opportunities to respond. However, prior to answering, the system will select who from the group will respond. For instance, if it is Wang Ming's group answering, the system will determine whether it is Wang Ming or Wang Shuai who will take the question. Xiao Ming understood the implications of this rule and felt a tinge of discomfort. It seemed somewhat targeted towards him. Nevertheless, considering Su Yitian's intelligence, he dismissed his concerns. He merely hoped the system selection would not be biased against him. Bing Bing further explained, due to competition constraints, we must adjust the positioning of the competitors. Communication will not be permitted during this round. As her words fell, the tables on either side slowly began to part, revealing a mechanical structure beneath the stage, placing the 4 contestants approximately 3 meters apart. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, realizing that if the system did not select him, he would have no means to communicate with Su Yitian. However, he understood the necessity for fairness in a team competition. The performance of each individual must be evaluated. Regretting his earlier overconfidence during the match with Yishang and Min Jie, Xiao Ming listened as Bing Bing outlined the rules. I trust you all are clear on the competition rules. There will be a total of 12 questions. Correct answers earn points, while incorrect ones result in deductions. The team with the highest score will advance. I hereby declare the competition officially underway. With Bing Bing's declaration, the competitors took a moment to prepare before the match commenced. The first question was a fill-in-the-blank type, with the students on the left side answering first. The system selected Wang Zhouyu, who promptly began working on the question. A countdown of 300 seconds appeared on the big screen, allowing ample time for answering. Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Su Yitian's face and inquired, "Yitian, do you think you can derive the answer to this question?" "I'm calculating," she replied, her eyes fixed on the screen, deep in thought. After a moment, she exclaimed, "The answer should be that the triangle equals 520, right?" Xiao Ming shook his head. He recognized the trickiness of the question, which could easily mislead. As he anticipated, even Su Yitian had fallen into the trap. "Is that not correct?" Su Yitian asked, "Momento de did it." Rather than rushing to ask Xiao Ming for the answer, she resumed her calculations in silence. A minute later, she smacked her thigh, declaring, "I've got it. The answer to this question is 10 and 40. Correct," she added with a deep breath. "I didn't expect this question to be misleading. If I hadn't double-checked the formula, I would have answered incorrectly." "Don't worry. It's not a competition, and mistakes are permissible," Xiao Ming reassured, noticing her disheartened expression. "Let us see how the contestants on stage respond." "Okay." Su Yitian nodded, and together they turned their attention back to the stage. With just 20 seconds remaining, Wang Zhouyu provided his answer, 5 and 20. Upon hearing this, host Yin remarked, "Great, Wang Zhouyu has answered 5 and 20. Let us see if his response is correct." The big screen then revealed the correct answer, 10 and 40. "Alas," she continued, "this answer is incorrect," leading Wang Zhouyu's team to incur a penalty of 1 point. As she spoke, their score shifted from 0 to -1. Wang Zhouyu could only sit down in disappointment, while Xiao Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, can the score actually turn negative?" Beside him, Xiao Guosheng replied, "The host just mentioned that incorrect answers result in point deductions. Thus, it is consistent with the rules of the competition." Indeed, Xiao Ming silently mourned for Wang Zhouyu for 3 seconds, before spending the remaining 57 seconds in laughter. That was a bit embarrassing. Meanwhile, Su Yitian's heart raced, her expression tense with anxiety. She feared she might hinder Xiao Ming's performance. Noticing her subtle change in demeanor, Xiao Ming wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry, Yitian. If you're selected, just focus and be attentive. The rest is up to me." "Okay," she replied with a slight nod. Xiao Ming playfully pinched her cheek, noting the ample flesh upon it. The competition pressed on, and due to the initial error, Wang Zhouyu's confidence faltered, leading to an overly cautious approach in subsequent questions. This excessive caution ultimately impeded his answering speed, allowing Wang Ming and Wang Shuai to advance successfully. After the match concluded, Zhang Yu sent Xiao Ming a message, instructing him and Su Yitian to return and prepare for the upcoming competition. Xiao Ming stood, addressing his parents. Mom, Dad, it's almost our turn to compete. All right. Xiao Guosheng nodded, while his mother, Zhou Yanwen, encouraged him. Go for it, son. I believe in you. Rest assured. He then grasped Su Yitian's hand and stealthily made their way backstage. Chapter 130. I am not satisfied. I refuse to accept the outcome of this competition. Behind the scenes, Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan were preparing to take the stage, their supervisor encouraging them. Xiao Ming turned to Su Yitian, who still wore a worried expression. Noticing her drooping demeanor, he playfully pinched her cheeks, coaxing an awkward smile from her. There's no need for concern. Even if we don't advance, it will be all right. Moreover, my complexion should not be as dark as that of individuals from Africa. What if the system keeps selecting me? Su Yitian nodded slightly, while Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and approached, saying, Xiao Ming, strive to do your best. I recall that the previous rules were not like this. Perhaps they have altered them on a whim. Nonetheless, I still place my trust in both of you. Rest assured. At that moment, the host on stage had already called out their names. We ascended the stage. Xiao Ming grasped Su Yitian's hand as they made their way up. Subsequently, they each took a seat on 2 separate chairs. At this juncture, a 113-inch screen remained on the table, alongside paper and pens for calculations. Once seated, the host began. The competition rules are the same as before. May I ask the 4 contestants if you are prepared? The 4 of them nodded in unison. Xiao Ming glanced at Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan. Their demeanor appeared quite composed, unlike Su Yitian, who seemed anxious. Thus, the competition commenced in earnest. The first question appeared on the screen before Xiao Ming, and within 2 seconds, the feedback indicated that he was the one to answer. A surge of joy filled Xiao Ming's heart as he realized he was the selected responder, and he began to examine the question. With 300 seconds allotted for contemplation, he refrained from answering immediately as he had in the previous round. The question was lengthy, and he read it slowly. Meanwhile, Huang Chuanyo, observing the competition from the office, took a sip of tea, his expression grave as he scrutinized Xiao Ming's response. He aimed to compare Xiao Ming's answering speed in the first round to that of the current match, to ascertain whether he genuinely knew the answer from the first round. Should his response be slow or incorrect, it would indicate that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. After approximately a minute, Xiao Ming stood up and declared, The answer to this question is 1:45. Good. The answer illuminated the large screen. Indeed, it was 1:45. The second question was now posed to the opposing contestant. The question did not appear on Xiao Ming's screen, indicating it was not from his group, thus he could not see it. He had no choice but to wait in silence. After 2 minutes, Wang Hui rose. The answer to this question is C. The host responded, correct. The current score stood at 11, and the competition continued. Xiao Ming cast a glance at Su Yitian, who was intently focused on the screen. Soon, the next question materialized. Once again, he was the one to respond. Wow, no surprise there, Xiao Ming thought, momentarily taken aback. Could this be the effect of a protagonist's halo? Without further contemplation, he continued to examine the question, which, while brief, involved complex calculations. He was confident he would not err, but it required a bit of time. Before long, he stood once more. The answer is T163. Correct, came the confirmation, and Xiao Ming's team earned a point. Hearing the referee's words, Wang Hui and Ding Ruiquan felt a growing urgency. Was the system rigged? Why did it keep selecting him? The third question arrived swiftly, and this time, the system chose Ding Ruiquan to answer. However, he answered incorrectly, causing their score to drop from 1 to 0. The host announced, the current score is 20. The competition continues. Wang Hui shot Ding Ruiquan a furious glare. Damn it, one wrong answer and we lose a point, reverting us to square one. Yet, fate was unyielding. As the fifth question approached, Xiao Ming had already answered twice, and just when he thought the system would select Su Yitian, the screen displayed him once more. Even Xiao Ming was bewildered. Could it be that his fair complexion was a factor? Reluctantly, he proceeded to answer. The outcome was indisputable. He was correct. Observing Xiao Ming's consistent correctness, Su Yitian too was taken aback. She had washed her face that morning as well. And not only that, but a makeup artist had also adorned her visage. While Xiao Ming's skin was fair, as a girl, her complexion should certainly be fairer than his. Why then? Did the system persistently overlook her? Such a mystery. The sixth question was answered correctly by Wang Hui. The seventh question fell to Xiao Ming again. The eighth question was answered incorrectly by Ding Ruiquan. The current score was 40, and the competition continued. Wang Hui was nearly apoplectic. All her hard-earned points had been squandered due to Ding Ruiquan's blunder. Finally, the ninth question arrived, and it was Su Yitian's turn. Xiao Ming glanced at the question. It was particularly challenging. Upon seeing it, Su Yitian's expression soured. Her hand flew across the draft paper, calculations rushing forth as the 300 seconds dwindled. Standing up, with a hint of uncertainty, she declared, "The answer to this question should be in 10. The answer appeared on the big screen. The correct response was indeed in 10. Unfortunately, Isis remarked, "This answer is incorrect." Xiao Ming's team was required to deduct a point. The current score stood at 30, and the competition continued. Hearing the deduction, Su Yitian felt a pang of disappointment. Of course, the outcome was already determined. It was of little consequence. The 11th question arrived, and the system once more selected Xiao Ming. After he answered correctly, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. His team had garnered 4 points, while Wang Hui's team had only 1. With the final question remaining, even if Wang Hui answered correctly, Xiao Ming would still advance. Naturally, the competition would not conclude prematurely. For the final question, the system selected Ding Ruiquan, and this time he answered correctly, finally securing a point. The competition had drawn to a close. Xiao Ming felt dazed. His team had a total of 6 answering opportunities, and the system had chosen him 5 times. It seemed that washing his face that morning had indeed been beneficial. Fireworks erupted from the stage, and simultaneously, the host Ice announced, "This match has concluded. The final score is 42. Congratulations to Xiao Ming and Su Yitian for successfully advancing to the 3rd round, the finals." Cheers erupted from the audience as Xiao Guisheng and Zhou Yanwen could not contain their excitement, rising to give a resounding applause. Xiao Ming's performance today had been nothing short of exceptional. Indeed, Xiao Guisheng felt immense pride in having such a son. Yet, just as everyone reveled in congratulating Xiao Ming, Wang Hui seized the microphone from the host without warning. "I refuse to accept this. I am unsatisfied with the outcome of this match." Chapter 131. Su Yitian vs. Ding Ruiquan. The abrupt declaration plunged the venue into silence. All eyes turned to Wang Hui. She had placed great importance on this match, hence her outburst. However, her sudden snatching of the microphone from the host was undeniably rude. One of the judges spoke up. "Wang Hui, why do you find this match unacceptable?" "Because of the system," Wang Hui said gravely. The host stated that the system would randomly select the respondents. "Why did the system select Xiao Ming 5 times while Ding Ruiquan and I were chosen only 3 times each? I suspect there is foul play involved. I believe you have deliberately favored Xiao Ming. Had he not been selected to answer, I might not have lost this match." Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, many in the audience wore expressions of discontent. Her claims were not without merit. However, the host remained resolute and unyielding. Sister Bingbing remarked, "The selection process of this system is inherently probabilistic, imbued with a degree of randomness, which accounts for the resulting outcomes. Furthermore, the notion you suggested, that we favor Xiao Ming, is unfounded. Our show has been established for 3 years, with a steadfast commitment to fairness and impartiality. I urge you not to hastily draw conclusions regarding this matter." Wang Hui's impudent actions, seizing the microphone, had already incited a measure of irritation in Sister Bingbing. Such behavior is undeniably disrespectful. Upon hearing Sister Bingbing's words, Wang Hui's countenance darkened. "I don't care. I feel this competition is unjust. I believe it is more appropriate for each participant to respond 3 times. Wang Hui then directed her gaze towards Su Yitian. In this contest, it has been entirely Xiao Ming answering, while Su Yitian has not participated at all, and Ding Ruiquan has persistently answered incorrectly. I hope to allow my partner and Su Yitian to compete on 6 additional questions. If my partner loses, I will apologize for my actions." In response to Wang Hui's declaration, Xiao Ming stood up resolutely. "I object." He shot a glare at Wang Hui and continued, "The rules of the competition are set. If the system consistently selects me, I can only attribute it to my good fortune. Losing is part of the game. Are you unable to accept defeat?" Xiao Ming was eager to conclude the contest and return to rest, anticipating the upcoming final round and the subsequent signing of his contract for the substantial compensation of 1 million for his relocation. Hearing Xiao Ming's statement, Wang Hui disregarded him and turned her attention to the judges. "Esteemed judges, my previous action of seizing the microphone was indeed inappropriate, but I am unable to swallow this grievance. I hope you will grant us an opportunity to have Su Yitian compete against Ding Ruiquan on 6 questions. The previous score of 42 should still hold validity." After her words, both the judges and the host felt a palpable pressure. At that moment, Huang Feng, an admissions officer from Qingbei University, spoke up. "I believe we can provide them with a chance. Throughout these 2 rounds, Xiao Ming has indeed held the advantage, and I am curious to evaluate the abilities of his partner, Su Yitian. After all, if we cannot observe the student's capabilities during the competition, we cannot confidently endorse them." Besides Xiao Ming, Su Yitian chimed in. "Xiao Ming, I feel I have been a hindrance to you, and I wish to try my hand as well." With Su Yitian's statement, Xiao Ming acquiesced with a nod. This girl possesses a strong sense of pride, having been a bystander throughout the initial rounds. It is only natural she would feel somewhat inadequate. Su Yitian took the microphone from Sister Bingbing, her expression gravely serious as she declared, I am willing to heed teacher Huang Feng's suggestion and compete again with Ding Ruiquan. Sister Bingbing, having acknowledged Su Yitian's commitment, nodded in resignation. Very well. Su Yitian and Ding Ruiquan, please return to your previous positions. We will present 6 questions similar to those in the second round, and the competition will resume. The current score stands at 42. Xiao Ming and Wang Hui, please exit the stage. Xiao Ming and Wang Hui promptly retreated backstage, where they could still view the images from the stage. Standing alongside Zhang Yu, he gazed up at the screen. At that moment, Su Yitian sat on a chair, her demeanor tense as she engaged in deep breaths. Ding Ruiquan was similarly affected. His recent performance had left him feeling somewhat unsteady. The competition commenced swiftly. Su Yitian was the first to answer the initial question, and as it appeared on the large screen, she hastily began jotting down calculations. With a time limit of 300 seconds, she stood up with approximately 20 seconds remaining and announced, the answer is Y13. Correct. The score now stands at 52. Upon receiving confirmation of her correct answer, Su Yitian exhaled deeply and reclaimed her seat. For the subsequent question, Ding Ruiquan took 297 seconds before rising to respond. The answer is Y3. Correct. The score is now 53. Upon hearing Ding Ruiquan's correct answer, Wang Hui could not help but applaud. Although the likelihood of advancing remained slim, it was not entirely out of reach. She genuinely harbored doubts regarding Su Yitian's performance. The competition progressed, but for the third question, Su Yitian mismanaged her response time, exceeding the 300-second limit and thus forfeiting a point. The score now rests at 43. For the fourth question, Ding Ruiquan answered correctly once more. The host, Yitian, exclaimed, Oh, a reversal in fortunes has occurred. Currently, Ding Ruiquan has answered correctly for 2 consecutive questions, while Su Yitian, having failed to respond in time, has left the score at 44 a tie. We are left with only 2 final questions. Let us see who will advance. The sudden turn of events had the audience sweating with anticipation, particularly Xiao Ming's parents, who had not anticipated Su Yitian's point loss due to exceeding the time limit. The 5th question appeared on the large screen, prompting a sigh of relief from Xiao Ming, for it was a topic well within Su Yitian's expertise. Upon seeing the question, a faint smile graced Su Yitian's lips. She did not even need to calculate on paper. After mentally working through it for 20 seconds, she stood and declared, the answer is A, correct. Sister Bingbing continued, the competition is becoming increasingly intriguing. The score is now 54. If Ding Ruiquan answers the final question correctly, we may need to hold a tiebreaker. As the 6th question emerged on the screen, it was notably lengthy and required filling in blanks. Even Xiao Ming squinted at the screen for an extended period before deciphering the problem. It appeared evident who would advance. Observing Ding Ruiquan's every move, Xiao Ming saw him freeze upon reading the question. Its length was daunting, and with only 300 seconds to respond, he felt the pressure mounting. As time progressed, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and despite having memorized the necessary formulas, his mind went blank under pressure. Time continued to slip away. The countdown on the screen relentlessly ticking down. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. The host, Yitian, elatedly announced, the competition has concluded. The finalists advancing are still Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. Everyone, let us give them a round of applause. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wang Hui, standing beside Xiao Ming, wore a dark expression as she strode toward the stage. She offered her apologies to the judges and host before striding away backstage, seemingly incensed. The host then declared, it's time for a commercial break. In 15 minutes, we will commence the final round of the grand competition. Stay tuned. As the intermission began, Su Yitian returned with a smile. The recent competition had indeed startled her, especially when she realized she had answered the second question incorrectly. At that moment, she felt a wave of panic, fearing she would lose and carry the guilt for an extended period. Yitian, you have performed admirably. Upon Su Yitian's return, Xiao Ming approached her directly, affectionately rubbing her cheek. Su Yitian placed her hand on her chest, exclaiming, Phew, you startled me. Fortunately, the last question was one I excel at, and not long ago, we encountered a similar problem. If I had swapped questions with Ding Ruiquan, I would have likely been the one to lose, not him. I can only say he was rather unfortunate. Competitions indeed require a measure of luck. Moreover, this was an exceptional contest. Had Su Yitian been unwilling to compete with Ding Ruiquan, he would have had no choice but to concede. At most, it would simply mean not giving face to Huang Feng, the teacher from Qingbei University. At this moment, the backstage hall was particularly quiet, with only Zhang Yu, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian and the brothers Wang Ming and Wang Chong present. Wang Ming and Wang Chong sat in their chairs, absorbed in their books, their expressions devoid of emotion as they immersed themselves in the ocean of knowledge. Just then, Zhang Yu approached Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, saying, "Take a good rest for a while. I have something to attend to. When the program begins, you can head straight over." They both nodded, and Zhang Yu left the backstage hall first. It was at this juncture that Xiao Ming's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhuantiansheng. Curiously, he opened it to find a video of Zhuantiansheng lounging with his legs crossed, watching television. The program currently airing was the ongoing Super Mathematician. This video must have been recorded some time ago, capturing moments from the second round of the competition. Xiao Ming sent back 3 question marks. Zhuantiansheng replied, "Today, Teacher Wang has asked our entire class to watch your competition and write a 1,000-word reflection on it. All our classmates are currently glued to your performance." Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Who would write a reflection from merely watching a competition? He inquired, "Did you write it?" "Of course. How could I not write a reflection on Brother Ming's competition?" Zhuantiansheng quickly sent an image. His handwriting could only be described as wild and chaotic, akin to a dung beetle's trail. Xiao Ming, uninterested in deciphering the content, skimmed through it, noting how he had written about Brother Ming's swift defeat of Shang Mingjia and how Wang Hui's performance resembled something out of a fantasy novel. Confused, Xiao Ming couldn't fathom Teacher Wang's rationale for requiring a reflection on such a competition. He decided to let it go. After sending a few affirmations, Zhuantiansheng remarked, "Brother Ming, the championship is within your grasp today. This is exhilarating. If you secure it, you won't need to return to school. You can graduate early." Xiao Ming was at a loss for how to respond to Zhuantiansheng's comment. He retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Rest assured, I won't graduate early. I'll return in a couple of days to accompany you to class." After sending this message, Xiao Ming locked his screen. Bored, Su Yitian opened her phone to play a game and ignored the incoming messages. 10 minutes later, the host's voice resonated once more. "Welcome back to our studio. Dear viewers, we are about to commence the grand finale of this competition. Please welcome Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, Wang Ming, and Wang Chong to the stage." "Yitian, stop playing. We need to go," Xiao Ming urged. "Huh? Oh, okay." Perhaps due to the brief relaxation from the game, Su Yitian felt less tense now. Wang Ming and Wang Chong had already stepped onto the stage, followed closely by Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. The host announced that viewers could support their favorite contestant by scanning a code. After a commercial break, the host began to explain the rules for the final round. The rules dictated that participants would answer questions live. At this point, Xiao Ming noticed that 4 large white bars had appeared in the center of the stage. Bing Bing, the host, focused on the white bars. Shortly, professors from the 4 universities will present 4 questions, which the contestants will randomly draw. The correct answers and the steps taken to arrive at them must be written on the white bars. Each contestant will have 10 minutes to answer. In the end, the 4 professors and the judges will score based on the steps written. The average score will determine the winning team, and scores will be assessed based on response time, neatness of handwriting, methodology, and accuracy of answers. Do the 4 contestants understand? They all nodded in agreement. "Very well," Bing Bing said, producing 4 folded A4 sheets. She approached Xiao Ming first. "Xiao Ming, please select question number 14. After some contemplation, Xiao Ming ultimately chose question number 2, while Su Yitian opted for question number 3. Wang Ming selected question number 4, leaving Wang Chong with no choice but to take question number 1. Once they had their questions, the host raised the microphone to her lips. The difficulty of the 4 questions is akin to the final exam's most challenging problems, all at a similar level. Contestants, please position yourselves at the white bars. The 10-minute countdown is about to commence. Chapter 133. I want both of you. Xiao Ming stood before the second whiteboard, ready to tackle the question. His task involved determining the minimum value of a function, a challenge that was all too simple for him. At this moment, his concern shifted to Su Yitian. He glanced over at her, and she too was equipped with a whiteboard marker, poised to begin. Observing her composed demeanor, Xiao Ming felt reassured that she would perform well, especially given her apparent lack of pressure. As the answering commenced, Bing Bing issued the command to start, and all 4 participants began to write. 10 minutes is not an extensive period. Completing an intricate problem within that time frame would indeed attest to their capabilities. Xiao Ming understood that in this final match, he had to give it his all. Securing the championship necessitated swift and decisive action. The faster one answered, the higher the score. With this thought, Xiao Ming quickened his pace. The audience watched intently as the 4 contestants worked diligently. Within just 2 minutes, Xiao Ming had already completed half of his problem. The professors were astonished by his speed, akin to that of someone merely copying answers. They thought to themselves how fortunate they would be to recruit such a talent into their institution. The four professors exchanged glances, pondering the best approach to secure Xiao Ming for their schools. In the audience, Xiao Guisheng observed the large screen on stage, unable to contain his excitement. Look how quickly our son is working. I never expected such a dramatic difference from before. Reflecting on Xiao Ming's recent transformation, he realized it was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it was due to his girlfriend, Su Yitian, he speculated. Maybe so, replied Zhou Yinwen. It's evident that Xiao Ming's remarkable change is entirely attributable to Su Yitian. Certainly, Xiao Guisheng remarked, my son has always been intelligent. His earlier lack of focus was merely youthful folly. Now, with a bit of effort, he can easily secure the top position in his class. Reminiscent of my own glory days. Zhou Yinwen rolled her eyes. Yes, reminiscent of your glory days. Let us not forget who failed to gain admission to university back then. 3 minutes later, Xiao Ming had set down his pen. Indeed, he had completed the task. The host, upon noticing that Xiao Ming had finished, appeared momentarily stunned, but proceeded to verify his response time with the device, which registered at a mere 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Despite the brisk pace at which he wrote, Xiao Ming's handwriting was far from unsightly. From an early age, he had penned beautifully, as his mother, Zhou Yinwen, often remarked that one's handwriting reflects one's character, leading her to encourage him to practice calligraphy diligently. Xiao Ming glanced over his work, pleased to find that he had not made any errors in the steps, and his script was in a standard semi-cursive style. After completing the questions, he returned to his original seat. With his back to the whiteboard, he was oblivious to the progress of his peers. Upon his return, Wang Ming and Wang Chang exchanged astonished glances. Could this be a devilish feat? Had he truly finished and returned so swiftly? Conversely, Su Yitian guoda satelismide. Seemingly unperturbed, she understood Xiao Ming all too well. His speed had always been remarkable. It appeared that during his time of solitude, he had not been idle. Perhaps enjoying clandestine rendezvous with the goddess of 5 fingers. His dexterity was indeed impressive. Shaking her head, Su Yitian realized she was overthinking. How had she come to view Xiao Ming with such purity? She resumed her work, and the fleeting 5 minutes passed swiftly. The three of them had performed similarly well on the questions, though the speed of their writing had rendered their scripts somewhat hasty. Now that all 4 contestants have completed their answers, please return to your seats and await the evaluations from our esteemed judges and professors, the host announced. Hearing this, they promptly returned to their original positions. After Su Yitian settled beside him, Xiao Ming inquired, how did you find the final round? Was it difficult? Not particularly. Su Yitian replied with a chuckle. The questions weren't hard. I managed to finish, but I lacked time for review, so I'm uncertain about my accuracy. That's of little concern. Xiao Ming reassured her, gently tousling her hair. Since the competition has concluded, there's no need to dwell on it. Let us see what the judges and professors have to say. Su Yitian nodded obediently, her subconscious assuring her that she had performed admirably on that question. At the front of the audience, the 4 judges and professors from 4 universities began scoring the contestants. Upon encountering the name, Xiao Ming, their instincts led them to assign him a higher score. His performance had indeed been exceptional. Before long, the scoring was concluded, and the final scores were confirmed. The final scores for the 4 contestants are now established. Please come to the stage, came the announcement. The 4 of them quickly rose to their feet, with Xiao Ming and Su Yitian standing beside the poised host, while Wang Ming and Wang Chang positioned themselves beside the animated host. At this moment, Su Yitian's heart raced, and she took a deep breath, awaiting the judge's remarks. Then, Bai Yuntao, a professor from Qingbei University, spoke up first. Let me announce Xiao Ming's score. To personally acknowledge his performance will certainly embed it in his memory. Moreover, his name is rather unique. I would think it easy for him to remember. Upon hearing Bai Yuntao's words, both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian perked up their ears. Xiao Ming, I shall say this. You are the most remarkable student I have encountered in over a decade. He could not restrain himself from giving a thumbs up. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. The term remarkable had indeed been used. After careful evaluation alongside my colleagues, I am awarding you a score of 90. You excelled in this task, both in handwriting and methodology, particularly your time management. Under 6 minutes is commendable. Thank you, Professor. Xiao Ming expressed his gratitude promptly. Bai Yuntao continued. Xiao Ming, consider attending our university. Your mathematical aptitude is evident. You are aware of Qingbei University's reputation. Should you join us, we will provide ample resources for your development. At this statement, the other 3 professors rolled their eyes in disdain. Bai Yuntao's actions seemed to flout the rules. The program stipulated that only the champion would receive a direct admission opportunity, and the champion had yet to be determined. Xiao Ming hesitated. Thank you for your confidence, Professor. I will consider it carefully. Very well. Bai Yuntao responded without elaborating further. Then Li Jinyao from Kyoto University spoke up. Su Yitian, to be brief, your average score is 70. There were no issues with your answers. However, the deductions stemmed from your pace. Thank you, Professor, Su Yitian bowed. Satisfied with her score of 70, Li Jinyao waved her gratitude away and continued, no need to thank me. I propose that you and your boyfriend join us at Kyoto University. I would gladly accept both of you. Hearing this, Bai Yuntao from Qingbei University abruptly turned to Li Jinyao. Isn't that in violation of the rules? The Super Mathematician program states that each university is entitled to only one guaranteed admission spot. In other words, the two champions were to be admitted to different universities. Yet, what was Li Jinyao's intention? The other professors directed hostile glares at him, but he remained unperturbed. He had been observing Xiao Ming and Su Yitian intently and had already discerned their romantic connection. Students like Xiao Ming would undoubtedly wish to attend university alongside their partners. This program lacked such a stipulation, and to persuade Xiao Ming, he had devised this approach. Moreover, Su Yitian's performance was also commendable, meeting Kyoto University's criteria. Su Yitian was perplexed. Us too. Indeed, Li Jinyao confirmed with a nod. Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, your performances have exceeded my expectations. Both of you display exceptional talent in mathematics. It's undeniable. I wish to have you both with us. Truth be told, Xiao Ming felt a stirring within him upon hearing this news. However, the reality of their academic interests posed a significant barrier. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were uninterested in mathematics-related fields, and had they been more flexible in their choices, perhaps Xiao Ming would have considered it. Su Yitian glanced at Xiao Ming, having come to view him as the head of their family, ready to heed his decisions. Yet at that moment, Xiao Ming did not even glance her way. She could only nod and say, "Thank you, Professor. I will think it over." Very well, Li Jinyao nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Feng then began grading Wang Ming, who scored similarly to Su Yitian at 70. However, after completing the scores, he unexpectedly suggested that Xiao Ming and Su Yitian also attend his institution. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Everyone's attention was fixated on Xiao Ming. Yet, he could do nothing about it, for he lacked Xiao Ming's prowess. As for Wang Chong, his score stood at 65. Thus, the champions were declared to be Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. However, given the earlier fervor over Xiao Ming, he felt no joy upon receiving this result. The host appeared equally bewildered. The urgency of the four professors had left them a loss for words. An oddly tense silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the fireworks erupting on either side of the stage, the awkwardness was palpable. Sister Bingbing shattered the awkward atmosphere and spoke up. Well, the results have been announced. The next step is for Xiao Ming and Yitian to select the schools for their recommendation. Xiao Ming and Yitian, if you have any questions, feel free to ask the four teachers present. At this moment, Yitian felt a bit dazed. Although she was quite pleased with her first-place achievement, her mind seemed to falter at this critical juncture. Beside her, Xiao Ming encouraged, "Yitian, you can ask any questions you have." Yitian opened her mouth but then swallowed her words. Noticing her hesitation, Li Jinyao interjected, "Yitian, do you have any questions? Is there a particular major you are interested in?" Yitian nodded slightly. "I currently have no aspirations to pursue a career in mathematics, so..." Upon hearing this, Li Jinyao felt a pang of disappointment. However, the two teachers from Modi University and Harbor University were elated. Huang Feng quickly remarked, "Our university offers recommendations for all majors to both of you." Yitian, Xiao Ming, do we have any majors that interest you at Modi University? Xiao Ming, uncertain whether Modi University had a program in semiconductor technology, inquired. "I aspire to engage in research related to semiconductors." He shared his thoughts, but the expressions of the teachers from Modu and Harbor stiffened. Indeed, neither Modi University nor Harbor University offered such a program. Semiconductor technology is quite complex. Currently, only Peking University has such a program, and while there are many abroad, they are relatively scarce domestically. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's statement, Li Jinyao responded, "Xiao Ming, we do have such a program at Peking University. If you would, please leave me your contact information, and I can inquire with the administration. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to enroll in our institution." Sure, Xiao Ming readily agreed. In truth, he had already set his sights on Kyoto University's semiconductor program. Although Peking University offered this major as well, it still paled in comparison to Kyoto University. Both Peking University and Kyoto University are esteemed institutions, yet certain programs hold more prestige than others. Seeing Xiao Ming's agreement, Li Jinyao nodded, "Then we shall be in touch shortly." Bai Yuntao added, "Xiao Ming, our university also offers this program, and we are on par with Peking University. We hope you will grant us an opportunity as well, and we will provide you with a full scholarship." Xiao Ming was left speechless. Had he reached the point of being pursued so eagerly? His understanding of the program was still limited, and wanting to return to his adorable bunny soon, He nodded in agreement. We will also leave our contact information. Biuntao nodded affirmatively. Next, they inquired about Yitian's preferences, to which she simply stated she would consider her options. The program concluded swiftly. At the moment the cameras ceased rolling, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Finally, it was over. He had anticipated this outcome. Yet he was taken aback by the number of people vying for his attention, even discussing the prospect of a package deal. After exchanging contact information with Yitian and the 4 teachers, Xiao Ming jumped off the stage and made his way to his parents. Xiao Gusheng embrassed Xiao Ming, exclaiming, "Son, you did exceptionally well, clinching the championship. Impressive. You must be hungry. Let Dad take you out for a late-night snack." It was already 11 o'clock at night. After such an extended competition, it would be disingenuous to claim Xiao Ming wasn't tired. The 4 of them exited the studio, but instead of heading home immediately, Xiao Ming was called into Huang Chunyu's office. There, he and Yitian each received a commemorative medal, and after a brief conversation, they were allowed to leave. Of course, Xiao Ming also bid farewell to Zhang Yu. When they departed from the super mathematician's office, it was already 11:40. Zia Guoxing cheerfully remarked, "Let's go, son. We shall find something to eat." "No, Dad." Xiao Ming shook his head. "It's too late. Let us head back early. I'm not very hungry. Neither am I." At this moment, both Xiao Ming and Yitian lacked appetite. To clarify, Xiao Ming simply wished to return and rest. He had no ulterior motives, really. Chapter 135. Allow me to treat you to delicious candies. Upon hearing his son express a lack of appetite, Zia Guoxing offered no objections. He nodded and said, "Then let us head back early. By the way, do you want to explore Kyoto for a few days before returning?" "Sure," Yitian responded eagerly. "No," Xiao Ming interjected simultaneously. However, the 2 opinions were far from unified. It was Yitian who had expressed enthusiasm, as it was her first visit to Kyoto, and she was keen to explore. The one opposing this was none other than Xiao Ming, who had already promised to meet with representatives from Wanda Group the day after tomorrow to sign a contract. He had no desire to let anyone down. At this moment, Zia Guoxing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. He could neither scold Xiao Ming nor deny his daughter-in-law the chance to enjoy herself in Kyoto. Moreover, he had numerous matters to attend to back at the company and needed to return promptly. Xiao Ming noticed his father's expression and spoke up, "Yitian, you can't just think about having fun. Have you forgotten that school has already commenced? We need to hurry back for classes." "All right. Yitian adopted a contrite demeanor. "I'm sorry. I completely forgot that school started. Let us wait until after the college entrance examination to have some fun." Indeed, Zia Guoxing sighed in relief upon hearing their words, and the 4 of them proceeded towards the hotel. Along the way, Xiao Ming turned off his phone, wishing to avoid any disturbances that night. As for the matter of recommendations, he did not place much emphasis on it. He intended to converse with those teachers to see if he could secure a recommendation solely based on his chosen major. Upon returning to their room, Xiao Ming stretched lazily. It was late, and fatigue weighed heavily on him. "Yitian, go take a shower first. It's quite late. Get some rest, as we will be heading back tomorrow." "Okay." Yitian readily agreed. After changing clothes, she dashed into the bathroom. Xiao Ming contemplated his finances for a moment, and when Yitian emerged after her shower, she lay down on the bed. Yitian turned on her side, and Xiao Ming wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his hand on her waist, comfortably drifting into slumber. As for Yitian, feeling Xiao Ming's embrace, a gentle smile graced her lips. Being with him truly felt wonderful. Xiao Ming, squeezing her warm waist, found it quite pleasant, and soon fell asleep. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Xiao Ming and Yitian checked out together, had a light breakfast, and then Zia Guoxing drove them away from Kyoto, heading towards Xinhai City. During the journey, Xiao Ming conversed with Li Jinyao, the admissions teacher from Kyoto University. Xiao Ming had hoped for an immediate recommendation, but to his surprise, Li Jinyao informed him that he would need to take the entrance exam for Kyoto University himself. Li Jinyao mentioned that he had already requested approval from the principal, but it had been denied. The major Xiao Ming had selected, while not among the most popular, faced considerable competition. Cultivating a student in the field of semiconductors requires substantial financial investment. He would not make an exception for Xiao Ming simply due to his commendable performance in the competition. Naturally, Xiao Ming understood this. After all, it was a world-class university, and such institutions were not in short supply of students. The teachers from Modi University and Harvard University, upon learning that there were no majors that interested him, remained silent. After Xiao Ming discussed the matter with his parents in the car, they expressed their understanding. This was merely a shortcut to university, since this route was unattainable. He could still continue to participate in the college entrance examination. Su Yitian did not elaborate much either. She would undoubtedly follow Xiao Ming to the same university. At noon, the car halted at the entrance of Su Yitian's residential complex. After lunch, they would head to school together, and Yitian needed to tidy up at home. Got it, she replied, waving her hand as she dashed into the complex. Missing a day and a half of classes was not a significant issue, but since they could not secure a direct admission, it was best not to waste any more time on their studies. Xiao Guosheng dropped Xiao Ming off at the entrance of the complex and swiftly drove away. He had already lost considerable time these past few days and missed out on a substantial amount of earnings. As it was midday, Zhou Yinwen also took a taxi to her business, leaving Xiao Ming to his own devices. After all, he could cook, so he could easily prepare a light meal at home before heading to school. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Ming took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yitian. Hey, is anyone home at your place? If not, come find me. I'll whip up something for you. Sure, I was just wondering what to eat for lunch. What are you making? I'll prepare some noodles. However, upon receiving Xiao Ming's message, Su Yitian promptly replied with a teasing remark. You rogue. Xiao Ming was taken aback. How did it turn into that? Nevertheless, being the innocent veteran that he was, he quickly grasped Su Yitian's implication. He then sent her another message. Are we still having those delicious candies next time? The thought of that peculiar treat crossed Su Yitian's mind, and her expression darkened. Xiao Ming was indeed too innocent. However, she recognized his jest, so she brushed it off and tidied up a bit before heading downstairs to find him. The following afternoon, after school, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian departed from campus together. A few days prior, Xinhai City had experienced a significant snowfall, heavier than that in Kyoto, and the green belts along the roads were still blanketed with snow. It was true that the cold from snow melting was more biting. Today, the temperature was particularly low, causing Su Yitian to curl up like a ball as she cast her gaze toward Xiao Ming. Why are you dazed? It's freezing outside. Should we hurry back? Silly girl, have you forgotten what day it is today? Xiao Ming asked as he pulled out his phone to summon a ride. Upon hearing his words, Su Yitian suddenly remembered. Do you not recall what we are supposed to do today? It's the day to sign the contract. All right. Su Yitian finally recollected and asked, You've already contacted the person in charge at Wanda Group, right? Yes, he has already gotten in touch with me. Let us go together. After waiting by the roadside for 2 minutes, a Volkswagen La Vida pulled up beside them. Once they were in the car, it drove toward the band cafe. Throughout the journey, Xiao Ming was filled with excitement. 1 million yuan. At just 18 years of age, he was about to earn his first million. It would be strange if he wasn't elated. The destination was near Tomato Commercial Street, the location where Xiao Ming intended to purchase a property. It was quite a distance away, and being peak hours for commuters, they were frequently caught in traffic. The driver took a full 40 minutes to finally stop the car on a road opposite Tomato Commercial Street. This area was bustling with commercial buildings, and there were several coffee shops as well. Once they alighted, Xiao Ming led Su Yitian directly toward the cafe. Chapter 136. The relocation funds have arrived. Ding! Welcome! As they stepped inside, the bell above the door chimed, accompanied by a cheerful electronic greeting. The two staff members behind the counter greeted them respectfully. Hello. Welcome to Band Cafe. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and turned to survey the cafe's interior. He had previously coordinated with the person in charge from Wanda, who had mentioned he would be waiting for him at the cafe. The place was quite busy, with several women, presumably office workers, seated on the sofas, their tables adorned with MacBooks as they sipped their coffee. As Xiao Ming glanced around, a man in a gray suit suddenly stood up and waved toward him. Hello, I'm over here. You must be Xiao Ming. The man appeared to be in his 30s, standing around 175 centimeters tall, somewhat slender, sporting a slick hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a polished professional. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian approached him, and he quickly assessed them before extending his right hand. Nice to meet you both. My surname is Huang, given name Hui Hong. Huang Huiong? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. The name held significance. He shook hands with Huang Huihong, stating, I'm Xiao Ming. The man gazed at them with surprise, murmuring, You're still students? Yes. Xiao Ming confirmed with a nod, directing his gaze towards Su Yitian. Is this your girlfriend? Let us sit down and talk, Huang Huihong urged, gesturing for them to take a seat. Xiao Ming noticed a briefcase beside him, which at first glance indeed resembled that of a business elite. Once seated, Huang Huihong inquired, Would you like something to drink? No need. Xiao Ming shook his head. I'm not accustomed to coffee. Let us get down to business. You brought the contract, right? Of course I did. Huang Huihong promptly opened his briefcase and retrieved a thick stack of contracts. The contract details are all in here. As we discussed over the phone, 40,000 per square meter. All right. Xiao Ming took the contract from him and began to peruse it. Contracts are something that require careful review to prevent any potential issues. He examined it diligently, and Huang Huihong allowed him ample time. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Xiao Ming signed where indicated and affixed his fingerprint. He then opened his backpack and produced a transfer contract, signing it as well. With the contracts completed, Xiao Ming asked, "So, when will the relocation funds be transferred?" "Rest assured, it will be transferred by tonight." Huang Huihong organized the contracts and placed them back into his bag. There were 2 copies of the contract, one for each party. Should either side default, these contracts would serve as evidence. Naturally, a large company like Wanda typically encounters no issues. After tidying up, Huang Huihong stood alongside Xiao Ming, saying, "Xiao Ming, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you." "Yes, a fruitful collaboration." Soon after, the 3 of them exited the cafe together. Once Huang Huihong had walked away, Su Yitian, who had been silent until then, scratched her head and could not restrain herself from asking, "Did we just earn 1,000,000 yuan?" "Indeed," Xiao Ming nodded. "By the way, before we leave, shall I take you to see the previous shop?" "Sure." Su Yitian readily agreed, and Xiao Ming said, "It's not far, just across the street. Come, let me show you." He took Su Yitian's hand as they walked over to the dumpling shop. At that moment, the shop's sign had yet to be dismantled, and the door remained tightly locked. One could only wonder if the owner of the dumpling shop was aware of the impending demolition. If he were, he might weep for quite some time. "This is the place." Xiao Ming pointed to the dumpling shop. Su Yitian nodded slightly and inquired, "Did you know in advance that this place was going to be demolished when you bought it?" "Indeed." Xiao Ming patted his chest and began to speak. "A few months ago, I gazed at the heavens and calculated." "Oh, come on." Su Yitian rolled her eyes and interrupted him before he could finish. "Stop boasting about your celestial calculations. Do you think you're Zhuge Liang?" Hee. Su Yitian glanced at the sky, noting that it was getting late. While the streetlights along both sides had already illuminated, she said, "It's getting late. We should head back, or our parents will start to worry." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ming suggested, "How about we eat out tonight? The exercises were a bit challenging, and I can help you with them." "Sure." Su Yitian readily agreed. "But let's eat somewhere near our home. It might be difficult to get a cab if we go too late." "All right." Together, they summoned a ride via their phones. And half an hour later, they arrived at Furong Street. As a food street, Furong Street boasted a plethora of culinary delights. Though it was the off-season, many couples were still strolling about in the evening, and the business on the street was fairly brisk. Just then, Xiao Ming received a text message on his phone. Upon opening it, he read, "Your card ending in 6391 has received an income of 1,000,000 yuan from another bank on January 17th, 1901, with a balance of 1,051,234.36 yuan. The other account number ends in 0692, Wanda Group, ICBC." Upon seeing this message, Xiao Ming was elated. Goodness, the money arrived so swiftly. Huang Huihong is quite efficient. With a grin, he turned to Su Yitian, saying, "Wife, the money has arrived. Tell me what you wish to eat tonight, and I'll buy it for you." "Great." Su Yitian was equally delighted. As they wandered Furong Street, she suddenly caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of dumplings. At that moment, she spotted a dumpling shop and tugged at Xiao Ming's hand, exclaiming, "Darling, I want to eat big meat buns. Let's go there." "All right." Hearing her mention meat buns, Xiao Ming glanced at the shopkeeper, realizing he had overthought things. The person selling at that moment was not the one he had originally dealt with. The rent on Furong Street was exceedingly high, and the owner couldn't possibly sustain a business here with just a few 100,000 yuan. They entered the shop together. Once inside, Su Yitian called out, "Boss, we'll have 6 big buns with pork and green onions." "Coming right up." After taking their seats, Xiao Ming promptly opened the system. After all, he still had entrepreneurial tasks to attend to, and he wanted to see how he could proceed with the newfound 1,000,000 yuan. Chapter 137. Entrepreneurial Progress. The long-absent system panel appeared before him, revealing the status of his entrepreneurial venture. Project, Semiconductor, Chip Development. Progress, 5. Current Assets, 105, 123, 436 yuan. System Guidance. The preliminary preparations for the company have been completed. Please prepare a computer and purchase some high-precision metals. Upon reading the text, Xiao Ming found himself perplexed. He could comprehend the need for a computer, but what was the purpose of acquiring high-precision metals? What use could they possibly serve? As this question surfaced in his mind, the system's voice echoed once more. The system will assist the host in creating a lithography machine, which requires blueprint design and a substantial amount of metals and other components. Stunned by the system's statement, Xiao Ming could hardly believe it. The system is going to help me manufacture a lithography machine? This is no simple task. Although the country already possessed lithography machines, the precision was not particularly high. He recalled that TSMC had made remarkable strides in chip manufacturing, with its technology being quite advanced. A significant portion of mid-range mobile phones relied on its chips, and after 2022, many high-end phones also began incorporating them. Another company, Yitian, was somewhat less familiar to him. Yet, chip technology remained a daunting challenge. If the system could assist him, it would be nothing short of splendid. Xiao Ming, what porridge are you having? Xiao Ming? Su Yitian waved her hand in front of him, snapping him back to reality. Rolling her eyes in disdain, she asked, what is wrong with you? Lost in thought again? I was pondering a question. You just asked what porridge I wanted, right? Anything is fine. All right then. Su Yitian nodded, and then turned her attention to the shopkeeper. Boss, we'll also have 2 bowls of spicy soup. Sure thing. Before long, the 6 big buns were served at their table. Xiao Ming picked one up and took a bite. The last time he had dumplings was when he purchased the shop, and he realized that these buns were not as delectable as those made by the previous owner. However, Su Yitian was enjoying them immensely. When one is hungry, everything tastes good. Moments later, Su Yitian had devoured 3 meat buns, while Xiao Ming was still on his second. She grinned, asking, can I have the last bun? Of course. Xiao Ming nodded. Recently, Su Yitian's appetite had surged. She was truly an Epicurean. Su Yitian rolled her eyes playfully and asked if I gain weight. You won't dislike me, will you? How could I? Xiao Ming shook his head. I wouldn't mind at all. Just eat your fill. Then I'll have one more, she chuckled, already reaching for another bun. After satisfying their appetites, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian departed and made their way to his mother's small sausage shop. It was a simple eatery, lacking seating, as no one would sit down for just a few grilled sausages. At that moment, Zhou Yanwen, Xiao Lingjiu, and a shop employee named Chun Yuan were all hard at work. Chun Yuan was a university student from a nearby college, 20 years old, with fewer classes and often seeking part-time work during her free time. She regularly came to help out on weekends and had been there since the shop opened. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian were quite familiar with her. During quieter business hours, she would tutor them, and they regarded her as an older sister. At that time, only 2 or 3 people were in line outside, and it wasn't too crowded. After chatting with his mother and Chun Yuan, Xiao Ming said, Mom, I had some matters at school and arrived a bit late. Su Yitian and I will go inside to do our homework, and we'll head back together later. All right. Make sure to focus on your studies. The 2 of them entered the back room, which was not very large, but was their regular study spot. So it was kept clean by his mother. Xiao Ming pondered carefully, realizing that as the second semester of their senior year approached, the school recommended that students reside on campus. This arrangement would indeed facilitate their revision. However, it was inconceivable for Xiao Ming to stay in the dormitory. Recently, he had been frequenting the rental apartment, which prompted him to arch his brow playfully at Su Yitian. Yitian, do you recall the meeting held by Teacher Wang today? Su Yitian paused momentarily, then replied, Are you referring to the part where Teacher Wang mentioned living on campus? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded. While Su Yitian furrowed her brow and questioned, What do you mean? Are you considering living on campus? Absolutely not. Xiao Ming refocused his gaze on the delicate area beneath Su Yitian's collarbone, feeling a subtle itch in his palm. Ahem. I was thinking that since I might be quite busy lately, how about we skip going home after school and instead stay at the company? Su Yitian was taken aback. Wait, are you suggesting we live together? She hesitated before voicing her apprehension. That sounds a bit risky. Are you implying that we deceive our parents into thinking we're living on campus, so we can stay together? Xiao Ming shook his head. Oh, you naive girl. It's not deception. I prefer to call it a benevolent fib. Su Yitian sighed in exasperation. This mischievous Xiao Ming was far too innocent to have concocted such a plan. That's too cunning. I refuse. As a model student, how could she ever deceive her parents? Although a part of her was tempted by the idea of living with him, she felt it was still too premature. She also knew that Xiao Ming would never act recklessly, but the thought of lying to her parents left her uneasy. Seeing her refusal, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of determination. Yitian, think of all the advantages of us living together. For instance, I could give you daily massages, prepare delicious meals for you, and assist you with your studies. Most importantly, you would have the chance to touch my abs every day, wouldn't you? Su Yitian's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, she found herself unable to resist the allure of moving in. There was no denying that the girl was quite innocent. Xiao Ming continued, Of course, my primary intention is to excel in semiconductor studies, as I have pressing tasks ahead. Tasks? Su Yitian asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. What tasks? Nothing much, Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head. Just a small goal I set for myself, to earn 5 million before university starts. Su Yitian was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that Xiao Ming's mindset was somewhat unconventional. However, she refrained from exposing his eccentricity, fearing it might crush his fragile spirit. So, what do you think about my earlier proposal? Xiao Ming urged. Fine, Su Yitian sighed. I'll discuss it with my parents when I return, but you must promise that this matter remains undisclosed. Of course, I promise, Xiao Ming chuckled, leaning closer to Su Yitian. Now, come here for a kiss. Chapter 138. This girl, competing with him, was still a bit too innocent. So annoying, Su Yitian muttered, yet she still pouted her lips. After the kiss, Xiao Ming gently patted her head. You're such a good girl. Don't forget to tell your mom about the dormitory arrangements when you get home. Su Yitian shot him a disdainful glance. Xiao Ming continued, just say the school has arranged everything, including bedding and such. Xiao Ming knew that their parents wouldn't likely contact teacher Wang. Nowadays, parents were too busy to reach out to teachers without cause. As long as he didn't misbehave, there shouldn't be any issues. Now, let's get to our homework while I order some supplies online. With that, Xiao Ming opened his phone. The studio definitely needed a computer. He ordered some furniture and appliances online and arranged for delivery, providing the password for the door so that he wouldn't have to be present for the setup. On Saturday, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian began assembling the furniture in the apartment. He had purchased a particularly large desk, various appliances, and even an electric stove, as the kitchen had a range hood but no natural gas supply, allowing him to cook for Su Yitian. He also had a computer ready, alongside a large mattress and bedding, essentially setting the stage for cohabitation. Placing the computer on the desk, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. This computer cost over 10,000 yuan and boasted high specifications for 2019. Fortunately, both of their parents were on board with their plans. They hadn't mentioned living on campus, instead stating they would be attending evening classes and could stay at school if they preferred not to return home. This excuse effectively concealed their intentions while allowing them the freedom to return whenever they wished, an ideal arrangement. Of course, the evening classes were legitimate, as the school mandated all students attend study sessions during the second semester of their senior year. These sessions often included lectures from teachers, prompting many students to opt for dormitory life. Thankfully, the apartment Xiao Ming rented was not far from the school, making it more convenient than home. The only downside was the elevator, which was often crowded given the 18 floors. Additionally, the absence of natural gas, along with the industrial water and electricity charges, made the rent significantly higher than in residential complexes. Xiao Ming opened a black plastic bag and placed the groceries on the countertop in the cooking area, then retrieved some chicken wings he had purchased that morning from the small refrigerator. Su Yitian was energetically unboxing her online deliveries, which included numerous cosmetics, clothing, and 2 sets of couple pajamas. Yitian, how about we have cola chicken wings for lunch today? Upon hearing Xiao Ming's suggestion, Su Yitian turned and nodded vigorously, sure. But do you know how to make cola chicken wings? Of course I do, Xiao Ming replied with a grin. Making cola chicken wings is a piece of cake. Su Yitian didn't respond further as Xiao Ming placed the chicken wings in a bowl and ran water over them. Suddenly, Su Yitian dashed over, holding an apron. Here you go, dear. Don't get your clothes dirty while cooking. This apron is specially for you. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Why? Because you used the word specially? It seemed that Su Yitian had already decided that all chores, including laundry and cooking, would fall to him. Yitian, are you trying to become a delicate little lady who avoids all household chores? Not all, she shook her head. I'm not like that. From now on, you cook and I'll wash the dishes. You wash the clothes and I'll mop the floor. This little home is our joint endeavor, so don't worry. At that moment, she ran to another corner and donned a small apron, tying it around herself before adding, is it all right if I join you in the kitchen? Look at that expression on your face. Xiao Ming chuckled. All right, I'm not mad. The bedding on the bed still needs to be arranged. So why don't you go take care of that? Okay. Su Yitian cheerfully trotted over to the bed. After cleaning the chicken wings, Xiao Ming began to cut them, blanch them briefly, and then fry them in the pan. Finally, he added the seasonings, including cola and soy sauce, before covering the pot. Next, Xiao Ming ascended to the second floor to help Su Yitian spread the sheets. This scene felt reminiscent of the life they would share together in the future. Xiao Ming found immense pleasure in the mundane. Similarly, alongside him, Su Yitian felt no discomfort. After making the bed, Xiao Ming stuffed his clothes into the wardrobe. Su Yitian had a plethora of skirts, an assortment of garments. At that moment, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled that the delivery of black stockings he had ordered seemed to have arrived. Of course, the stockings were not for him. They were intended for Su Yitian. He distinctly remembered her promise to wear them, to prevent this little girl from having second thoughts. Xiao Ming had made the purchase without hesitation. In truth, he was also curious to experience the sensation of tearing the stockings apart. Such scenes were often depicted in short films, and he was uncertain of what that experience might feel like. After searching downstairs, he finally located the package. Upon returning upstairs, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow at Su Yitian, flashing a mischievous grin. Yitian, can you guess what I bought? Su Yitian's curiosity piqued upon seeing the package in Xiao Ming's hand. What did you buy? You're being so mysterious. Something you would like, or rather, something I like. He replied. Su Yitian looked bewildered, especially since the package was rather sizable. Xiao Ming promptly opened it, revealing the carefully selected treasures within. Various styles of stockings. Black, white, fishnet, and glittering ones adorned with rhinestones. Upon seeing the assortment, Yitian couldn't help but twitch her lips. You have this kind of preference? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. Yitian, these are all for you. What preference could I possibly have? Huh? Even if you bought them for me. I never wear such things, she countered. Xiao Ming reminded her. Have you forgotten? You begged me for a massage last time, and you promised me. Yitian sirach harit. Did that happen? I don't recall. Yushi stuck her tongue out at him playfully. Come on, show me the evidence. All right. Xiao Ming immediately pulled out his phone and played the recording. When summer arrives, were more black stockings, or white ones will do? Okay. Yitian's expression turned confused. You recorded that? Yes, Xiao Ming nodded. I know you too well, so I recorded it. Yitian's face darkened. Fine, just put those away for now. I'll wear them come summer. Hee, love you, my dear wife, Xiao Ming grinned. This girl was still a bit too inexperienced to duel with him. Chapter 139. This life is truly delightful. Meanwhile, Yitian shot Xiao Ming an exasperated glance, not expecting that he had actually recorded her. Did he not trust her at all? It was evident that he did not, as she had indeed contemplated playing coy. Xiao Ming went downstairs to check on the pot. The chicken wings had finished cooking. He quickly turned the heat to low and glanced at the rice cooker, which was nearing readiness as well. There were still many things left to tidy up, but he planned to address those after dinner. Yitian, come down. It's time to eat. We can tidy up afterward. I'm coming. Yitian exclaimed cheerfully as she dashed to his side, cautiously lifting the pot lid and inhaling deeply. Wow, it smells amazing. The chicken wings are done, right? Yes, Xiao Ming confirmed. Go grab a plate. They're coming out now. Hee. Yitian opened the cupboard and retrieved a small plate. Xiao Ming served the Coca-Cola chicken wings onto the plate and began scooping rice. Yitian quickly placed the wings on the dining table, then opened her iPad to watch the trending TV series Twinkle, Twinkle, Bright Stars. Xiao Ming arrived with 2 small bowls of rice. While Yitian was already digging in, her mouth covered in grease, grinning foolishly like a simpleton. Wife, eat more slowly. No one is trying to snatch it from you. Hee. Yitian plucked a chicken wing and placed it in Xiao Ming's bowl, exclaiming, it's incredibly delicious. You must try it. Haha, after all, I made it. How can not be good? Yitian fascinant. Indulging in her meal without a care for her weight. The two of them enjoyed the show and the delightful food. This life was indeed a joy. After dinner, Yitian took on her responsibilities, proactively washing the dishes, while Xiao Ming continued to tidy up other areas, especially since they would be living there on Monday night. In the afternoon, Xiao Ming asked Yitian to return home first, while he headed to a nearby steel market to order a batch of high-precision steel. The system could assist him in manufacturing a lithography machine, but to be honest, Xiao Ming was uncertain how to proceed. He had read through most of the relevant books and had a preliminary understanding of the lithography machine structure, yet he truly could not manage the actual construction. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ming carried some steel back to the apartment. The steel was quite heavy, around 50 to 60 pounds. After dropping it on the floor and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he was left with more questions. What should he do now? Xiao Ming summoned the system once more. Entrepreneurial project, semiconductor, chip development. Entrepreneurial progress, 10. Current assets, 103, 923, 436 yuan. System guidance, consuming 5,000 wish points to decompose the steel for reorganization into the lithography machine shell. Shall we proceed? Without hesitation, Xiao Ming chose yes. The 5,000 wish points were not a significant amount, merely 25 centimeters. Yitian's bust should be around a B cup now, which was sufficient. Xiao Ming did not favor overly large sizes, as they were less appealing. Recently, he had not exchanged for AD calcium milk in the system. After consuming the 5,000 points, the precision metal he had just moved vanished in a thin air. Xiao Ming's expression darkened. Do you know how exhausting it was to carry such heavy items upstairs? After a while, the system provided feedback. The lithography machine shell has been stored in the system warehouse. You may retrieve it at any time. Retrieve. Xiao Ming used his thoughts to summon it, and suddenly, the hefty object crashed to the floor with a loud thud, startling him. The lithography machine shell provided by the system resembled a small table, approximately 50 centimeters in length and width, and 60 to 70 centimeters in height. Its structure was particularly complex, though it was merely a metal frame. The essence lay within, and at that moment, it was empty. Xiao Ming paid it no mind and continued to access the system. Now, the system guidance had changed. The lithography machine accessory system is currently being prepared. Please be patient. As subsequent actions may consume points, please try to retain as many points as possible. Feeling slightly dizzy upon reading these words, Xiao Ming initially thought that acquiring semiconductor technology would grant him a lithography machine. Little did he know how complicated the process would be. Furthermore, he needed to elevate the company's market value to $5 million before the school year commenced. Sighing, Xiao Ming pushed the lithography machine shell into a corner and chose to ignore it. After all, the system advised him to wait, so he would wait. After tidying up the apartment, Xiao Ming departed. Homeward bound. At the end of February, in the classroom of Class 3, senior year, the corner of the blackboard read, 100 days until the college entrance examination. Indeed, there were only 100 days left until the exam. Recently, the school held its first mock examination, in which Xiao Ming achieved an impressive score of 720, securing the top position in the entire school. The results of this mock exam hold significant reference value. They allow for a preliminary estimation of potential performance in the college entrance examination, which can subsequently guide the selection of suitable universities. It is perplexing why the school insists on organizing a 100-day pledge conference, where students are required to chant juvenile slogans such as strive during the day, I want to attend XX university. Standing on stage and shouting such phrases indeed feels rather foolish. Yet, there is little choice, as this is a strong insistence from Teacher Wang. At this juncture, Xiao Ming has already identified his target institution and major, the semiconductor manufacturing program at Kyoto University. Su Yitian, somewhat enamored with this field, suggested that she and Xiao Ming pursue the same major after careful consideration. She has increasingly become attached, and, naturally, Xiao Ming felt hesitant to refuse her proposition. Moreover, with his system, the prospect of both of them working in this domain in the future is entirely feasible. Thus, both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian inscribed Kyoto University. Semiconductor manufacturing on the college entrance examination plan issued by Wang Qibei. At that moment, Xuandian Sheng approached with a cheerful demeanor. Mingo, are you done writing? He snatched the paper from Xiao Ming's desk and read aloud. Kyoto University, Semiconductor Manufacturing and Research Major? Wow, Mingo, you're aiming for research. Absolutely. Xiao Ming replied with a grin, then inquired, what about you? Xuandian Sheng scratched his head and grinned back. I'm going to Kyoto Normal University, so I can hang out with you. Sound good? At this point, Xuandian Sheng had resolutely decided to become a teacher, even claiming he would return to Jinhua to potentially teach his future son. Xiao Ming found himself at a loss for words. It was rather absurd to be contemplating fatherhood before even getting married. Before long, Wang Qibei entered the classroom. He announced, everyone, gather downstairs immediately for today's 100-day pledge conference. I have even invited last year's top students from Qingbei to deliver a speech. Hurry up. Chapter 140, a speech that offended several individuals. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, though the students were somewhat reluctant, they nonetheless exited the classroom. Wang Qibei approached Xiao Ming, saying, Xiao Ming, as the top student in the first mock exam, have you prepared your speech? Rest assured, when the results were released, Wang Qibei sought out Xiao Ming, requesting him to represent the entire senior class in delivering a speech. After all, achieving the highest score makes him a role model for his peers, and his speech could serve as immense encouragement. As for the speech itself, Xiao Ming had meticulously penned over 3,000 words, as Teacher Wang had instructed him to share his learning experiences, detailing how he ascended from being in the bottom 10 to the top of the class. In no time, all the third-year students gathered on the playground and lined up according to their classes. Xiao Ming stood at the front of his class, though the weather had warmed slightly. Students still donned their winter coats. The first to take the stage was the head of the grade, Pan Yuansheng. He stood before the throng of third-year students, took a deep breath, and passionately declared, Students, time flies. There are only 100 days left until the college entrance examination, and you will soon step into the realm of university. Pan's speech stretched on extensively, nearly lulling Xiao Ming to sleep. As Su Yitian was a class monitor, she also stood in the front row, albeit 2 meters away from Xiao Ming. She began to inch closer, eventually whispering in a tone only he could hear. Pan's speeches are always so lengthy. I'm on the verge of dozing off. Xiao Ming chuckled softly. 20 minutes passed before Pan finally ceased his oration. Wang Qibei, now the most esteemed homeroom teacher, strode to the podium with an authoritative gait and announced, Students, today I have invited one of your senior classmates, last year's top scorer from Jinhua, to speak. Please give a warm welcome to your senior, Mu Chun. The audience erupted in applause. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this Mu Chun was acquainted with Xuandian Sheng. Clad in a North Face-down jacket, he took the stage, eliciting a flurry of admiring glances from the female students below. Wow, the senior is so handsome. Is he currently studying at Qingbei? I want to reach out to him. Me too. Xiao Ming paused, realizing that although Mu Chun was indeed handsome, he still felt a slight edge of disparity. Of course, the most striking figure could be seen at the touch of a button on his phone. Mu Chun's speech was straightforward. He formally expressed some of his thoughts. After concluding, Wang Qibei shifted his gaze to Xiao Ming. Now, please welcome the first-place student from this mock exam, Xiao Ming, to share his final sprinting experience. Xiao Ming stepped to the right, standing beside Su Yitian, and slowly began, Yitian, I'm going up now. MHM, she nodded slightly. Seizing a moment when Su Yitian was distracted, Xiao Ming planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, then hurriedly made his way to the stage. Su Yitian's face flushed crimson. She had never anticipated Xiao Ming would kiss her in such a public setting, especially in the front row of the school. Behind them, several classmates from both their class and neighboring classes witnessed the scene, resulting in a chorus of gasps. Many boys envied Xiao Ming for his academic prowess and his beautiful girlfriend, feeling that his life bore no pressure, a rather enviable situation. Naturally, this moment did not escape the notice of Pan Yuansheng and Wang Qibei. Wang Qibei conveniently feigned ignorance, as Xiao Ming was the top student and deserved to be treated with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, Pan Yuansheng felt a pang of embarrassment. His earlier proclamation about early relationships felt like a slap to the face. Xiao Ming, noticing Su Yitian's bashful demeanor, couldn't help but smile. After all, with the college entrance examination approaching, a little provocation was in order. This was a gesture he had long wished to make. Clearing his throat, Xiao Ming adjusted his demeanor, grasped the microphone, and addressed the assembly. Hello, fellow students. I am Xiao Ming from Class 3 of senior year, and I am honored to share my study experiences with you today. As many of you know, I previously ranked 10th from the bottom in Class 3, and now I stand as the top student. Would you like to know how I managed to improve my grades so rapidly? The audience responded in unison, expressing their eagerness to know. Xiao Ming continued, I have distilled my experience into 2 key points. First, it is essential to have someone in your heart. This phrase implies that there is someone who occupies a special place in my heart. It must be Su Yitian, a classmate exclaimed without a microphone, but his voice resonated clearly among the throngs of students, as the couple's popularity at Jinhua was well known. Xiao Ming confirmed, indeed it is she. Upon hearing this, Su Yitian blushed profusely. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Ming's speech would delve into such a topic. Was Director Pan's presence to be disregarded? On stage, Xiao Ming continued. As you all know, Su Yitian's academic performance is remarkable. When she transferred to my class in her senior year, I set her as my target, with the sole purpose of ensuring we both gain admission to the same university. I succeeded in that endeavor. Xiao Ming then shifted his gaze toward Class 3 of the senior year, searching for the figure of Xian Tiansheng, and ultimately spotted him in the last row. He was completely oblivious to Xiao Ming's speech, engrossed in an intimate exchange with Zhao Yalu, engaging in some physical contact. Standing on the stage, this was clearly visible. Not only me, but another classmate also exhibits this behavior. Xian Tiansheng is a repeat student. I recall that his score in last year's college entrance examination didn't even meet the threshold for vocational colleges. Yet in the mock exam, he achieved a score of 570. Like me, he too harbors affections for someone. At this moment, Xian Tiansheng finally registered what was happening. What the heck? Xiao Ming is giving a speech, and now he is dragging me into it. He glared fiercely at Xiao Ming, his lips moving as if uttering some menacing words. Xiao Ming continued. Xian Tiansheng's sudden improvement in grades can also be attributed to a girl, though I shall refrain from naming her. In truth, having someone special in your heart does not necessarily hinder your academic performance. It may even yield unforeseen benefits. Take Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Jikuan, and Lin Yang as examples. At this point, Xiao Ming had inadvertently offended all of them. They were all engaged in mysterious romances. Even Wang Qibei was unaware. Now, Xiao Ming's speech had exposed them. Chapter 141. 100 Days of Struggle. I aim to enter the Lanziyang Advanced Technical School. Pang Yuanxing's countenance darkened to an extreme upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, nearly causing him to choke on his own blood. This speech was shaping up to be a slap in the face. Xiao Ming's expression remained largely unchanged. After all, with only 100 days until the college entrance examination, the school was indifferent to such matters. As the best high school in Xinhai City, Jinhua, one high school only needed to ensure a high college admission rate for this cohort of students. Anything else was left to fate. The priority now was to stabilize the students' mindset. Xiao Ming proceeded with his speech, and, after concluding, it was time for the most critical moment. His social prowess was about to shine. He spoke softly. I believe everyone has identified their target universities by now. Please raise your right hand, clench your fists, and declare the name of your ideal university. Inside, Xiao Ming felt particularly burdened, as these lines were suggested by Wang Qibei. Every year, Jinhua #1 High School orchestrated such a ceremony. Fortunately, the majority of Jinhua's students performed admirably in their studies. With the impending college entrance examination, they all had their sights set on their respective universities. At this moment, they were particularly anxious, determined to give their all in the final 100 days. learning with utmost diligence until exhaustion. Upon seeing Xiao Ming raise his right hand, they all followed suit, fists clenched. Xiao Ming led the way, proclaiming, "For 100 days of struggle, I aim to enter Kyoto University." How utterly embarrassing. Xiao Ming was reluctant, but managed to utter the words. Concurrently, below the stage, all the senior students chimed in unison. "For 100 days of struggle, I aim to enter Modi University. For 100 days of struggle, I aim to enter Nanhai University. For 100 days of struggle, I aim to enter Jiangbei Women's College to find a girlfriend. For 100 days of struggle, I aim to enter Shandong Lanziang Advanced Technical School. For 100 days of struggle, I aim to attend New Oriental Cooking School." It seemed that a peculiar mix of aspirations had infiltrated the proceedings. After this collective declaration, Xiao Ming finally set down the microphone and descended from the stage. As he stepped down, he brushed past his senior, Mu Chun. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, in the field of photolithography, your senior may be able to assist you. You should get acquainted with him for potential guidance." Huh? Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Ming felt somewhat dazed. Was it feasible to seek his help? However, since the system had made the suggestion, Xiao Ming decided to introduce himself. After all, he was a senior, and he also knew Tiansheng, which should present no major issues. With doubts lingering, Xiao Ming returned to his class and stood beside Su Yitian. Su Yitian was intently focused on Director Pan on stage when she spoke. "Xiao Ming, with all that talk about love, aren't you afraid your buddies will retaliate?" "Not at all. I know them too well." At that moment, Director Pan on stage announced, "All right, students, today's 100-day pledge ceremony concludes here. You are all dismissed. Hurry back to your classrooms and study." The students dispersed in scattered groups, and simultaneously, Tiansheng, Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Jikuan, and Lin Yang rushed toward Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, don't you dare run. I'm coming for you." As he spoke, Tiansheng lunged and grabbed one of Xiao Ming's legs. Huang Xiaoming seized the other leg, while Zhang Jikuan and Lin Yang each grasped one of his arms, hoisting him up. They then glanced around before their gazes fixated on a nearby tree. "Oh no," Xiao Ming thought to himself, exclaiming, "This is not good. This was not something to be trifled with. If they crashed into the tree, it could end poorly." However, Tiansheng and the others disregarded his concerns, compelling Xiao Ming to fix his gaze on Su Yitian. "Wife, save me." Uffed. Su Yitian covered her mouth and chuckled. The boys often joked around, but she felt out of place in their antics. She shook her head and replied, "You're on your own. I'm going back to study. Make sure to return to class early." With that, Su Yitian bounced away. The four boys then carried Xiao Ming toward the tree. Oh no, Tiansheng, you're done for." "Brother, I was wrong." Xiao Ming's expression changed in an instant. "What on earth are you doing?" At this moment, Director Pan noticed them and hurried over. "Let go of Xiao Ming. How did you perform on the mock exam? What are you doing here fooling around? Get back to studying." Upon seeing Director Pan approach, they reluctantly released him. Huang Xiaoming, Zhang Jikuan, and Lin Yang made a hasty retreat, leaving Tiansheng firmly grasped by Xiao Ming. "Brother Ming, Director Pan, we were just having a bit of fun." Xiao Ming shot Tiansheng a fierce glare. Upon hearing this, Director Pan admonished, "Get back to your studies. Although you did quite well, I was not pleased with your speech just now. I want to hold it against you this time." Yes. Soon, Xiao Ming and Tiansheng slipped away. "Wow, you really did it. You had someone else take the heat for you." Xiao Ming rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he wanted to pummel him. "It wasn't me, Brother Ming. I was keeping a low profile. Why did you have to use me as an example? This is to set a benchmark for your classmates." Xiao Ming rolled his eyes and continued, "Being a role model for your peers can ignite their desire to learn. Observing classmates gain admission to prestigious universities is worth a personal sacrifice, don't you think?" "Not at all," Tiansheng retorted, rolling his eyes. "What if Director Pan comes after me?" That one tea happened. Xiao Ming shook his head. "Enough of this nonsense. Let us get back to serious matters. Are you quite familiar with someone named Mu Chun?" "Absolutely." Tian looked at Xiao Ming with curiosity. "What's wrong? Has your sexual orientation shifted? And do you have feelings for him now?" "What?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but admire this guy as thought process. He could conjure up the most unexpected ideas. Xiao Ming replied, "Don't spout nonsense. I just need to ask him something. Do you know what major he is studying at Qingbei?" "What major?" Tian nodded. "I know. He seems to be studying renewable energy, and he previously participated in some kind of robotics competition. He is quite impressive." "Ah, I see," Xiao Ming said with a slight nod. "Could you share his WeChat with me? I need to discuss something with him." "Sure," Tian said, "but Brother Ming, don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Chengge. He is already engaged and has a girlfriend." "Damn it, don't say such nonsense. What kind of inappropriate thoughts could I have about him?" Soon, Tian pulled out his phone and shared Mu Chun's WeChat with him. Xiao Ming sent a friend request, and by that time, The two had already ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the classroom door, Mu Chun accepted his request. As they entered the classroom, Yitian, smiling brightly, rushed over. Everything all right just now? Xiao Ming shot her a knowing glance, and Yitian continued. Good to hear. Teacher Wang mentioned he needed to see you in his office. Got it. Taking advantage of Yitian's momentary distraction, Xiao Ming leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her cheek before dashing out, leaving Yitian momentarily stunned. Chapter 142. Does he have a system too? Xiao Ming hummed a little tune as he approached the office door, then knocked softly. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Wang Qibei's voice from inside. Xiao Ming pushed the door open and found Wang Qibei seated at his desk, with Mu Chun beside him, the very same person he had just added on WeChat. Xiao Ming. You're here, Mu Chun said. Yes. Xiao Ming stepped up to Wang Qibei's desk. Teacher Wang, what do you need me for? I have some matters to attend over the next few days. I'd like you to help the students review in the meantime. Xiao Ming was slightly bewildered. Are you suggesting I teach the Chinese class? Yes, Wang Qibei nodded. I have faith in your abilities. The students often come to you with questions. Surely you can handle them? That is not exactly what I meant. After careful consideration, Xiao Ming thought it might be manageable to teach, so he nodded. Don't worry, Teacher Wang. This won't be a problem. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's agreement, Wang Qibei retrieved a stack of exam papers. Before the college entrance examination, have the students complete these papers. Once they're done, go over them with them. I may not be back for a while. Xiao Ming's lips twitched slightly. There were just too many papers. He couldn't help but ask, how many days will you be away, Teacher Wang? Ahem. Wang Qibei coughed lightly. I just received a notice from the Education Bureau stating that I'll be involved in drafting the exam questions for this year's college entrance examination. So, what? Xiao Ming was taken aback. His homeroom teacher was responsible for crafting the exam questions. How impressive. Wang Qibei continued. I probably won't return until after your exams are over. I'll be isolated for over 3 months. During this time, another teacher will take over our class, so I need you to step in for the next few days. No problem. Xiao Ming grinned. With the homeroom teacher gone, this was certainly delightful news. After their conversation, Wang Qibei produced a hefty stack of review materials from beneath his desk. Make sure to distribute these to the students as well. Xiao Ming, prepare well for the college entrance examination, and let me know if you score high. All right? Understood. Rest assured, Teacher Wang. Then I'll take my leave, Xiao Ming said. Go ahead. Wang Qibei waved him off. At that moment, Xiao Ming realized he had accumulated quite a bit of material, and he couldn't possibly carry it all in one trip. Suddenly, Mu Chun stood up beside him. Wearing a gentle smile, Xiao Ming, let me help you. Thank you. Xiao Ming accepted gratefully. Mu Chun helped carry the review materials as they both exited the office. By now, the preparatory bell had rung, and the school corridors were devoid of people. Mu Chun suddenly spoke. I heard you want to fence with me. Xiao Ming was taken aback. What? Wait a moment. He set the review materials down on the floor, pulled out his phone, and opened the WeChat chat with Xian. Xian, Chenggu, a classmate of mine named Xiao Ming, just added you on WeChat. Be careful. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. He might want to fence with you, so don't let down Sister Tang Tang. Xiao Ming was left in a state of utter bewilderment upon reading Xian's messages. What the heck? This is absurd. Xian, that scoundrel, truly had no filter. Xiao Ming quickly replied. No, that's not what I meant. Xian is just talking nonsense. I know, Mu Chun said with a chuckle. It's just a joke. You just added me on WeChat. Do you need anything from me? Mu Chun inquired. Xiao Ming hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to broach the subject. After all, would he believe him if he said he wanted to create a lithography machine? Before Xiao Ming could find the words, Mu Chun's expression suddenly shifted. If you have something to say, feel free. I heard from Xian that you're reading about semiconductors. Is it related to that? What? Xiao Ming was taken aback. How could he guess so accurately? Xian indeed knew he had read about semiconductors, but Xiao Ming hadn't anticipated Mu Chun's precise deduction. Yes, Xiao Ming nodded reluctantly. Mu Chun's demeanor became serious as he said, I'm not specializing in that field, but I do know some students in the robotics program. They're said to have developed a laser lens. If you'd like, I can inquire about it for you. Really? Thank you. Although Xiao Ming was still perplexed, he felt a thrill of happiness at the prospect of Mu Chun's assistance. By this time, they had reached the classroom door, where the math teacher was passionately lecturing on the exam papers, his saliva spraying into the water bottles of the students in the front row. Excuse me, Xiao Ming called out. The math teacher, initially ready to reprimand the tardy student, smiled upon seeing Xiao Ming. Oh, it's Xiao Ming. Where have you been? I had a trip to the office. Oh, coming quickly. Xiao Ming stepped inside, and Mu Chun followed him in. Old Lu is still teaching math, Mu Chun remarked as he entered. The math teacher frowned slightly. This Mu Chun had caused quite a stir in his class previously. After placing the exam papers and study materials down, Xiao Ming grinned and said, "Teacher, I have something to discuss with Senior Muchan." "Go ahead." The teacher waved him off. He didn't say much. After all, Xiao Ming's academic performance was stellar. Whether or not he attended his class was inconsequential. "Thank you, teacher." Xiao Ming turned and dashed out. Once outside the classroom, Mu Chun suggested, "Let us take a stroll around the playground. It's been a while since I've been back at Genoa. Let us wander a bit." "Sure, I'll accompany you." The students were all engaged in their lessons, and the expansive campus felt particularly tranquil. The two of them made their way to the school playground, where the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze graced the air, and the temperature was just right, perfect for couples to stroll hand in hand. Two gentlemen engaged in a conversation, with Mu Chun explaining a plethora of technical terms, as he had recently delved into the realm of semiconductors. His words were not particularly challenging to comprehend. After wandering around the campus for an hour, Mu Chun glanced at the time on his phone. "All right, let's call it a day. If there are any developments, I'll have a classmate contact you. I'm heading back now." Thank you for your efforts, senior." "It's nothing," he replied with a smile before swiftly departing. Once Xiao Ming could no longer see him, he paused momentarily. Did he also possess a system? Chapter 143, The Imminent College Entrance Examination. After Mu Chun left, Xiao Ming hurried back to the classroom. It was now the final period of the afternoon, and the English teacher instructed the students to complete their exam papers while she paced around the room. "Reporting," Xiao Ming announced at the door. Upon recognizing him, the English teacher signaled for him to enter. Not wishing to disturb his peers, Xiao Ming quietly stepped inside, took a seat, and Yitian glanced at the teacher at the podium before turning to him and whispering, "So, what did you discuss with Senior Mu Chun?" "We talked about some academic matters. He just left." "Oh, I see." Yitian nodded slightly. "The teacher has asked us to work on the exam papers this period, so you should get started. I'll cook for you tonight." "All right." After school, the boarding students rushed to the cafeteria for dinner. Yitian quietly worked on her exam paper, while Xiao Ming took out a comic book to read. Time flew by, and before long, it was June 6th. In the past few months, nothing significant had occurred. During the day, they attended classes at school, and, at night, Xiao Ming studied the structure of lithography machines. Though he had yet to complete his research, it was exceedingly challenging. At night, he refrained from indulging in anything excessive. He merely focused on studying and researching lithography machines, sharing affectionate moments with Yitian, including kisses and playful lifts. At 1:30 p.m. on the 6th, in the third-class classroom, everyone had gathered their examination permits. "Xiao Ming, you will organize the classmates to head downstairs to board the bus shortly. The examination time is from 2:30 p.m. to 5 p.m., and everyone must return to their seats by 4:50 p.m., announced the acting class teacher, Yang Dandan. Meanwhile, Yitian examined her newly received examination permit, murmuring, "Xinhai No. 1 High School, Zone C, Examination Room 26, Seat 003. She curiously leaned over and asked, "Xiao Ming, which school are you taking the exam at?" Xiao Ming looked at his examination permit. "Xinhai No. 1 High School, Zone Examination Room 02, Seat 024. We are in the same school." Yitian exclaimed with a grin. At that moment, Tian Sheng slapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ming, I'm also at Xinhai No. 1 High School, Zone A, Examination Room 02, Seat 022. What about you?" "What?" Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. They were just one seat apart. Tian Sheng snatched Xiao Ming's examination permit to examine the details and was astounded. "Wow, we are actually in the same examination room, and there seems to be only one person between us." "Indeed," Xiao Ming replied, equally surprised. Tian Sheng then joked, "Brother Ming, since there's just one person in between us, you should shift to the left and let me copy." "You're dreaming," Xiao Ming replied with an exasperated expression. "There are only 24 students in the examination room, and my seat number is 24, which is at the back row. You should be in front of me, so what can you copy? Besides, this is the college entrance examination. If you're caught, it will be the end for you." "Haha, I was just kidding." Tian Sheng then turned to Yitian, asking, "Sister Yitian, which school are you taking the exam at?" For some reason, when Tian Sheng asked her, he suddenly drooled, much to Xiao Ming's discomfort. "Get lost." Xiao Ming felt uneasy, seeing his expression, and retorted, "Why don't you ask Xiao Yalu about her exam? What does it matter to you regarding my Yitian?" "Good point." Tian Sheng walked away, and Xiao Ming turned his attention back to her. "The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Once it's over, we'll be free." Yitian nodded vigorously. At that moment, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered something. "Right, Yitian. The essay for this college entrance examination should be a speech. Make sure to prepare well." "Huh?" Yitian was slightly puzzled. How did he know that this time the essay was a speech? Noticing her confused expression, Xiao Ming explained, "No need to doubt. Teacher Wang told me in a dream last night. The theme is about encouraging young people to advocate for labor, so review some essays tonight. Oh, Su Yitian didn't really believe him. Xiao Ming had a poor memory and only vaguely recalled the topics of the college entrance examinations from his previous life. She wondered if it would change this time around. Moreover, while Su Yitian was quite capable in Chinese, her essays, particularly speeches, were not her strong suit. She decided to prepare carefully tonight, reviewing some high-scoring essays, which should prove helpful. 15 minutes later, the acting class teacher, Yang Dandan, instructed Xiao Ming to lead the group down to the dormitory, as the school would take them to visit the examination venue. As they descended, Xian Shang sidled up to Xiao Ming, looking rather disheartened. What a pity. My girlfriend is taking the exam at Xinhai No. 3 High School, so she isn't with us. It's all right. You two can still get into the same university. True. Once downstairs, all the third-year students lined up according to their respective examination schools. The second and first-year students stood at the railings, bidding farewell to their senior classmates. Those taking the exam at Xinhai No. 1 High School, follow me, Xiao Ming called out, and 15 or 16 classmates gathered around him. He led them in line, and they eventually boarded a large bus. The bus was overseen by a rather stout female teacher. Once on board, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian settled into the back row by the window. Xian Sheng, ever perceptive, took the seat directly behind them, eager to observe the unfolding dynamics. He scanned the bus, hoping a pretty girl would sit beside him. Although he had a girlfriend, he reasoned that admiring beautiful women was free of charge. Just as Xian Sheng was lost in thought, the supervising teacher approached. She stood at approximately 150 centimeters tall, weighing an estimated 200 pounds, resembling a ball. With a soft voice, she asked Xian Sheng, "May I sit beside you, dear chubby classmate?" Xian Sheng was rendered speechless. Chubby classmate? He was around 160 centimeters himself. While he was a bit overweight, he was fully aware of her size. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in acquiescence, and soon enough, he found himself squeezed to one side, his head pressed against the window. Xiao Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Xian Sheng's predicament. He held Su Yitian's hand tightly. Given the distance to the examination school and the late-night studying, it wasn't long before Su Yitian grew drowsy, resting her head on Xiao Ming's shoulder, and soon fell asleep. Xiao Ming quietly watched her, and before long, a trickle of drool escaped the corner of Su Yitian's mouth. Chapter 144, Arriving at the Examination Venue. 40 minutes later, the bus came to a halt at the entrance of Xinhai No. 1 High School. The chubby teacher rose from her seat and swayed her way to the front of the bus. Classmates, we have arrived at Xinhai No. 1 High School. Please return to the bus promptly at 4:20. Now, take your admission tickets and proceed to the examination hall. Xiao Ming gently patted Su Yitian on the shoulder, saying, "Yitian, it's time to wake up. We've reached the examination venue." Su Yitian transformed into a sleepy creature, whimpering for a while before gradually opening her eyes. Still enveloped in drowsiness, she inquired, "Where are we now?" "The classmates have already disembarked. We are at the entrance of Xinhai No. 1 High School. Grab your admission ticket. Let's go check out the examination hall." "Okay." As Xiao Ming turned his head, he noticed Xian Tianxing scowling, resembling someone who had just consumed 2 flies. "Stop sulking. Let us go see the examination hall instead of rolling your eyes here." "Brother Ming, I feel so wronged," Xian Tianxing exclaimed, nearly beside himself with frustration. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, is this what you call full-bodied? I thought you liked a little extra flesh. Do you really consider this a little extra?" Xian Tianxing shot a glance at Xiao Ming and retorted, "Honestly, I would rather duel with you than be with her. Get lost." Xiao Ming increasingly questioned Xian Tianxing's sexual orientation, pondering if he had become bent. Without further thought, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian stepped off the bus together. Sinaino. One high school was relatively well regarded locally. While not on par with Jinhua, it was still quite substantial. At that moment, numerous security personnel and police officers were stationed at the school gates, allowing entry only to students checking their examination venues. Xian Tianxing approached. "Brother Ming, look at the students from Xinhai No. 1. They're all on holiday. I wonder why our school isn't a testing site. If it were, I could go home tonight." "Enough of your whining." Xiao Ming rolled his eyes, and the 3 of them walked towards the school gate. Presenting their admission tickets, they were granted entry. Inside the school, a multitude of students gathered to check the examination venues. The temperature soared unusually high that day, and many young women donned incredibly short shorts, revealing a sea of fair thighs. Who could resist such alluring sights? While Su Yitian had a commendable figure, she had chosen to wear wide-leg trousers today, concealing her form. It was indeed more pleasing to gaze at the other young women. As the saying goes, what belongs to others is always the best. "Brother Ming, look at that girl ahead. Goodness, she must be at least 175 centimeters tall. Just look at those long legs." A Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming hastily glanced forward and exclaimed, "Wow." Just then, he felt a sharp pinch on his arm. Ouch. Indeed. It was Su Yitian who had pinched him. Girls have a knack for inflicting real pain. She glared at Xiao Ming fiercely. "You naughty boy. No looking at other girls." All right. Xiao Ming acquiesced, realizing that this little lady would not release her grip otherwise. Nearby, Xian Tiansheng wore a smug smile. "Brother Ming, it seems your future position as the family emperor is at risk." Enough with the interruptions. The trio proceeded to Area A, which was relatively close to the school gate. Examination Room 02 was located on the first floor of the first teaching building, the second classroom to be precise. At the door of the classroom stood a teacher wielding a metal detector. While entry to the exam hall was permitted, mobile phones were strictly prohibited. Xiao Ming and Xian Tiansheng retrieved their phones and handed them to Su Yitian before stepping inside together. As anticipated, Xiao Ming's seat was at the back corner of the room, with Xian Tiansheng situated in front of him. "Oh no, Brother Ming. Looks like I must rely on myself for this exam," Xian Tiansheng lamented. "Well, if you must rely on yourself, then so be it. You've consistently scored around 570 in the mock exams. Surely your admission to Kyoto Normal University is not out of reach?" "True," Xian Tiansheng chuckled, scratching his head. "Let us not keep Sister Yitian waiting outside for too long. After we check her examination venue, I'll treat you both to milk tea. How about it? Count me in." Xiao Ming and Xian Tiansheng dashed out, accompanying Su Yitian to inspect her examination hall before departing Xinhai No. 1 High School. To ensure that the students rested well prior to the upcoming exams, there would be no evening study sessions that day. Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrived at their apartment around 6 o'clock. Upon returning home, Su Yitian quickly donned an apron, eager to prepare a meal for Xiao Ming. Trusting her culinary skills, Xiao Ming had no qualms about letting her cook. He headed upstairs, retrieved his phone, and initiated a video call with his mother. Given that the next day was the crucial exam day, Xiao Guosheng had initially intended to accompany them, but Xiao Ming had declined. It was more convenient for the school to provide transportation. His mother, Zhou Yanwen, promptly answered the call. She was currently working at a food stall. Upon seeing Xiao Ming's face, she asked, "How was it? Did you and Yitian go check the exam hall today?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded. "We both are sitting for the exam at Xinhai No. 1. Tomorrow, the school will take us there, so don't worry, Mom." "All right." At that moment, Zhou Yanwen noticed the sheets on Xiao Ming's bed and inquired, "Are you in the dormitory?" "Ah, yes." Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment. Zhou Yanwen was unaware that he and Su Yitian were secretly cohabiting. "Tomorrow is the exam, and the teachers encouraged us to rest well today, so we returned early." "I see." Zhou Yanwen did not think much of it. "Then do your best on the exam tomorrow. Aim to be the top student in the province. Don't worry, Mom." After chatting for a while, Xiao Ming, fearing exposure, ended the call. Just then, Su Yitian called from downstairs. "Xiao Ming, dinner is ready." "Come eat." "I'm coming." Xiao Ming rushed downstairs to find 2 plates of pasta on the table. The pasta was garnished with a creatively shaped piece of ham and 2 fried eggs. "Sweetheart, are you wishing for us to score 700 points?" he asked. "Exactly, Su Yitian nodded. This time, I'm not aiming for much. 700 will suffice." They had already inquired with Li Jinyao, and it turned out that a score above 690 was sufficient for their major. "Rest assured, Yitian, in the mock exams, Su Yitian's scores hovered around 710. Maintaining a score of 700 should not pose much difficulty." Xiao Ming twirled the pasta onto his fork and exclaimed, "Yitian, hurry and eat. Afterward, I'll help you review a bit. The first exam tomorrow is Chinese, so let us go over the speech essay together." "Oh, okay." She nodded obediently, and after finishing their meal, the two dove into their studies. A sharp sword is forged in the heat of battle. Indeed holds a grain of truth. At 10 o'clock that night, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 145. The system can estimate scores. The following morning, Xiao Ming woke early to prepare breakfast for Su Yitian. After they enjoyed their meal, he reminded her to take her admission ticket before they set off for school. At the school, the bus was ready, and students were gradually boarding. Xiao Ming noticed the teacher who had sat beside Xian Tiansheng the previous day, chatting with the driver at the front of the bus, while Xian Tiansheng stood nearby, intently watching the teacher with a dark expression, seemingly fixated on something. Xiao Ming approached and playfully slapped him on the back. "What are you doing? Have you become infatuated with the teacher?" Xian Tiansheng turned his head, displaying a look of disdain. "What? Do you think I'm that frivolous? You think I would fancy a girl with large breasts?" Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, "I wouldn't put it past you." Xian Tiansheng rolled his eyes at Xiao Ming, exclaiming, "Stop rambling. We can board the bus now. Let us hurry up." "Indeed," replied Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and Xian Tiansheng, who swiftly made their way onto the vehicle. This time, Xian Tiansheng, displaying newfound wisdom, chose to sit beside a strikingly beautiful girl. The girl, immersed in her music through her headphones, paid them little mind. As was customary, Xiao Ming directed Su Yitian to the window seat. As time passed, more classmates boarded the bus, and, after a quick head count, the driver started the engine. Once the coach departed the school gates, Teacher Pang stood up and addressed the students. Class, the first examination is Chinese. You may review the classical text now, as there will be ample time during the test. Take your time with the questions, and be sure to read them carefully before answering. Like all teachers, she reiterated this advice repeatedly. At precisely 8:10, the bus halted in front of the gates of Xinhai No. 1 Middle School. Peering through the bus window, they observed the same heavy presence of armed police as the previous day. Clad in uniforms and sunglasses, they exuded an intimidating aura. Upon disembarking, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and Xiantian Sheng walked toward the school. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Xiao Ming affectionately ruffled Su Yitian's hair. Wife, Xiantian Sheng and I will head to the examination hall first. Let us meet for lunch afterwards. Okay, she replied cheerfully, nodding and waving as she scurried off. When Xiao Ming turned around, he noticed Xiantian Sheng ogling nearby girls. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming whipped out his phone and discreetly snapped a picture, giving Xiantian Sheng a playful kick. Stop staring at the girls. I'll send this picture to Zhao Yalu later. As he waved his phone in front of Xiantian Sheng, the latter attempted to snatch it, prompting Xiao Ming to quickly tuck it away in his pocket. Let us go to the examination hall. If you treat me to lunch, I might consider deleting this photo. Fine. Xiantian Sheng conceded with a sigh, reluctantly yielding to Xiao Ming's demands. In the corridor outside the examination hall, most students were busy reviewing their materials, while Xiao Ming mindlessly scrolled through Douyin, seemingly unconcerned about the impending test. At 8:45, two invigilators emerged from the examination room, carrying a small box. All right, you may now enter. Please turn off your phones and place them in the box. Electronic devices are not permitted in the examination hall. They proceeded to scan the students with a metal detector, and in an orderly fashion, they entered the examination room, where Xiao Ming quietly took his seat. Students placed their admission tickets and identification cards in the upper left corner of their desks, and the invigilators announced, I will affix barcode labels to the answer sheets. Please note, the exam paper bags are unopened. The command to distribute the exam papers soon echoed in the room, and upon receiving his paper, Xiao Ming noted that the questions bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life. Although he hadn't deliberately memorized them, he felt a flicker of recognition upon seeing them again. As the signal to begin answering rang out, he swiftly began writing on his answer sheet, finding the Chinese exam to be relatively straightforward, especially the multiple-choice questions, which he answered with ease. Meanwhile, Su Yitian was filled with curiosity about the essay topic, having been prompted by Xiao Ming to review a speech essay the previous evening. When she finally saw the essay prompt, she was taken aback, for it was indeed a speech. Labor is the source of wealth. Please write a speech advocating the love of labor, starting with oneself, directed at all students of our school, collectively known as Fuxing Middle School. At that moment, Su Yitian's mind went blank. How could she have imagined that Xiao Ming's guess was accurate? Could it be that he had somehow received the exam questions in advance? That seemed implausible. Was it possible that Teacher Wang truly had a prophetic dream? After a moment of daze, she began to write, reassured by the preparation she had done the night before. Xiao Ming had only shared this information with Su Yitian and Xiantian Sheng, who, upon seeing the essay prompt, shared a similar astonishment. They realized this could potentially boost their scores. Xiao Ming continued to write rapidly on his exam paper. After an hour, it was time to compose the essay. This essay topic was distinct from previous years, and many would likely overlook the speech format. It was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. The content could truly resonate with people's hearts, making a perfect score attainable. Given the theme of loving labor and starting with oneself, Xiao Ming immediately thought of the hard-working individuals across various professions who earn their livelihoods through toil. He penned the title without sewing. There could be no harvest at the top of his essay. Everyone is familiar with the opening of his speech. Respected teachers, dear classmates, greetings to you all. We are aware of sanitation workers who have witnessed the streets at 4:30 a.m. and have seen the struggles depicted in the cafeteria. We can recite the hoe is busy under the midday sun, sweat drips onto the soil. 40 minutes later, he concluded with the final title, without sowing, there can be no harvest. May we diligently plant and cultivate, reaping the rewards of becoming pillars of society. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Ming completed his essay. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance, collecting ample materials. He was confident that achieving a score of 48 should be within reach. After reviewing his work to ensure there were no typos, he began to idly engage with the system. System, can you estimate my exam score? Certainly. Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, pondering. What do you think I'll score in Chinese? 149. The screen displayed the reasons for any potential deductions, confirming that the essay was indeed the issue. A score of 149 was quite commendable. Curious, Xiao Ming asked, can you evaluate other scores? Yes. Intrigued, Xiao Ming continued. What score did Yitian Sheng achieve on his exam? 88. Xiao Ming realized that Yitian Sheng had likely not completed his essay yet. Had he done so, he might have scored above 130. Not bad at all. In the ensuing time, Xiao Ming assessed the scores of the entire examination hall. He held the highest score, while the lowest was a mere 70, which included the essay score. There were indeed students who struggled academically. Xiao Ming considered evaluating Su Yitian's score, but ultimately decided against it, wishing to preserve the thrill of awaiting results. At 11:30, the announcement for collecting the papers echoed through the speakers, and the invigilator instructed students, please put down your pens. We are collecting the papers. Wait until I've gathered them before leaving the examination hall. The invigilator skillfully collected the papers, and afterward, Yitian Sheng excitedly approached Xiao Ming, clapping him on the shoulder. Wow, Minggu, you're truly a genius, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The essay topic, it's really a speech. Could it be that teacher Wang truly gave you a prophetic dream? Xiao Ming smiled. Stay calm. I predicted this from observing the stars a few nights ago. Impressive. Yitian Sheng gave him a thumbs up and then asked, can you predict my Chinese score? Sure. Xiao Ming pretended to perform a hand gesture, and, after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. 133 points. Not bad at all. Yitian Sheng chuckled. 133 is quite high. Come on, Minggu, let me treat you to a meal. Yitian Sheng had completely bought into Xiao Ming's words. Even if he had doubts, he wouldn't voice them. As for the score of 133, it was entirely the system's evaluation. One could only wonder how shocked Yitian Sheng would be when the final scores were released. The two departed from the examination room and arrived at a fork in the road. Before long, they spotted Su Yitian emerging with a female classmate. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Su Yitian dashed toward him, throwing her arms around him before tilting her head up with a beaming smile. So how did it go, darling? You did well in Chinese, right? It must have been good. Su Yitian continued. By the way, today's essay was really a speech draft. How did you manage to guess that? Xiao Ming coughed a couple of times. A few days ago, I gazed at the stars, and then all right. That's getting increasingly absurd. Su Yitian dismissed his explanation, believing it was merely a stroke of luck, so she didn't take it seriously. The two turned their attention to Yitian Sheng, who was once again ogling at the girls. You beast, let's go already. Stop staring at beauties. Oh, right. The trio soon left the school. At noon, Yitian Sheng treated them to a chicken casserole, and with the math exam scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming rented a nearby room for a short nap. By 1:30, Su Yitian had already drifted off to sleep, and Xiao Ming soon followed suit. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Xiao Ming assumed it was his parents checking on his exam, but to his surprise, it was his senior, Mu Chun, calling. They hadn't been in contact for 3 months, so the sudden call left Xiao Ming somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he answered, careful not to disturb Su Yitian, and stepped into the hallway, holding the phone to his ear. Hello, Mu Chen. It's me. Mu Chen inquired. So, how did the first exam go? Chinese. Was it good? Xiao Ming paused for a moment, realizing that Mu Chen had specifically called to ask about this. He quickly replied, it went well, around 150 points. Huh. Mu Chen laughed over the phone. I didn't call for anything else today. Just want to let you know that the laser lens I promised you is ready. The craftsmanship isn't on par with the M country, but the quality is decent. You can make some modifications to the lens yourself. I'm not too knowledgeable about that. The day after tomorrow, after the exams, my wife will contact you to deliver it. Huh? Xiao Ming was taken aback. Your wife will deliver it? Don't be so surprised. I'm not in Kyoto right now. My wife will be in Shanghai tomorrow, so she can bring it to you. All right. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ming expressed his gratitude, knowing that the only thing he lacked for his lithography machine was the laser lens. No need for thanks. I have training later, so I want to keep you. Good luck on your math exam this afternoon. Bye. Bye. After hanging up, Xiao Ming returned to the room, taking a deep breath. Just 2 months left, making the company worth 5 million shouldn't be too difficult, right? Rubbing his head, he thought no further and lay down to sleep. During the afternoon math exam, Xiao Ming performed admirably. The next day, at 5:30, after hearing the exam had concluded, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. 12 years of compulsory education had come to an end. To relive the final semester of high school was not a bad experience at all. The invigilator had finished collecting the papers. With a faint smile, she announced, all right, students, what awaits you now is over 2 months of vacation. Please take this time to relax, and I hope you all achieve great results. The students stood up, and Yitian Sheng approached Xiao Ming with a grin. So, Minggu, Any issues with the final English exam? Nothing major. Xiao Ming picked up his exam bag. Now that the college entrance examination is over, where do you plan to travel during the summer? Xian Sheng scratched his head. My wife said she'll be home for a few days. After the scores come out on the 24th, if we both do well, we'll confess our relationship to her family. I plan to take her on a trip for a while. How enviable. Xiao Ming smiled slightly. All right, let us head out. We should return to school. I want to see if Teacher Wang is back. At the very least, we should say our goodbyes. Indeed. Xian Sheng sighed. Teacher Wang was truly a good person. They arrived at the school gate, where many parents were waiting to pick up their children, alongside numerous reporters conducting interviews. After a short wait, Yitian emerged, seemingly on a call with her mother. Mom, I did really well. You don't need to pick me up. I'll go back by myself. I'm already at the school gate and saw Xiao Ming, so I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. Yitian ended the call and eagerly ran over. Xiao Ming took her hand. Wife, the college entrance exam is over. How do you feel? Yitian pondered. Why don't we do it again for another year? Chapter 147. Uncle, please show mercy. Upon hearing Yitian's words, Xiao Ming shot her a look of disbelief. Another year? What nonsense is that? Noticing Xiao Ming's unusual expression, Yitian quickly clarified. Oh, I was just joking. I feel that this college entrance exam was even easier than the usual simulations. There shouldn't be any issues. You startle me. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. He certainly didn't wish to undergo another year. In high school, he hesitated to pursue relationships, but in university, he could simply take Yitian to a hotel without hesitation. Wouldn't that be effortless? Beside them, Xian Sheng chuckled. Hey, Minggu, I think it would be great if you did another year. After a year, you could aim for Kyoto Normal University and be my junior. Wouldn't that be splendid? Get lost. Soon, the three of them boarded the car, where their classmates chatted about the past few days of exams, most of them performing well and wearing cheerful expressions. Upon returning to school, it was already 6 in the evening. The school gate was bustling with parents coming to pick up their children. Many students at Jinwano, one high school, were from outside the city, living on campus, so their parents helped carry their luggage home. Xiao Ming quickly returned to the classroom to pack his books, having already contacted Xiao Guisheng to arrange for his father to pick him up. Glancing at the familiar classroom, Xiao Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. This was the place he once feared the most, and now, as he was about to leave, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Most importantly, during the graduation photo, the homeroom teacher hadn't been in the frame with them. The school SPA system played No More Goodbyes, and upon hearing the song, all the students in the class paused their activities. The evening light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on their faces, and a sense of melancholy washed over everyone. This parting might truly be the last. Outside the hallway, students who had completed their exams tore up their review materials, rushing downstairs, an action that the school permitted. After 12 years of hard study, what harm could there be in letting loose just this once? In no time, the courtyard of the teaching building was blanketed with shredded paper, resembling a winter snowfall. Concurrently, some students began to depart from the campus, their books and belongings in tow. At that moment, a few students took to the podium, seizing chalk to inscribe their final messages upon the blackboard. One student led the charge, and soon others followed suit, each contributing a phrase to the board. Naturally, Xiao Ming was among them, penning a brief yet heartfelt note. Teacher Wang, we love you. From all the students of Class 3, Grade 12. Unlike other classes that chose to tear their examination papers, they opted not to create such a mess for their younger peers to clean up, preferring instead to avoid unnecessary trouble. After another 20 minutes, the classroom was devoid of students. Desks were stacked neatly atop chairs, and the floor gleamed with cleanliness. Yitian, still at the back of the classroom, left a message for the new students who would soon occupy this space. To the new students of Jinhua No. 1 High School, after 3 years of diligent study, we have reaped our rewards. Now it is your turn. May you strive earnestly in this classroom, riding on the wings of your dreams, cherishing your youth, and triumphing in the college entrance examination. Only 1,011 days remain until your exams. From all the students of Class 3, Grade 12, with heavy backpacks in tow, Xiao Ming and Yitian exited the school and boarded Xiao Guosheng's vehicle. Half an hour later, Wang Qibei rushed into the classroom, breathless. Upon pushing the door open and encountering the empty classroom, his expression faltered momentarily. However, upon reading the messages left by his classmates and observing the immaculate state of the room, a smile broke through his group of kids. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Xiao Ming remained nestled in bed, reveling in the luxury of a day off from school. Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing that today was the day Mu Chen's girlfriend was to deliver the laser lenses. Covering his face in a moment of panic, He recalled their phone conversation from the previous day, where they had arranged to meet at 10:30 a.m. It was already 10:01. Hastily, he dressed, brushed his teeth, and dashed out the door. Today, his father was not at work, and before leaving, Xiao Ming had taken his father's car keys. At that moment, he felt it was time to consider acquiring a vehicle of his own. Once he obtained the laser lenses, he could potentially create simple chips, and, if they proved reliable, selling them should not pose much difficulty. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he arrived at the underground parking garage, driving his father's car toward a restaurant. Given that he had asked Mu Chan to have his girlfriend bring the items, Xiao Ming felt it was only right to treat her to a meal. Although it felt a bit odd to invite a girl out, he wondered if Su Yitian would be upset upon finding out. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming reached the designated location, only to find the parking lot completely full. To avoid keeping the other party waiting, he decided to park his car on the roadside and hurried towards Lao Bai Fong restaurant. This establishment was renowned for its authentic Shandong cuisine, a favorite spot for his father's business meals with superiors. Having been brought here a few times by Xiao Guosheng, he returned for its delightful flavors. At that moment, a pastel pink Audi A5 was parked at the entrance of Lao Bai Fong. As Xiao Ming approached, the car door swung open. "Are you Xiao Ming?" a female voice inquired. He halted, turning to face the speaker, a girl of similar age, clad in a white dress with flowing hair and wearing flat white shoes. She stood slightly taller than Su Yitian, but was not as well endowed. Recognizing her as Su Tang, a senior from Jima No. 1 High School, he rushed over, greeting her warmly. "Hello, senior." "Huh?" She paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. "You must be Xiao Ming. I assume you've seen me around school." "Indeed, I have," he replied, nodding. How could he not recognize her? She was an academic model, often representing the senior class in speeches. Back then, he had been a slacker, barely paying attention to her. "By the way, this is the package that the troublesome Mu Chun asked me to deliver to you." She returned her car and retrieved a cardboard box wrapped in tape, substantial in size and weight, approximately the size of 2 shoeboxes. Xiao Ming weighed it in his hands and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior. Let me treat you to something to eat." "There's no need." Su Tang shook her head. "I'm merely fulfilling a task. Now that I've delivered the items, my job is done. I have other matters to attend to. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or Mu Chen." With that, she showed no intention of lingering and drove away. Xiao Ming stood there, momentarily taken aback by her decisiveness. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and strolled leisurely towards his father's car. From a distance, he noticed a traffic officer taking photographs, seemingly preparing to issue a ticket for his vehicle. "Oh no!" Xiao Ming dashed over. "Officer, please have mercy." Upon hearing his voice, the officer had already affixed the ticket to the windshield. Xiao Ming rushed to the scene just as the officer mounted his motorcycle and sped away. "Darn it." Xiao Ming's expression darkened as he gazed at the ticket. 200 yuan fine. What a stroke of bad luck. With no choice but to accept his misfortune, he drove directly to his apartment. Once there, he gathered his pots and pans and stowed them away in the cupboard, then set up 2 computers. After dropping off the package, he eagerly opened it, discovering an array of boxes, each containing 9 transparent glass lenses. The lenses varied in size and thickness, all circular. And to his astonishment, there were 6 sets in total, much more than he had anticipated from Mu Chun. He carefully opened the cover of the photolithography machine, revealing intricate wiring, a laser light, and an arm, all provided by the system. This was a simplified photolithography machine, albeit with a complex structure. Xiao Ming had self-studied the internal mechanics from books and now possessed a fundamental understanding of how this machine operated. Its principle lay in refracting violet laser light to create exceptionally fine beams. Of course, there were numerous nuances, such as beam correctors that controlled the direction of the laser, ensuring its stability, as well as energy controllers capable of delivering high-energy lasers that could penetrate silicon wafers. In summary, mastering the use of a photolithography machine was no simple task. With utmost caution, Xiao Ming positioned the 9 lenses and retrieved a prefabricated silicon wafer. This wafer, procured from the system's marketplace, required no further processing on his part, making it a particularly labor-saving component. The price for the silicon wafer was 10 yuan cash for 1 point, quite reasonable. He delicately applied the photoresist to the wafer, placed it within the photolithography machine, then leaned towards the computer and pressed the start button. The system automatically recognized the process, displaying a manufacturing technology of 22 nanometers. Indeed, this was a commendable level of technology. Through the darkened glass panel, Xiao Ming could clearly observe the lithography machine in operation, with beams of violet light flickering incessantly within. This was a charging chip, capable of producing several charging ICs on a single silicon wafer. Of course, further processing was required. Many large companies could handle the processing, but the real challenge lay in the intricate etching performed by the lithography machine. Once the process was complete, Xiao Ming carefully retrieved the finished product. Was this sufficient? Just then, the system's voice resonated. Scanning in progress. Congratulations, host. After processing, this charging chip is now operational. Maximum charging power, 88W. Stunned by the system's announcement, Xiao Ming realized the significance of an 88W charging power. Although future advancements would yield 120W or higher, this was 2019. In this era, Huawei's charging prowess peaked at a mere 55W. An IC capable of delivering 88W was indeed a rarity. At this moment, the system automatically activated. Startup project, semiconductor, chip development. Progress, 66. Current assets, 93, 923, 436 yuan. The system continued. Please utilize the lithography machine to mass-produce charging ICs, and subsequently seek manufacturing partners to market these ICs. Collaborate with manufacturers? Xiao Ming hesitated slightly. He was but an unknown figure, lacking any renown, yet he possessed valuable technical skills. He noted that a single wafer could yield 20 chips at once. Given the brief duration of production, if he dedicated an entire day to this endeavor, he could produce thousands of such charging ICs. All he needed was to find a partner. Excitement surged within him, now that he had acquired knowledge of the lithography machine. Producing additional units would only enhance efficiency. With this thought, Xiao Ming began mentally tallying his potential profits. He needed to act swiftly. Xiao Ming placed another wafer onto the machine and maneuvered the computer to commence the etching process. He then descended to locate a foam company to customize boxes for storing the wafers. The boxes were robust, perfectly designed to accommodate the wafers, thereby facilitating transportation. Xiao Ming spent the entire day in his rented apartment, even neglecting to reach out to Su Yitian. By 6 in the evening, upon opening his phone, he discovered a plethora of missed calls, predominantly from his father. Xiao Ming sighed. Despite being an adult, his father still called him. He dialed back to Xiao Guosheng, who answered promptly. Hello, you little rascal. Where have you been today? Did you take my car? Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about that matter. I had trouble hailing a cab today. You know how it is, always running around. Faced with Xiao Qiuashen's reprimand, Xiao Ming chuckled. Dad, I'm busy starting a business. Is there something you need from your beloved son? Of course. You little brat, I had an urgent meeting at the company today, but I couldn't catch a cab, so I had to ride a share bicycle. Just as I was nearing the company, I fell into a lake, and it took 120 to get me out. Xiao Ming burst into laughter. They thought I was trying to commit suicide. Xiao Guosheng continued, well, it's all behind me now. Today, Su Yitian's family came over for dinner. So hurry back and help with the cooking. Xiao Ming was momentarily speechless, expecting something more serious, but instead being asked to return home to cook. Such was the nature of father. He nodded in agreement. All right, I'll be back soon. Just wait for me. After hanging up, Xiao Ming tidied up briefly and took one of the etched wafers as he departed the apartment building. On his way, he pondered which company to approach for collaboration. Blue Factory, Green Factory, Xiaomi might be good options, and surely Huawei wouldn't be a problem either. Although these were all major internet corporations, with his technical expertise, the likelihood of securing a partnership was promising. However, he needed to present tangible results to capture their attention. As he contemplated this, Xiao Ming's mind began to crystallize with ideas. Upon returning home, he opened the door to hear the voices of Xiao Guosheng and Su Anjing engaged in conversation. Engrossed in a sports match, the table was laden with various fruits, and the air was thick with the aroma of smoke. The sound of cooking wafted from the kitchen, indicating that his mother was preparing dinner. Just as Xiao Ming closed the door, his bedroom door swung open, and Su Yitian emerged, cradling Wang Kai. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, she trotted over, adorned in Wang-Sai's little paw attire, barking playfully at him. Xiao Ming was somewhat bemused. Where had this silly girl come from? And why was she barking like a dog? Yitian, why is your dog barking? Su Yitian looked puzzled as Xiao Ming removed his jacket. Uncle, you've come. Indeed, indeed. Su Anjing smiled, relieved that both children had completed their college entrance examinations and were now free from stress. He hung his clothes on a rack and told Yitian, continue playing with Wang Kai. I'll check if I can help in the kitchen. Oh, Su Yitian replied reluctantly, having felt neglected all day without a word from Xiao Ming. She muttered softly, humph, you didn't contact me all day. Xiao Ming caught her words and turned to look directly at Su Yitian. Yitian, open your hands. I have a little gift for you. Her eyes lit up with curiosity as Xiao Ming produced the recently etched wafer from the lithography machine. Placing it in her hands, he smiled gently and headed towards the kitchen. Staring at the wafer, Su Yitian was momentarily taken aback. She knew Xiao Ming had been working on this project, and since they were both aiming for the same major, she had taken the time to familiarize herself with semiconductor knowledge. Upon seeing the wafer, she realized that Xiao Ming had successfully created the lithography machine. When she looked up again, Xiao Ming had already rushed into the kitchen, and she understood why he hadn't contacted her that day. 50 minutes later, dish after dish was served at the dining table. Xiao Ming's mother glanced at Su Yitian, who was squatting on the floor playing with Wang Kai, and said, "Yitian, stop playing with Wang Kai and wash your hand for dinner." "Coming," she replied. Hearing her call, Xiao Guosheng and Su Anjing promptly stood up, shutting off the television. Xiao Guosheng remarked as he walked, "Let me see what delicious food you prepared today. Is it my favorite grilled fish?" He eagerly settled onto the sofa. Xiao Ming's mother rolled her eyes. "Go wash your hands. Who knows what you've touched? Don't even think about eating without washing up." Hearing his wife, Xiao Guosheng frowned. All right, I got it." Reluctantly, he stood to wash his hands, while Xiao Lingju shot a glare at Su Anjing, who quickly stood up to follow Xiao Guosheng. Xiao Ming chuckled softly, amused by the familial dynamics. At that moment, Su Yitian returned from washing her hands, noticing Xiao Ming's laughter. Why are you laughing so happily? What is so funny?" "Oh, nothing, he replied. Xiao Ming shook his head, pondering whether he would find himself in such a situation after marrying Su Yitian. Surely not. A few minutes later, the six of them gathered around the dining table. Xiao Guosheng promptly uncorked a bottle of Longjiu and poured a glass for Su Anjing, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, now that the holidays have commenced, have you considered going out for a little adventure?" "Huh?" Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Ming was taken aback. Was his father urging him to leave? At that moment, Su Yitian looked at him with eager anticipation. Before the college entrance examination, there had been a palpable sense of urgency, but afterward, that feeling vanished entirely, leaving behind a sense of boredom. Today, Xiao Ming had not sought her out, and she felt disinterested in everything. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Ming nodded. "Let's discuss it after the results come out." "What's up, Dad? Are you offering to subsidize my outing with Yitian?" "Absolutely," Xiao Guosheng replied with a hearty laugh. "Just tell me how much you need for your trip. The main thing is to enjoy the break and take care of your health." "Got it, Dad." After the meal, Su Yitian, cradling Wang Kai, entered Xiao Ming's bedroom. "Come here, Wang Kai. Mama's going to fill your food bowl." Su Yitian poured dog food into Wang's size dish. Recently, Wang Kai needed extra nutrition, so in addition to dog food, he required chicken breast and goat's milk. Watching Wang Kai munching away, Su Yitian couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Xiao Ming. She took out the crystal chip he had given her before dinner and asked, "Did someone deliver the lens for the lithography machine today?" "Yes," Xiao Ming nodded. "It was Mu Chen's girlfriend who brought it over. After I installed it, the lithography machine is now operational." Su Yitian felt a heaviness in her heart. The gap between her and Xiao Ming was widening. He had already surmounted numerous technical barriers and developed such an impressive piece of machinery. Su Yitian continued, "So, can this chip truly be utilized?" "Of course," Xiao Ming affirmed, "but it requires further processing before it can be used. I will think of ways to collaborate with some manufacturers soon. Do you want me to assist you?" "Sure." Xiao Ming was aware that Su Yitian had ample free time lately, so he opened Boss Yipin, aiming to expand the company. After all, achieving a company valuation of 5 million was no simple task. First, he needed a workspace to continue researching other chips. Currently, the lithography machine operated at a 22 nanometer process, and he wanted to see if he could gradually reduce this through his own efforts or the system. Furthermore, if multiple lithography machines were to operate, a larger space would be necessary. After logging into the company account, Xiao Ming began filtering through resumes. His intentions were straightforward. When hiring, he aimed to recruit university students from relevant fields. However, since it was research-oriented, both undergraduate and associate degree holders were welcome. As long as they exhibited good character and ambition, they could be cultivated effectively. Xiao Ming posted a job for lithography machine operators, seeking 3 individuals with a monthly salary of 8,000 to 10,000 yuan. This salary was considered high for a second-tier city like Xinhai. Generally, recent graduates found it challenging to secure jobs with monthly salaries exceeding 10,000. Before long, his phone buzzed with a message from a job seeker. "Lithography machine operator? Seriously? Are you kidding me?" Upon reading the candidate's skepticism, Xiao Ming didn't dwell on it. Such disbelief was commonplace, especially regarding lithography machines. Many were incredulous about their availability. Xiao Ming was aware of the challenges he faced in attracting workers, but it wasn't impossible. He chose not to respond to the query and instead proactively contacted a few candidates based on their resumes. Although they were doubtful, Xiao Ming clarified that it was merely simple machine operation, which wasn't difficult. Given the attractive salary, he quickly confirmed 3 candidates. As for the start date, there was no rush. He mentioned he would contact him again at the end of June as he needed time to prepare the new company's premises. Of course, The priority was to find partners, something Xiao Ming believed would not be too challenging, so he postponed the start date to July 1st. Once everything was set, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. Su Yitian, who had been playing with Wang Kai, curiously inquired, "What is up?" Xiao Ming explained, "I plan to expand our company and officially start selling our chips." Su Yitian nodded thoughtfully and voiced her concern, "But we lack experience in managing a business. Wouldn't it be a bit troublesome to expand?" "No need to worry," Xiao Ming replied with a reassuring smile. Having been reborn, he possessed some managerial experience compared to his current self. "You don't need to stress about this. I will handle it appropriately." "Okay," Su Yitian nodded, then added, "I can help with bookkeeping and organizing documents. I'll learn some of that while at the hospital." "Sounds good," Xiao Ming agreed readily. However, the funds he currently had were insufficient to purchase land for a large company, so he had no choice but to rent a larger space. The primary goal remained to promote the technology. As for the means of promotion, Xiao Ming had already devised a plan. At that moment, he turned his attention to Su Yitian, wearing a mischievous smile. "Yitian, stop playing with Wang Kai. It's boring to play with a dog." With that, Xiao Ming approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He pulled her onto the bed, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Su Yitian squirmed in resistance, but Xiao Ming paid no heed. After a prolonged moment, Su Yitian finally exclaimed, "Ugh, Xiao Ming, Wang Kai just licked my face. Please don't kiss me again." Xiao Ming abruptly lifted his head, bewildered. "What?" Su Yitian, grinning, remarked, "Doesn't that count as indirectly kissing Wang Kai?" EW. A wave of nausea washed over Xiao Ming. He distinctly remembered that once. We took Wang Kai for a walk. The dog had seemingly eaten something foul. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Just thinking about it made him feel queasy. He promptly took Su Yitian's hand and urged, "Let us go brush our teeth and wash our faces." In the following days, Xiao Ming immersed himself in preparations. To promote his charging technology, he needed a mobile phone. He planned to test the chip's stability through battery modification. Consequently, he purchased a counterfeit phone along with the necessary tools for chip transplantation. Don't ask him why he chose a counterfeit device. It's because brand-name phones typically possess strong encryption, while counterfeit ones lack such security, allowing for direct transplantation and use. Prior to this, Xiao Ming had specifically approached a well-known local company to process 50 of his chips, incurring a processing fee of 10,000 yuan. Processing requires specialized equipment. In fact, the cost of processing is not exorbitant, but rather the steep price lies in the lack of influence. Unless one intends to utilize the equipment purchased at a high cost for an extended period. 10,000 yuan for 5 minutes is indeed not an ordinary scam. Xiao Ming was at a loss. After everything was meticulously organized, he entered the apartment building and commenced the disassembly of the mobile phone, transplanting the charging IC. Given that the chip is a delicate component, these operations necessitate particular diligence. The data he inscribed within the chip adhered to the PD protocol, thereby requiring a PD protocol charger. Fortunately, the system had provisions for this. Some matters are handled exceptionally well by the system, while others are entirely neglected. Clad in anti-static gloves, Xiao Ming scrutinized the motherboard under a microscope. To an unknowing observer, he could easily be mistaken for a mere mobile phone repairman. After 2 hours, the minuscule charging chip, measuring less than half a centimeter, was finally soldered onto the motherboard. Before him lay a voltmeter capable of monitoring the phone's current. Once the ribbon cables were connected, Xiao Ming pressed the power button, and the voltmeter indicated a voltage around 200 milliamps, signifying that the device could indeed power on. This outcome illuminated Xiao Ming's eyes. He had not anticipated achieving success on his first attempt. After assembling the phone, it successfully booted into the system, revealing a battery charge of 17. Xiao Ming plugged a power detection device into the charger, connected the data cable, and inserted it into the phone. A hum resonated as the phone displayed that it was charging, causing Xiao Ming's heart to race, rendering him hesitant to gaze at the power readings on the detection device. Should this endeavor succeed, his entrepreneurial venture would be secured. Narrowing his eyes, he gradually opened them, fixing his gaze upon the charging power display. 7652770488028. The charging voltage fluctuated. Yet Xiao Ming was astounded. Notably, the voltage had indeed surpassed 75. Presently, although chargers on the market are labeled as 45 watts, they typically refer to peak power. His device, too, was no exception. Achieving a voltage above 75 watts was indeed remarkable. Xiao Ming continued to observe as the power gradually diminished over time, with the battery temperature steadily rising. Being a counterfeit device, the materials used were naturally inferior. However, such issues could be circumvented in future collaborations with reputable brands. Ultimately, in just over 20 minutes, the battery was fully charged. With a capacity of 2,600 mAh, it was not particularly substantial. Noticing everything was in order, Xiao Ming promptly retrieved a stand to prop up the phone. He intended to film a technology video for platforms such as Douyin and Bilibili, among other social media outlets. The system could assist him in garnering views, as it had previously done when he sold grilled sausages. With increased traffic, he might attract the attention of numerous tech companies, making future collaborations exceedingly simple. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a slight smile graced Xiao Ming's lips, for he had conceived a rather audacious plan. Chapter 151. Which part of the body do girls prefer to be kissed? The specifics of the plan remained confidential for the time being. At this moment, Xiao Ming had already devised how to shoot the video. As long as the title was compelling and engaging, success was assured. Thus, he resolved to title it Shock. I actually developed super fast charging chip technology. He had not even drafted a script. Merely articulating the current shortcomings of mobile phones and the benefits of fast charging would suffice. He delivered an authoritative exposition on the present state of digital technology, followed by an account of his chip research, and included footage of the assembly of the counterfeit device, among other elements. It took Xiao Ming over 2 hours to complete the video, primarily due to the need to discharge the phone and dismantle the charging IC, which was a rather cumbersome process. Once the video was finalized, he connected the phone to his computer, opened Premiere Pro, added subtitles, and performed a simple edit before uploading it to Bilibili, Douyin, and YouTube. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Your video has begun to be recommended. Elated, Xiao Ming opened all 3 applications, keenly monitoring the comments on the video. To his satisfaction, the quality of the video was commendable, conveying a sense of rigor rather than appearing haphazard. Soon, the first comment appeared on Douyin, a fish that can eat. LOL. Do you know that chips require a photolithography machine for production? Claiming to have developed a charging IC implies you possess a photolithography machine. Doghead. Xiao Ming was taken aback. This comment bore a striking resemblance to a keyboard warrior sentiment. He chose not to engage, and after a while, the comments began to accumulate, with most expressing skepticism, asserting that he was merely spouting nonsense. Some even questioned how a seller of grilled sausages could delve into photolithography, deeming it implausible. Xiao Ming disregarded these remarks, as he had no intention of sparring with keyboard warriors. Upon opening his private messages, Xiao Ming discovered that few had reached out to him. Some merely inquired about updates or urged him to post more videos. Approximately 20 minutes later, a user with an iQOO avatar contacted him. Xiao Ming was taken aback. iQOO, a subsidiary of the renowned Blue Factory, was indeed noteworthy. He recalled having purchased an iQOO Z3 in his previous life. Collaborating with iQOO would be advantageous. Hello. The private message contained just those 2 simple words, to which Xiao Ming replied with an equally succinct greeting. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's response, iQOO sent another message. Could you please provide a contact number? After verifying the account was official, Xiao Ming shared his phone number. Shortly thereafter, his phone began to ring. Grandpa, your grandson is calling you. Xiao Ming quickly answered, standing by the window, gazing at the streets of New Haicheng, and softly spoke. Hello. May I ask who is calling? Hello. A melodious and magnetic voice responded from the other end. I am Feng Feifei, the technical director of iQOO. I just reached out to you via Douyin. Xiao Ming acknowledged, awaiting her to continue. Feng Feifei continued, I just watched your video. Is the charging IC you mentioned truly your own independent development? Faced with her inquiry, Xiao Ming pondered briefly and replied, yes, the chip technology was developed by me. Do you have access to a photolithography machine? Feng Feifei, well versed in this domain, understood that domestic production of charging ICs was feasible, though the technology still required enhancement. Xiao Ming replied candidly, currently, I am collaborating with Tsinghua and Peking University, who are providing some technical support. Ah, I see. Feng Feifei's doubts were alleviated. It was indeed reassuring that Tsinghua and Peking University possessed such capabilities. She continued, in your video, you mentioned a charging power of 88 watts, which is already considered top tier in the industry. I wonder if you would be interested in collaborating with us. If possible, we could arrange a meeting to discuss further. Absolutely, Xiao Ming readily agreed. If there was a chance to earn, why not seize it? All right, Feng Feifei responded, somewhat surprised. She had initially assumed Xiao Ming was a tech mogul wielding such advanced technology and might refuse the collaboration. To his surprise, he readily agreed. Feng Feifei continued, by the way, I still do not know your name. I am Xiao Ming, he replied. Very well, Mr. Xiao Ming. You are currently a student at Qingbei University, correct? If possible, I will have my associate in Kyoto reach out to you. Upon hearing this, he quickly interjected, No. I just completed the college entrance examination and have not yet enrolled in university. I am currently at Xian Haicheng. Feng Feifei paused for 2 seconds, clearly astonished, even doubting his own hearing. Just having finished the college entrance examination, and yet he had already developed a chip? If he could recruit him to the company, he would undoubtedly be a valuable asset. I did not realize, Mr. Xiao Ming, that you were so young. Very well. I will contact the relevant personnel at Xian Haicheng to reach you. Please be attentive to incoming calls. Understood. Xiao Ming promptly ended the call, and, at that moment, the apartment door swung open. Indeed, it was Su Yitian. Aside from her, no one else could enter. She carried a transparent plastic bag containing Xiao Ming's favorite soup dumplings. Upon seeing him, Su Yitian entered with a gentle smile. Still busy? You rushed over here early in the morning without having eaten, right? I brought you soup dumplings and soy milk, so hurry and eat. Thank you, my dear wife. Seeing Su Yitian arrive, Xiao Ming tucked his phone into his pocket. Observing the soldering iron and other items on the table, Su Yitian inquired, "What are you working on?" "Guess." Xiao Ming replied as he seated himself and popped a soup dumpling into his mouth, then added mysteriously, "If you guess correctly, there's a reward." "A reward?" Su Yitian's eyes landed on the counterfeit phone on the table, and she said, "I bet you're testing the phone's charging chip, and you succeeded. As expected of my wife, you're quite clever." Su Yitian chuckled and extended her hand. "So where's my reward?" Xiao Ming mischievously suggested. "How about I reward you with a little baby?" Taken aback, Su Yitian responded, "Huh? A little baby? I could be persuaded to make an exception with you. I suppose I could take a bit of a loss," he teased. "Huh? Persuaded? A loss?" Su Yitian shot him a disdainful glance. "You're insufferable. I will never trust you again." Just then, Xiao Ming's phone chimed unexpectedly. Glancing at it, he saw a private message from Xuantiansheng, "Brother Ming. I've arranged to meet Zhao Yalu today. I want to kiss her. Which part of a girl do they prefer to be kissed?" Chapter 152. College entrance exam results are announced. Is Xuantiansheng going for another year? Stunned by Xuantiansheng's peculiar question, he hesitated. Even though he was quite innocent, he certainly understood such matters. Thus, he replied, "I'll give you 4 options. All of them are quite popular among girls. A. Lips. B. C. Neck. D. Earlobe." Upon receiving Xiao Ming's message, Xuantiansheng quickly responded, "Brother Ming, why is option B blank? What do you think?" Xiao Ming retorted playfully, "Got it." Xuantiansheng indicated he understood instantly. "But isn't a bit soon?" Xiao Ming replied, "Aren't you aiming to be a playboy? Isn't quickness part of the deal?" Oomph. Su Yitian had been intently watching Xiao Ming's screen. She huffed and shot him a disdainful look. Still so innocent. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Ming chuckled. "Ha! My dear wife, Xuantiansheng is seeking my advice." "Oh," Su Yitian responded, but questioned his seriousness. A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Ming's cheek. He wondered if Su Yitian could comprehend the conversation. Never mind. He chose to ignore it, focusing instead on the soup dumplings. After satisfying his hunger, he began searching for properties on Anjuk. He believed collaborating with Aiku would pose no issue. The only task remaining was to increase chip production, aiming to sell as many as possible and complete the system's objectives as soon as possible. Time flew, and soon it was June 24th, the day the college entrance exam results were announced. Over these past few days, Xiao Ming had made preliminary arrangements for the company. Since the apartment building was unsuitable, he had rented the hall of a bankrupt company, a modest space of over 200 square meters. He installed 3 lithography machines, one of which was placed in his office for his research. As for employees, he had not yet hired anyone. At 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 24th, Xiao Ming, Su Yitian, and both sets of parents gathered around a laptop. Today was the day of the results. They had all taken a day off work, eagerly awaiting the scores of the 2 children. At this moment, Xiao Ming was incessantly pressing F5, refreshing the page. It must be said, the server for the exam results was truly abysmal. The web page wouldn't load. However, that was to be expected. Nearby, Zhou Yanwen, listening to the incessant clattering of the keyboard, gently tapped Xiao Ming on the head and impatiently said, "Enough, Xiao Ming, stop mashing the keys. If it's not loading, just wait a while." "Oh." Xiao Ming ceased his frantic clicking, and Su Yitian quietly took the mouse and clicked refresh. With her click, the page suddenly loaded. Xiao Ming's face darkened. "Why does my refresh not work, but yours does?" Su Yitian smiled. "Maybe it's because you didn't wash your face this morning. There's still some." Xiao Ming paused, realizing he indeed hadn't washed his face that morning. "Don't mind the details. Yitian, check your score first." "All right." She nodded. Selecting the 2016 grade level in the query section, entered her name and examination number, and clicked to check. The screen then transformed into a 404 not found error. The room fell silent. Xiao Ming chuckled. "Yitian, it seems washing your face didn't help. Let us see my score instead." He refreshed the page, and the query interface reappeared. "Let's check mine first." He entered his name and examination number, then clicked to check. Instantly, a new page appeared. Candidate name, Xiao Ming. Chinese, Mathematics, English, Comprehensive Science. Total score, Provincial Hunking, Topi 50. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly composed himself. He knew that students ranking in the top 50 in the province would have their scores concealed. This was a protective measure for outstanding candidates. However, the four parents were oblivious to this. Zhou Yinwen could not help but ask, "Son, what is going on? Why is your score a bunch of question marks?" Before Xiao Ming could respond, Su Yitian jumped in. "Annie, this happens every year. As long as the score displays question marks, it means he has entered the top 50 in the province. I anticipated his score would be concealed. It's quite normal." "Really?" Hearing Su Yitian's words, the four present finally relaxed their anxious hearts, especially Xiao Guosheng, who had thought Xiao Ming must not have performed well and would need to retake the exam next year. Su Yitian nodded. "Of course it's true. I suspect Xiao Ming might be the top scorer in our Jiangbei province this time." "Good gracious." Xiao Ming's lips curled into a grin. "Yitian, hurry up and check your scores. Snap a picture first." "All right." With that, Xiao Ming retrieved his phone and captured a photo, which he then ostentatiously shared in the class group chat. At that moment, several classmates had already posted screenshots of their scores. Wang Qibei was also lurking, keenly observing how many students had improved this year and how they had performed. Upon seeing Xiao Ming's score, Wang Qibei couldn't contain himself. "Wang Laoshi, the handsomest in class 3 Xiao Ming. Holy smokes. Your score has been hidden by the system." Huang Xiaoming, movie buff Wang Laoshi, the handsomest. "What do you mean by hidden?" "Wang Laoshi, the handsomest, it means you scored in the top 50 in the province. By the way, Huang Xiaoming, how did you do?" "Huang Xiaoming, movie buff 301 points. I'm heading to a vocational school." Just then, Su Yitian shared an image in the chat. Indeed, it was identical to Xiao Ming's, save for the names and exam numbers. Wow. At this moment, Wang Qibei's gaze was fixed on his phone screen, his eyes sparkling with the prospect of monetary rewards. This was because Jinwen No. One high school had a clear bonus policy. Any student in their class who scored in the top 50 province-wide would receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan. Of course, there were rewards for those ranked lower, but not as substantial. With 2 students having made the provincial top 50, it meant a total of 10,000 yuan in bonuses. How delightful. Xiao Ming set his phone down and smiled at Su Yitian. "Yitian, it seems our admission to Kyoto University is secured. Let's plan a little outing to celebrate." "Sure," Su Yitian replied obediently. She had never imagined she would score so high. She had estimated her score to be around 710, unaware that such a score would place her in the provincial top 50. At that moment, Xiao Ming's phone suddenly chimed. It was Xian Tiansheng. Xiao Ming answered the call directly. On the other end, he heard the sound of tears. Vuvuvu, Ming Ye. Xiao Ming was taken aback. "What is wrong? Are you planning to repeat the year?" No. Xian Tiansheng's voice quivered with emotion. "What I mean is..." He hesitated, leaving Xiao Ming puzzled. "Spit it out already. Don't keep me in suspense." After a moment of deliberation, Xian Tiansheng exclaimed, "Minggu, I excelled in this exam and scored 599 points. Whoa. It seems I'm set for Kyoto Normal University." Hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, "So you were crying out of excitement? I thought you were going to repeat the year." "Hee. I'm currently with Zhao Yalu, who scored 601 points. We're just 2 points apart. Minggu, once school starts, I'll come visit you at Kyoto University." At this point, Xian Tiansheng remembered to ask about Xiao Ming's score. "By the way, Minggu, how did you do? What was your score?" "I don't know." Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. "My score is riddled with question marks. I have no idea what is going on." "Wow," Xian Tiansheng exclaimed. "I know, Minggu. You must have scored in the provincial top 50. Only those who do so have question marks displayed. Is that so?" Xiao Ming smiled slightly. "It seems Yitian and I are both in the clear. Our admission to Kyoto University is assured." "Oh, yes. Xian Tiansheng's voice brimmed with excitement. "In that case, Minggu, you owe me a meal. I'm free for the next few days." "All right." Xiao Ming agreed cheerfully. Treating you to a meal is no burden. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's enthusiastic acceptance, Xian Tiansheng continued, "Then I want to go to Shangri-La and feast lavishly." "No problem," Xiao Ming replied, "at Shangri-La. It's merely about 900 yuan per person." Previously, if Xian Tiansheng had suggested such an expensive restaurant, Xiao Ming would have turned him down flat. But now, with a lucrative partnership with Aiku, treating him to a sumptuous meal was hardly an issue. Hearing Xiao Ming's immediate agreement, Xian Tiansheng was taken aback. "Wait, Minggu, are you really serious? I'm free right now. How about I bring Zhao Yalu to join you for dinner?" "Get lost." Xiao Ming's expression darkened. This guy Xian Tiansheng was truly audacious. "Hee, Minggu, I'm off to play with my girlfriend. We'll chat later." Xian Tiansheng hung up swiftly. After putting down his phone, he glanced around. Moments ago, their parents had not interrupted Xiao Ming's call. And now Zhou Yanwei and Xia Lingju had entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. They planned to celebrate the excellent results of their 2 children. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming's father was busy sharing the good news with relatives. Hello, Uncle Xiao. This time he scored in the provincial top 50. Yes, indeed, in the top 50. Hello. Fourth uncle, this time, Xiao Ming. He quickly stopped himself. Sorry. Xiao Ming grimaced at his father's antics. Wasn't that a bit excessive? At this point, the class group chat had exploded with notifications, reaching a total of 99 messages. Xiao Ming had lost interest in the chat and turned to Su Yitian. Gently pinching her cheek, you did well this time. Let's think about where to go for fun. Once the company is ready, I'll take you out. Hee. I need to think carefully, she replied. Xiao Ming stood up. Oh, Yitian, I have an interview at the company today at 4. I need to head over. Would you like to come with me? Let us go, she said eagerly, taking his hand. Xiao Ming called out to his father, Dad. Yitian and I are stepping out for a bit. We'll be back soon. Xiao Guosheng, who was on the phone with his second uncle, merely nodded, acknowledging he understood. The two descended the stairs together when Xiao Ming's phone buzzed again. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Li Jinyao, the teacher from Kyoto University who had participated in the super mathematician program. Curious, Xiao Ming answered the call. Congratulations, Xiao Ming. You have become the top scorer in our Jiangbei province. As soon as the phone was at his ear, he was met with Li Jinyao's praise. After hearing this, Xiao Ming felt little excitement, attributing his high score to the system's assistance. Thank you, Teacher Li, for informing me, he replied, his emotions remaining quite stable. Which puzzled Li Jinyao. Xiao Ming, aren't you excited to hear that you are the top scorer? Xiao Ming hesitated. To me, it doesn't really matter. Getting into Kyoto University is all that counts. Li Jinyao felt a surge of joy at this response. The purpose of his call was to discuss the application process. Each year, they offered various incentives to the provincial top scorers in hopes of recruiting them. Last year, Li Jinyao had personally visited a top scorer's home, only to have that student choose to attend Qingbei University instead. This time, however, Xiao Ming's preference was clearly for Kyoto University. He could not afford to let him be swayed again. Li Jinyao quickly interjected, of course. The scores for the semiconductor program have been released, and both you and your girlfriend qualify. If possible, I hope you can reserve a spot in advance, and I'll contact you when it's time to fill out your application. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Well, it seems that Li Jinyao intends to exert his influence over him. This is quite commonplace, as each year, Tsinghua and Peking University engage in a fierce competition for talent. Xiao Ming politely declined, stating, no need, I will consider it further and will reach out if I have any questions. Li Jinostuna, Shikhta, Xiao Ming. You might receive calls from numerous universities soon. Rest assured, whatever benefits Tsinghua offers, Kyoto University can match. I sincerely hope you choose to come to Kyoto University. Thank you. But I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. After ending the call, Su Yitian gazed at him eagerly. Did someone from Kyoto University contact you so quickly? Yes, Xiao Ming affirmed, nodding. Yitian, keep this a secret. I am the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. Is that true? Su Yitian gasped, her gaze towards Xiao Ming now filled with admiration. Absolutely true, Xiao Ming replied. Li Jinyao himself informed me. Oh, I didn't inquire about my score. Oh, there's also an interview. Let's hurry. Just as Xiao Ming was about to leave, his phone chimed again. Upon answering, a voice on the other end said, Hello, Xiao Ming. I am from Chuanjing University. One call after another bombarded Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, leaving them with no choice but to activate airplane mode. Having excellent results can indeed be a source of trouble. 20 minutes later, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian arrived at the new address of their company. This location was formerly an insurance company that had gone bankrupt and had remained vacant until Xiao Ming rented it recently. The interior was well furnished, requiring no further renovation on Xiao Ming's part. He had already set up several computers connected to 3 lithography machines, ensuring everything was in place except for the staff. There was also a small office designated for Xiao Ming's research, equipped with a large table, 2 chairs, and a single lithography machine. Once connected to the company Wi-Fi, Xiao Ming opened WeChat, discovering a plethora of university admissions officers had added him. He was perplexed. How did they obtain his contact information? Was there someone selling their information? Shaking off the thought, he searched for the WeChat contact of the interviewee for the day, a young man named Wu Lei, age 23, who had just graduated from university with a degree in CNC machining. He wondered how Wu Lei would react to the revelation that his boss was still a student himself. Lost in thought, Xiao Ming received a message from Wu Lei. Boss Xiao, I have arrived. I am here to pick you up. After replying, Xiao Ming exited the office and approached the company entrance. Outside the glass door stood a young man approximately 175 centimeters tall, dressed casually and wearing a baseball cap. Xiao Ming greeted him warmly. Hello? You must be Wu Lei. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Wu Lei looked slightly bewildered. The person before him appeared remarkably young, surely not yet 20. Was he part of the company's HR? The pretty girl behind him only added to his surprise. In a matter of seconds, Wu Lei's mind raced with questions. And it wasn't until Xiao Ming stood beside him that he finally responded, "Yes, I am Wu Lei. And you are?" "I am Xiao Ming. The one you spoke with on WeChat," Xiao Ming replied enthusiastically, inviting him inside. Wu Lei took in his surroundings, noting the emptiness of the newly relocated office. In the future, many employees would occupy this space, as collaboration would necessitate considerations for logistics, accounting, and other tasks beyond the capacity of a single individual. "Let us head to the conference room," Xiao Ming suggested. The company also featured a small conference room, furnished with a meeting table and numerous chairs, all acquired after Xiao Ming's rental. Wu Lei nodded, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Is there currently no one else in the company?" "Correct," Xiao Ming confirmed. "We just finished the college entrance examination, and the company has just been established. As I mentioned earlier, we are still in the preparatory phase." At this, Wu Lei began to doubt his own ears. Did Xiao Ming just say he had just completed the college entrance examination? Noticing Wu Lei's reaction, Xiao Ming continued calmly, "Yes. Although I may be young, you need not worry about the company's capabilities." He gestured towards the 3 lithography machines in the corner. "These machines were provided by my father, and our company has already established partnerships. We will begin production of charging ICs for the iQOO smartphone brand on July 1st. Wu Lei pondered Xiao Ming's words thoughtfully, realizing that this young boss undoubtedly had an exceptionally impressive father. Meanwhile, Su Yitian, who had remained silent, stepped forward to open the conference room door, and the 3 of them entered together. Once seated, Su Yitian, displaying great consideration, poured a glass of water for Wu Lei before excusing herself from the room. She felt that her presence might hinder their discussion, given her lack of understanding of many matters. Xiao Ming stated, "As we previously discussed, your role will be to operate the lithography machines and produce etched wafers." "Sure, that is no problem," Wu Lei nodded. Xiao Ming continued, "You will work 6 days with 1 day off, earning a base salary of 8,000 yuan plus commissions, with a daily work schedule of 7.5 hours, along with full social insurance." As he spoke, he produced a labor contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to Wu Lei. Young people tend to negotiate easily with one another, and Wu Lei, seeing Xiao Ming's straightforward nature, quickly glanced over the contract before signing it. "You'll start on July 1st. I will conduct a unified training session in the days leading up to it. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration." Xiao Ming stood to shake hands with Wu Lei. Wu Lei felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Having just graduated, landing such a good job was indeed a rare opportunity. Looking forward to working together. After bidding farewell to Wu Lei, Xiao Ming stretched and returned to his office, where Su Yitian was busy handling documents on the computer. Upon noticing Xiao Ming's return, she waved at him. "Welcome back, dear. Here is a list of items the company needs and the number of employees required in each department. Please take a look." Xiao Ming leaned closer to the computer screen as Su Yitian presented a neatly organized table. The table indicated a need for 6 lithography machine operators, 3 clerks, several packing staff, and a cleaner. "I'm unsure how much work we will have in the future, but this is what I could think of for now. 6 lithography operators will suffice for now, but we will definitely need professionals to manage the numerous documents and contracts. As for packing staff, I'm not sure how many we will need, and we will require cleaning personnel. I can handle the accounting for now," Su Yitian explained. Xiao Ming contemplated her words carefully before nodding in agreement. "All right, we will proceed as you suggested. You've done quite well, Yitian." He leaned in and pecked her on the cheek. She nodded, "Of course. If I did nothing, you would surely find me lacking." "Don't be silly. You are overthinking it," Xiao Ming teased as he playfully squeezed her soft cheek. "In truth, your only responsibility is to remain beautiful." Is that so?" Su Yitian grinned. "Then you can take on the task of earning a living." "Rest assured," Xiao Ming declared, patting his chest confidently. "I shall not only be responsible for providing for our family, but also for arranging the flowers." "Huh?" Su Yitian was taken aback. "Arranging flowers? What nonsense is this?" "Xiao Ming, are you driving again?" Su Yitian lightly punched his chest with her small fist. Xiao Ming wore a mischievous smile. "How could someone as pure as I am possibly drive?" "Oh, truly pure," she retorted. Xiao Ming quickly tidied up his things and left the company with Su Yitian. He was eager to share the news of his top score in the college entrance examination with his parents. He wondered how they would react upon hearing this news. Xiao Ming was particularly looking forward to that moment. Chapter 155. Receiving the admission letter from Kyoto University. On July 14th. "Hello, is this Xiao Ming? An EMS package has arrived for you. It's your admission letter from Kyoto University. Please bring your ID to the community entrance to collect it." Early in the morning, Xiao Ming received a call from the post office. "I'll be right there." After hanging up, he hurriedly dressed. It was the weekend, and naturally as the boss, he wouldn't be going to the office. He hadn't washed his face or brushed his teeth, and with his hair resembling a bird's nest, he dashed out. Once in the elevator, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten his ID. The university admission letter was of utmost importance and typically required the bearer to present their ID for collection. After retrieving his ID from the elevator, Xiao Ming sprinted to the community entrance. A small three-wheeled vehicle was parked by the roadside, and a delivery man in a green jacket was checking his phone. Waiting for him, panting, Xiao Ming approached, and the delivery man said, "You must be Xiao Ming, right? Do you have her ID?" "Yes." Xiao Ming presented his ID, and after the delivery man inspected it carefully and confirmed its authenticity, he handed over the admission letter from Kyoto University, saying, "I just delivered an admission letter to a girl who also got into Kyoto University. Perhaps you know her." Hearing this, Xiao Ming replied, "I guess that girl must be Su Yitian." The delivery man paused, glanced at Xiao Ming, and nodded. "Right? It seems you two are acquainted." "Yes, we are classmates." "That's wonderful. I wish you both a rich university life come September." "Thank you." As Xiao Ming walked back slowly with the admission letter in hand, he reflected on his decision. After careful consideration and comparing various universities, he ultimately chose Kyoto University, majoring in semiconductor research. Su Yitian had made the same choice. It was rather delightful that they would be classmates, allowing them to continue sitting together in class at university. On July 1st, his company successfully commenced operations, now employing 12 individuals, including those responsible for wafer production, document processing, and transportation. A few days prior, he had delivered the first batch of charging ICs to IQ. Currently, the company had entered a stable phase. As IQ was also conducting research, the estimated sales for the smartphone were over 30 million units. They were now producing approximately 8,000 charging IC chips daily. The selling price for each IC was 30 yuan. However, due to the need to consume system points to purchase wafers and a shortage of points, Xiao Ming had to seek a wafer production company for procurement. The cost of a single wafer was 300 yuan. Each wafer could yield 20 charging IC chips, translating to a profit of 300 yuan per wafer, or 15 yuan per charging IC. Daily production of 8,000 chips resulted in a profit of 120,000 yuan. After accounting for rent, utilities, salaries, and other costs, his daily profit exceeded 100,000 yuan. Contemplating this, Xiao Ming felt surrounded by wealth. However, with only 45 days until school began, he wondered if he could elevate the company's valuation to 5 million within that time frame. The company's valuation was not merely a reflection of available cash, but also of its assets, fixed assets, and all equity. As he pondered this, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have the opportunity to assess your company's valuation. Would you like to proceed with the evaluation?" "Yes," Xiao Ming unhesitatingly affirmed. "Assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Current company valuation, 375 million. Stunned by the figure, Xiao Ming thought, "Goodness, is it worth that much already? Surely it's due to the lithography machine. It's the most valuable asset in the company." Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Su Yitian. After answering, he placed the phone to his ear and asked, "What is up, Yitian? Missing me already after just one night apart?" Su Yitian was silent for a moment before responding. "I'm not missing you, you silly. I called to ask if you received your admission letter from Kyoto University." "Yes," Xiao Ming replied. "I haven't returned home yet. The admission letter is in my hands." "That's great. Now that we've both received our admission letters, are you going to take me out to celebrate?" Su Yitian had been eager for Xiao Ming to take her out, having asked a few days prior. Xiao Ming had promised to take her out once he received the letter. After careful consideration, he concluded that with the company now relatively stable, he could spare some time. Thus, he said, "All right, think about where you want to go, and we can set off in the next few days." "Sounds good." As Xiao Ming continued his conversation with Su Yitian while walking, he entered the hallway 2 minutes later. "Yitian, I'm about to get on the elevator. I'll call you back later." "Got it." Upon returning home, Zhou Yinwen heard Xiao Ming's voice and poked her head out from the kitchen. "So, why are you in such a hurry early in the morning?" "I went to collect my admission letter." "What?" Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zhou Yinwen quickly set aside her tasks and strode towards him. "Has the letter arrived?" "Yes." Xiao Ming waved the package containing the admission letter, and Zhou Yinwen exclaimed, "Come. Gome. Open it so I can see. I've never seen what a Kyoto University admission letter looks like in my nearly 50 years of life." "All right, I'll open it now." Xiao Ming settled onto the sofa in the living room and tore open the outer packaging of the letter. Before his eyes was a booklet titled Introduction to the Student Financial Aid System alongside a guide for newcomers to Kyoto University. Beneath the booklet lay the admission letter. After extracting it, the first thing he saw was the phrase University Hall. Upon opening it, the formal admission letter presented itself before Xiao Ming and Zhou Yinwen. Zhou Yinwen picked up the letter and couldn't help but say, "Xiao Ming, We are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to the School of Science Department for study in the Semiconductor Research and Development Program. Please report to the school with this letter on August 20th, 2019. Signed, Principal, Hao Ping. Haha. Zhou Yinwen couldn't contain her laughter and quickly took out her phone to snap a photo, sharing it on her WeChat Moments with the caption, "My precious son's university admission letter has arrived." Observing this, Xiao Ming frowned slightly. "Mom, do you really need to post that? What do you know?" Zhou Yinwen retorted, "This is your honor. If we don't share it, who will know that our family has a high achiever from Kyoto University?" Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, by the way, Mom, I plan to take Yitian out for a few days of fun." "Go ahead," Zhou Yinwen replied nonchalantly, her thoughts consumed by the admission letter before her. Observing his mother's cheerful demeanor, Xiao Ming felt a surge of happiness within. At that moment, he captured a photo and shared it on his social media. Chapter 156. Su Yitian agrees to wear black stockings. Shortly thereafter, numerous WeChat friends sent their congratulations. "Second uncle, Xiao Ming, you've done remarkably well. Being accepted into Peking University. I'm sending you a 2,000 yuan red envelope as encouragement. Aunt, what a fine lad, truly bringing pride to the family." Su Yitian, "My dear husband is amazing, Wa 3. Xian Tiansheng replied to Su Yitian, "The dog food is delightful. I love it. Minggu is impressive. Wang Qi Bei, don't forget to come back and visit me." Reading through the myriad of comments, Xiao Ming chuckled softly. Just then, his father, Xiao Guosheng, sleepily emerged from the bedroom. "Honey, is breakfast ready? Why the rush? Come take a look. Our son's admission letter has arrived." "What?" Xiao Guosheng hurried over to examine the letter, just as Zhou Yinwen had done. At that moment, Su Yitian sent him a plethora of popular travel destinations via WeChat, including Zhangjiajie, Mount Tai, Yiming Mountain, and Zhuzhegu, among others. Most were mountainous locations, which caused Xiao Ming to pause and inquire, "Yitian, do you want to go hiking?" She replied, "What's wrong with hiking?" "Well, given the recent heat, I worry about your delicate constitution. I know of a lovely summer resort. How about we go there instead?" "A summer resort?" Su Yitian musit. Considering the sweltering weather, it indeed seemed like a perfect choice. She quickly typed back, "All right, let us go to the summer resort." "Great. Then we shall set off tomorrow. Let us pack today." "That fast?" Okay, I'll start packing now." "Wait, don't go." Xiao Ming sent her a cheeky emoji, then continued typing, "Yitian, remember you promised to wear black stockings for me this summer. Ahem. Will you keep your promise this time?" Upon reading Xiao Ming's message, Su Yitian felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She hadn't expected him to remember that. She typed back, "Fine, I will, but you must ensure my parents don't see." Seeing her agreement and envisioning the scene, Xiao Ming felt a rush of excitement. "Ahem. Right there," he said, looking up, "Mom and Dad, Yitian and I have decided to head to the summer resort tomorrow for a little getaway. I'll just go pack my bags." With that, he tucked the admission letter away and dashed into his bedroom. Zhou Yinwen quickly returned to the kitchen, realizing she had yet to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Xiao Guosheng tilted his head, contemplating the blossoming relationship between Xiao Ming and Su Yitian. With the two going on this trip together, surely they would engage in some activities. It was time to lend this boy a helping hand. He promptly approached, clearing his throat. "Son, let me assist you in packing." "Thanks, Dad." As it was summer, Xiao Ming didn't need to pack much. Just a few light short-sleeve shirts and shorts. Suddenly, Xiao Guosheng spotted an unopened pair of black stockings in the suitcase. He froze, glancing at Xiao Ming. Could it be that his son had some unique preferences? At that moment, Xiao Ming noticed his father's gaze and felt a flush of embarrassment. "Crap, I forgot those were still in the suitcase." He quickly explained, "Dad, the stockings are for Su Yitian. Ahem, you know how hot it is? They can help with sun protection." Xiao Guosheng took a deep breath. "I see. So you're just like me." He almost said that aloud, but thought better of it. In truth, he had a fondness for black stockings himself. His son had evidently inherited his genes. "What are you talking about?" Nothing. Xiao Guosheng shook his head. "All right. I think we packed just about everything." "Yes," Xiao Ming nodded. "By the way, Dad, could you grab Mom's sunscreen for me? We'll need it on the road tomorrow." "Sure." Xiao Guosheng stood up and headed to his bedroom. After retrieving the sunscreen, he also took out a box of unopened Durex from the bedside table. Assessing it for a moment, he considered that his son might find it useful. However, feeling slightly awkward about giving it directly to Xiao Ming, he decided to slip it into the suitcase discreetly. "Here's the sunscreen for you." Xiao Guosheng handed it over, and Xiao Ming casually tossed it into the suitcase before closing it. "Thanks, Dad. Breakfast should be ready by now. Let us eat." With that, Xiao Ming left the bedroom. As Xiao Guosheng pondered how to sneak the Durex into his son's suitcase, the opportunity presented itself. He slowly opened the suitcase and tucked the Durex inside a piece of clothing, knowing that Xiao Ming would surely notice it when changing clothes. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Soon, He left Xiao Ming's room to join the family for breakfast. Xiao Ming nibbled on a biscuit while scrolling through his phone, casually glancing at the train schedule for the next day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a train to Hubei was set to depart. The summer resort was located in Hubei City, nestled within the mountains. Surrounded by lush greenery, an ideal destination for escaping the heat of summer. Mom, I'll be heading there with Yitian tomorrow afternoon. All right, Zhou Yinwen nodded. As for your company, I'll manage everything there, Xiao Ming reassured her. He had informed his parents about starting a business, but had omitted certain details, stating that it was a collaboration with a senior from school, and they hadn't probed further. After consulting with Su Yitian, who expressed no objections, Xiao Ming promptly booked the train tickets through Trip. Following breakfast, he shared the news of their trip with the employees in the company group chat. Upon hearing that he would be away for a few days, they all seemed particularly thrilled. Xiao Ming pondered why they were so excited. After all, he was usually not harsh with them. However, he realized that having the boss around versus being absent made a significant difference. When the boss was present, they naturally worked harder, but without him, they could afford to relax a bit. Chapter 157. That girl actually turned red again. The next day, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Ming donned the A-shaped shoes that Su Yitian had gifted him, standing before the full-length mirror and tapping his foot. To his surprise, the combination of a white t-shirt with black shorts, topped off with the A-shaped shoes, made him look rather dashing, elevating his aura significantly. Today, as temperature reached 35 degrees Celsius, although the shoes were somewhat stifling, it wasn't a major issue. This pair of shoes was a gift from Su Yitian before her college entrance exams, costing over 2,000 yuan, a luxury he would have never imagined in his previous life. After preparing, Xiao Ming wheeled his suitcase into the living room. His parents were not home today, though they were aware of his trip. Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed. It was Su Yitian. Darling, I'm already at the entrance of your neighborhood. Are you ready? She adorned her message with an exceptionally adorable emoji. Upon seeing Su Yitian's message, Xiao Ming promptly replied, Yes, I'm all set and heading downstairs. After shutting off his phone, Xiao Ming checked to ensure he had everything he needed, and satisfied that all was in order, he descended the stairs. The weather was rather sweltering today. Under the blazing sun, he hastily made his way to the entrance of the community. The moment he arrived, his eyes fell upon her. Today, Su Yitian was dressed remarkably fresh, sporting a white short-sleeved shirt, a blue-black plaid JK skirt, white knee-high socks, and a pair of deep brown loafers. She exuded a distinct schoolgirl charm. She also carried a bag, accompanied by her large pink suitcase. It appeared she was wearing sheer tights, which left Xiao Ming somewhat disappointed. He mused that black stockings would have undoubtedly enhanced her allure. Upon noticing Xiao Ming, she lifted her right arm and waved at him. Xiao Ming quickly approached, and upon getting closer, he realized that Su Yitian had also applied some makeup. It was not heavy. She sported a natural look with just eyeshadow and lipstick. As he drew near, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, undoubtedly from her cosmetics. With a playful air, Su Yitian propped her chin on her hand, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Darling, do I look particularly beautiful today? All girls relish compliments, and Su Yitian was no exception. Yet at that moment, Xiao Ming felt compelled to shake his head, leaving her somewhat bewildered. He cradled her chin, gazing deeply into her eyes, and with a rather greasy tone he declared, What do you mean do I look good today? You have always been stunning, Yitian. In my heart, you will forever be the most beautiful. Ugh. Even as he uttered those words, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of nausea. It was excessively cheesy, especially given their familiarity with one another. Su Yitian, taken aback, responded with a soft "okyu." Whether it was from the heat or shyness, she blushed once more. As their relationship deepened, her instances of blushing had become less frequent. She chuckled, I've discovered that your voice is actually quite pleasant, especially when you speak in that bubbly tone. I love it. Really? Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. His voice was clearly that of an older man, and yet Su Yitian claimed it was nice. It seemed that when one harbors affection for someone, every aspect of that person is viewed through rose-colored glasses. Xiao Ming continued, Well, if it's pleasant, then yours is particularly lovely as well. If possible, could you give me a breathy rendition for my enjoyment? Huh. Su Yitian was momentarily stunned, and after a moment of contemplation, she finally grasped the implication of his words. This innocent girl was at it again. She looked at him with disdain. Xiao Ming chuckled. All right, Yitian, I know you're quite willing. Let us make it a plan for tonight. Just then, a taxi pulled up and Xiao Ming flagged it down. After placing their suitcase in the trunk, they both climbed into the vehicle, heading towards the Xinhai train station. Upon arriving at the train station, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled that the last time he was there, he had come to pick up Su Yitian's parents. At that time, both of them had worn expressions laden with weariness, but now, their spirits had markedly improved. Noticing Xiao Ming lost in thought, Su Yitian furrowed her brow and asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing, nothing," Xiao Ming replied, shaking his head. "Let us get our tickets first. The train departs at 3 o'clock, and we should arrive at Hubei in an hour." "Okay." Su Yitian, like a child who had never seen the world, accompanied him to the ticket machine to collect their tickets, and then they proceeded to the second floor, Area B, to await the train's arrival. Perhaps due to the summer holiday, many people were heading to Hubei to escape the heat, while the crowd might hinder the enjoyment. Xiao Ming didn't pay much heed. He had already booked a hotel room. After all, he was now a bit of a small-time tycoon, willing to spend on a trip. At 3 o'clock, they boarded the high-speed train to Hubei, their seats situated by the window. Su Yitian had eagerly awaited this day for quite some time. In her life thus far, she had never ventured out to see the world, especially not with someone she cherished. The experience felt incredibly wonderful. As she gazed at the scenery outside, they traversed a wide expanse of open land due to the interprovincial journey. Fields stretched alongside the tracks, where one could even see people toiling in the farmland. Su Yitian continuously observed the landscape with curiosity, occasionally tugging at Xiao Ming to share her newfound discoveries. An hour later, the train gradually slowed down as it approached Hubei province, Qingda City. Ding ding dong. The train has arrived at Hubei Qingda. The train's announcement introduced the city's culture and history. Before the train had even come to a complete stop, Su Yitian sprang to her feet in excitement. Xiao Ming quickly pulled her back. "Yitian, the train hasn't stopped yet. Wait until it's stationary before standing, all right?" Oh, once the train came to a halt, they retrieved their luggage from the overhead rack and disembarked, leaving the train station behind. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Xiao Ming felt that the sun here was not as fierce as in Shanghai. Su Yitian took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, I feel like the air here is so fresh." Indeed, Xiao Ming nodded. "It's filled with car exhaust. Truly delightful." Su Yitian was momentarily speechless. The train station was bustling with taxis. His observation was not without merit. Su Yitian tightly grasped Xiao Ming's hand and said, "Xiao Ming, since this is your first time taking me on a trip, can we take a photo to share on social media?" Xiao Ming tilted his head to look at Su Yitian. "Is that even a question? Let us just take one." Hee. Su Yitian grinned and planted a kiss on Xiao Ming's cheek. Then, she pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of their shadows. Click. After taking the photo, Su Yitian promptly shared it on her WeChat moments, captioning it, "So happy to be on my first trip with my boyfriend." Location: Hubei Province, Qingda City, Summer Resort. Observing Su Yitian's exuberance, Xiao Ming gently ruffled her hair. This little girl was remarkably easy to please. Just a trip out was enough to make her so joyful. It seemed he needed to keep a close eye on her to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from taking her away. Xiao Ming focused his gaze on Su Yitian. "Have you finished posting? We still have to travel for over half an hour to reach the summer resort. It's already past 4. I fear we might not get in. Let us drop off our luggage at the hotel first, and then I'll take you to dinner." "All right." She nodded obediently. Xiao Ming opened his phone to call a Didi, and soon, a Toyota Corolla hybrid pulled up beside them. The driver was a particularly amiable uncle who got out of the car to help them with their luggage, placing it in the trunk. He then remarked, "Haha, you two look like you're from out of town. I see your location is near the summer resort. You're here for a vacation, right?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. The driver continued, "That's wonderful. Did you just finish your college entrance exams this year?" Throughout the ride, the driver uncle engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Ming and Su Yitian, his enthusiasm palpable. Xiao Ming thought the driver must have a social butterfly personality. Nonetheless, he genuinely appreciated such lively individuals. Enthusiastic and cheerful individuals are invariably welcomed wherever they go. Along the journey, the driver regaled Xiao Ming Su with tales of the local customs and traditions, even cautioning them about certain unscrupulous establishments, ensuring they wouldn't fall prey while purchasing souvenirs. After approximately 40 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt in the Shuangqiao district where a bustling commercial street named Erxianzhou awaited. Directly across from this street lies the picturesque summer resort area, and it was in this commercial hub that Xiao Ming had reserved their accommodations. The hotel, known as Tianbao Resort Hotel, is an impressive edifice of over 10 stories. Although evening had yet to fall, the fluorescent lights above had already been illuminated. Castigna Grand Ambiance. Su Yitian lifted her gaze to admire the building, prompting Xiao Ming to playfully tap her on the head. "Foolish girl. Stop staring and hurry up with the luggage. Let us grab a bite to eat," he urged. "Oh," Su Yitian pouted, her patience feigning sternness. "You're not allowed to tap my head from now on, or else I'll get angry." "I admit my fault," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. The sensitivity of a girl's pain receptors often surpasses that of a boy's. Though his tap had been gentle, it indeed seemed to sting. Upon entering the hotel, they were greeted by a young lady clad in a black suit, standing behind the reception desk. As they approached, she promptly donned a professional smile and inquired, "Good day. Are you Mr. Xiao Ming and Miss Su Yitian?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded slightly, while Su Yitian furrowed her brow, whispering, "Xiao Ming, how does she know our names?" "You're a bit slow, aren't you?" he replied, rummaging for his ID. "I filled out our reservation information beforehand." "Oh, I see." Su Yitian handed him her identification, which he then presented to the receptionist. After a quick photograph, she handed him the room key. Xiao Ming had booked a suite complete with a living room, featuring entertainment amenities such as a television and KTV. However, the most striking aspect of the suite was that the bathtub directly faced the bed, with only a delicate veil for modesty. This arrangement suggested intriguing possibilities for bath time. "Your room is on the 15th floor. Do you need me to escort you?" the receptionist offered. "No need." Xiao Ming shook his head, taking Su Yitian's hand as they ascended the elevator together. Upon arriving at the 15th floor, Xiao Ming glanced at the key card, noting the room number was 1501, indicating it was the finest suite on that level. After swiping the card, they entered the room, which was already illuminated. The plush carpet underfoot led to a sumptuous brown leather sofa, a television nearby, while further inside lay the bedroom and bathroom. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Su Yitian could hardly believe her eyes, exclaiming, "Wow, this room even has a living area. Not quite what you expected, huh?" Xiao Ming chuckled. "This is a suite. It's not the most luxurious. There's a presidential suite upstairs. What do you think, Yitian? Would you like to experience a presidential suite someday?" Su Yitian shook her head vigorously. "I'm not a president. I don't need to experience that." "Who says only presidents can enjoy the presidential suite?" he teased. "Well, I don't want it," she replied firmly, although they had a bit of money now. Su Yitian was prudent and would not squander it unnecessarily. She was someone who truly valued the essence of life. All right, you must be tired from the ride. Let us rest for a bit," he suggested. She agreed, not lingering in the living room. She promptly opened the door to the bedroom, stepping inside, only to be met with a scene that left her utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Ming was equally astonished. What bewildered Su Yitian was the sight of a bathtub directly opposite the bed. While Xiao Ming was taken aback by the absence of the veil that had previously concealed the tub, the bathtub was now fully exposed, devoid of any covering. It dawned on Su Yitian why Xiao Ming had chosen this room. It had been a premeditated decision. Cough, cough. "Yitian, why are you standing there in a daze? Come on in," Xiao Ming urged nonchalantly. "Oomph." Su Yitian's cheeks flushed once more. Bathing in such a setting felt exceedingly awkward. Noticing her flushed visage, Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "So, Yitian, what do you think? I specifically selected this room. Isn't it splendid?" Before them stood a grand floor-to-ceiling window, and as the tallest building on this street, the hotel afforded a breathtaking view of the entire summer resort area. Rolling her eyes, Su Yitian retorted, "You're such a nuisance, Xiao Ming." Pouting in annoyance, she seated herself on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixated on the bathtub, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Xiao Ming leaned closer to inspect the tub, noticing a ring of smooth pebbles encircling it. The tub itself was notably spacious, easily accommodating both of them for a bath. "Yitian, just imagine if we were to bathe in there. I could give you a massage. Wouldn't that be delightful?" he suggested softly. Su Yitian felt silent. His proposition of a massage was merely a guise for his intentions, as his hands were anything but innocent. "You're such a rascal, Xiao Ming," she replied, rolling her eyes again. Chapter 159. I absolutely will not get drunk. "Don't worry, Yitian. I promise to give you a proper massage tonight," he assured her. Upon hearing his words, Su Yitian looked utterly perplexed. It was quite an achievement to misinterpret such words in a favorable light. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to Xiao Ming's antics. Even when engaged in certain activities, she would not feel discomfort. In fact, after adapting, her body would even experience a slight thrill of pleasure. After resting for a brief period in the room, Xiao Ming and Su Yitian departed the hotel and made their way to the vibrant street outside. With summer in full swing and the nearby summer resort being a popular tourist destination, the streets were teeming with visitors from all corners of the globe. The surrounding area was bustling with an array of shops, restaurants, and food stalls, creating a lively atmosphere. As Xiao Ming surveyed the myriad of dining options, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed, unsure of what he desired to eat. "Yitian, take a look around. Is there anything you'd like to try? There are so many restaurants here." "I'm feeling a bit dazed," he inquired. "I'll have a look," Su Yitian replied, curiously scanning the surroundings until her gaze landed on a barbecue restaurant named 830 Barbecue. Generally, Xiao Ming rarely took her out for barbecue, primarily due to her past surgery. Although her health had long since recovered, she still adhered to the advice of nurses and doctors. At this moment, Su Yitian eagerly looked at Xiao Ming. Look, there's a barbecue restaurant over there. Let us eat barbecue today. All right. Xiao Ming recalled how previously Sister and Xiao Jun had advised against oily foods, especially barbecues. She and T even suggested it, and the thought had T cross his mind. Okay, then let us go to 8:30 barbecue, he agreed. Hand in hand, they entered the bustling restaurant, which was filled with patrons, including several burly men sipping drinks with their shirts off. The waitress at the bar, dressed in a suit, greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome. There's no seating available on the first floor. Shall we head to the second floor instead? Sure, they replied, making their way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered ample seating, and Xiao Ming's eyes immediately caught sight of a table by the window. After settling in, a plump waiter approached them, holding an iPad. He opened the menu and directly handed it to Yitian. Without any hesitation, she enthusiastically ordered an array of meats: marinated beef, cumin pork belly, savory pork belly, chicken steak, chicken breast, and so forth. Once she had finished placing her order, she returned the tablet to Xiao Ming. I've ordered. Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to add. Xiao Ming was taken aback. This girl had ordered a staggering amount of meat worth at least 300 yuan, given that this restaurant was quite affordable. With an average cost of merely 50 to 60 yuan per person, 300 yuan worth of meat was enough for 6 people. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Ming remarked, Yitian, are you certain you can finish all this? Don't worry, I can manage, Yitian replied with a firm nod before asking, what's wrong? You're not worried about paying the bill, are you? Please, even if it were 3,000, it would be no issue, Xiao Ming replied as he scrolled through the tablet and noticed the cocktail options available. He inquired, Yitian, have you ever tried alcohol? Would you like to have a drink together? Huh? Yitian was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head vigorously. Let's skip the alcohol. You know, I tried it once when Dad was drinking, and it was dreadful. Xiao Ming chuckled, silly girl, the liquor Dad drinks is strong, around 30 to 40 degrees. I'm talking about cocktails, which are only about 3 to 4 degrees. Drinking this is like having soda. At his words, Yitian nodded slightly. She didn't want to refuse him, and was also curious about the taste of alcohol. After some contemplation, she said, if you really want to drink, I can accompany you for a little. Great. Xiao Ming promptly ordered 6 bottles of cocktails on the tablet, handed it back to the server, and expressed his gratitude. In his heart, he chuckled, thinking that today he would either get Yitian tipsy or make her cry. Yitian, wait a moment, I'll get the dipping sauce. Let us go together. The two moved to the communal dipping sauce area, and by the time they finished preparing it, platters of raw meat had already been placed on the table. The server opened a grill and said, the meat needs to be cut with scissors for easier grilling. If you're not familiar with grilling, I can teach you. Okay. She placed a piece of steak on the grill, prompting Xiao Ming to exclaim, Yitian, you're putting the meat on without oil? It'll stick. She scratched her head and chuckled. I forgot, sorry. Such a silly girl. Once the meat was cooked, Xiao Ming dipped it in sauce, picked it up with chopsticks, and offered it to Yitian's mouth. Here, Yitian, give it a taste. Yitian eagerly bit into the piece of meat. Delicious. Thank you, dear. Nearby, the young server felt a pang of envy. Damn, here I'm serving while they're feeding each other love. He sighed, longing for a sweet romance of his own. Watching Yitian relish the food, Xiao Ming opened a bottle of cocktail. The Rio cocktail was quite pleasant, and he particularly favored the blue variant. Yitian selected a pink one and sighed in relief when she noticed it was only a little over 200 milliliters, not too much. Although she trusted Xiao Ming wouldn't do anything untoward, she was still apprehensive about getting drunk. Xiao Ming flicked off the cap with his chopsticks and clinked his glass with Yitian's, saying, Yitian, shall we toast? Huh? She was slightly startled. 200 milliliters of alcohol couldn't just be down in one go. Just kidding, he laughed. Drink as much as you like. Okay. Xiao Ming took a generous gulp, while Yitian, having never drunk before, only took a small sip. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Xiao Ming asked, so, is it like drinking soda? Yitian nodded slightly, noting that it didn't have the harsh taste of liquor. Then let us drink more. Let us eat. After a while, having finished a bottle of cocktail, Yitian suddenly felt her head spinning. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. It was perfectly normal for her to feel dizzy on her first drink since her tolerance was low. Xiao Ming looked at her dreamy expression and couldn't help but say, Yitian, are you already tipsy? A bit, she replied, rubbing her head, feeling a peculiar heaviness she had never experienced before. Maybe we should stop drinking. Noticing her state, Xiao Ming felt a twinge of concern. Could her alcohol tolerance be this poor? If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous. Okay. She was also aware of her condition. Xiao Ming patted his chest, reassuring her. Don't worry, I can handle the remaining 4 bottles and will definitely not get drunk. An hour later, bang. Xiao Ming collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Chapter 160. No way. No way. You actually prepared this. Yitian's lips twitched. Wasn't this the very moment he had claimed he wouldn't get drunk? Xiao Ming's face was flushed, but it was clear that it wasn't tea from the alcohol. It was from holding his breath. When acting, one must commit fully. If it didn't look convincing, how could he take advantage later? Su Yitian poked Xiao Ming's cheek and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Ming, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied, fully embodying the role of an Oscar-winning actor. Observing Xiao Ming's guang, Su Yitian potith. "Fine? It's hard to believe that." His words were slurred, and when he lifted his head, he looked completely dazed. Seeing him like this made Su Yitian feel a pang of sympathy. "I've had enough to eat. Look at you drinking so much. Let us head back quickly." "Okay." Su Yitian moved beside Xiao Ming and slowly helped him up, awkwardly supporting his arm with her neck. The position was quite uncomfortable, but Xiao Ming was also exerting himself to avoid toppling her petite frame. Given Xiao Ming's state, Su Yitian didn't expect him to pay the bill. She settled it herself and carefully guided him back to the hotel. Along the way, she chattered away like a concerned mother, her worries amplifying as this was their first outing so far from home, and she was apprehensive about encountering any trouble. Thus, Su Yitian hurriedly brought Xiao Ming back to the hotel. Once inside their room, she took a deep breath and finally managed to haul Xiao Ming back. After tossing him onto the bed, she thought she could take a moment to rest before sleeping. However, at that moment, Xiao Ming suddenly stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined abs. "Wife, I want you to give me a bath," Xiao Ming slurred, leaving Su Yitian utterly shocked. "Huh? Me? Give you a bath?" Glancing at Xiao Ming's imposing physique, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. Girls simply cannot resist such a physique. At that moment, Su Yitian felt a bit flustered. She knew Xiao Ming was drunk and felt too shy to refuse. "Hey, how do I wash you?" "There," he pointed to the bathtub. Su Yitian froze, feeling incredibly vashful. Truthfully, she was uncertain if Xiao Ming, in his drunken state, would do anything inappropriate. She scrutinized him closely. "Are you really drunk?" "No." Xiao Ming resolutely shook his head, his demeanor ethereal, as if he were floating. Su Yitian wore a complex expression, contemplating for a considerable time before finally nodding. "All right. But Xiao Ming, you must be utterly honest, okay?" "Yes," he replied. "I shall certainly be very honest. I will assist you with your change." Su Yitian approached his side. Watching the tipsy and foolish Xiao Ming, she sighed internally, repeatedly reassuring herself. Xiao Ming, inebriated, would not do anything untoward. She had to trust him. After changing, Su Yitian guided him to the bathtub. She treated him as one would a child, saying, "You stand still here, don't move. I will fill the tub first, and then I'll wash you." "MHM," Xiao Ming responded, appearing quite earnest, and the naive Su Yitian had no doubts. Once the water was prepared, she carefully helped him into the tub. However, she did not disrobe, remaining outside to assist him with his bath. Being meticulously cared for, Xiao Ming felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This moment offered a glimpse into her future demeanor towards him. Yet, how could Xiao Ming be content with such circumstances? He continued, "Wife, I wish to bathe with you. Did we not agree that I would give you a massage?" This caught Su Yitian off guard, her cheeks flushing. How could this drunken Xiao Ming still remember their agreement about the massage? "You're intoxicated. You can't give me a massage now. You must listen to me, understand?" "No, I can take liberties because I'm drunk. I've already promised you. Wife, coming quickly." The two of them engaged in a playful tug-of-war, but ultimately, Su Yitian did not acquiesce. The girl feared what he might do. Thus, Xiao Ming had to concede. Su Yitian remained outside, assisting him with his bath, while the mischievous Xiao Ming splashed her clothes, reveling in his own acting prowess. Xiao Ming felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his performance was unparalleled. Truly, a man is only 3 parts drunk, capable of moving one to tears. Su Yitian felt somewhat helpless. This troublesome Xiao Ming must not be allowed to drink so excessively next time. The room was exceptionally quiet, filled only with the gentle sound of water flowing, creating a particularly comfortable atmosphere, though this was only for Xiao Ming. At that moment, he slowly extended his arm, insisting on massaging her shoulders. With no other choice, she acquiesced. Drawing closer to Su Yitian, he began by kneading her shoulders, then her back. The sensation was pleasantly tingling. Indeed, a massage could truly offer relaxation. The fatigue from earlier had entirely dissipated. Fortunately, Xiao Ming did not overstep any boundaries. Su Yitian smiled softly, realizing that at times, he could indeed be quite reliable. Half an hour later, Su Yitian had dried him off and inquired, "You should have your pajamas, right? Are they in your suitcase?" Xiao Ming pondered carefully. He had indeed packed pajamas when preparing his luggage. Embracing his theatrical flair, he nodded, "Yes, they're in the suitcase. Don't move. I will fetch them for you." She unzipped the suitcase and rummaged through it, discovering a set of white pajamas adorned with Doryman. As she pulled them out, and unfolded the neatly folded garment. Suddenly, a small blue box fell from within the clothes. Both Xiao Ming and Su Yitian turned to gaze at the small box. Upon seeing the words inscribed on it, Xiao Ming's pupils dilated. It was a box of Durex? He was momentarily flabbergasted. Su Yitian, equally bewildered, recognized what it was. Could it be that Xiao Ming truly intended to take such liberties during their outing? Coupled with his inebriation, Su Yitian could not help but take 2 steps back. Simultaneously, Xiao Ming pondered his packing and realized he had not brought such an item. Could it be that Su Yitian had slipped it in under the pretense of packing clothes? Upon this realization, Xiao Ming was taken aback. It was highly probable that she had used the opportunity of retrieving clothes to conceal this item. At that moment, Xiao Ming decided to abandon pretense. He inquired, "Yitian, surely not. You actually prepared this?" "Huh. This isn't something I brought.